In the depths of the mine, the Fire Vein miners suffered the cruel punishment of having 3 ribs fractured by the Overseer's whip. As Su Yuan bit down on his bloodied lip while bandaging his companion, a mysterious dark orb suddenly emerged from his palm, infusing him with tenfold spiritual energy. The fragmented cultivation technique within him autonomously completed itself. Even more astonishingly, the grueling 12-hour shifts of mining labor were entirely converted into pure spiritual energy by this orb. Was the Overseer about to sever his head with a blade? The orb suddenly erupted, creating a phantom that shielded him from the fatal blow. The third-rate fist technique, from the fragmented scroll, with a mere twist of the orb, it transformed into the ancient, heavenly fire technique. From a violent rebellion against the Overseer in the mine to becoming a revered apothecary, this ancient orb, long sealed for a millennium, was destined to elevate the lowest of miners and shatter the very rules of the Xianwang realm. Chapter 1. The Tongue of Fire in the Mine. The sun hung high above the Qinglan mine, resembling a burning iron ball. Su Yuan, barefoot on the charred copper slag, felt as though he were stepping on a bed of coals, his neck sunburned and peeling. Sweat mingling with blood trickling from his cracked wrist, falling like raindrops into the crevices of the stone. He had been laboring for 3 consecutive hours, the weight of the bamboo basket on his shoulder pressing painfully against his scapula, punishment imposed by Zhao Taizhan for stealing a sip of cool water the previous night, which caused him to faint momentarily while mining. What are you dawdling for? The crack of the whip sliced through the air, instantly lacerating Su Yuan's back. He staggered, the stones in his basket clattering to the ground. Looking up, he saw Zhao Taizhan leaning against the cool shelter at the mine's entrance, twirling a leather whip embedded with copper nails, a cold smirk etched on his lips. The Overseer of the third mine of Qinglan, once a disciple of the Xianshao sect, had been expelled for losing control during his cultivation, and now unleashed his pent-up wrath upon the miners. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan crouched to retrieve the fallen stones, his fingertips brushing against the scorching rocks, drawing sharp breaths of pain. He could hear his own ragged breathing, akin to a collapsing bellows. When he was sold into the mine at the tender age of 7, his mother had wept, gripping his hand, unable to utter a word. He had swallowed his tears then, enduring the hardship, for only those with the fortitude to transform their soft bones into iron could survive in this place. Ah Yuan. A faint voice called from his left. Su Yuan caught a glimpse of Lin Ergu, hunched over, cradling a rough clay pot, inching towards him. His childhood companion, 2 years his senior, was a towering figure yet timid as a mouse, too afraid to meet even the Overseer's gaze. Now, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Ergu's brow, the pot spout dripping water onto the scorched slag, creating a few dark spots. Su Yuan's heart raced just as he was about to shake his head. Zhao Tieshan's whip cracked between them. Well, Lin Ergu, do you think this is your backyard? Zhao Taizhan approached, the crunch of his boots on the slag causing Lin Ergu's knees to buckle. The clay pot clattering to the ground, the refreshing water instantly evaporating into steam. Dear Overseer, I only saw that Yuan was too thirsty. Lin Ergu knelt, his forehead pressed against the searing rock. I was wrong, I accept my punishment. Zhao Taizhan lifted Lin Ergu's chin with the whip's tip. Accept your punishment? Fine, take 30 lashes for him. He turned to signal the nearby overseers. Go, bring the torture frame. Su Yuan lunged forward, but was restrained by 2 overseers. He watched helplessly as Lin Ergu was forced onto the frame, coarse ropes tightening around his wrists until they turned purple. The first lash tore through the air, and Lin Ergu's anguished scream pierced the summer heat by the 5th lash. His coarse shirt was soaked in blood by the 10th lash. His voice had turned hoarse, reduced to whimpers by the 20th lash. He lay limp, akin to a rag doll. Enough, Su Yuan shouted, his throat aching. It was my water, I should be punished. Zhao Taizhan flicked the blood from his whip. He volunteered to take your punishment. I, Zhao, am a man of my word. As the 30th lash fell, Lin Ergu's head drooped to one side, blood and foam seeping from his mouth, leaving his fate uncertain. The overseers dragged him away like a lifeless dog, leaving a dark trail of blood across the slag. When Su Yuan was thrust into the depths of the abandoned mine shaft, the moon had already ascended the mountain peak. The rock walls glimmered with a slate-gray hue, devoid of any trace of fire attribute spiritual energy, which had been excavated 3 days prior. Zhao Taizhan declared, if you can't extract any, or don't expect to eat. The iron chain clanked as it locked around his wrist, the lantern light from the overseers disappearing at the tunnel's entrance, enveloping him in darkness. The sound of the hammer striking the rock reverberated hollowly. Su Yuan's arms felt leaden, his knuckles swollen like dough, each strike sending jolts of pain through him. He rummaged through the cloth pouch at his waist and found half a hardened flatbread that old Wu had secretly given him. That old apothecary, perpetually coughing and bent over, had taught him to recognize herbs for 3 years, promising to find a way to transfer him to the apothecary when he turned 20. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck again, causing a peculiar tremor within the rock. Yuan squinted, leaning closer to inspect the fissure created by the blow. A faint warmth seeped out, as if a living entity were caressing his fingertips. His heart raced as he pried open the rubble with the hammer, revealing a bronze ancient orb that rolled onto the ground, its surface adorned with intricate star patterns, now emanating a muted glow, reminiscent of a star obscured by dust. As Yuan crouched down, his fingertips barely grazed the orb, an intense pain erupted from his palm. He gasped, instinctively retracting his hand, but the orb seemed to possess a magnetic pull, clinging to his palm. The searing spiritual energy surged through his veins, tenfold stronger than the fire energy he usually absorbed. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed, but suddenly his consciousness was drawn into a pitch-black expanse, where countless stars twinkled above, and a flowing silver liquid swirled beneath him. An ancient voice whispered in his ear, "Fire refinement. Technique." When he opened his eyes once more, Yuan found himself standing upright. His previously numb arms were filled with newfound strength, the wound in his palm healing at an observable rate, and even his gnawing hunger seemed to diminish. In disbelief, he squeezed his arm, feeling an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his muscles. A distant thunderous roar echoed, and debris began to rain down from the mine's ceiling. Yuan abruptly looked up, seeing spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the rock, fragmented light filtering through the gaps. He tightened his grip on the bronze orb, its star patterns glowing faintly, as though responding to his movements. "The mine is collapsing." The overseer's voice reverberated through the tunnel. Yuan seized the hammer and sprinted towards the exit. The wind rushed in through the collar of his damp shirt, yet it could not disperse the clarity in his eyes. He understood that from the moment he touched this orb, the Yuan who had merely endured life had perished. As he was expelled from the mine, a cataclysmic roar echoed behind him. Zhao Taizhan, his face darkened with rage, stood before the rubble, casting a glance at the dust-covered Yuan. "Consider yourself fortunate. Tomorrow, you will clear the debris at the outskirts if you dare to slack off again." He flicked his whip, the remainder of his warning swallowed by the gust of wind. Yuan lowered his gaze, wiping the orb in his palm. The star patterns glimmered softly in the shadows. He gazed at the sky, tinged with the hues of twilight, and a low laugh escaped his throat. Living was never the end. Chapter 2. The fragment of the fire refining technique. The aftershocks of the mine collapse reverberated in Yuan's ears throughout the night. At dawn the next day, he crouched before a pile of rubble, the dark pearl in his palm radiating warmth through the coarse cloth of his belt, akin to a glowing ember. Yuan. The whip of Zhao Taizhan cracked against the stones just 3 inches from his feet, sparks flying onto his trousers. "What are you daydreaming about? That heap of collapsed red copper or won't clear itself before sunset, or you'll feel the sting of 30 lashes. Bending down, Yuan picked up a bamboo basket, his fingertips brushing against a fist-sized piece of debris that had fallen from deep within the mine, its surface still shimmering with dark red fire patterns, exuding a faint warmth. He swallowed hard and swiftly tucked the stone into his clothing as the overseer turned away. As dusk enveloped the mining site, his bamboo basket was filled with half a load of rubble, yet the stone he clutched against his chest burned with an intense heat. Once the last overseer departed, grumbling angrily, he stealthily slipped into a drafty wooden shack at the foot of the mountain. As soon as the door was shut and bolted, he tore open his clothing, placing the stone and the dark pearl upon a rickety wooden table. Suddenly, the star patterns on the pearl illuminated. A dark azure light seeped from the gem, akin to countless serpents burrowing into the fire patterns on the stone. Yuan held his breath, watching as the dark red lines faded at a visible pace, the once warm stone gradually turning cold. In contrast, a warm current surged within him, far richer than the meager spiritual energy he had siphoned from the mine's crevices over the years. "So this is how it is," he thought, his fingers trembling as they caressed the dark pearl, a suppressed chuckle escaping his throat. For 10 years, the energy he had gleaned from the mine was merely the dregs of a feast, but this pearl could transform those remnants into a nectar of divine essence. As night deepened, Yuan sat cross-legged on a straw mat, the dark pearl hovering upon his knees, its star patterns swirling as if alive. Guided by the ancient voice from his memories, he attempted to channel the spiritual energy through his meridians. The previously stagnant channels opened like a frozen river sliced by a hot knife. As the first wisp of energy entered, he trembled violently. This was not the crude fire spirit from the mine, but a refined essence imbued with clarity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his eyelids reddening. Over the past decade, he had witnessed countless miners suffer broken limbs for practicing techniques in secret, but now he understood. Those individuals were not merely practicing, they were begging fate for a chance. The dark pearl in his hands was the tool that would allow him to stand tall. Little Yuan. The morning knock startled Su Yuan, nearly causing the pearl to slip from his grasp. He hurriedly shoved the gem beneath his pillow and opened the door, allowing the stooped figure of old Wu to enter, a fragrance of medicine wafting with him. The frail hand pressed a cloth bundle into Su Yuan's embrace. Last night, while sorting through old items in the pharmacy, I found this tattered book. Unfolding the cloth bundle revealed a dilapidated scroll, its cover partially devoured by insects, with the words fire refining technique barely legible. Su Yuan's fingertips trembled. This was the legendary fire attribute technique rumored to exist in the mines. He had heard old miners speak of it, claiming that mastering it could summon the fire spirit from the Earth's core, yet no one had ever seen it in its entirety. Don't let anyone see. Old Wu coughed, lowering his voice, his murky eyes scanning the outside. I won't live much longer. I merely wish to see you escape. As the door creaked shut, Su Yuan had already turned to the third page. The scroll's diagram of meridians was torn in half, as if someone had deliberately removed the critical portions. Gritting his teeth, he set the scroll beside the dark pearl and closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation. In the darkness, the stars exploded in his mind. The fragmented pathways of energy seemed to stitch together with golden threads, transforming the previously vague incantations into clarity. Heart fire igniting spiritual fire, 3 transformations refining true form. Abruptly, Su Yuan opened his eyes, a small flame flickering to life in his palm. Though weak, it was stable, illuminating the depths of his eyes with a glimmer of hope. Well done, Su Yuan. As the evening work bell rang, Zhao Taizhan, accompanied by 3 overseers, blocked the path before the rubble pile. The portly overseer swung a chain menacingly, closing the distance. I said you were slacking. Do you dare glare at me? Su Yuan stepped back, his back pressing against the rubble. The dark pearl burned against his waist, the pathways of the fire refining technique swirling in his mind. As the overseer swung the chain, Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand, the flame at his fingertip leaping high, while the warmth surged through his meridians to his forearm. With a loud thud, the portly overseer was sent flying, crashing into the rubble 5 feet away. The other 2 overseers hesitated for a moment, grasping for their iron rods, but were halted by Zhao Tieshan's command. The light of the mine lamp illuminated Zhao Tieshan's sinister face as he stroked the 9-section whip at his waist, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. Not bad. You have some skill. Starting tomorrow, you'll double your night shifts. As he turned away, the tip of his whip swept across the rubble at Su Yuan's feet. Show me what you've got. Let's see how many nights you can endure. The night wind whipped the mine dust into his collar, and Su Yuan gazed at Zhao Tieshan's retreating figure, the flame in his palm flickering uncertainly. He touched the scroll concealed in his clothing and brushed the dark pearl at his waist. Some preparations needed to be made in advance. Chapter 3. Plucking hazards from the fire. As the bell rang, shattering the stars, Su Yuan was crouched in the corner of the work shed, polishing his chisel. The dark pearl pressed against the nape of his neck, radiating warmth as if reminding him of something. Since he had completed the fire refining technique with the pearl last night, its temperature had consistently been higher than usual. Everyone to the new mine. The thunderous call burst through the shed door as Zhao Tieshan's confidant, Big Lu, kicked over the water bowl at Su Yuan's feet. The murky water splashed onto the chisel's edge, reflecting the glint of Big Lu's shiny short knife at his waist. Su Yuan looked up, colliding with the sinister smile of Big Lu. Zhao Yi said the old mine has been exhausted. Starting today, we move to the North Cave 3. An immediate silence fell over the shed. Su Yuan knew that North Cave 3 had collapsed 6 months prior, burying 13 men, the blood soaking the rock layers, deterring even wild dogs from approaching. Old Wu's hands trembled around his medicine box, his knuckles turning white. The ceiling's rubble hasn't been supported yet. Old fool, you talk too much. Big Lu cracked his whip, the tip grazing Old Wu's ear before striking the wooden pillar. Zhao Yi wants to enforce discipline. Do you wish to be the first to break the rules? Su Yuan's nails dug into his palms. He noticed that when Big Lu mentioned North Cave 3, Zhao Taizhan stood in the shadows outside the shed, the copper rings of his 9-section whip glinting in the moonlight. Su Yuan understood the rules of the mine all too well. He knew Zhao Taizhan would not act personally against anyone. The glow of the mine lamp flickered in the narrow tunnel as Su Yuan walked at the back of the line, his boots crunching on the rubble. The deeper they ventured, The more peculiar sounds emerged from above, as if some creature were gnawing at the walls. He feigned tying his shoelaces, deliberately lagging behind as the wind from the exit ceased. Blocked, he brushed against the cave wall, his fingertips collecting fresh mud. The side tunnel, once leading to the mountain's exterior, was now sealed tight with earth and rubble, leaving only a narrow passage barely tall enough for a person to squeeze through. Zhao Taizhan intended to trap everyone here, ensuring that when the cave collapsed, not even the bodies would be recoverable. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the front. The miner, Old Zhou, hurled his broken bowl at the mine's supervisor, blood streaming down the latter's beard. "I'm done with this." Old Zhou charged forward, fully aware that the cave was about to collapse, yet they still forced us in here. Zhao Taizhan wants us to be his coffin fillers. The supervisors were well prepared. 3 overseers with iron rods sprang from the shadows, striking Old Zhou's back with a dull thud, mingling with the miner's gasps, igniting the entire tunnel like a spark in dry tinder. Some grabbed mining picks, while others yanked down the hemp ropes at their waists. The once silent crowd erupted into chaos. Zhao Tieshan's laughter echoed from above. Su Yuan looked up to see him standing on a stone platform by the ventilation shaft, the 9-section whip coiled in his arm. His smile colder than the mine lamp. "Go on, make a scene. When the cave collapses, I'll have your bones and rubble filled into the mine, ensuring a legacy for the great Qin dynasty." Little Yuan, Old Wu, was shoved and collided with the ground, his medicine box tumbling open and herbs scattering everywhere. Just as Su Yuan reached out to assist, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck as 2 short blades pressed against his shoulders. Master Zhao remarked, "You've been rather lively lately." The supervisor on the left, a distant nephew of Zhao Taizhan, bore a scar that ran from his brow to his chin. "You think you're something special just because you've managed to live a few more days?" The supervisor on the right, with a sinister demeanor, added, "When the cave collapses, your sturdy bones will serve well to block the crevice." The pain from the blades digging into his flesh caused Su Yuan's pupils to constrict. He could feel the Xian pearl within him growing hot, the veins of the fire refining art swirling in his consciousness. However, he had only reached the 3rd level of Qi training, while the 2 men before him were both at the 4th level, rendering ordinary tactics futile. As the scarred supervisor lunged with his knife, Su Yuan suddenly bent down, not to evade, but to scoop up a handful of powdered herbs from the ground and fling it into the air. "Curse you!" the scarred man yelled, retreating as the knife sliced through Su Yuan's sleeve. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan charged toward the supervisor on the right, but was met with a kick to his waist that sent him crashing against the stone wall, his vision darkening. "Is that all you've got?" mocked the supervisor on the right, flicking his knife. "Master Zhao said you had skills. Let's see." His taunt was cut short. A flicker of flame ignited at Su Yuan's fingertips. It was not the previous small flicker, but a blaze enveloped in a golden hue, surging up his arm and crackling at his sleeve. The Xian pearl within him spun wildly, and the once depleted sea of spiritual energy was suddenly infused with a torrent of heat, so intense it almost made him grind his teeth in agony. "Fire spirit?" The scarred supervisor's voice trembled. Su Yuan remained silent. He recalled Old Wu's words from the night before about igniting the heart's fire to summon the spiritual flame, and the images of the golden threads stitching together the meridians when the Xian pearl completed the technique. The spiritual fire erupted from his palm like a venomous golden serpent, piercing through the chest of the supervisor on the right. Blood splattered against the stone wall, resembling a bizarre crimson plum blossom. As the scarred supervisor turned to flee, Su Yuan seized him by the collar. The spiritual fire surged into the man's body through Su Yuan's wrist, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground, only a gurgling sound escaping his throat. "Old Wu." Su Yuan stumbled toward the fallen elder. Blood trickled from Old Wu's forehead, his breathing faint and nearly imperceptible. Su Yuan tore off his sleeve to staunch the bleeding, feeling the old man's pulse at his neck, beating like a drum. "The golden healing powder you taught me, can it save them?" Old Wu coughed twice, blood frothing onto Su Yuan's hand. "It can. The medicine is in the box." The chaos in the mine continued unabated. Su Yuan shouted, "Anyone who wants to live, follow me. The side tunnel in the north cave is sealed, but there's a drainage ditch behind the vent." He hoisted Old Wu onto his back, the fire spirit dancing in his palm, illuminating the path ahead. "Follow the light." Some hesitated, others cursed, but when the sound of cracking rock echoed above, all eyes were filled with determination. Su Yuan led over 10 miners into the drainage ditch. His knees scraped and blood oozing from his elbows, yet no one dared to pause. It wasn't until the morning mist filled their nostrils and the thunderous roar of a collapse reverberated behind them that they emerged. In the dawn light, Su Yuan gently laid Old Wu down. He gazed back at the mine, now billowing smoke, as the spiritual fire in his palm gradually extinguished. The miners surrounded him. Some handed him water, others helped bandage his wounds. Their gazes transformed from pity to fervent respect. Xiao Yuan, you must get out. Old Wu grasped his hand. Su Yuan nodded. He felt the warmth of the Xian pearl in his embrace, pulsing in rhythm with his own heart. An explosion echoed in the distance, shaking the dew from the treetops. He lifted Old Wu again and ventured deeper into the dense forest, his shoes stained with the blood and mud of the mine. The morning mist thickened, shrouding his silhouette. Only the faint glow of the Xian pearl remained in his arms, flickering like an unquenchable star. Chapter 4. Blood Contract Pursuit Night. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but Su Yuan's soles were soaked with cold sweat. He sprinted through the dense forest with Old Wu on his back, the wound at his nape stinging painfully from the whip of the supervisor during the mine's chaos. Each jolt felt as though a burning needle was stabbing into his flesh. The barking of dogs grew closer, mingled with Wang Lai's rough voice. Get after him. That little brat is carrying the old man that Zhao wants alive. The phrase alive pierced Su Yuan's spine like an ice pick. He remembered Zhao Tieshan's laughter from 3 days ago as he crushed Old Wu's medicine box. That old man had healed 37 miners, but couldn't save himself from meddling in affairs. Now, the weight of the elder pressed down on him. His breaths as light as snow falling on pine needles. Su Yuan's throat tightened, his left hand gripping the Xian pearl tightly. The pearl burned fiercely, as if responding to the thunderous rhythm of his heart. He gritted his teeth and veered around a stout oak tree, suddenly sensing an anomaly in his dantian. The spiritual energy that had been aligning with the Xian pearl was ensnared by a slippery black mist. This caused him to stumble, nearly falling into the underbrush. The black mist was as fine as silk, yet carried a sickly sweet scent of blood, burrowing into his meridians toward his consciousness. Su Yuan suddenly recalled Old Wu's fragmented words before his demise. The blood-soul contract is guided by essence blood, the lines laid by cultivators to pursue souls. At that moment, he realized Zhao Taizhan was a foundational-level cultivator. He should have anticipated that the hunting party would consist of only a few guards after a supervisor was killed. Woof woof. The barking intensified. Su Yuan glimpsed flickers of firelight at the forest's edge. Wang Lai's torch illuminated the scar on his face. You little bastard. I'll chop off your legs and feed them to the dogs. He dared not stop, plunging deeper into the woods. The underbrush tore at his arms, leaving trails of blood, yet the Xian pearl began to warm unexpectedly. Su Yuan's instincts kicked in, and he activated the fire-refining art that the Xian pearl had completed. Indeed, the spiritual energy drained from his body began to flow back to his dantian under the pearl's guidance. It turned out this pearl could do more than he realized. They traversed until the moon hung high in the sky and found refuge in an abandoned cave. The cave ceiling had cracks allowing moonlight to filter through, casting a cold glow on Old Wu's gray hair. Su Yuan gently laid the elder on a pile of dry grass, his fingers brushing against the old man's forehead, which burned with an alarming heat. Hold on, he said, his voice trembling as he retrieved half a piece of golden healing powder from his pocket, crushed it, and applied it to the wound on Old Wu's forehead. As he turned, the Xian pearl suddenly vibrated in his palm, intricate patterns emerging on its surface as if responding to something. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and leaned closer, illuminated by the moonlight, realizing that those patterns extended in the direction of the black mist within him. His heart raced as he tentatively infused spiritual energy into the Xian pearl. In the next moment, a peculiar warmth surged from his palm, coursing through his meridians and forcing the black mist to contract. So you can counter this, he chuckled softly, the pain from his wounds fading somewhat. Just as he was about to continue, a faint hissing sound came from outside the cave. Eerie blue flames erupted at the entrance, revealing a ghastly figure with a green face. The figure had blood-colored incantations etched at the corners of its eyes, a grin stretching to its ears, revealing sharp, white fangs. Finally found you. Su Yuan's spine stiffened. He recognized this presence, colder than the rotten corpses in the mine. It was a ghost cultivator practicing dark arts. You possess something belonging to my sect. The green-faced ghost cultivator raised a hand, a line of blood seeping from his fingertip. Hand it over, and I will leave your corpse intact. Before he could finish speaking, the bloodline shot forth with the speed of the wind. Su Yuan attempted to evade, but found his legs as heavy as lead. The bloodline was not aimed at his body. His pupils constricted suddenly, a sharp pain stabbing through his consciousness, as if someone were driving a nail into his temple. Clang! A sharp sound erupted in his mind. The Xian pearl's illusory form burst forth from his brow, shielding him from the bloodline. As the bloodline collided with the illusory shadow, it disintegrated like ice scorched by fire, dissipating into azure smoke. Su Yuan. jolted by the residual force, crashed against the cave wall, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, remnants of the shattered dark mist. Clutching his aching mind's eye, he finally discerned the ghostly cultivator's method. What he perceived as a bloodline was, in fact, a direct assault on the soul, a soul-piercing. The grin on the green-faced ghostly cultivator froze. Is that orb a star essence? With swift hand seals, he conjured eerie blue flames outside the cave, indicating he was prepared to take serious action. Wiping the blood from his lips, Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the shattered stones at his feet. In a sudden burst of instinct, he grasped a fragment and struck it forcefully against the orb in his palm. The sharp sound rang out, and the surface of the orb revealed intricate star maps, its internal space unfurling abruptly. Squinting, Su Yuan perceived a golden incantation swirling within the star essence, perfectly aligning with the remnants of black mist in his body. A method to unravel the blood-soul contract ignited a spark of hope in his eyes. Outside the cave, the ghostly cultivator's incantation neared completion. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan hoisted the old Wu onto his back and, guided by the orb's dim light, made his way towards the narrow passage at the back of the cave. Attempting to flee, the chilling laughter of the ghostly cultivator echoed behind him. Su Yuan did not look back. He felt the orb growing increasingly warm, the incantation within becoming clearer. A sudden gust of mountain wind, carrying the scent of decaying sandalwood, swept through. Peering ahead, he spotted an ancient temple with a partially collapsed flying eave at the end of the moonlit forest. The runes on its walls were encrusted with moss, but still exuded an air of majesty. He hesitated for a moment, hearing the ghostly cultivator's approach drawing near. There was no time for contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan sprinted towards the temple, the orb pulsating against his chest as if urging him on. The runes on the temple walls began to glow faintly with his proximity. Chapter 5. The ruined steel of the ancient temple. Su Yuan felt the weight of old Wu pressing painfully against his back. He could hear his own hurried breaths echoing within his chest. Each step he took crunched dry twigs beneath his feet, the sound reverberating in his skull. The mountain wind, imbued with the scent of decaying sandalwood, filled his throat. Finally, he beheld the ancient temple, its flying eaves half collapsed. The runes on the crumbling bricks marred by moss, yet still glowing in places like dying beast eyes. With a crash, he burst through the half-decayed temple door, the musty dust blinding him momentarily. Old Wu groaned softly on his back, and gritting his teeth, Su Yuan gently laid him beneath the offering table. As he turned, his eyes caught sight of a fragment of a stele carved into the back wall. The inscription was missing a corner, but the words soul guarding were discernible, while the dense etchings below bore the deeply carved phrase seal. Orb, take a look at this. Trembling, he reached for his chest. The orb blazed with heat, the star map patterns spilling from his fingers, entwining themselves around the remnants of the stele. Su Yuan held his breath, leaning closer, his pupils reflecting the orb's dim light as a few indistinct characters began to emerge on the steel's surface. To reverse the blood contract, one must borrow the spirit. Good. He tightened his grip on the orb, his nails almost piercing his palm. Yet before he could finish his thought, a sudden crack of breaking twigs echoed from outside the temple. Do you still wish to escape? The ghostly cultivator's cold laughter pierced through like a poisoned needle. Su Yuan abruptly looked up, colliding with a pair of ghostly green eyes. The ghostly cultivator stood in the moonlight, his ashen gray skin writhing to reveal dark red muscle beneath. A blood arrow coalescing at his fingertip, as thick as an infant's arm, aimed directly at Su Yuan's heart. Dodge. Instinctively, he lunged towards the offering table. But the sound of the blood arrow slicing through the air was swifter than his movement. His consciousness was suddenly struck as if by a heavy blow. His vision bursting with golden spots, a rancid sweetness surging in his throat as the blood arrow grazed his left shoulder, leaving a charred wound that sizzled with azure smoke. Little bastard. The ghostly cultivator stepped forward, crushing the shattered stones of the temple floor beneath his feet. The blood-soul contract on you is one I planted myself. Even if you flee to the underworld, suddenly, a clear, ethereal sound of a jade flute pierced through the cold wind. Su Yuan, clutching his agonizing mind's eye, looked up to see a figure in plain garments descending gracefully from the half-collapsed eave, landing without disturbing a speck of dust. The woman held a jade flute made of mutton fat, a withered peach blossom adorning her hair, and a vermilion birthmark at the corner of her eye, resembling a drop of congealed blood. The blood arrow of the ghostly cultivator froze mid-air, his ashen face twitching. You shill. The woman raised the jade flute to her lips, emitting a low, mournful note. Su Yuan suddenly felt the seething pain in his mind ease somewhat, even the burning agony in his shoulder subsiding slightly. The ghostly cultivator, however, appeared to have the very backbone of his being extracted, stumbling back 2 steps, a sound akin to a beastly whimper escaping his throat. What you possess does not belong to this world. The woman glanced at Su Yuan, her gaze pausing on the orb in his palm. Take this. She tossed a green jade slip before him. The surface of the slip shimmered with a flowing, water-like light. As Su Yuan caught it, the orb trembled violently, its star map patterns slithering into the jade slip. In mere moments, the slip transformed into points of glowing light, dissipating into the air. You! The ghostly cultivator bellowed suddenly, his fingertips weaving blood mist into chains. Dare to thwart my plans. Yet the woman seemed impervious to his rage, turning to walk towards the temple door. Her plain garment swept across the ground strewn with broken bricks, moonlight filtering through the remnants of the windows and casting a half-formed golden rune onto her back. Su Yuan squinted, trying to discern the rune, but it faded with her every step, leaving only a gust of wind chasing a few dry leaves away. You vile woman! The ghostly cultivator's blood chains grazed the edge of her hair, nailing themselves to the doorframe, sending dust cascading throughout the ancient temple. He turned to glare at Su Yuan, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. Do you think her assistance will enable you to break my blood soul contract? Dream on. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to his palm, the orb swirling with the information it had absorbed, fragments of the incantation regarding the reversal of the blood contract. He quickly overlapped the ancient steel's etchings in his memory with the contents of the jade slip, tracing twisted symbols on the ground with his fingertips. To reverse. Borrow the spirit, it should be like this. Seeking death. The ghostly cultivator formed hand seals, a cloud of black mist rising around him. I will show you what true. Suddenly, the orb erupted with blinding white light. The ground before Su Yuan manifested an inverted blood-red array, the twisted symbols he had just drawn being pulled together by an invisible force into a complete chain, hurtling towards the ghostly cultivator's brow. Ah! The ghostly cultivator screamed, clutching his head as the black mist was shredded into fragments. Su Yuan saw the veins on his temple bulging, several threads of blood seeping through his fingers, the color mirroring that of the blood soul contract within him. It backfired. Su Yuan's heart raced like a drum, the orb searing in his palm. Gritting his teeth, he directed the energy of the array towards the wound on his left shoulder, black blood suddenly surging forth, polluted spiritual energy from the blood contract. The black blood dripped onto the array, transforming into pure spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, invigorating his limbs and bones instantaneously. Has the power of the blood contract been converted? He gazed at his palm, now aglow with a faint light, his throat tightening. The ghostly cultivator writhed on the ground, his ashen face turning deathly pale, the ferocity he had once exhibited completely vanishing. The wind outside the temple abruptly ceased. Su Yuan steadied himself against the offering table, moonlight streaming through the broken window, illuminating the orb in his palm. Within the space of the star essence, the complete incantation for reversing the blood contract gradually unfolded, like a scroll awaiting to be inscribed. He gently exhaled, settling cross-legged on the ground strewn with broken bricks. The orb's dim light reflected off his pale face, yet it could not conceal the vibrant light dancing in his eyes. This time, he had finally grasped hold of his own fate. The night breeze carried a few dry leaves into the temple, landing at his feet. In the distance, the sound of the ghostly cultivator's retreating footsteps faded away. But Su Yuan remained oblivious. He focused intently on the incantation swirling within the orb, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the array on the ground. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Just one final step remains. Chapter 6. The repercussions of the blood contract. Su Yuan gently shifted Old Wu into a crevice beneath the offering table, his rough palm exploring the old man's neck. Though the pulse was faint, it had steadied somewhat compared to half an hour ago. As the energy transformed by the mysterious pearl flowed into the old man's body, the tainted black blood, marred by the ghostly cultivator's blood contract, seeped through the elder's fingers, forming a small dark red puddle on the azure bricks. Uncle, I beg your pardon to rest a little longer. He tore a strip from his garment, carefully wrapping it around the old man's knife wound beneath his ribs. As his fingertips brushed the fabric, the mysterious pearl in his palm suddenly grew warm, as if to signal a warning. He looked up towards the temple door, realizing that the moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds. A burnt odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of torches. Hand over the demon. Otherwise, we shall set this dilapidated temple ablaze. A hoarse voice echoed from outside the temple. Su Yuan's ears perked up, recognizing Wang Lai's voice, the foreman from the Qinglan mine, known for his cruel amusement in whipping miners with a copper lash. Now, however, his tone was laden with a deliberate ferocity. Deacon Zhao has promised 5 low-grade spirit stones to anyone who captures that little bastard. Under the offering table, Old Wu stirred, letting out a muffled groan. Su Yuan quickly pressed down on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the temple's shattered windows, through which he could see the flickering shadows of a dozen or so torches, one of which was held high, illuminating Wang Lai's flushed face, charged with excitement. A toxic short blade, unique to the mine, hung at his waist, the copper nails on its sheath glinting coldly in the firelight. Swiftly they come. Su Yuan chuckled softly, his fingertip caressing the mysterious pearl in his palm. Within the star marrow space, the complete blood contract reversal incantation flowed like a living entity. The twisted symbols he had inscribed on the ground moments ago had now coalesced into a delicate chain, each link shimmering with a pale golden light. He could feel the bloodline embedded in his consciousness pulse, a remnant of the malevolent ghost cultivator's soul contract, which was now shifting from a searing pain to a tingling sensation, akin to a venomous serpent thrashing about when grasped by its tail. First, I must complete the formation. Clenching his teeth, he resumed his position, dipping his fingertips into Old Wu's blood. The warmth still lingering from when it had splattered on the offering table during the ghost cultivator's attack. The mysterious pearl vibrated suddenly, and the last segment of the incantation materialized in his mind, to summon by injury, to mediate through blood, reverse to form, follow to collapse. As the first stroke fell, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The power of the blood contract surged through his meridians, like countless tiny needles piercing his sea of consciousness. He envisioned the torture chamber of the mine, the ghost cultivator gripping his wrist to force blood from him, and Wang Lai raising the copper lash to strike Old Wu's back. These images stung his eyes, yet steadied the hand that held the bloodied fingertip. With the second stroke, a red glow emerged along the edges of the formation. Outside, Wang Lai's shouts rang out. Break down the door. That little bastard must be inside. The dull thud of wooden sticks hitting the door followed, accompanied by the creaking of the latch under strain. Su Yuan could hear Wang Lai's rapid breathing, akin to a hound that has caught sight of its prey. The third stroke brought forth a sudden burst of coolness from the mysterious pearl. The energy stored in the star marrow space surged into his meridians, alleviating the piercing pain of the blood contract by a third. He recalled the golden symbols that had appeared when the woman departed, the first glow of the mysterious pearl on the cave walls, and the half-piece of jade that his mother had tucked into his arms when he was cast into the mine. Those memories faded, leaving only a singular thought roaring in his mind. I must personally extract this thorn that has plagued me for half a month. Boom. The temple door was smashed open. Wang Lai rushed in, torch in hand, followed by 7 or 8 miners, their sticks still dripping with wood shavings. His gaze swept across the debris-strewn floor, finally landing on Su Yuan, whose pupils dilated in shock. What in the world are you drawing? Su Yuan did not look up. His fingertips had already drawn the 7th pattern, with only one final stroke remaining before completing the formation. The power of the blood contract ceased its struggle, instead drawn towards his fingertips, burrowing into the formation as the mysterious pearl deciphered and transformed the poisonous chain that had shackled him for half a month into nourishing energy. Seize him. Wang Lai waved his hand, and 2 miners charged forward with wooden sticks. Su Yuan could hear the crunch of bricks underfoot, smell the turpentine from the torches, and even hear one miner's nervous gulp. Yet all his consciousness was focused on the formation, on that last stroke. Buzz. The mysterious pearl emitted a clear chime. Su Yuan pressed his fingertip firmly onto the formation's core, the final bloodline sealing into a closed loop. The entire ancient temple trembled as the formation glowed red, springing to life like a startled crimson serpent, lunging toward the temple door. The piercing scream did not come from the advancing miners, but from outside the temple. Su Yuan looked up to see the ghostly cultivator plummeting from the rafters. His originally grayish-blue skin now bore an eerie pallor, his bulging eyes resembling those of a fish, as the blood contract's insignia on his forehead visibly shrank towards his brow. With each contraction, his body became more transparent. Impossible. You can reverse the blood contract. Wang Lai's torch clattered to the ground. He stared at the ghost cultivator's gradually vanishing form, then lowered his gaze to his wrist, where a faint red mark had appeared, mirroring the ghost's forehead pattern. What is this? Zhao Taizhan sent you as bait. Su Yuan rose, the red light of the formation illuminating his eyes. He had long known the ghost cultivator was gravely injured, deliberately allowing you to gather people in order to lure the ghost into revealing itself. You thought you could claim spirit stones, but he had placed a blood contract on you, just as he did with me. Wang Lai's face drained of color. He attempted to retreat, only to find his ankles ensnared by the formation's red glow. That red light, as if alive, burrowed into his body, causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices, his lips trembling inarticulately. No, this cannot be what Deacon Zhao said. Su Yuan sneered. Can you trust what he said? The ghost cultivator's wail reached a new pitch. His body had become so transparent that the moonlight from outside the temple was visible through him. His soul was being torn apart by the blood contract. I have cultivated for a century, only to fall to a mere qi refinement brat like you. Before he could finish, his form erupted into a cloud of black mist. Leaving no curse unspoken, Wang Lai collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The miners behind him, terrified, dropped their sticks and scrambled to escape, 2 of them tripping over the threshold and knocking over a still-burning torch, which ignited the tattered offerings on the table. Su Yuan swiftly approached Old Wu, lifting the elder onto his back. The flames spread rapidly, thick smoke choking him as he coughed, but he could not mask the faint, elusive fragrance that lingered, reminiscent of the woman from earlier. He glanced down at the mysterious pearl in his palm, noticing a blood-tinged scroll had appeared in the star marrow space, its cover adorned with characters he did not recognize, yet he could sense the power contained within. Let us depart, he murmured softly, carrying Old Wu outside the temple. The morning mist had crept in unnoticed. The miners had long discarded their torches, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting through the fog. As Su Yuan tread upon the damp green stones, he could hear his footsteps resonate in the mist, echoing like a drumbeat of an unknown fate. The mysterious pearl spun gently in his palm, and the blood technique scroll within the star marrow space flickered with a soft glow. He gazed at the mountain path, obscured yet visible in the morning fog, swallowing hard. He understood that from this day forth, those who once tread upon him, those who regarded him as an insect, would eventually comprehend, a seed buried in the mud, once rooted, shall pierce through the heavens. Chapter 7. The extraordinary prescription of the apothecary's errand boy. The morning mist soaked through the coarse cloth of Su Yuan's short attire as he staggered along the mountain path, carrying Old Wu on his back. Last night, the sinister energy that invaded my meridians during the reversal of the blood contract had yet to dissipate. Each step felt as though fine needles were pricking at the seams of my bones, and the cold sweat on my brow dripped down to stain the graying hair of Old Wu. Uncle Wu, just hold on a little longer, I urged, my throat constricted, my voice rasping like sandpaper. Once we leave Qinglan Mountain and find a safe place, I will treat your injuries. Old Wu's breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, his emaciated hand hanging limply at his side, dirt embedded in his fingernails, a testament to 10 arduous years spent in the copper mines. I gazed ahead at the mountain path obscured by morning mist, the haunting cries of Wang Lai, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, echoing in my ears. That old scoundrel Zhao Taizhan must have additional schemes in place after embedding the blood contract at the mine. I touched the Xian pearl nestled within my cloak. Its cool surface steadied my racing heart. This pearl was unearthed from a crevice deep within the mine, and at the time, all the miners had scorned me for being foolish, choosing to collect a worthless stone over valuable copper that could have been exchanged for spirit stones. Yet now, I understood that it was a gift from the heavens. 2 days later, as the slate roofs of Shiyang town peeked through the morning fog, the soles of my shoes had worn through. I discovered an abandoned wood shed and gently laid Old Wu on a pile of straw. The shed was drafty, the air tinged with the odor from the adjacent pigsty, but at least it offered shelter from the rain. I knelt to examine Old Wu's injuries. 3 broken ribs, his back marked by the whips of the mine overseer, the wounds crusted with black scabs, a faint scent of decay lingering in the air. I needed to cleanse the poison first. Clutching the Xian pearl tightly, I felt the remnants of blood light within the star marrow space suddenly heat up. This was absorbed by the pearl when the ghostly cultivator's spirit shattered last night. I hadn't had the chance to examine its contents then, but now, a few lines of ancient script surfaced in my mind. To heal wounds, one must first remove the rot. Spirit fire can break the toxic shadow. My pupils constricted. I had heard the laborers at the mine say that high-level cultivators could use spirit fire to concoct elixirs. But as a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refining, even summoning spirit fire was a challenge. Yet, the Xian pearl spun faster in my palm, and I attempted to channel my internal spiritual energy. To my astonishment, a small, faint red flame flickered to life at my fingertips, more translucent and warm than the torches in the mine. Holding my breath, I brought the spirit fire closer to the decaying flesh on Old Wu's back. The moment the flame touched the black scab, it sizzled and emitted a plume of green smoke, revealing fresh, red meat underneath. Old Wu's throat moved, and his previously ashen face began to regain a hint of color. My eyes moistened, the glow of the Xian pearl illuminating my gaze. It seemed this pearl not only accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy, but could also restore my cultivation. On the morning of the third day, I tucked old Wu's tattered quilt around him tightly and set off toward the Huichun Hall pharmacy in town. I deliberately disheveled my hair and smeared mud on my face, masquerading as a refugee. The pharmacy's entrance bore a faded sign depicting miraculous healing. The shopkeeper was squatting on the steps, sunning the medicinal herbs, his white beard ruffled by the wind. "Shopkeeper, I can recognize medicinal herbs," I approached, bending down to retrieve a piece of dried tangerine peel that had rolled away. "This is 10-year-old guanchin peel. You must avoid the midday sun when drying it, or the oil cells will burst." The shopkeeper looked up, his murky eyes suddenly brightening. "You little beggar, you know your stuff? My family used to run a pharmacy, but we suffered a calamity," I replied, lowering my eyes, my voice trembling just enough to convey my plight. "Please, I can sweep the yard, sun the herbs. Anything you need." The shopkeeper stroked his beard, pointing to a corner where the medicinal baskets were stored. "Separate that pile of atractalodes from the white atractalodes." As I approached, my fingertips brushed the herbs, and the Xian pearl in my sleeve quivered slightly. I could clearly distinguish the coarse skin of atractalodes from the delicate texture of white atractalodes. And in no time, I had sorted them perfectly. The shopkeeper squinted, nodding in approval. "You can stay, 5 a month, and I'll provide 2 meals." The ensuing days felt as though I were immersed in a cauldron of medicine. I rose before dawn to sweep the yard, assisted in gathering and drying herbs during the day, and at night, when the pharmacy closed, I slipped away to the wood shed with the Xian pearl. The spirit fire meridian technique within the pearl became increasingly clear. I tried using the spirit fire to nurture old Wu's meridians. The old man's breathing stabilized day by day, and he could even manage half a bowl of porridge. One afternoon, the pharmacy door burst open with a bang. A woman rushed in, cradling a 12 or 13-year-old boy. The boy's limbs writhed uncontrollably, his complexion a sickly purple, black blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, staining his light blue collar. Doctor, my son was fine this morning, but after eating a wild fruit, he became like this." The woman collapsed to her knees, begging for help. The shopkeeper hurried over to assess the situation, taking the boy's pulse and examining his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave. "It seems like he has been poisoned, but I cannot identify the toxin." Several resident doctors gathered around, exchanging theories. From the convulsions, it resembles the poison of the breaking heart grass. But breaking heart grass causes vomiting of blood, and the boy hasn't vomited. Could it be the corroding heart powder? That is made by combining breaking heart grass with snake venom. I stood behind the counter, watching the boy's contorted face, suddenly recalling the 100 poisons identification technique that the Xian pearl had parsed the night before. I excused myself to retrieve medicinal herbs from the back, slipping into the storeroom to grasp the Xian pearl. A line of text immediately appeared in the star marrow space. "Corroding heart powder primarily consists of breaking heart grass. Requires 3 qian of dragon gall flower and 5 leaves of purple frost leaf, simmered slowly over low heat." Tightening my grip on the pearl, I dashed out, colliding with the shopkeeper, who sighed, "We can only prepare for the worst." "Wait," I blurted out, "I know how to resolve it." Everyone in the room turned to stare at me. The shopkeeper's beard trembled with incredulity. "What do you, a mere errand boy, know?" "I learned a few remedies from my family," I stuttered. Using the dragon gall flower and purple frost leaf, I prepared a decoction to administer. "This is madness." A gray-robed doctor slammed the table. "Dragon gall flower is cold in nature, and purple frost leaf is toxic. Combining them is a death sentence." The woman suddenly grasped my pant leg, begging, "Please, try it. My son is only 12. He cannot die like this." The boy's convulsions intensified. He gasped, his small face turning a deep shade of purple. Gritting my teeth, I rushed to the medicine cabinet, grabbed the dragon gall flower and purple frost leaf, crushed them into juice in a stone mortar, and mixed it with warm water to pour into the boy's mouth. Everyone held their breath. Half a tea time later, the boy's convulsions gradually subsided, his eyelids fluttered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood, murmuring, "Mother." The woman wept as she embraced her son, and the pharmacy erupted in astonished exclamations. The shopkeeper stared at me, his beard trembling like reeds in the wind. "How did you know this remedy?" I glanced down at the Xian pearl in my palm. It lay quietly, resembling an ordinary bronze bead. Lifting my head, I met the astonished gazes around me, my eyes sparkling like stars. I learned a bit of medicine in the past. That night, I squatted at the door of the wood shed, watching old Wu drink the concoction. The old man's hands could already lift the bowl on their own, albeit still trembling. Yet there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. "Xiao Yuan, Your medical skills surpass those of old Zhou at the mine by far. I smiled faintly, not replying. I gazed at the moon above, the Xin pearl in my sleeve radiating a gentle warmth. Zhao Tieshan's men were still searching for me, but now, with the cover of the pharmacy and the abilities granted by the pearl, those who had once trampled me underfoot would soon learn that a seed buried in the mud, once it sprouts, shall reach for the skies. Chapter 8. The skilled medical errand boy as the first rays of sunlight crept over the pharmacy's blue tiles. A sudden commotion erupted in the back courtyard. Make way, make way. I was squatting under the eaves, chopping firewood, the axe blade suspended in midair. I looked up to see two burly men rushing in, carrying a door board upon which lay a boy clad in a brocade jacket. The boy's limbs twisted and jerked like a snake in agony, his complexion darkening to a deep purple, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, staining his moon-white collar with grotesque ink-like splotches. The shopkeeper Chun was followed by a woman who stumbled in, her hair adorned with jeweled flowers swaying chaotically. My young master is picking wild fruits outside the village. He must have eaten something poisonous. Please, think of a way. The shop assistants gathered around. While Chen's white beard trembled as if stirred by the wind, his fingers clicking the abacus beads incessantly. Poisonous fruit, poisonous fruit. Sweat trickled down his forehead, following the creases of his skin. In our humble pharmacy, we have no antidote. At best, we can use licorice soup to prolong life. Prolong life? The woman fell to her knees on the stone floor with a thud, her knees echoing painfully. My son is only 13. Will you watch him die? She cried and reached for the boy's hand, which was as cold as ice, with nails darkened to a deep hue. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt warmth radiating from his palm. He glanced down at the black bead tucked in his sleeve, which was vibrating gently against his skin. This bead had not shown such urgency since his escape from the mine. Pretending to gather firewood, he stealthily slipped his hand into his sleeve, the intricate patterns on the bead glowing faintly in a soft blue light. Ding! Familiar information surged into his mind, not from the previous toxin identification technique, but from a more obscure fragment, the record of all herbs, which needed to be activated with the essence of the bead. It detected the toxin as the crimson flame vine fruit, requiring 1 penny of snow spirit flower, half a sheet of ice silkworm skin, and 3 parts of 9-section calamus, to be mixed with rootless water. Su Yuan swallowed hard. He remembered seeing a dusty sandalwood box in the deepest part of the back cabinet yesterday, labeled with snow spirit flower. As for ice silkworm skin, he had merely glanced at the small earthen jar wrapped in red cloth on the top shelf, which the shopkeeper always said was reserved for a major client. Shopkeeper, he suddenly called out, the axe for chopping wood clattering to the ground. All eyes turned towards him. Chin's slanted eyes narrowed into a slit. What are you trying to stir up now, Su Yuan? I know how to detoxify. Su Yuan stepped forward, the warmth from the bead seeping through the fabric and burning his skin. Snow spirit flower, ice silkworm skin, 9-section calamus, these 3 herbs. Nonsense, the accountant shouted, rising from his seat, the abacus beads scattering across the floor. Snow spirit flower is extremely cold, ice silkworm skin is constrictive, and 9-section calamus opens the passages. If there's the slightest mistake, it could rupture the heart and lungs. He pointed a finger at Su Yuan. You, a mere errand boy. What do you know about medicine? The woman suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Su Yuan's pant leg. Please, just try. I beg you. Her nails nearly dug into his leg. I'll bow to you, I'll bow to you. The boy's convulsions intensified, a wheezing sound escaping his throat. Su Yuan stared at the boy's purpling lips. Recalling how his companions in the mine succumbed to the poisonous mist, their throats choked with blood, eyes wide open until their last breath. I trained under the old herbalist in the mine, he said softly, looking at the woman. Years ago, when the mine leaked toxic gas, old Zhou used these 3 herbs to save 3 people. Chen's white beard quivered. He gazed into Su Yuan's eyes for a moment, then suddenly rushed towards the herb shelf. Xiao Xuan, bring the ladder and get that red cloth jar from the top shelf. Su Yuan's hands flew through the pile of herbs. The petals of the snow spirit flower were as thin as a cicada's wings, beginning to melt at the touch of his fingers. Ice silkworm skin needed to be ground into powder. His hand was steady as a mountain, grinding the translucent skin into fine frost. The roots of the 9-section calamus had to be torn into thin strands. As he pinched the fibers with his nails, he caught the familiar bitter aroma, reminiscent of the old Zhou's mortar in the mine. Rootless water, he called out. Xiao Xuan came running with a copper basin, filled with rainwater from the previous night. 2 sycamore leaves floating on the surface. Su Yuan sprinkled the powdered herbs into the basin, the bead in his sleeve growing so hot it felt like it would burn through the fabric. He watched as the remnants of the snow spirit flower and the fine powder of ice silkworm skin slowly merged in the water. Suddenly recalling the hint from the essence of stars that required the bead's spiritual energy to activate, he discreetly pressed his fingertips against the rim of the basin. A faint blue glow seeping into the medicinal liquid. The liquid began to ripple, its murky color gradually clearing, revealing a layer of pale purple mist on the surface. Quick! He lifted the copper basin and rushed towards the door. The woman, trembling, cradled the boy's head. Yuan pried open his tightly clenched jaw and carefully poured the medicinal liquid into his mouth. The boy's throat moved, black blood oozing from the corner of his lips, staining the woman's silk garment. Everyone held their breath. After a moment, the boy's convulsions suddenly stilled, and he heaved a great mouthful of black blood, mixed with fragments of leaves, the very remnants of the poisonous fruit he had consumed. His eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Mother, my stomach hurts." "Young master," the woman cried, embracing him, tears falling onto his face. "You're awake. You're awake." Chin's hand remained on the boy's wrist, loosening after a moment. "The pulse is stable. The poison is cleared." He turned sharply to Yuan, his white beard trembling even more. You truly trained under the old herbalist in the mine?" Yuan lowered his head, tidying the stone pestle, the warmth of the bead gradually fading. He recalled the day old Zhou was killed by the overseer, how the old man had pressed half a tattered medical book into his hands before dying. Yuan. In this world, only those with skills can survive. He forced a smile. "Old Zhou taught me for a few years." "Very well." Chen clapped his hands, the abacus beads jingling on the table. "From today, you need not chop wood. Stay by my side and learn to gather herbs." He lowered his voice. "I'll note down the snow spirit flower and ice silkworm skin as a loan. You can repay it once you receive your monthly wage." Yuan nodded, but his gaze fell upon the longevity lock around the boy's neck, where the engraved characters Zhun Bei resembled the family crest of the northern general's residence in the Daiqian dynasty. As night deepened, the oil lamp in the woodshed crackled. Yuan squatted beside a pile of grass, observing the pale face of old Wu. The old man's chest was still wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, remnants of a wound inflicted 3 days prior by Zhao Tieshan's men. After the betrayal of the mine guards led by Wang Lai, they had pursued them for 3 days and nights. Had it not been for the protective shadow of the bead, old Wu would have been buried in a mass grave long ago. Yuan. Old Wu suddenly coughed, pushing against his chest, trying to sit up. "Don't trouble yourself for me. My old bones have broken meridians. Even if a deity were here." Yuan pressed down on his shoulder. The bead in his palm was hot, and new characters floated in the essence of stars. Detected host's half-demon bloodline resonance. Activating the first layer of blood-spirit revitalization technique. Requires the host's bloodline as a guide, combined with the bead's spiritual energy to repair meridian damage. His breath caught. Half-demon bloodline. He recalled the overseer's taunts in the mine. "Your mother is a mountain demon. Your father immortal. You are a hybrid born with demonic energy." Back then, he had always gritted his teeth in silence. Now the bead clearly indicated that this bloodline might be the key to saving old Wu. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel energy according to the bead's instructions. Suddenly, a ghostly blue flame erupted from his fingertips, devoid of heat, yet it crawled towards old Wu's wound, as if alive. Old Wu trembled violently, a low growl escaping his throat, reminiscent of the mountain spirits deep within the mine. Yuan was startled, about to withdraw his hand when he noticed the blood on old Wu's chest starting to lighten, the severed muscles visibly healing at an astonishing speed. It is indeed the bloodline. He bit his lip, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The bead's prompt had warned that this technique was linked to the half-demon bloodline, and its initial use would trigger a rejection reaction from the one being treated. He steadied his mind and continued to manipulate the flames until old Wu's howls gradually weakened, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. Yuanjing wiped the sweat from his brow, just as he was about to extinguish the ethereal blue flames when footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the woodshed. In a flurry, he extinguished the ghostly fire, and the Xian pearl rolled into a pile of straw. The door creaked open, and Xiao Shuizi poked his head in. Yuanjing. "The shopkeeper requests your presence in the front hall tomorrow morning." He shot a warning glance at old Wu. The old man appeared much improved. "Yes, he has taken his medicine." Yuanjing bent down to retrieve the Xian pearl and casually stirred the straw pile, then settled down to sleep. After Xiao Shuizi left, he gazed at old Wu's gradually reddening face, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the Xian pearl. The clues of half-demon lineage, the Xian pearl, and the suddenly appearing son of a general tangled in his mind like a jumbled thread. The following morning, the red-painted door of the pharmacy was knocked upon with great force. Shopkeeper Chun rushed out wearing an apron, only to return moments later with a pale countenance. The people from the Northern General's residence have arrived. At the instant the door swung open, soldiers clad in dark armor streamed in. Chapter 9. The pursuing green-faced ghost. The middle-aged man leading them bore a broadsword at his waist, with a scar cutting from his left brow to his right cheek. It was the Northern General, Li Huailin. Spotting Su Yuanzheng seated behind a counter, he strode over and clasped his fists. "You are the young gentleman who saved my son yesterday." Su Yuanzheng hastily stood, his heart pounding like a drum. He recalled the words Northern General he had seen on the boy's longevity lock last night. It turned out that the child was Li Huailin's only son. "You overpraise me, General." He bowed his head in respect. "I merely utilized some ordinary medicinal herbs." "Ordinary herbs?" Li Huailin laughed heartily, the bronze rings on the scabbard clanging with the force of his mirth. "The physician in my residence claims that the combination of those 3 herbs is something he has never encountered before." He produced a brocade box from his robes, revealing 1,000 taels of silver notes. "Consider this a token of gratitude. I would also like to invite you to serve as the resident physician at the General's residence, with a monthly salary of 100 taels. What say you?" Shopkeeper Chin's legs trembled, his white beard nearly obscuring his eyes. Yet Su Yuanjing's gaze was fixated on the jade pendant at Li Huailin's waist. The patterns on it bore a striking resemblance to the dark markings on the Xian pearl's surface. "I am merely a lowly assistant at the pharmacy, unworthy of such generous treatment from the General." He bent to pick up a medicine pouch that had fallen to the ground, adding, "Moreover, old Wu still requires my care." "Not a problem." Li Huailin waved his hand dismissively. "Whoever it may be, you may take him to the residence." His gaze swept over Su Yuanjing's face. "Such medical skill at a young age. Perhaps you have encountered some extraordinary experience?" Cold sweat trickled down Su Yuanjing's back. He recalled the warmth of the Xian pearl in his sleeve, the blood-rejuvenating technique from last night, and the longevity lock around the boy's neck. "It is merely a rudimentary skill learned from the mines." He raised his head, offering a gentle smile. "If the General would not mind, I would like to consider your offer for 2 days." Li Huailin scrutinized him for a moment longer before bursting into hearty laughter. "Very well. I shall reside at the Eastern Post for 3 days, awaiting your response." As he turned, the jade pendant at his waist swayed, the Xian pearl in Su Yuanjing's sleeve suddenly radiating heat. That night, Su Yuanjing squatted at the woodshed door, gazing at the moon. Old Wu was now able to take his medicine independently. Although his hands still trembled, there was a glimmer of life in his eyes. The Xian pearl spun in his palm, and the starry space presented a new hint. The 9-section calamus must be paired with the dew grass of the extreme Yin location to thoroughly restore the meridians. He touched the medicine pouch in his arms, containing several herbs he had stealthily acquired from the pharmacy during the day. The mountains and forests outside the town must harbor the dew grass. Once everyone had fallen soundly asleep, he quietly pushed open the woodshed door. The moonlight spread like silver gauze upon the ground. He glanced at the Xian pearl, tucking it deep into his clothing. Tonight, he needed to venture into the forest to seek it out. As the moon reached its zenith, Su Yuanjing slipped the last half of a baked cake beneath old Wu's pillow. The scent of mugwort lingered in the woodshed. The old man curled among the straw, his breathing soft like a gentle breeze. This was the first time he had slept soundly since his injury. The Xian pearl in his clothing grew warm, the heat radiating painfully against his chest. The hint from the starry space earlier still danced before his eyes. The 9-section calamus requires the dew grass of extreme Yin. Otherwise, old Wu's meridians can only be mended for half a year. He felt the weight of the medicine pouch at his waist, filled with stolen vermilion, blood resin, and half a piece of fire phosphor stone. This material could ignite a fire, and should he encounter wild beasts in the forest. With a creak, the woodshed door was pushed open a crack by the night wind. Su Yuanzheng shrank his neck, pushing the Xian pearl deeper into his clothing. The dog at the back wall of the pharmacy suddenly ceased barking. Usually, this creature would howl whenever he ventured out at night, but tonight it was as if someone had silenced it. The mountains and forests outside the town were merely 3 miles from the pharmacy. He treaded carefully along the bluestone path, the sound of his heels striking the stones echoing loudly. Passing by the blacksmith shop, a sudden whiff of rusted iron wafted through the wind. Something was amiss. The blacksmith shop had already closed for the night, and this scent resembled blood. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Su Yuanzheng halted, feigning to tie his shoelaces as he cast a glance behind him. The moonlight elongated his shadow, and on the bluestone path, besides his own footprints, there were 2 rows of faint marks, like blood droplets washed away by rain. "Who?" He abruptly turned, gripping the fire phosphor stone tightly. A rustling sound of branches came from the forest, yet no one responded. He retreated to the side of a locust tree, his nails digging deep into his palm. A shadow swooped overhead. Su Yuanzheng looked up, just in time to see a green-faced man descending from a branch, his mouth stretched into a grin that reached his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The man was as thin as a skeleton, draped in a faded green robe, with a blood-red mandala embroidered on his chest, glistening wetly in the moonlight. "Little servant, where do you think you're running to?" The green-faced man landed silently, and the grass leaves he touched instantly wilted. "The young master of the general's residence claims you cured his cold poison." He licked his lips. "That cold poison is a blood curse I placed. The only ones who can break it are either ancient beings of 100 years or," he squinted his eyes, "or those with treasures." Su Yuanjing's throat tightened. He recalled the jade pendant at Li Huailin's waist, the longevity lock around the boy's neck. It turned out the child was not poisoned but cursed. The physicians of the general's residence could not see it, yet he could resolve it with the blood-rejuvenating technique derived from the Xian pearl, thus attracting this ghostly cultivator. Misunderstanding. He forced a smile. "I am merely an apothecary. What treasures could I possibly possess?" "Liar." The green-faced man flicked his fingertip. A bloodline shooting past Su Yuanjing's ear and embedding itself in the tree trunk. The tree immediately emitted black smoke, its bark peeling away to reveal a ghastly white core. "You possess a trace of spiritual energy. No matter how deeply you hide it, I can sense it." He advanced step by step, the bloodline weaving a web-like thread between them. "Hand it over, and I shall grant you a swift death." Su Yuanjing's back pressed against the rough tree trunk. He could hear his heartbeat, thumping against the Xian pearl. This gem had followed him since the mines, and it had never failed him in times of crisis. He cautiously reached his left hand into his clothing, the Xian pearl suddenly vibrating, and a line of small text appeared in the starry space. "The blood curse master can trace the scent of the cursed insects. Flee swiftly." He abruptly pushed the green-faced man away and bolted deeper into the forest. Behind him came a piercing cackle. "Run, but you cannot escape my blood soul net." The scent of blood in the wind grew stronger. Su Yuanzheng felt a burning sensation at the nape of his neck, as if insects were crawling upon him. Those were the cursed insects in pursuit. He could not tell how long he had been running, leaning against an old pine tree to catch his breath, only to discover that the ground beneath him was covered in deep green grass. Droplets of dew glistening on the leaves, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The dewgrass. The Xian pearl burned in his palm, disregarding the danger. Su Yuanzheng crouched down to pluck it. Just as his fingertips brushed the grass leaves, a crack sounded behind him, branches snapping underfoot. Instinctively, he rolled into a thicket. The green-faced man emerged from behind the tree, clutching a blood lamp in his hand, its wick fashioned from human bone, flames licking the incantations inscribed upon its surface. He had found it, his gaze fixed upon the thicket where Su Yuan concealed himself, tendrils of black smoke wafting from the blood lamp. "Show me what treasures you have hidden," he demanded. Su Yuan's heart raced to his throat as he felt the pouch of anesthetic powder at his waist. Intended for sedating wild dogs in the mine, he wondered if it would be effective against the ghostly cultivator. Just as he contemplated discarding it, the Xian pearl in his palm suddenly burned with pain, and a new notification emerged from the star essence space. "The blood lamp summoned souls. Quickly close your 5 senses." He immediately covered his ears and tightly shut his eyes. In the next moment, a shrill wail, reminiscent of a crying infant, pierced his mind, stabbing into his temples like needles. Su Yuan bit his lip to endure the pain, his nails digging into his palm, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. He could not afford to faint. Old Wu was still counting on him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the wailing abruptly ceased. He opened his eyes to find the green-faced man turned away from him, the flames in the blood lamp flickering erratically. Seizing a handful of anesthetic powder, he held his breath and threw it forward. It was futile. The green-faced man spun around, raising his hand to catch the powder. "Common drugs cannot harm me." He thrust the blood lamp forward, the black smoke coiling around Su Yuan's ankles. "Now, hand over your treasures, and I may allow you to keep your life intact." Su Yuan stumbled at the unexpected pull, the Xian pearl in his garment burning so fiercely it nearly scorched the fabric. In a sudden surge, he tore open his clothing, the Xian pearl buzzing to life, its surface glimmering with golden patterns. The green-faced man's pupils constricted. "It is the star essence pearl. No wonder the young scion of the general's manor could survive." Su Yuan's heart sank. He recalled that Li Huailin's son had been afflicted by a ghostly curse, which he had managed to dispel, thus inciting the ghostly cultivator to murder for the pearl. But what of the people from the general's manor? Suddenly, he remembered old Wu and his warning from the apothecary. "I must return." He turned to flee, the Xian pearl zipping back into his palm. The green-faced man cursed behind him. "Run? Once I capture you, I shall first gouge out your eyes to see the pearl, then skin you to make a blood banner. Chapter 10. The General of the North wishes to see you. When Su Yuan stumbled back into the apothecary, the moon hung low in the western sky. The door to the firewood room stood ajar, moonlight spilling in to reveal the grass strewn chaotically across the floor. Bursting into the apothecary, he found Old Qin slumped in his chair, a blood-stained dagger protruding from his chest, his eyes wide open in a final, unblinking gaze. Old Wu. He staggered into the firewood room, finding the straw pile empty, the pancake beneath the pillow trampled to shreds. A note lay on the table. The ink still wet. Surrender the treasure, and you may escape with your life. A chill gripped Su Yuan's limbs. He touched Old Wu's tattered blanket, still warm, indicating he had been taken not long ago. The Xian pearl burned in his palm. The star essence space whispering in small letters. The enemy is unaware of the pearl's full form. Pursue swiftly. Just as he resolved to chase, a sinister voice echoed from behind. Su Yuan turned to see the green-faced man standing at the door, the flames of the blood lamp dancing upon his ashen visage. That old fool is in my blood-soul chain. If you dare refuse to hand over the pearl, I shall extract his soul immediately. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the Xian pearl, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He could hear Old Wu's cough resonating in his mind. The old man always said, Xiao Yuan, this child has a strong fate. But now, this child with a strong fate had failed to brew even his last medicine. I will hand it over. He inhaled deeply, releasing his grip as the Xian pearl slowly rose in his palm. But you must first release Old Wu. A greedy smile spread across the green-faced man's lips. Ah, the little servant knows how to negotiate. He snapped his fingers, and from outside came Old Wu's groans. You see? He is in my blood altar. If you toss the pearl over, I will immediately release him. Su Yuan focused on the Xian pearl, its surface patterns shifting suddenly. In the star essence space, a sequence of golden runes appeared before him. Blood-soul chain-breaking spell, requires one's own spiritual energy as a guide. A shock coursed through him. He discreetly pressed the Xian pearl to the ground, swiftly tracing runes in the mud with his fingertips. In the mines, he often crouched in the dirt, sketching mineral patterns, his speed so swift that even the overseer's whip could not keep pace. What are you hesitating for? The green-faced man raised his blood blade. If you do not hand it over, I shall first sever that old fool's hand. In a sudden motion, Su Yuan hurled the Xian pearl forward. The green-faced man lunged to catch it, but the blood blade halted mid-air, entangled in the mud below, where the golden runes emitted a ghostly glow. Realizing something was amiss, the green-faced man attempted to retreat, but the runes ensnared his ankles. The flames within the blood lamp erupted violently, black smoke coalescing into chains that wrapped around his neck. He screamed as he collapsed, his ashen skin beginning to peel away, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. How could you wield my blood soul technique? I cannot, Su Yuan replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The effort to draw the runes had drained all his spiritual energy, but someone could. The green-faced man glared at him as the last tendril of black smoke dissipated into the wind. The Xian pearl dropped back into Su Yuan's palm with a soft thud, its surface patterns fading. He stumbled, leaning against the table, listening as Old Wu's groans fell silent, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the grass. Old Wu. He took a step forward, but suddenly darkness enveloped him. In his final moment of clarity, he glimpsed the Xian pearl emitting a faint glow, illuminating the bloodied characters beneath it, the last marks made by the green-faced man. Xian pearl, star essence, the General of the North seeks your life. When he awoke, Su Yuan found himself lying on an intricately carved bed. The canopy was a pale moon color, embroidered with intertwining lotus vines, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. He attempted to sit up, only to discover his entire body felt as though it had been drained of energy, even his fingers refusing to move. Footsteps echoed outside, and someone lifted the canopy, revealing a stranger, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, a scar running across his brow. Holding a bowl of medicine, his gaze fixed on him like that of a predator eyeing its prey. You are awake, the middle-aged man smiled. The General of the North wishes to see you. Su Yuan was jolted awake by the acrid scent of the medicine, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with burning coals, and his body ached as though his very essence had been extracted. Even the effort to flutter his eyelashes required immense strength. As his consciousness returned, the first sensation that flooded in was the delicate texture beneath the silk quilt, not the hard straw mat of the mine, nor the moldy wooden bed of the apothecary's back room. He slowly opened his eyes, the lotus vine patterns on the pale canopy coming into focus, the mingled fragrance of sandalwood and bitter herbs wafting gently to his nostrils. He attempted to prop himself up, but the moment his arm moved, a piercing fatigue struck him. Cold sweat beating at his temples. Scanning the room, he saw a half-height wooden rack piled with ancient tomes against the wall, yellowed talismans scattered across the table. A few flapping gently in the draft, fluttering down to rest in the corner. And then he saw Wang Lai. The sight of him curled in the corner caused Su Yuan's breath to catch. Once the strongest man in the mine, able to carry 3 baskets of copper ore, he now resembled a crumpled rag, his coarse clothing stained with dark red blood, his gaze hollow like a dried-up well. Wang Gu, Su Yuan croaked, his voice taut with an unrecognized tension. Wang Lai slowly raised his head, his throat working as if to swallow. His pupils were unfocused, as though obscured by something. But as Su Yuan's voice reached him, a flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. You, his lips trembled. You are Xiao Yuan, Su Yuan finished for him, relief flooding his chest. Just as he was about to inquire further, Wang Lai's expression suddenly contorted in agony. Dark blue veins surfaced beneath his skin, a blood-red mark spreading from his brow like a living needle, causing his entire face to convulse. Zhao Taizhan is merely a pawn, he gasped, his voice straining. Behind this is Wang Gu. Su Yuan, disregarding his own weakness, pushed himself up from the bed, desperate to reach him. The Xian pearl in his palm suddenly became scorching, the dark patterns flickering like stars, an indication that the star essence space was activating. Just as he touched Wang Lai's shoulder, a sharp pain surged through his fingertips into his consciousness, as though someone were stirring a heated iron rod in his mind. With a hiss, the scene exploded in agony. He saw Zhao Taizhan kneeling beneath a pitch-black tower, his back hunched low, the moonlight stretching his shadow long. Before the tower stood a man clad in black robes, a silver-hilted dagger hanging at his waist, his voice icy as if submerged in frost. The Xian pearl is of utmost importance. We must reclaim it at any cost. Yet, the boy beside him has the men from the north. Zhao Tieshan's voice quivered with sorrow. The black-robed figure turned half his face, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, the silver emblem on his chest glinting in the moonlight. They are but greedy ants. The vision abruptly shattered, and Su Yuan coughed violently, cold sweat soaking his pillow. The heat of the Xian pearl receded, and only then did he realize he had unconsciously tightened his grip around Wang Lai's remarkably slender wrist, the bones pressing painfully into his palm. Suddenly, Wang Lai of the Tianji Pavilion seized his hand, his nails nearly digging into the flesh. A fissure opened in the emptiness of his gaze, revealing a flicker of struggle. They have nailed my consciousness with soul spikes. I can see and hear, yet I cannot move. The crimson mark on Wang Lai surged suddenly, his pupils turning blood red in an instant. He violently shook off Su Yuan's hand, his nails carving deep grooves into the blue bricks. A monstrous roar erupting from his throat. Run, quickly. They want. His voice cut off abruptly, his body seeming to lose all strength, collapsing limply into Su Yuan's embrace. Brother Wang. Brother Wang. Su Yuan patted his face, but that pair of eyes had lost focus. He touched Wang Lai's neck. His body temperature was rapidly fading, even the final pulse becoming as faint as a wisp of smoke. I'm sorry. Wang Lai's lips moved, his last words. Su Yuan's fingers trembled. He recalled 3 days prior at the mine, when Wang Lai had secretly slipped him half a roasted sweet potato, saying he would take him away once they had gathered enough ransom. He remembered yesterday in the alley behind the pharmacy, Wang Lai, eyes reddened, brandishing a knife at him, shouting for him to hand over the pearl, the pain in his gaze unmistakable. It turned out that since then, this man had been tormented by the soul spikes, watching himself become a puppet in stark clarity. Click. A sound of the wooden window being blown open by the wind came from outside. Su Yuan looked up. Moonlight seeped through the crack, illuminating the blood-red mark on Wang Lai's brow, the shape of which was identical to the silver emblem on the chest of the black-robed man. Chapter 11. The true and false elixirs. Just as the first crow of the rooster heralded dawn, Su Yuan crouched low, slipping into the back alley pharmacy of the revitalizing hall. The musty odor mingled with the fragrant herbs assaulted his senses as he hastily secured the door latch, rapping 3 times on the doorframe. This was the secret signal he had arranged with Lu Xiaoman. Sure enough, a pale hand emerged from a ceramic jar on the windowsill, extending an oiled paper package. He peeled back a corner, the sweet scent of angelica mingling with the warmth of freshly baked pancakes wafted out, causing his throat to tighten. Yet he refrained from indulging immediately. Brother Su, Grandpa Zhang said to remember to seal the leak on the east wall before we dry the tangerine peel the day after tomorrow. Lu Xiaoman's voice floated in from outside, bright and clear like that of a young girl. And young Master Chun has been eyeing your medicine basket again today. Su Yuan's grip on the oiled paper package faltered, and he looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of a braided ponytail swaying past the window. He smiled, understood, Xiaoman. Once the shadow had departed, he tucked the package into his embrace. Hunger gnawed at his stomach like a small serpent, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Moonlight poured through the broken window, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone floor. Su Yuan crouched behind the innermost shelf of herbs, his fingertips brushing over a dusty old wooden box atop the shelf. This was a medical book from Zhang Tai's youthful travels, discovered on his 7th day at the revitalizing hall, locked away by Qun Guangren under the pretense of taking up space. At this moment, he retrieved a piece of iron wire, deftly picking the copper lock. And there lay the yellowed compendium of herbs quietly within. The Xian pearl burned in his palm. He pressed the pearl against the ancient text, and the faint light of the star essence seeped through his fingers, enveloping the ancient tome like a mist of stars, gently lifting it. Su Yuan held his breath as a fragmented sound exploded in his memory, the old cripple at the mine, clutching his hand before dying. Blood spattering on his clothes. That book, the Compendium of Herbs, can save you. In that moment, a dense array of golden patterns emerged within the starry mist, the tattered pages fluttering in the light. The words discerning fakes suddenly crystallized, and countless images flashed before Su Yuan's eyes. The veins of the purple frost leaf should curve 7 times. The cut of the false jade vine would seep a pale green liquid. The roots of the snow ginseng must twist thrice to be genuine, whereas the soiled ginseng dyed with vermilion would have straight roots. A thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. As the Xian pearl absorbed the spiritual energy, he transformed from chopping firewood and fetching water each day, condensing into tiny droplets of light within the star essence space, each drop carrying the scent of medicinal herbs. Clack! Su Yuan abruptly lifted his head. A sound of a cat leaping onto the roof came from outside, and only then did he realize his neck was drenched in cold sweat. Looking down, the ancient tome lay back in the box as it had been, the Xian pearl warm against his palm. He touched the pancake in his embrace, finally taking a bite. Although it had cooled, it was astonishingly sweet. At the 3rd watch of the next day, the sandalwood door of the revitalizing hall was pounded with a thunderous sound. Zhang Tai. Su Yuan was crouched in the corner of the courtyard chopping firewood, the axe suspended in midair. He saw 3 men in blue robes carrying a red lacquered wooden box rush in, the leader, a bearded man, displaying a wolf head badge of the Northern Army at his waist. When Qun Guangren approached, the smile at the corners of his mouth appeared more rigid than usual. Gentlemen, this is, under the orders of the Northern General, the bearded man interrupted, slamming the wooden box onto the counter. We request Zhang Tai to identify these 10 medicinal materials. As the box opened, the fragrance of herbs exploded throughout the hall. Su Yuan set down the axe and wiped his hands. He recognized the sweet scent of a century-old Huangjing, mingled with the coolness of ice silkworm flowers and a faint, almost imperceptible fishy smell akin to rotting moss. Zhang Tai leaned on his cane and approached, his eyes behind the lenses suddenly widening. These are the ingredients from the 9 true elixir recipe. Indeed, the bearded man crossed his arms, smirking, but my general sought 3 medical halls, all of which claimed they could not identify 3 of them. If Zhang Tai cannot either. Preposterous. Qun Guangren slammed the table, but his voice deflated as he stared at the 3 thumb-sized purple leaves in the box, the veins in his forehead pulsing. Su Yuan stepped forward. The scent of the purple leaves was off. It was sweet, yet bore a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of the false jade vine from the projection of the Xian pearl last night. He recalled Zhang Tai saying that if he could identify this medicine today, he would teach him to recognize all 365 medicinal herbs in the cabinet. He remembered Qun Guangren hiding his pestle in the beams that morning and Lu Xiaoman secretly giving him half a piece of osmanthus cake. This purple frost leaf was adulterated. As he began to speak, the cicadas in the hall suddenly fell silent. Qun Guangren spun around, his eyes glinting with venom. Who do you think you are? Let him speak. Zhang Tai stroked his beard, his gaze piercing. Su Yuan approached the wooden box, bending down to sniff. The astringency of the purple leaves exploded in his nostrils, and he recalled that the barbs on the false jade vine secreted toxins, causing rashes upon contact with skin. The underside of the false jade vine leaves bore fine hairs, whereas the purple frost leaves did not. He gently tapped with his fingertip, noting that the false jade vine would turn green after being dried for half a stick of incense, while the purple frost leaves would only become more purple. The bearded man immediately took out a fire starter, examining the underside of the leaves. With a sharp shout, he turned to Dr. Zhang and gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, the rejuvenation hall surpassed those mediocre physicians by far. Dr. Zhang smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes blooming like flowers. Xiao Su, tomorrow accompany me to the back hall to familiarize yourself with the herbal formulas. Qun Guangren's fingers, pressed against the counter, turned white with tension. He watched as Su Yuan was drawn closer to Dr. Zhang, overhearing whispers among the apprentice herbalists. So this Su Deji is quite remarkable. His throat tightened. After the group with the bushy beards had departed, he tugged at his sleeve and signaled to his personal servant. The servant leaned in, and he whispered, "Tonight. Check his belongings in the woodshed." As the moon hung low above the willow branches, Su Yuan pushed open the decrepit door of the woodshed. The musty odor was more intense than usual. A glance at the corner revealed that the straw bedding had clearly been disturbed, collapsing into a small mound. A broken bowl lay on the ground. Its contents of scattered silver coins vanished without a trace. Most unsettling was the book, Tao of Decoction, hidden beneath the straw mat. Its pages ruffled and several edges torn, as if scratched by fingernails. The Xian pearl in his palm grew warm. He closed his eyes, and the pearl vibrated suddenly, revealing a pale blue arrow floating in the star essence space, pointing toward the eastern side chamber, Qinglan Mines' residence. Indeed, it was he. Su Yuan retrieved a flatbread from his pocket and took a bite. It was already hard, causing his gums to ache. Gazing at the moon outside, he recalled the words of old Wu at the mines. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but a hidden arrow is difficult to defend against. But what if you are quicker than the hidden arrow? The Xian pearl flared even hotter. He looked down to see tiny letters appearing on its surface. Soul wave weakened. Target has retreated. Su Yuan picked up the broken bowl and refilled it with water. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, shattering into silver shards upon the water's surface. Staring at his reflection, he suddenly smiled. A smile tinged with coldness, akin to the winter winds in the mines. In the late hours of the night, fog rolled in. Wrapped in a thin blanket, Su Yuan lay listening to the chirping of insects outside. Just as he was drifting into sleep, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Mingled with a woman's cries, "Help! My child is in danger." He bolted upright. The Xian pearl under his pillow felt like a beating heart, radiating heat. As dawn broke, the rejuvenation hall had just propped up its vermilion door panels when a woman in coarse brown cloth burst in. The child in her arms had a face as pale as paper, with dark purple at the corners of his mouth, and grass clippings tangled in his hair, clearly having rushed in from the outskirts of the city overnight. "Help!" The woman knelt on the bluestone floor, her forehead striking the threshold heavily. "My dog Dan took Qingfeng powder here yesterday. Within half an hour of consumption, he lost consciousness." The apprentice herbalist froze, holding the pestle midair, while an old colleague, wiping down a medicine jar, accidentally knocked over a bamboo sieve, scattering astragalus and cotinopsis everywhere. Dr. Zhang, just about to enter the back hall, stumbled at the sound. His white beard trembling wildly. Quickly, placed the child on the table. He trembled as he took out a handkerchief to cushion the child's neck, his fingers tightening as he felt the pulse, thin as a thread, carrying a chilling stagnation. The onlookers, neighbors who had come to gawk, began to murmur. Just days before, they had claimed to be able to distinguish fake jade vine, yet it turned out that the medicine from their own home was the poison. Qinglan leaned against the counter, clicking the abacus with his fingers. He observed Su Yuan being pushed to the table by the crowd, a smirk creeping across his lips. He had been waiting for this moment for 7 days, starting with the exchange of gentian flowers in the storeroom, and coordinating with Aunt Wang from the outskirts to cause a commotion. Once it was established that the rejuvenation hall was selling toxic pills, old Zhang would lose everything, and that Su fellow would no longer be able to ride on his back. As Su Yuan bent to examine the child, the Xian pearl in his sleeve grew warm. He reached out to feel the child's neck, finding it slick with cold sweat. Upon lifting the eyelid, he noticed the pupil had constricted to the size of a pinhead, reminiscent of the symptoms seen in those poisoned by spiders at the mines. This was no accidental ingestion. His voice, though soft, struck like a stone into boiling water. The crowd fell silent. Even the woman's sobs ceased. Su Yuan lowered his head, sniffing the residue of medicine at the child's mouth. A bitter taste mingled with the faintest hint of sweetness, the distinctive scent of heart-eating powder. The Xian pearl vibrated in his palm, revealing a row of golden script in the star essence space. Heart-eating powder, ground from aconitum, toxic when heated. Conflicts with mint and Qingfeng powder. This was poisoning. He straightened, his gaze sweeping over Qinglan's pale knuckles. Someone had added heart-eating powder to the Qingfeng powder. Preposterous. Qinglan slammed his hand on the table, scattering the beads of the abacus everywhere. The herbs used in the rejuvenation hall undergo 3 rounds of inspection daily. How could such a thing exist? His temples throbbed as he caught a glimpse of Dr. Zhang staring at him, quickly forcing a smile. Perhaps this woman has mistaken the pharmacy where she obtained the medicine. Zhang uncle, bring forth the prescription and the remnants of the medicine from that day, Su Yuan commanded. his focus unwavering from the medicine package on the table. Dr. Zhang immediately ordered someone to retrieve them. Su Yuan pinched a handful of deep green powder to his nose, feeling the heat of the Qian pearl rise through his palm. As he closed his eyes, the star essence space suddenly unfurled a prescription illustration. The gentian flower, which should have been a pale yellow, now glimmered with an eerie purple-black hue. The formula called for gentian flower, but it had been replaced with heart-eating powder, and the dosage was tripled. Chen Guangren's throat constricted. He recalled last night in the storeroom when he had opened the jar of gentian flowers. The moonlight had illuminated the paper package of heart-eating powder, its purple-black hue igniting his heart with trepidation. Yet he had underestimated Su Yuan's ability to distinguish between the two herbs. Bring the medicine furnace. Su Yuan turned to the apprentice herbalist. Refine a batch of Qingfeng powder according to the original formula, and refine another batch using this residue. As the 2 pots of medicine were poured into white porcelain bowls, the crowd gasped in unison. The original potion was as clear as bamboo leaves, while the concoction tainted with heart-eating powder turned murky green, releasing wisps of black vapor. Doctor. Zhang slammed his hand on the table, causing the bowls to tremble. Guangren, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 12. The counterattack of the Guardian Pearl Shadow. Chen Guangren took a step back, his back pressed against the medicine cabinet. The scents of angelica and poria mingled with the cold sweat at his hairline. Suddenly, he heard the door curtain rustle as Lu Xiaoman squeezed in. Her eyes read like a rabbit's. Last night, I got up at night and saw the young master heading to the storeroom. Her voice trembled, yet each word was clear. He was carrying a paper package, and I thought it was a tonic for Zhang uncle. You speak nonsense. Chen Guangren roared, his neck veins bulging. But then he saw Lu Xiaoman pull out a torn piece of purple paper from her sleeve, the very edge he had torn when packaging the heart-eating powder. The crowd erupted in shouts. Dr. Zhang, furious, raised his hand to strike Chen Guangren, only to be stopped by Su Yuan. Gazing at Chen Guangren's contorted face, he recalled the disheveled straw mat in the woodshed, the missing silver coins, and the torn towel of decoction. And a sudden clarity dawned upon him. Ever since the fake jade vine incident, nothing had been coincidental. As twilight enveloped the rejuvenation hall, Chen Guangren was confined in the woodshed by Dr. Zhang. Su Yuan packed his medicine box, preparing to return to his residence. Passing beneath the old locust tree in the backyard, he suddenly caught a whiff of the same sweet, bloody scent that lingered at the child's mouth. He turned sharply, only to see a shadow flash in the dark. A poisoned silver needle whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the locust tree with a buzzing sound. The Qian pearl burned fiercely in his palm, and a layer of faint golden light enveloped him like a transparent mirror. A figure emerged from behind the tree. Chen Guangren's face appeared ghostly pale in the twilight. Clenching half a box of silver needles, his knuckles turned a shade of bluish-white from the strain. Do you think exposing me will guarantee your victory? He staggered forward a couple of steps, the soles of his boots crushing several locust leaves. I've trained 3 assassins. They will arrive before dawn. Silence. Su Yuan snapped coldly, gazing into the madness reflected in Chen Guangren's eyes. He recalled the companions beaten by the overseers in the mine, and the protective shadow of the Qian pearl that floated within the star marrow space. The night breeze rustled his clothing as he retrieved the Qian pearl from his bosom. The intricate patterns on its surface flickered in rhythm with his heartbeat. Suddenly, Chen Guangren turned and fled. As he burst through the back door, moonlight fell upon the bluestone slabs of the porch, revealing 3 dark figures crouched at the wall's base. Assassins hired from the Iron Knife sect for 5 taels of silver. Su Yuan watched the figure disappear into the night, the warmth of the Qian pearl slowly fading. He bent down to pick up the silver needles from the ground. His fingertips brushed against the iron characters engraved on their tips. He recalled the words of Dr. Zhang from earlier. Tomorrow, I shall report to the authorities about this scoundrel. But he knew that Chen Guangren would not idly wait for the officials to arrive. The night wind swept through the old locust tree, a few leaves landing at his feet. The Qian pearl vibrated gently in his palm, and a new arrowhead emerged in the star marrow space, pointing towards a dilapidated temple in the south of the city. There, a faint scent of blood lingered, accompanied by the soft sound of blades being drawn, and hushed conversations among 3 individuals. That servant is worth 5 taels, an additional 5 taels for his life. Su Yuan gazed at the crescent moon in the night sky, tucking the silver needles into his medicine chest. He caressed the Qian pearl, its surface radiating heat like a burning coal, warming his fingertips. The wind of the latter half of the night carried the sound of drawn blades. The oil lamp in the woodshed had long been extinguished, yet Su Yuan, curled on the straw mat, found no solace in sleep. The Qian pearl pressed against his heart, radiating heat that soaked through his clothing, causing him to sweat. The wind swept through the corridor, rustling the paper on the windows. Suddenly, he heard the sound of soft footsteps on the bluestone slabs outside, not the heavy boot falls of the night watch, but the gentle rustle of soft-soled boots treading on fallen leaves. 3 figures, no, 5, were approaching, their breathing mingling with the hushed sounds of blades being drawn, encircling him from the east, south, and north. Xiaoman. He sat up abruptly, seizing the small girl curled up among the straw in the next room. Lu Xiaoman, still half asleep, attempted to cry out, but he swiftly covered her mouth. Moonlight streamed through the broken window, revealing the traces of sleep still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Chen Guangren has sent assassins. You must crawl out through the dog hole, circumnavigate to the front courtyard, and knock on Dr. Zhang's bedroom window, telling him that he is colluding with the Iron Knife sect to sell poison. Brother Su. Lu Xiaoman's eyelashes fluttered, her fingers gripping his sleeve tightly. What will you do? I have a plan. Su Yuan pressed the Xian pearl into her palm. Its surface patterns flickered in sync with his heartbeat. Run quickly. Do not look back. The little girl bit her lip and crawled toward the dog hole, straw clinging to her hair. Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed from outside the woodshed, the sound of a fire starter being struck. Su Yuan pressed his back against the earthen wall. Hearing Chen Guangren's low voice, that servant resides in the farthest west woodshed, the door latch is loose. Lao Qi. Circle around to the back window and block his escape. The Xian pearl in his arms trembled violently, and a crimson hue manifested in the star marrow space. Alert! A lethal threat detected. Activating the first layer of protective shadow, 30-day cooldown. He swallowed hard, remembering Afu, whose skull had been crushed by an overseer's iron rod, and the dignity trampled into the mud alongside the tattered letter from his mother found in the torn medical book. It was time to reclaim it. The door crashed open with a thunderous bang. 5 figures clad in black streamed in. The foremost, a man with a thick beard, wielded a crude blade that glinted with a dark hue in the moonlight, poisoned and lethal. Su Yuan deftly evaded the downward strike aimed at his face, colliding against the medicine cabinet, causing vials and jars to clatter to the ground. He caught sight of Chen Guangren at the back of the crowd, clutching a small porcelain vial, a twisted smile creeping across his face. Kill him, and I'll add an extra 5 tails. Do you think I am just a mind slave to be slaughtered at will? Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Xian pearl searing painfully in his palm. A pale golden light suddenly enveloped him, wrapping around him like a breathing mirror. The crude blade struck the light membrane, sparking a shower of sparks, and the blade even chipped. The bearded man staggered back, struggling to hold onto his weapon. The porcelain vial in Chen Guangren's hand shattered on the ground, spilling red pills, an intoxicating powder. His pupils contracted in terror, his voice trembling. You possess a treasure. A half-demon bloodline. It must be the half-demon bloodline. Half-demon? Su Yuan chuckled softly as an ethereal shadow materialized beside him. The shadow raised a hand, pushing against the bearded man, sending him crashing into the wall with a distinct sound of breaking ribs. He recalled the recently completed blood spirit rejuvenation technique in the star marrow space. Pressing his fingertip against his chest, blood seeped through his fingers. But upon contact with the light membrane, it transformed into a faint red mist, coursing into his veins. The remaining black-clad figures lunged forward with their blades. Su Yuan leaped, his toes barely touching the ground, the shadow following his movements. In each hand, he grasped a shard of broken porcelain, the remnants of the vermilion jar from the medicine cabinet. With 2 swift thrusts, the shards pierced the throats of 2 attackers. As he landed, the Xian pearl suddenly weighed heavily in his palm, the light membrane wavering slightly. The star marrow space indicating remaining energy of the protective shadow, 70. Chen Guangren turned to flee, but the shadow of the Xian pearl obstructed his path. Su Yuan stepped on the bearded man's wrist as he approached, the crude blade clattering to the ground beside Chen Guangren's feet. He bent down to retrieve the knife, raising the back of the blade heavily against Chen Guangren's knee. You exchanged the fake jade vine, tore my medical texts, stole my silver, and even poisoned that child. Now my father intends to pass the pharmacy to you. Chen Guangren gasped, cold sweat pouring down his face. You are merely a mind slave. How can you be stronger than me? Suddenly, he looked up, madness glinting in his eyes. Do you think that by killing us, there will be no repercussions? The Iron Knife sect still has people in the south of the city. The blade struck down again, shattering Chen Guangren's right knee. Su Yuan gripped his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. The members of the Iron Knife sect will be apprehended by the authorities by morning. Dr. Zhang has already taken your records of selling poison to the magistrate. Do you think I sent Xiaoman to call him for no reason? Outside, the sound of a gong echoed. Dr. Zhang, accompanied by 4 guards, burst in, lantern light revealing the chaos within. The elderly doctor leaned against the doorframe, panting, and upon seeing Chen Guangren collapsed on the floor and the three corpses at Su Yuan's feet, tears streamed down his face. Such wickedness! Such wickedness! Uncle Zhang. Su Yuan handed the crude blade to one of the guards. Please report to the authorities. All evidence is here. Lu Xiaoman emerged from behind the guards, still clutching the Xian pearl. Her eyes sparkled as she pressed the pearl into his hand, her fingertips brushing against the wound on his palm. Brother Su, you're bleeding a lot. It's just a minor injury. Su Yuan glanced down, wiping the pearl, its patterns dulled, resembling an ordinary ancient bronze bead. He gazed out the window at the gradually brightening dawn, suddenly recalling the version of himself in the mine, perpetually whipped by the overseers, always having to calculate angles to avoid breaking his arms while mining. But now Su Yuan. Dr. Zhang approached, patting his shoulder. The pharmacy isn't safe for the time being. If you'd like, you can seek refuge with my apprentice for a while. No need. Su Yuan tucked the Xian pearl back into his bosom. I must take my leave. Lu Xiaoman, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Where are you going? To where I must go. He gently ruffled the little girl's hair, turning toward the woodshed door. Morning mist enveloped him, soaking his blue cloth shirt. The Xian pearl gently vibrated against his chest as a new map emerged within the star essence space. This time, it depicted not a dilapidated temple, but a series of lush green mountains. At the foot of the mountain stood a weathered wooden sign inscribed with the words Qingming Sect Outer Gate. The flickering blades of light and shadow from the previous night had ultimately settled into the dust of yesterday. As dusk once again enveloped the Huichun Hall, Su Yuan stood before the apothecary cabinet, preparing the final dose of a calming potion. Lu Xiaoman leaned over the counter, watching him measure out the ingredients. A grasshopper he had woven from stems still tied to her little finger. Physician Zhang emerged from the back room, clutching a ledger, hesitating to speak. You really won't stay? You must go and take a look. Su Yuan wrapped the medicine tightly and placed it in a wooden box. Outside, the old locust tree rustled softly, a few leaves drifting down to his feet, identical to those he had seen in the backyard yesterday. He slung the medicine box over his shoulder as he turned. The Xian pearl grew warm against his skin. This sensation was not a crisis, but something more fervent, akin to the power of a seed breaking its shell. Surging through his veins, the night deepened, and Su Yuan cast a final glance at the sign of Huichun Hall before stepping into the thickening twilight. As dusk spread over the mountains and forests, Su Yuan's blue robe became soaked with dew. He treaded along the needle-strewn path deeper into the mountains. The medicine box at his waist swaying gently with his steps, containing the gold wound medicine and half a pancake that Physician Zhang had insisted he take. This marked the third day since he had left Shiyang town. That old scoundrel Chen Guangren had run businesses in the town for 20 years, with his hands in pharmacies, gambling dens, and pawnshops alike. Before he departed, Physician Zhang had gripped his wrist with trembling strength. Yesterday, when I went to the magistrate's office to file a case, I saw someone in dark garb lurking at the street corner. The lines around his eyes were sharply etched, unmistakably a steward from the Iron Blade sect. Thus, he had refrained from heading towards the Qingming sect's outer gate. The Xian pearl pressed against his skin, radiating heat, while the image of the weathered wooden sign in the star essence space was forcibly suppressed. Now was not the time to seek refuge from the sect. If the Iron Blade sect were to pursue the trail of the Xian pearl, the medicinal herbs hidden in the mountains would be far safer than the outer gate's servant quarters. Suddenly, the sound of the pine trees shifted in tone. Su Yuan halted, the faint scent of blood brushing against his nostrils. He instinctively grasped the short blade at his waist, which he had taken from Chen Guangren's body. The blade still bore dark red stains. Following the scent, he navigated around two ancient cypress trees and spotted an old man behind a chunk of green rock. The tattered gray cloak enveloped his hunched figure, the fabric over his left chest stained a deep brown, droplets of blood trickling down the crevices of the rock. The old man's right hand clutched something tightly, his knuckles a pale blue, as if he were trying to crush whatever was in his palm. Su Yuan crouched down, the Xian pearl in his palm growing hot. A faint blue scanning beam emerged in the star essence space, and as it passed over the old man's veins, it trembled violently. Within the broken vessels was a thread of silver-like aura, identical to the surges of heat that occasionally coursed through his own blood. Half-demon bloodline. He murmured softly, his throat tightening. The old miners at the quarry had once said that the blood of a half-demon could attract beasts. Yet in his 10 years at the quarry, he had never even caught a glimpse of such creatures. Until 3 days prior, in the backyard of Huichun Hall, the Xian pearl had resonated for the first time due to his blood. The old man's eyelashes fluttered. Su Yuan bit his lip and pulled out a jade vial from his medicine box. The remnants of the blood spirit revival technique unfurled within the star essence space. He had spent 3 months gathering the spirit energy of red copper to complete this technique, which could mend external injuries through the fusion of blood, at the cost of depleting his own vitality. In the instant his fingertip pierced his skin, blood dripped onto the old man's lips. The light from the Qian pearl seeped through his fingers into the old man's body, and the severed veins began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuan's forehead. He could feel his own spirit energy flowing out with the blood, as if a spring had been drained dry. That's enough. A raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Yuan's head snapped up, meeting a pair of clear eyes that did not belong to an old man. They resembled a cold pool in the deep mountains that could freeze one's very soul. The old man raised a hand to grip Su Yuan's wrist, his bony fingers surprisingly strong. You possess star essence energy. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Star essence was another name for the Qian pearl space, a secret he had not even shared with Lu Xiaoman. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found the old man's fingertips pressing against the pulse in his wrist, where the faint blue patterns left by the Qian pearl lay. This is moonlight stone. The old man produced a deep blue stone from his bosom, its surface shimmering with a moonlight-like glow. When held in the palm at night, it can discern the presence of 100 demon auras. He pressed the stone into Su Yuan's hand, warmth radiating through its surface. You saved my life. This is my token of gratitude. Do you know about star essence? Su Yuan tightened his grip on the moonlight stone. My timing is not yet right. The old man interrupted him, struggling to rise. It was then Su Yuan noticed the intricate cloud patterns embroidered into the fabric beneath his cloak, the stitches so fine they seemed uncharacteristic of an ordinary mountain dweller. Remember, if you encounter a silver-eyed fox, never. Before he could finish, the old man's figure suddenly blurred, dissipating like mist in the wind. Su Yuan instinctively reached out, only to grasp a wisp of sandalwood, along with the moonlight stone in his palm, which now emitted a brighter glow than before. Before the morning mist had lifted, Su Yuan was already searching for frost shadow grass. He held the moonlight stone in his left hand, its chill seeping through his fingers, and suddenly, he could distinctly hear the fluttering of a mountain sparrow 100 steps away, even counting the droplets of dew falling from pine needles 10 zhang away. He chuckled lightly at the stone and hoisted his herb hoe onto his shoulder. The Qian pearl vibrated gently against his chest, and a small blue grass appeared in the star essence space, its leaves adorned with frost flowers, an image of frost shadow grass. The foul stench in the valley emerged as he crossed the 7th mountain ridge. Su Yuan's footsteps faltered. The moonlight stone became scalding hot, burning his palm. Following the odor, he looked ahead to see several animal remains scattered in the thicket, the skin of a deer's leg torn to shreds, with dark brown blood still clinging to the bone fragments. Demon beast. His throat tightened, and he instinctively drew the short blade. The Qian pearl burned fiercely against his chest, and the scanning beam in the star essence space spun wildly, failing to detect any living creature except for a voice that hissed, hand over the star essence. A sinister voice emerged from behind him. Su Yuan spun around to see a silver figure leaping down from the tree, a fox, standing half his height, its fur gleaming like moonlight, its eyes flashing with a cold electricity. A faint silver line appeared on its forehead, echoing the aura that was absent from the Qian pearl's scan, a half-transformed demon beast. The realization detonated in Su Yuan's mind. Instinctively, he rolled away, the short blade grazing past the fox's forepaw, sending sparks flying against the tree bark. As the fox landed, it stirred up a gust of wind, the stench intensifying. It arched its back, its tail bristling, sharp claws carving 5 deep grooves into the ground. Surrender the star essence, and I shall spare your life. Su Yuan's back pressed against a rock, the moonlight stone in his palm scorching enough to nearly burn through his skin. He stared into the fox's fierce gaze and suddenly recalled the unfinished warning from the unconscious old man. If you encounter a silver-eyed fox, never. The fox's muscles tensed, its tail tip quivering. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the short blade, the Qian pearl vibrating violently against his chest as the remnants of the blood spirit revival technique unfurled in the star essence space. He could hear his own heartbeat, like a drum in battle. 1, 2, and on the 3rd beat, the fox's figure suddenly blurred. With a piercing shriek, its claws tore through the air. A silver flash aimed directly at his throat. As the silver light sliced through the air, Su Yuan felt every hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He could even discern the ice shards crystallized on the white fox's sharp claws, remnants of morning dew that had clung to the pine needles moments before, now cascading down the razor-sharp tips, refracting a chilling light in his pupils. The moment this thought flitted through his mind, his body reacted instinctively before his consciousness could catch up. His right shoulder slammed violently against the rock behind him, and he slid down the stone face at an angle. The fox's claws grazed his throat, the wind generated by their swiftness biting into his chin with a sharp pain, while a searing sting radiated from his left arm, where 3 deep wounds extended from his upper arm to his forearm, blood gushing forth and swiftly soaking his coarse, short shirt. With a heavy thud, Su Yuan collapsed onto the ground, his left hand still tightly gripping the heated moonlight stone. Blood dripped onto the bluestone pavement, splattering into tiny crimson droplets. The stench of the white fox nearly invaded his nostrils, a nauseating mix of rotting flesh and beast saliva, far more repugnant than the odor of accumulated red copper slag from the mines. He gazed at the fox's arched back, its tail tip raised like a steel needle. Suddenly recalling the words of the old craftsman from the mine, a semi-transformed beast is more formidable than a foundational stage cultivator. Hand over the star essence. The voice of the white fox rasped like 2 stones grinding together in its throat, punctuated by a piercing shriek. With a press of its forepaw against the ground, its body once again tightened like a drawn bow, this time aiming directly at his heart. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on Su Yuan's forehead. Yet the vibration of the Xian pearl against his chest grew increasingly intense, rattling his ribcage. The tremors carried a familiar rhythm, reminiscent of the frequency at which the Xian pearl absorbed the spiritual energy from the mineral veins while mining. "Save me," he instinctively cried in his heart. Through his blurred vision, a faint golden light suddenly surged forth from the Xian pearl, coalescing into a semi-transparent light shield before him. Bang! The white fox's claws struck solidly against the light shield. Su Yuan watched as ripples spread across its surface, cracks spiderwebbing outward, but the shield remained unbroken. The fox recoiled in pain, astonishment flashing in its silver eyes. This broken pearl still possesses such a defense? Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and tore off the coarse cloth belt from his waist, tightly binding it above the wound on his left arm. Blood continued to seep, but at least it no longer gushed forth. The vibrations of the Xian pearl transformed into a rhythmic quiver, as if conveying some sort of message. A clear thought emerged in his mind, as though someone were whispering in his ear. Open the star essence space, evade the enemy, and heal. Star essence space. Su Yuan's pupils dilated. He recalled the moment 3 days prior, deep within the mine, when the Xian pearl first emitted light, and he had encountered a similar prompt. At that time, he had thought it an illusion. Now, he could not afford to ponder further. He inhaled deeply, focusing intently on the Xian pearl at his chest. In the next instant, his consciousness was abruptly pulled into a realm of gray-blue void. Here, there was no sound of wind, no scent of blood, only scattered starlight floating around him, as if the night sky had been crushed and sprinkled here. Su Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground, looking down to find that the bleeding from his left arm had ceased. A pale azure spiritual energy now surged from the surrounding starlight, penetrating his skin and coursing through his veins. He could distinctly feel his muscles reconstituting, bones mending, and even the heaviness in his chest from the white fox's earlier attack lifted, buoyant as if he might take flight. "Who are you?" A deep voice resonated from above. Su Yuan jerked his head up to see a vague figure hovering in midair, neither fully human nor beast, its outline shrouded in starlight, rendering its features indistinct. "Why do you possess the star essence?" it inquired. I don't know." Su Yuan instinctively reached for the Xian pearl at his chest. "I found it in the mine." The figure suddenly began to tremble violently, as if scattered by the wind. "Half-demon bloodline, 1,000-year contract." Its voice dwindled. "Remember, the star essence is not." Before the words could finish, it entirely dissolved into the starlight. Su Yuan stared blankly at the spot where the figure had vanished, his heart pounding like a drum. It was then he noticed several gilded pages drifting in the distance of the space, one of which was the fragment of the blood spirit rejuvenation technique he had secretly studied at the mine. At that moment, the disjointed text on the page began to auto-complete, new characters springing to life from the starlight. A roar from the outside world suddenly pierced through the space. Su Yuan snapped back to reality, and through the barrier, he saw the silver-eyed white fox frantically crashing against the invisible barrier. Its claws sparked against the void, its fur fluffed up in rage, the silver markings on its forehead shining blindingly bright. "Get out here and face your death. The star essence is mine. It is what I have waited 300 years for." Gazing at the white fox's distorted visage, Su Yuan suddenly recalled the unfinished warning from the old man. When encountering the silver-eyed fox, never. The old man had intended to convey that he must never become entangled with this beast. Ding! A prompt from the Xian pearl echoed in his mind. Pearl Shadow Protective Shield cooldown remaining, 25 days. Simultaneously, Su Yuan felt his consciousness gently tugged, and the starlight before him began to fade. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the valley. His left arm's wound reduced to a faint pink scar, and the spiritual energy within him had become even more abundant. The white fox had clearly noticed his transformation. It stepped back 2 paces, the ferocity in its silver eyes intensifying. You can actually enter the star essence space? Impossible. That space cannot even be accessed by transformation stage cultivators. Su Yuan offered no reply. He reached into his robe and retrieved a dark red pill, its surface adorned with tiny crystalline specks. This was the dragon breath pill, secretly concocted from dragon spit grass and crimson flame flower during his time as a laborer at the apothecary. Initially intended for his breakthrough to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Now he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. The searing medicinal power exploded within his dantian, surging through him like a raging fire. The Xian pearl began to spin rapidly, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth at an unprecedented rate. Su Yuan could hear the sound of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians like a stream merging into a river. He gripped the short blade tightly, its edge glowing red with the influx of spiritual energy, reflecting the crimson in his eyes. What of 300 years? Today, I shall see whether your claws are harder or my blade is swifter. The white fox let out a sharp shriek, its silver fur on its tail suddenly rising, coalescing into 7 silver whips in the air. Su Yuan charged headlong into the silver whips, the flames ignited by his short blade colliding with them, erupting in a blinding light. The pines in the valley swayed under the aftershocks, and the morning mist was scorched away, revealing the somber sky above. As blood splattered once more, Su Yuan felt warm liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. He wiped his face and saw that his palm was stained with blood flecked with glimmers of gold, the power of the Xian pearl. The white fox's foreclaws were also stained with blood, dark red blotches marring its silvery fur, yet its gaze remained fixated on the Xian pearl in his chest, eyes hungry as if starved for a decade. This was just the beginning. Su Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifying. He could feel the resonance of the Xian pearl within him, the newly completed blood spirit rejuvenation technique, transmitting an intricate flow of warmth through his meridians. Meanwhile, the white fox arched its back, preparing to launch another more ferocious assault. The sharp whips sliced through the air, mingling with the pain from the dragon breath pill burning through his meridians, causing veins on Su Yuan's forehead to throb. He could distinctly hear the Xian pearl humming deep within his consciousness, the newly completed blood spirit rejuvenation technique delivering warm currents through his damaged meridians. This was the healing technique he had surreptitiously learned at the apothecary, and at this moment, it had become his last support for standing. As the white fox swung its whip for the 7th time, Su Yuan's short blade finally broke through a gap. The dark crimson blade glided across the fox's neck, tearing a 3-inch gash in its pristine white fur. The beast's silver pupils contracted sharply, and its tail, which had coalesced into a whip-like shadow, suddenly exploded into countless slender silver needles. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, and the mysterious pearl in his possession grew suddenly warm, revealing countless golden trajectories in his mind, predicted paths of the silver needles. So it was, he chuckled softly, his injured left leg stomping fiercely against the ground. A half-broken pine tree crashed down, fortuitously blocking the densest cluster of silver needles. Seizing the moment the white fox was distracted, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, flipping his short blade to strike the joint of the fox's paw with brutal force. The white fox yelped in pain, retracting its claws, but in the instant of retreat, it swung its tail towards his waist. Su Yuan had anticipated this. The trajectory displayed by the mysterious pearl indicated that the sweeping arc was half an inch off from his estimation. As he sidestepped, his right hand clawed at the base of the fox's tail, and the palm of the mysterious pearl grew hot, allowing him to see the skeletal outline beneath the beast's fur with startling clarity. With a fierce shout, he drove his fingers into the 3rd segment of the fox's tailbone. A crisp crack echoed alongside the beast's anguished howl, sending the white fox's massive form crashing into a nearby oak tree. It broke 3 branches before barely stabilizing itself, the madness in its silver eyes replaced by terror. You can see through my demonic arts. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but the crimson glow on his blade intensified. The potency of the dragon breath pill was merging with the spiritual energy converted by the mysterious pearl. He felt a living entity pulsating in his dantian, with each throb alleviating the sharp pain within his meridians. 300 years ago, you couldn't obtain the star essence. 300 years later, it will be the same. He licked the blood bead from his lip, his voice tinged with a morbid excitement. Because what you face is me. The white fox suddenly arched its back, the silver fur along its neck bristling. Alarm bells rang in Su Yuan's mind, yet at that moment, the mysterious pearl relayed a clear warning. Target will unleash its innate demonic technique, Silver Moon Eclipse, requiring fire attribute spiritual energy to breach its core. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the short blade. This was the red flame technique he had stealthily practiced in the mines. Originally, he could barely summon a spark, but now, a 3-inch-long flame flickered along the blade. As a silver-white halo rose above the white fox's head, Su Yuan's short blade pierced the center of that halo. Fire and silver light collided violently, the resulting shockwave overturning all the underbrush within a 10-zhang radius. The white fox emitted a dying wail, its forepaws digging desperately into the ground, leaving 5 deep scratches on the rock. Impossible. A human cultivator cannot withstand the power of the star essence. You are not human. Before the last word could escape its lips, Su Yuan's palm was already pressed against its chest. The mysterious pearl burned in his palm, and he could distinctly sense the position of the beast's heart, a demon core wrapped in black threads, pulsating slowly with the white fox's breaths. I shall borrow your demon core, he shouted, his fingers piercing through the fur. The white fox's pupils constricted, but it lacked the strength to struggle, managing only to utter with its final breath, "You are half demon." Blood splattered across Su Yuan's face as he withdrew his hand and stepped back, watching the white fox's body slowly collapse. The morning mist was stained crimson with blood, and as the wind swept over the beast's corpse, a silver glimmering demon core fell with a soft thud at his feet. The mysterious pearl chimed in at the perfect moment, detected a Tier 3 demon core, containing 2,780 units of pure demonic energy. Would you like to initiate conversion? Yes. Su Yuan stumbled down, his fingertips barely grazing the demon core when a bone-chilling cold surged up his arm into his dantian. He gasped sharply as the mysterious pearl suddenly radiated a gentle golden light, enveloping the demon core and drawing it into his sea of consciousness. Inside the star essence space, intricate golden patterns emerged on the surface of the demon core, and the previously violent demonic energy was decomposed into wisps of white mist, flowing along the pearl's patterns into his meridians. Excruciating pain surged through his limbs and bones as he pressed his forehead against the ground, cold sweat soaking his collar. He could hear the faint cracking of his bones, a sign that the spiritual energy was reshaping his flesh. The energy mass in his dantian swelled larger and larger, as if it would burst through his meridians at any moment. This was a sign of breaking through to the foundational stage at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Suddenly, a soft grunt echoed through the forest. Su Yuan snapped his head up to see an old man dressed in coarse linen standing just 5 paces away. The elder had a faded medicine pouch hanging at his waist, his white hair contrasting with his youthful visage, but his eyes were like deep pools with inscrutable emotions. His gaze first swept over the white fox's corpse, then landed on the mysterious pearl at Su Yuan's chest, which glowed faintly as the spiritual energy circulated. A person with the star essence can indeed awaken the resonance of the demon bloodline, the old man mused, stroking his beard with a light chuckle, his voice carrying an air of intrigue. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Su Yuan's body tensed instantly, gripping his short blade once more. However, the old man did not approach any closer. He merely nodded at Su Yuan and turned to walk into the woods. As the footsteps faded, Su Yuan heard the elder murmur, "The compatibility of the half-demon bloodline with the star essence may unravel the mysteries of a long-standing case." As night fell, Su Yuan finally opened his eyes. He felt as if a spirited fish of spiritual energy were swimming within him, and with each movement, pure spiritual energy spread throughout his body. Glancing at his palm, the skin, once rough from years of mining, now glimmered with a soft luster, and his fingertips held a delicate golden speck, either the power of the mysterious pearl or the half-demon bloodline spoken of by the white fox. He picked up the remnants of the demon core at his feet, the white fox's dying words echoing in his ears, "You are not human." The mountain wind rustled through the pines, sending a shiver down Su Yuan's spine. He reached for the mysterious pearl at his chest, its warmth more comforting than ever, as if it were responding to his unease. "Regardless of whether I am human," he murmured to the moon, "at least for now, I can live a little longer." As the morning mist crept into the valley, Su Yuan rose slowly. He felt the spiritual energy within him surge like a rushing river, and even his breath carried the sweet scent of grass and wood. The mysterious pearl pulsed gently in his sea of consciousness. A prompt sounding. Host cultivation has broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Energy reserves in the star essence space. 30. He looked down at his palm. Beneath the morning mist, dark golden patterns seemed to flicker beneath his skin. A mountain sparrow startled from its perch, and the distant echo of a beast's roar resonated through the air. Yuan tightened his grip on the short blade and turned to leave the valley, where unfinished business awaited him, secrets yet to be uncovered, and a destiny that truly belonged to him. Chapter 15. The star essence altar before the morning mist had dissipated. Yuan crouched beneath a pine tree, gently rubbing the charred fragment of the demon core in his palm. The white fox's final words, "You are not human," pricked at the back of his neck like a fine needle. The spiritual energy flowing through his meridian's post-foundation establishment cascaded like a stream. Yet it could not quell the rising confusion within him. Born and raised in the mines, orphaned at a young age. Even his surname was casually assigned by the mining overseer. When had he ever been entangled with the demon race? Buzz. The mysterious pearl at his chest suddenly grew hot, and a line of faint golden text emerged in his sea of consciousness. Residual demonic energy detected. Source: the silver-eyed white fox's body. Yuan's pupils constricted. He distinctly remembered extracting the white fox's demon core last night, the very core that housed the beast's life essence. Without the demon core, unless... He abruptly looked towards the depths of the forest, where the morning mist carried a faint, metallic scent that invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of rust soaked in blood. The body has not perished. He repeated the mysterious pearl's warning softly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the bone handle of his short blade. A decade in the mines had taught him that if an enemy retained even a breath of life, it was akin to a sword hanging over his head. He retrieved the moonlight stone from his pocket, an item he had exchanged from a laborer in the apothecary, capable of sensing spiritual energy fluctuations up to 3 miles away. As soon as the pale blue stone was cradled in his palm, intricate ripples appeared on its surface, pointing towards the northwest. Taking a deep breath, Yuan sheathed the short blade at his waist and treaded carefully over the dew-laden, slippery leaves, venturing deeper into the forest. As he ventured deeper, the stench intensified. He even spotted 5 half-foot-deep claw marks on a tree as thick as a man's embrace, the bark curled and stained with dark red blood. Proceeding further, 3 dismembered chamois lay scattered in the path, their entrails dragging half a yard behind. Fresh blood congealed into dark brown splotches on the withered leaves, clearly having met their demise not long ago. The injuries to the white fox were lighter than he had anticipated. Yuan treaded with utmost caution, testing the ground's stability with each step. After establishing a foundation, his senses were heightened several-fold. He could hear the fluttering of mountain sparrows half a mile away and detect the faint scent of charred air, the unmistakable aroma of demonic energy scorching the atmosphere. Turning around 3 mountain ridges, a cave revealed itself in the shadow of a cliff. The green vines at the entrance were torn asunder, and the rocks bore countless intersecting claw marks, the deepest of which nearly pierced through the thick stone wall. The Xian pearl at his chest radiated warmth, and a prompt sounded in his consciousness. The resonance intensity of the star marrow has increased to 40. Yuan's fingers curled slightly. Since acquiring the Xian pearl, the resonance intensity had only reached 25 at its peak, indicating that something closely related to the pearl lay hidden within the cave. He retrieved a fire starter, illuminating the surroundings, and discerned that the cave walls were inscribed with dense runes, each glowing with a ghostly blue light, as if they were living entities flowing across the stone surface. This was the Star Marrow altar, a sacred site for the demon clan's rituals a millennium ago. Suddenly, the Xian pearl activated autonomously, transmitting the rune information directly into his consciousness. Yuan's breath hitched, and the fire starter clattered to the ground. He crouched to pick it up, and by the flickering light, he discovered a minuscule depiction of the Xian pearl in a corner, identical to the one on his chest. Thus, the Xian pearl was a sacred artifact of the demon clan. His throat tightened, and his fingertips brushed over the engravings on the stone wall. A decade spent in the mines had taught him to master his expressions, yet he could not suppress the tremor in his eyes. This elucidated why the Xian pearl could absorb physical strength and transform it into spiritual energy, and why the white fox insisted that he was not human. Yet deeper questions surged like a tide. Who were his parents, and why had they brought the Xian pearl and sold him into the mines? Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated within the stone chamber. Yuan's head snapped up, his short blade firmly grasped in hand. The firelight cast elongated shadows on the cave walls, and in the depths of that shadowy darkness, a pair of crimson eyes gradually opened. The silver-eyed white fox emerged from the shadows. Its once pristine, radiant fur was now matted with dark blood, a shard of bone clinging to its left forepaw. Yet the fierce glint in its vertical pupils was even more intense than the previous night. It emitted a low, menacing growl, its fangs glistening menacingly. "Mortal, you should not tread here." Su Yuan stepped back, his back pressed against the cold stone wall. He could feel the Xian pearl vibrating violently, notifications flashing frantically in his consciousness. Yet he could not focus on a single word. All his attention was fixated on the white fox's claws. The tips of those claws exuded a pale blue venom, dripping onto the stone floor and hissing as it corroded the surface, evidently more perilous than the night before. "I initially intended to exchange your demon core for spirit stones." Su Yuan forced his voice to steady, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his palm gripping the blade. "But now, I am more curious about what you meant when you said I am not human." The white fox's ears perked up suddenly, its crimson pupils narrowing into slits. It stared intently at the Xian pearl on Su Yuan's chest, its menacing growl morphing into a low hum, as if trying to discern something. After a moment, it slowly lifted its forepaw, the venom coalescing into a glimmering droplet. "You possess the scent of star marrow, along with the blood of a half-demon." Su Yuan's fingers pressed into the blade, creating crescent marks. The term half-demon struck him like a thunderclap. Recalling the dark golden patterns that had flickered beneath his skin during last night's breakthrough, and the instinctual connection he felt when the Xian pearl absorbed his physical strength. It was not the Xian pearl that had chosen him. Rather, his bloodline was inherently linked to the pearl. "Answer me." He took a half-step forward, his blade aimed at the white fox's throat. "Who am I?" But the white fox abruptly fell silent, its crimson eyes swirling with complex emotions. It stepped back, its tail sweeping over the fragments of bone on the stone platform, emitting a sound akin to a cold laugh. "If you wish to know, then survive and exit this cave." The mountain breeze outside suddenly surged in, extinguishing the fire starter in Su Yuan's hand. In the darkness, the white fox's eyes glowed like two crimson lanterns, illuminating Su Yuan's shadow clearly. He could hear his own heart racing, could hear the sound of the white fox's claws scraping against the ground, yet he could not fathom what this creature would do next. A distant, thunderous roar of a beast echoed through the cave. The white fox's ears twitched, and it abruptly turned to flee deeper into the cave, leaving a single phrase lingering in Su Yuan's ears. "If you seek the truth, follow me." Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the direction the white fox had vanished, the Xian pearl at his chest burning with an intensity that felt as if it might sear through flesh. He tightened his grip on the blade, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward, determined to unveil the truth, regardless of whether it led to traps or revelations. He was resolved to pierce through the shroud of mystery with his own hands. The silver-eyed white fox's tail left a shallow mark on the stone floor, its blood-stained fur rising and falling with each breath. It focused on the slight glow of the Xian pearl at Su Yuan's chest, a low murmuring reminiscent of a sigh escaping its throat. "Your entrance here signifies your true connection to the star marrow." Su Yuan's grip on the short blade remained firm, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He could hear the sound of his own swallowing, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, a reflex honed over a decade in the mines, where danger would elicit instinctual responses before thought. Yet, in this moment, the white fox's hostility seemed to wane, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze, as if regarding an artifact that belonged to its kin. "But you are not of the demon clan. How can you wield the primordial power?" The white fox lightly tapped the ground with its forepaw, venom corroding the stone and creating small blackened holes. "Human cultivators use spiritual energy, while demons utilize demon essence. What flows within you is the pure power birthed from star marrow." Su Yuan's breath caught in his throat. He recalled the night before when he had broken through to the third level of qi refining, the Xian pearl suddenly heating up, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin resembling living roots burrowing through his veins toward his heart. At that moment, he had assumed it was the effect of the Xian pearl. Now, upon hearing the white fox speak of primordial power, cold sweat trickled down his spine. Could it be that those patterns were not a result of the Xian pearl, but rather something inherent in his bloodline? He did not respond. Instead, he slowly approached the weathered markings on the stone platform. The Xian pearl burned with an astonishing heat against his chest, as if an invisible thread was pulling his hand closer. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the stone slab, he hesitated, having touched the sharpest ores in the mines and endured the most brutal lashes from overseers. Yet this singular contact stirred his heart more than any pain ever could. "Stop!" The white fox suddenly shouted, its silvery tail rigid. But Su Yuan's hand had already pressed down. The runes on the stone platform flared to life, a ghostly blue light spreading from his palm as if ink splattered onto rice paper, instantly enveloping the entire altar. The Xian pearl trembled as if it might leap from his chest, and darkness enveloped his vision, his consciousness exploding into a myriad of starlight. Images surged without warning, a millennium ago at the altar, beneath a silver moon. 12 demon clan cultivators clad in silver-scaled robes sat in a circle, a smaller, ghostly blue orb suspended among them, smaller than his Xian pearl, yet radiating a purer starlight. The elder at the forefront, whose white hair cascaded to the ground, pointed at the orb, his voice echoing from a distant realm. The power of star marrow can only be inherited by those of the same bloodline. If it falls into mortal hands, calamity will ensue. Suddenly, a smaller figure dashed into the circle. Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a boy clad in coarse, short garments, a dark red mark upon his forehead mirroring the dusky golden patterns beneath his skin that emerged when he broke through. The boy reached out for a pearl, prompting the elder to bark, "Seal the altar immediately, half-demon bloodline." The scene abruptly halted. Staggering backward, Su Yuan barely steadied himself against the stone wall, the cold sweat trickling down his chin into his collar. He could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heartbeat, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. Chapter 16. Blood Contract Tracking Talisman. The earlier vision had been too vivid, so real that he could almost scent the dragon's saliva fragrance emanating from the silver-robed cultivator and discern the muddy spots at the boy's feet, their hue identical to the red earth of the back mountains of the Qinglan Mine. "You can truly see the memories of yesteryear." The white fox's voice trembled. Its once erect ears drooped, the fierce light in its silver eyes fading into confusion. "I have guarded this altar for 300 years, witnessing only the previous guardian invoke a resonance with the star marrow. Yet you, a mere human, I am not human," Su Yuan exclaimed suddenly, the short blade clattering to the ground. He recalled the laughter of the overseers in the mine. "This little brat is peculiar," his eyes occasionally shimmering with gold. He must have been gnawed upon by a beast in the womb. He remembered the stormy night when he was struck by lightning at 10 years old, yet emerged unscathed. His companions remarked that he had the resilience of a monster. It was not mere luck. It was the essence of something not belonging to humanity flowing through his veins. A sudden rumble erupted from deep within the altar, fissures spider-webbing across the ground. The white fox leapt up, its silver fur bristling. "The seal has shattered." Following the crack, Su Yuan glimpsed weathered bones half buried in rubble, a piece of green jade tablet embedded in its chest, the blood patterns upon its surface long since dried. The profound pearl at his chest quaked violently, a line of golden light manifesting in his consciousness. Detected remnants of star marrow-related techniques. "Do you wish to analyze?" Without hesitation, he extended his hand toward the jade tablet. Just as his fingertips brushed the surface, the profound pearl emitted a brilliant starlight, enveloping the tablet. In an instant, countless golden characters surged into his consciousness. Star Pulse Spirit Connection Technique, Volume 1. Invoking star marrow into the body, connecting to the bloodline's source. When perfected, one may transform into a star shadow. This was the relic of the previous guardian. The white fox lunged forward, its front paws stirring a gust of wind. Yet, it halted 3 feet from Su Yuan, its silver eyes swirling with struggle. "If you can truly inherit the star marrow, this technique is rightfully yours." Su Yuan gripped the jade tablet tightly, feeling its coldness seep through his palm into his veins. He gazed at the white fox, suddenly recalling the boy from his memories who had charged into the altar. Perhaps he and that boy shared the same bloodline. "Tell me, what is the half-demon bloodline?" His voice was hoarse. "Why does the profound pearl recognize me? Why can I see those scenes?" The white fox turned its head away, its tail restlessly thrashing the ground. "All I know is that star marrow is the most ancient essence of the demon clan. To suppress it, 12 great demons sacrificed their demon cores. You bear the scent of star marrow and the blood of a half-demon." It abruptly turned and dashed toward the cave entrance, pausing momentarily. "We must leave before dawn. This mountain's belly is about to collapse." As for the truth, it glanced back at Su Yuan, its silver eyes glimmering with a faint golden hue. "The Star Pulse Spirit Connection Technique will reveal it to you." The sound of falling stones echoed from outside the cave, and the mountain wind swirled dust within. Su Yuan gazed in the direction the white fox had vanished, then lowered his gaze to the jade tablet in his hand. The profound pearl still radiated warmth, yet it was no longer searing. Rather, it felt like a warm piece of jade pressed against his heart. He found a relatively flat stone surface to sit upon, leaning against the still trembling altar. The characters on the jade tablet flowed in his consciousness, the profound pearl instinctively drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy, coursing through his meridians. For a fleeting moment, he sensed something awakening within his blood, akin to a seed that had lain dormant for years finally reaching the nourishing spring rains. The rumble from the mountain's belly grew ever closer, and Su Yuan shut his eyes. He could hear his heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse of the profound pearl. The first line of the star pulse spirit connection technique surfaced in his mind. Stars enter the pulse, blood as the guide. He inhaled deeply, channeling the spiritual energy according to the technique. The light from the profound pearl illuminated his palm, casting a soft blue hue upon the bones in the stone crevice. Outside the cave, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. The morning mist in the mountain's belly had yet to dissipate as Su Yuan leaned against the gently vibrating altar, the jade tablet in his palm exuding delicate starlight. The profound pearl pressed against his chest, its warmth penetrating through the coarse fabric of his short garments, akin to a lump of wax melting against his skin. With his eyes closed, he could distinctly sense the characters of the star pulse spirit connection technique flowing within his consciousness. Stars enter the pulse, blood as the guide. These 6 words felt like fine needles, gently prying open a long-sealed shackle within his bloodline. Spiritual energy traversed the pathway guided by the profound pearl through his meridians, first causing a cool sensation at his fingertips, then spreading to his elbows, shoulders, and finally burrowing like an icy silkworm into his heart. A low murmur escaped Su Yuan's throat as he felt something stirring within his veins. Akin to a seed buried beneath snow for a decade suddenly touched by the spring sun, its shell cracking open along fine fissures. Now is the moment. He bit down on his tongue to maintain his focus, following the technique to complete the final cycle. The frequency of the profound pearl's vibrations aligned perfectly with his heartbeat, and the bones within the crevice shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, as if awakened by some ancient force. The shift occurred without warning. A sudden, excruciating pain gripped his chest, as though someone had seized his heart and twisted it mercilessly. Su Yuan's eyes flew open, cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he beheld blood-red patterns crawling beneath his skin, spreading from his collarbone to his neck like a living crimson centipede. He recognized those markings all too well. 3 months prior, when Overseer Zhao Taizhan had plunged a poisoned dagger into his heart, it was these very blood lights that had seared into his flesh. Blood contract tracking talisman. The sharp scream of the silver fox pierced his eardrums. In an instant, as he turned his head, the pure white demon beast lunged forward, its silver eyes swirling with a dark red fury. However, just as its front paw was about to touch Su Yuan's shoulder, it collided with a faint golden barrier, a protective shield activated by the profound pearl. Shimmering with scattered starlight, resembling a transparent umbrella woven from stars. How could you bear the marks of the forbidden arts of the heavenly mechanism pavilion? The white fox recoiled a step, its tail puffing up into a fluffy ball. They nourished their talismans with the blood of the living. Unless this little brat was never meant to survive more than 3 days after the talisman was planted. A chilling voice echoed from outside the cave. Su Yuan looked up to see 3 dark figures breaking through the clouds. The foremost cultivator held a blood-red lantern, its body engraved with twisted runes, the flame emitting an eerie purple-black hue. The mountain wind lifted their black cloaks, revealing the words heavenly mechanism embroidered in golden thread upon their chests, an enigmatic organization of the Daiqian dynasty, tasked with tracking rare treasures and monitoring cultivators. Su Yuan, you certainly know how to hide. The leading cultivator formed a seal with his fingers, and suddenly, a scarlet chain shot forth from the lantern, adorned with 9 bronze bells, each inscribed with blood-red patterns. The heavenly mechanism pavilion will not allow you to hoard what is desired. The sound of the chain slicing through the air was like a venomous serpent striking. Su Yuan's pupils dilated. He could distinctly see the dark purple poison glimmering at the chain's tip. This was no ordinary attack. It was a lethal strike aimed at his life. In the face of death, the profound pearl erupted with dazzling starlight from his chest. Su Yuan's vision darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that familiar space of star marrow. Above him swirled a galaxy. Beneath him flowed stardust, and even his breath was imbued with sweet spiritual energy. He instinctively reached for his chest, where the lingering pain of the blood contract remained, but in this space, all external harm was rendered a mere shadow. You have finally arrived. A hoarse male voice resonated from behind him. Su Yuan abruptly turned around, only to behold a translucent figure standing at the edge of the starry river. The figure donned a faded azure robe, their features bearing a striking resemblance to his own. Yet upon their forehead lay a faint golden scale, the emblem of the demon race. Who are you? Su Yuan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Who am I? Why does the Xian Pearl recognize me? Why do I possess the bloodline of a half-demon? The figure raised a hand, fingertips brushing the waters of the starry river, which instantly reflected a series of images. Young Su Yuan being shoved into a cart by human traffickers, his cries muffled by a cloth, the overseer's whip striking his companions. Droplets of blood splattering onto his dust-covered face, And on that stormy night, hiding in a woodshed, the Xian pearl suddenly erupted from his chest, tracing a half-demon totem in the muddy ground. You are the guardian of the star essence, the figure sighed. A millennium ago, the 12 great demons suppressed the star essence with their demon cores, yet left behind a bloodline legacy. The half-demon blood coursing through your veins is both a lock of suppression and a key to awakening. That blood contract was tampered with by the people of the Tianji Pavilion. The figure's fingertip glided over Su Yuan's heart, where the blood patterns suddenly manifested in the starry river. They sensed the disturbance of the star essence and planted a tracking symbol through Zhao Tieshan's lingering spirit. Your cultivation of the star vein communication technique ignites the star essence, akin to lighting a fire under the symbol. The scenes at the riverbank suddenly twisted, revealing the external world. A silver fox struck by a crimson chain, its snowy fur seeping with blood, the leading cultivator casting a spell. Chains from a lantern piercing through the gaps in the protective orb, and his own body, suspended above the altar, the blood patterns crawling across his entire face. It is time to return. The figure pushed him gently. Remember, the star essence protects the human heart, not the bloodline. Su Yuan felt a whirl of vertigo, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself collapsed in the corner of the altar. The glow of the Xian pearl was visibly fading. He could hear the whimpering of the silver fox, smell the metallic tang of blood in the air, and feel the blood contract's patterns still pulsating beneath his skin. Yet clearer still was a new memory within his consciousness. The 12 great demons kneeling before the star essence, amidst the golden light of shattered demon cores. An infant wrapped in starlight, placed into the Xian pearl. Outside the cave, the shrill cries of blood-red chains drew nearer. Chapter 17. The fragmented current as the starlight of the star essence space trickled away like fine sand through his fingers. Su Yuan's hair stood on end. He fell heavily onto the altar's stone slab, his back colliding with the wall etched with ancient patterns, causing him to gasp in pain. The glow of the Xian pearl had dimmed to a mere veil, allowing him to see the silver fox curled in the corner, its snow-white fur battered by the crimson chains, blood oozing in dark purple under the moonlight. The chains, it seemed, were imbued with demon-corrosive poison. When the silver fox raised its head, Su Yuan noticed its left eye was covered with a film of blood, its fangs clicking ominously. Yet it still stood guard between him and the cave's entrance. Outside, the chanting of cultivators echoed sharply, and the tips of blood-red chains pierced through the entrance, scorching the ground beneath. Move. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, the Xian pearl suddenly heating in his palm. It dawned on him that the figure's words regarding the blood contract being a tracking symbol were true at this moment. His cultivation of the star vein communication technique was akin to waving a torch. He swiftly bit his tongue, the metallic sweetness flooding his mouth, forcibly interrupting the flow of his technique, and the blood patterns beneath his skin indeed darkened slightly. The silver fox understood his intent, pressing its front paws against the ground, generating a gust of wind that surged toward the cave's mouth. The chains whizzed past Su Yuan's ear, exploding against the stone wall. Seizing the opportunity, he crouched and slipped into a hidden passage beside the cave, his fingertips digging into the mossy rock wall. This escape route had been discovered 3 days prior while he was surveying the ruins, initially deemed a precaution, but now it was a lifeline. The passage was musty, and with each step, his wounded leg felt as though it were being scorched by fire, cold sweat dripping from his brow onto the stone slab, the sound echoing sharply in the narrow space. It was only when he heard the shouts of pursuers outside fading that he leaned against the stone wall and collapsed. The Xian pearl pressed against his chest like a beating heart. Detected fluctuations in the earth vein may attempt to analyze the advanced version of the fire refinement technique. The familiar prompt resonated in his consciousness, and Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his face, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the surface of the Xian pearl. This orb had accompanied him since he was sold into the mines at the age of 7. Back then, he had tumbled and bled in the red copper vein, and it had rolled out from a crack in the ore, diving into his heart, stained with his blood. For 10 years, he had thought he understood its nature, only to find that today it had summoned a half-demon figure and proclaimed him the guardian of the star essence. First, I must address the immediate situation. He pinched the flesh between his thumb and index finger, the pain sharpening his thoughts. His companions in the mines were still waiting for him. After Zhao Tieshan's death, the Qinglan mine would likely erupt in a storm of bloodshed. He tore off a strip of his clothing to bandage his leg, pulled out a half-cold biscuit to chew on, and, guided by the moonlight, discerned the direction, north. He had to head north. As the decrepit door of the abandoned relay station creaked open in the dead of night, Elder Huang Jiao was squatting before the stove, stoking the fire. Upon hearing footsteps, his fingers tightened reflexively, snapping the fire poker in half. Only when he recognized Su Yuan did he exhale in relief, retracting his neck and shutting the door tightly. My little ancestor, you finally made it. Su Yuan noticed his left eye was swollen to a mere slit, and his neck bore a purplish bruise. Evidently the result of a recent beating. Who did this? Su Yuan's voice grew heavy. Who else could it be? Elder Huang Jiu rubbed his frostbitten hands and pulled out an oiled paper package from his pocket, pushing it towards Su Yuan. Lu Tianxiong, the new elder sent by the sect, claims to be inspecting the mines, but in truth, he is here to root out the old guard. Since Zhao Tieshan's death, he has been scouring the entire mining area for suspicious elements. Just yesterday, he buried 7 miners alive on the back mountain, accusing them of collusion with demon cultivators. Inside the oiled paper package were 2 roasted sweet potatoes, still warm. Su Yuan's throat tightened suddenly. 3 months ago, he had rescued Elder Huang Jiu when the overseer had broken his leg and thrown him into a mass grave. He had secretly carried him to the apothecary, using the Xian pearl to hasten his healing. Now, the sweet aroma of the sweet potatoes mixed with the smoke clinging to Elder Huang Jiu, reminding him of those nights in the mines, huddled around the fire, sharing roasted potatoes. Atai always said my roasted potatoes were the best, and Zhu would always snatch the little girl's share, only to be hit by a cold chunk. And Atai? He suddenly grasped Elder Huang Jiu's wrist. When I left, he was still recuperating in the wood shed, his leg wound not fully healed. Atai. Elder Huang Jiu's Adam's apple bobbed. He snuck into the overseer's room the night before last and stole a short knife. I saw him run deep into the mines, pursued by Lu Tianxiong's men for half the night. He lowered his voice. But this morning, I heard old Zhang from the coal mine say there was movement in the earth vein stone at the deepest part of the mine, as if it were about to explode. Before he could finish, the Xian pearl in Su Yuan's chest throbbed violently. A myriad of golden speckles flashed before his eyes, and when he regained focus, a blurry map had emerged in his consciousness. The bluish-gray veins spread like blood vessels, with a spot marked in red vermilion labeled Li Hua Cavern, alongside notes indicating weak points in the earth vein that could trigger an explosion. This was the spiritual vein map of the Qinglan Mine. Elder Huang Jiu leaned closer, his murky eyes suddenly brightening. In my youth, I worked under the old foreman. I recognized this pattern. Years ago, the Dacian royal family came to measure the veins, stating that Qinglan's fire vein could produce high-grade red copper. Yet no one has ever fully grasped the direction of the spiritual veins. Where did you obtain this? Su Yuan did not respond. He pressed his fingertip to his temple. The Xian pearl's prompts continuing requires 300 points of spiritual energy to complete the fragmented map. As soon as his thoughts shifted, warmth surged from his chest. The stamina expended during the recent upheaval in the mines flowed back through his veins toward the Xian pearl, swiftly transforming into pure spiritual energy, causing the map in his consciousness to sharpen. The Li Hua Cavern lay at the deepest part of the mine, directly above the overseer's room, and below were 3 escape tunnels that he and Atai had secretly excavated the previous year. If one could provoke the earthly veins at the fire cave, the explosive force of the spiritual pulse might overturn the overseer's quarters, allowing the miners trapped in the tunnels to escape. Once the veins are destroyed, the sect would surely lose interest in this mine for a considerable time, enabling the survivors to scatter far and wide. A sharp sound pierced the air, akin to a blade slicing through the night. Su Yuan abruptly lifted his head and, through the shattered window, glimpsed 3 dark figures racing towards him from the southeast. The leader bore a bronze flag at his waist, its surface embroidered with the character Tian, the emblem of the Tianji Pavilion. They were in pursuit. Pale as death, Old Man Huang seized a sweet potato from the table and prepared to thrust it into the stove, clearly believing it to be the vengeful spirit of Zhao Taizhan. Through the tunnels, Su Yuan urged, pulling him to flee towards the inn's backyard. In the rear yard stood a dry well, its walls marred by a half-man-high crack. A discovery he had made during a previous rendezvous. He retrieved the Xian pearl, and with a subtle thought, a translucent shadow identical to him materialized behind. This was the first time he had actively invoked the shadow clone. The Xian pearl indicated it could mimic his aura to mislead foes. The shadow turned and dashed in the opposite direction, instantly drawing the 3 dark figures after it. Su Yuan dragged Old Man Huang through the crack. The musty scent mingling with damp earth assaulted his senses. Above, he heard the shouts of a cultivator. "Pursue that lad. He bears a blood contract and cannot escape far." The crack grew narrower, and Old Man Huang's coarse clothing snagged on the jagged edges. Su Yuan felt a protrusion on the stone wall. With a forceful push, a hollow revealed itself at the end of the fissure. Moonlight streamed down, illuminating a grove of wild bamboo outside. A mere 2 miles to the north lay the periphery of the Qinglan Mine. Go first, he urged, thrusting the oil paper bundle back into Old Man Huang's arms. Seek Dr. Wang in the southern town and tell him Su Yuan sent you. He will take care of you. And you? Old Man Huang grasped his wrist tightly. Lu Tianxiong's men kill on sight. You cannot go alone. I have urgent matters, Su Yuan replied, wrenching his hand free. The Xian pearl in his palm burned with intensity. There were still lives he needed to save in the mine. Without waiting for Old Man Huang to speak again, he plunged into the bamboo forest. The night wind rustled the bamboo leaves, and he could hear his heartbeat overpowering the sound of his footsteps as he rounded the last thicket. The moonlight was abruptly veiled by clouds, revealing a broken wall ahead, remnants of a watchtower that had collapsed 2 years prior due to a lightning strike. Beyond the wall lay a field of wild grass, and a mere 50 paces further was the entrance to an abandoned mine shaft. Su Yuan crouched behind the broken wall, gazing at the cobweb-covered mine entrance. The wind gusting from the shaft carried a familiar scent, an iron-rich sweetness mingled with the dampness of the subterranean river. He pulled out the map of the spiritual veins, the location of the fire cave etched in his mind as clearly as if engraved on his retina. In the fleeting moment when the clouds parted to reveal the moon, he noticed the cobweb at the mine entrance stir. Something was emerging, casting a slender shadow in the moonlight, resembling a serpent. Suddenly, a low breath resonated behind him. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, the Xian pearl searing in his palm. Just as he was about to turn, a hoarse voice called out, "Xiao Yuan, is that you?" The voice was laden with nasal congestion, reminiscent of blood and phlegm caught in the throat. Su Yuan spun around to find a figure standing in the shadow of the broken wall. Taller than him by half a head, with a scar running from his brow to his jaw. A Tai. A Tai's injured leg still oozed blood, the hem of his pants encrusted with dark clots, yet he clutched a cloth bundle tightly to his chest. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his eyes reddened, and the bundle slipped from his grasp, revealing a tattered half of the fire refining technique. "I knew you would return." He staggered forward, but collapsed 3 steps away from Su Yuan. Catching him, Su Yuan felt the sticky warmth of unhealed knife wounds on his back, some still embedded with shards of stone. In the mine tunnels, a Tai coughed up blood, his fingers gripping Su Yuan's sleeve with desperate intensity. Lu Tianxiong plans to blow up the vein tonight at midnight. The wind from the mine entrance suddenly shifted direction, carrying a Tai's blood sent deeper into the darkness. Su Yuan gazed into the inky void of the mine shaft, the Xian pearl buzzing against his chest. His heartbeat thudded loudly, echoing like a war drum. Midnight was merely 3 hours away. In the shadows of the broken wall, a Tai's blood stained Su Yuan's arm, warm and uncoagulated. Su Yuan could distinctly hear the sound of blood bubbles bursting in his throat, reminiscent of old Qin's last moments 3 years prior when he clutched Su Yuan's wrist tightly and whispered about the apricot blossoms down the mountain. Lu Tianxiong is planning to blow up the vein. A Tai's nails nearly embedded themselves into Su Yuan's flesh. The spiritual vein has nurtured malevolent entities. Leaving it intact is a disaster waiting to happen. He suddenly erupted into a violent cough, blood splattering onto Su Yuan's collar. I overheard them discussing the placement of explosive spiritual bombs in the core area, intending to trigger a resonance at midnight. Su Yuan's temples throbbed. 3 months prior, he had spied on the mine's ledger. The Qinglan vein was a direct asset of the De Qian royal family, with annual tributes of red copper or sufficient to forge 3,000 spiritual blades. Lu Tianxiong was merely an overseer dispatched by the Tsungyan sect. How dare he threaten the royal mine? Unless the Xian pearl burned hotter against his chest, like a piece of red-hot coal. Su Yuan felt the fire-refining technique fragment in a Tai's embrace. Its cover still bore fresh blood. They had unearthed it deep within the mine last month. And a Tai had crawled half a mile with a broken leg, biting down on the fragment. How much time is left? His voice tightened. Midnight. A Tai looked up, his eyes unusually bright beneath the scar. Now, it's 3/4 past the hour. Su Yuan calculated quickly. Traversing from here to the core area would require passing through at least 7 checkpoints. He glanced at the rolling wounds on a Tai's back, the edges tinged with a blue-black hue from poisoned whip strikes. Lu Tianxiong clearly harbored murderous intent, aiming to eradicate any instability within the mine. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound echoed from the mine entrance. Su Yuan swiftly pressed a Tai into the crevice of the broken wall, positioning himself against the ground to listen. The footsteps of the patrol team approached, their iron boots crunching over gravel, accompanied by the overseer's foul curses. "Keep your eyes peeled. That Su Yuan has been hiding in the city for 3 days. He must be lurking nearby." "Boss, do you really think that Brat can turn the tide?" Scoffed another voice. "He's just a mine slave." The mine slave's overseer whipped him against the tree trunk. I personally witnessed him clear half a ton of rubble with his bare hands to save a life when the West Mine collapsed last month. What's even stranger? He lowered his voice. Is that yesterday, I found 3 guard corpses in the back mountain, their throats slit cleanly as if by a spiritual blade. Yet that brat didn't even possess a decent knife. Su Yuan's fingers instinctively curled into fists. 3 days prior, during his escape from the mine, he had indeed encountered the ambushing guards in the forest. At that moment, the Xian Pearl had surged with heat, and in a blink, the 3 guards had collapsed in a pool of blood. Only later did he understand that it was the protective shadow conjured by the Xian Pearl. The patrol's footsteps faded into the distance. Let us check the execution ground. Those troublemakers are due for punishment. The execution ground. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. The mine's execution site lay at the southern wall's base, a place designated to instill fear in rebellious miners. Suddenly, he recalled the fire refining technique fragment in Atai's possession. Lu Tianxiong wanted to blow up the veins, perhaps fearing someone might uncover secrets hidden within the remnants. Atai suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Xiao Yuan, I saw them dragging Old Zhou towards the execution ground. Old Zhou was privy to the mine tunnel's secrets. If he were to perish, Su Yuan recalled Old Zhou's drunken ramblings 3 years ago, claiming that beneath the Qinglan vein lay an ancient passage excavated by a cultivator, directly leading to the core fire cave. At the time, he had dismissed it as drunken babble, yet now it pierced his mind like a thorn. Hold on. Su Yuan removed his outer garment to wrap around Atai. I will go to the execution ground to rescue him. You wait here. No. Atai grasped his wrist. Lu Tianxiong's men will kill anyone they see. I have this. Su Yuan opened his palm, revealing the mysterious orb that shimmered with a ghostly glow under the moonlight. 3 days prior, during his escape, this orb had unexpectedly begun projecting the map of the Yor vein, revealing the course of the spiritual vein 300 feet underground with utmost clarity. More remarkably, when he activated the fire refining technique, the orb would convert his expended stamina into spiritual energy. After carrying Atai for half a mile, he felt more invigorated than after 2 hours of meditation. Atai gazed at the orb for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I knew you were different. He pulled out a half piece of fire-patterned stone from his pocket. Old Zhou gave me this, claiming it can summon the fire energy from the Yor vein. Su Yuan tucked the fire-patterned stone into his sleeve. As he turned, he heard Atai softly say, What if I can't hold on? You won't. Su Yuan did not look back. Once we rescue Old Zhou, we shall go to see the apricot blossoms at the foot of the mountain. The torches at the execution ground flickered 300 paces away. Su Yuan crouched low, navigating through the thorns. The scent of blood growing stronger, a fresh odor mingled with the distinctive coppery sweetness of the ore. He saw 8 overseers surrounding a wooden platform, on which 5 miners were bound. The one on the far left, emaciated to the point of distortion, was Old Zhou. As the hour arrived, the overseer chief drew a ghastly blade that gleamed with an eerie blue light in the fire's glow. Let's start by chopping off Old Zhou's hand to remind him of the consequences of stealing the Yor vein map. Old Zhou raised his head, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling as he spotted Su Yuan. Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. The orb trembled at his dantian, delivering a clear notification. Detected fire-type spiritual energy concentration at 17, convertible to usable spiritual energy. Current stamina consumption value at 32. Conversion can replenish spiritual energy by 28. He took a deep breath and activated the fire refining technique. The fire's spiritual energy from the Yor vein surged into his fingertips, circulating within his body before being absorbed by the orb. This was the orb's newly developed feature, capable of temporarily storing absorbed spiritual energy for later release. The shadow clone was prepared. The orb's notification resonated in his mind like a silver needle. Su Yuan recalled the first time he used this technique 3 days ago, where he had split into 2 shadows in the woods, successfully diverting 20 pursuers. He flicked the orb with his fingers, and 2 shadows, mirroring his essence, burst forth from either side. The shadow on the left deliberately snapped a dry twig, while the shadow on the right extended a middle finger toward the overseer chief. The overseers, startled by the commotion, rushed toward the shadows, 3 to the left and 5 to the right. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan leaped onto the execution platform, his dagger flashing coldly as he severed the ropes binding Old Zhou. Let us go. He pulled Old Zhou to his feet and cut the other miner's bindings. A young miner, paralyzed with fear, stood trembling in place. Su Yuan slapped him back to his senses. If you want to live, run with me. The sound of clashing iron echoed from below the platform. Lu Tianxiong had arrived. Su Yuan did not need to look to know it was the man in the dark robe, adorned with 7 array plates at his waist, now glaring at him with a venomous gaze. 3 days prior, during his escape, Lu Tianxiong had personally set up a beast-trapping array. Had it not been for the orb's sudden activation of protection, he would have been reduced to blood and mud within the array. Su Yuan, you run quite well. Lu Tianxiong's voice dripped with icy disdain. But today, I will unleash an array flag, and you won't escape. The ground trembled suddenly, and golden patterns emerged beneath Su Yuan's feet. It was a spirit-trapping array. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy being drained, and even the orb's vibrations had weakened. Follow me. Old Zhou suddenly tugged at his arm. The tunnel entrance is behind the coal storage. A group of them stumbled into the passageway, the shouts of the overseers echoing behind them. Su Yuan glanced back to see Lu Tianxiong's array flag swirling in the firelight, just 20 paces away. Ahead, the young miner screamed as the path ahead was sealed off by a pile of debris, clearly a trap set by Lu Tianxiong in advance. Su Yuan's heart raced. He took out the orb and pressed it against the ground, and it immediately emitted a buzzing sound, analyzing the vein's direction. After 3 breaths, he drew his dagger and carved a crooked array into the pile of rubble. Everyone, come here. What is this? A teleportation array? Old Zhou's eyes widened. In 30 years of mining, I've never seen such a thing. Be quiet. Su Yuan snapped. The orb's spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, and the array suddenly glowed with a crimson light. He pushed Old Zhou into it and leaped in with a tie. When he opened his eyes again, they stood in a warehouse filled with ore. In the distance, Lu Tianxiong's furious roar echoed. Search for me. Turn every mine upside down. A tie leaned against a pile of stones, gasping for breath, his wounds staining the ground a dark red. How did you know there was a tunnel here? Su Yuan remained silent. He gazed toward the ventilation shaft at the end of the warehouse, where the faint resonance of the spiritual vein hummed. The core area lay just beyond it. The orb in his palm grew hot, and he could distinctly sense something calling to him from there, as if a latent power within his bloodline was awakening. Let us go. He crouched down and hoisted a tie onto his back. The true trouble was only just beginning. Outside the warehouse, Lu Tianxiong's array flag pierced through the night. Su Yuan could hear the man's gritted teeth. Su Yuan, I will turn you into blood and feed you to the malevolent entity in your vein. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the warehouse, the wind from the ventilation shaft suddenly shifted direction, carrying a hint of a dragon's roar, and crept into Su Yuan's collar. Chapter 19. Escape from the mine explosion. Su Yuan's back, burdened with a tie, was soaked with cold sweat. The rusty scent from the ventilation shaft mixed with the stench of blood, invading his nostrils. A tie's blood trickled down Su Yuan's arm, dripping onto the bluestone floor with a soft plop, each sound pricking at his nerves like a fine needle. How much farther? Old Zhou leaned against the mine wall, panting heavily. His hand, previously broken by an overseer, was still wrapped in tattered cloth, and every step seemed to cause him pain. Behind them, a few young miners gripped short knives scavenged from the mine, their palms slick with sweat, the blades gleaming coldly in the dim light. Su Yuan remained silent. He could distinctly hear his own heartbeat, quickening with each passing moment. The orb pressed against his heart, growing warmer with each breath, the resonance of his bloodline intensifying, as if a live ember was flickering deep within the spiritual vein. The wind from the ventilation shaft suddenly changed, no longer carrying the rancid odor, but instead wafting sweet tendrils of spiritual energy. They were near the core spiritual vein area. As they rounded the final bend, Old Zhou gasped in shock at the sight before him. The entire mountain wall was inscribed with golden runes, some as large as grinding discs, others as small as grains of rice, layered and intertwined like a net, flowing on the stone wall like a living entity. At the center stood a stone platform embedded with a fist-sized red crystal, within which fiery red spiritual energy surged, resembling a sun sealed within. This is the Earth Vein Locking Spirit Array. Old Zhou's voice trembled. I've heard the former overseer mention it. Great sects use such arrays to trap spiritual veins, draining their energy to sell to cultivators. That scoundrel Lu Tianxiong has long since drained this mine dry. Su Yuan's nails nearly pierced his palm. He could sense the orb vibrating violently, pale blue patterns appearing on its surface, resonating with the runes on the stone wall. The orb was deciphering the array's core. The remnants of the beast-trapping array from 3 days ago still haunted him. He needed to act swiftly, as Lu Tianxiong's pursuers could arrive at any moment. A tie. Hold on tight. He crouched down, resting a tie against the stone wall, and gestured to Old Zhou. You two hide behind the crystal platform, and no matter what happens, do not make a sound. Old Zhou hesitated, reaching for Su Yuan's sleeve, but withdrew his hand halfway. He watched as Su Yuan pulled out the orb. As the orb approached the nearest rune, the entire mountain wall suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. A crisp sound, reminiscent of metal striking metal, resonated as a faint purple mist emanated from the mysterious orb, clashing with the runes etched into the stone wall. Veins bulged upon Su Yuan's forehead as he observed the star marrow space within the orb operating at a remarkable speed. Countless fragments of intricate runes soaring forth to precisely mend the gaps in the spirit-locking formation. This was the orb's second ability. It could restore incomplete formations. Previously, he had only repaired the most rudimentary gathering formation, yet this vast earth vein spirit-locking formation was now under his influence. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed as the outermost runes on the stone wall extinguished. A sweet taste surged in Su Yuan's throat, nearly causing him to falter. The orb's spiritual energy receded from his meridians like a receding tide, reminding him that mending high-level formations demanded immense spiritual energy. And he was merely at the initial stage of foundation building. Old Zhou, his brother, attempted to rush forward but was halted by a silent warning from Su Yuan. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from behind. "Did you think I was unaware of your arrival?" Su Yuan's skin prickled as he turned to see Lu Tianxiong standing at the bend, his dark robe immaculate, clutching a crimson jade slip in his left hand and 7 formation flags in his right. The smile on his face was colder than the wind that swept through the mine. "I have studied the spirit vein map of the Qinglan mine for 3 entire years," Lu Tianxiong said, shaking the jade slip. "From the ventilation shaft to the core area, from the heart of the earth vein spirit-locking formation to every fragment of stone in the tunnels, Su Yuan, your every step has been calculated by me." Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as realization dawned upon him. He understood why the tunnels had been sealed in advance, and why the teleportation array had accurately pinpointed the warehouse. Lu Tianxiong was not pursuing them. He was herding them towards the core area. "That power within you is indeed peculiar," Lu Tianxiong mused, licking his lips as his gaze swept over the orb in Su Yuan's palm. "With your half-demon bloodline and this ancient orb, once I drain your spiritual meridians, the spirit energy of the Qinglan mine combined with your essence will suffice for me to break through to the 3rd level of foundation building." Before he could finish, the formation flags at his fingertips thrust into the ground. The entire mountain trembled violently, and the runes of the spirit-locking formation abruptly transformed to a blood-red hue. The ground beneath Su Yuan cracked in a spiderweb pattern, and countless fire serpents surged forth, hissing as they flicked their tongues, instantly sealing off all avenues of retreat. Old Zhou gasped, his voice drowned out by the serpent's cacophony, while Atai gritted his teeth, his wound oozing blood anew. The fire spirit devouring formation. Su Yuan's voice tightened. He felt the temperature around him soar, the heat from the fire serpents scorching his face. Even more terrifying was the sensation that these serpents were consuming the spirit energy of the world, causing the orb's vibrations to diminish. This was an attempt to sever his source of energy. "Beg me now, and I may grant you a swift death." Lu Tianxiong's fingertips ignited with a ghostly blue flame. "Hand over the orb and self-destruct your cultivation, and I will allow you a complete corpse." Su Yuan suddenly laughed. As he did, the orb buzzed in his palm, the star marrow space slowly unfurling to form a translucent blue shield, enveloping everyone within. The fire serpents collided against the shield, sending sparks flying, yet they could not penetrate. "Did you think this worthless orb could protect you for long?" Lu Tianxiong's expression darkened. "Though the star marrow space is formidable, you are merely at the 1st level of foundation building. It can only hold for half a stick of incense." "Half a stick of incense is sufficient," Su Yuan replied, his gaze sweeping over the spirit-locking formation on the stone wall before landing on the central red crystal. He recalled how, 3 days prior, the orb had autonomously activated to shield him during the cave's collapse. He remembered how, over the past decade, the orb had transformed his daily toil into spiritual energy, allowing him to be the first among the miners to touch the threshold of qi cultivation. And he thought of the desolate well deep within the mine, where he had once seen similar dragon-patterned engravings on the wall. "Old Zhou, hand me the fragment of the earth vein map," he said softly, his voice akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. Old Zhou paused momentarily before hurriedly retrieving a tattered sheepskin roll from his bosom. It contained the secretive notes he had taken on the vein's trajectory, the patterns now blurred by bloodstains. As Su Yuan took the fragment, the orb's blue light immediately enveloped it, and the indistinct patterns began to automatically restore, swiftly transforming into a complete map of the spirit vein distribution. His finger traced the weakest point on the map, halting 3 inches beneath the red crystal. "Here." Atai suddenly grasped his wrist, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Detonate the spirit vein." Su Yuan fixed his gaze on Atai's blood-stained garment. "Lu Tianxiong seeks our lives, and we shall ensure his mind is buried with us." Atai's grip loosened. He gazed into Su Yuan's eyes, a smile breaking forth. My life should have been buried in this mine long ago. If I can take a foundation-building cultivator down with me, it is worth it. Old Zhou tightened his hold on his short blade. I will fight alongside you. Lu Tianxiong clearly did not anticipate their counterattack. Just as he prepared to urge the formation flags once more, Su Yuan bit his fingertip and drew a blood rune upon the orb. The blue light of the orb surged dramatically, the shield of the star marrow space beginning to tremble violently. This was the draining of spiritual energy. Seeking death, Lu Tianxiong bellowed as he unleashed a palm strike enveloped in ghostly blue flames and fierce winds. Yet Su Yuan did not even glance at him. He pressed the orb against the weakest point of the spirit vein, and the dormant half-demon bloodline within him suddenly awakened. He could hear the cracking of his bones, feel the demon core heating up in his dantian, and see the orb absorbing his bloodline power, resonating with the spirit vein. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from beneath. The red crystals suddenly shattered, and fiery red spiritual energy gushed forth like a volcanic eruption. The entire mountain began to collapse, fragments raining down like droplets. And the fire serpents of the fire spirit devouring formation were scattered by the surge of energy. Lu Tianxiong's formation flag snapped, and he was flung back by the shockwave, crashing against the stone wall and spitting out blood, staring at Su Yuan in disbelief. Go! Su Yuan hoisted a tie onto his back and pulled old Zhou along as they raced towards the ventilation shaft. The mining area behind them trembled violently, columns of fire soaring into the sky, illuminating the night. He could hear Lu Tianxiong's furious roar swallowed by the sound of the collapse, mingling with the jubilant cheers of the miners amidst the chaos of falling debris. The orb burned in his palm, new rune patterns emerging on its surface, as if some ancient contract had been awakened. Su Yuan glanced back once, witnessing the hell he had known transform into scorched earth in the flames. He felt the lingering heat of the spiritual vein explosion at the heart of the orb, and from this day forth, he would no longer be a mere pawn in the hands of others. As the flames began to subside, the Qinglan mining area lay in ruins. Su Yuan stood outside the ventilation shaft with the surviving miners, the sound of pattering hooves from the city guards approaching in the distance. He glanced at a tie in his arms, then at old Zhou's blood-stained rags, and bent down to pick up a piece of scorched ore. Let us go, he said, his voice imbued with a strength he had never possessed before. There are tunnels ahead. We are going home. Once the most familiar mineshaft, cage, and whipping post lie buried beneath rubble. Su Yuan gazes at the desolate ruins. A lump forms in his throat. When he was sold to the mine a decade ago, he was merely 7, tossed into the pitch-black tunnel by the foreman, his cries rendering his voice hoarse. An old miner had handed him a cold piece of bread, saying, "Kid, living is better than anything." Yet at this moment, he feels no sense of liberation. The black orb in his palm suddenly emanates a chill. A stream of information surging into his consciousness. Residual blood energy detected. Source, Lu Tianxiong. Su Yuan's pupils constrict, his fingertips instinctively pressing against the orb at his heart. The blue light pulsing in the star marrow space quickens, as if issuing a warning. He swiftly retrieves a fist-sized moonstone, a subpar spiritual stone used for detecting spiritual veins, imbuing it with a hint of spiritual energy, causing a faint blue halo to emanate. The sensing energy spreads along the stone's patterns. 100 meters away, amidst a pile of rubble to the southeast, a sliver of chilling blood energy slithers like a venomous snake. The aura is faint, nearly dissipating. Yet the mingled resentment causes Su Yuan's temples to throb. It's Lu Tianxiong. A tie. Su Yuan glances down at the person in his arms. A tie clutches his clothing, shadows cast by his lashes darkening under his eyes, and upon hearing his voice, he struggles to open his eyes. Yuanzi, what's wrong? You and the others should leave first. Take the tunnel around the northern cliff. Su Yuan gently lays a tie in old Zhou's embrace. I need to handle something. Old Zhou, his hands calloused with age, suddenly grips Su Yuan's wrist. That foundation-building cultivator has been buried. What do you intend to return for? His bloodshot eyes are filled with urgency. The city guards are almost here. If we delay, we'll be surrounded. Hasn't he died? Su Yuan interrupts, his voice weighted like a stone. When the spiritual vein exploded, I sensed that his blood energy hadn't completely dissipated. He releases old Zhou's hand, his fingertip brushing over the newly emerged runes on the orb. The soul-chasing blood talisman's spell is not easily severed. Suddenly, a tie coughs violently, blood spattering onto Su Yuan's sleeve. Yuanzi, don't be foolish. He clutches Su Yuan's garment, his knuckles turning white from the grip. You've just crawled out of the gates of hell. Precisely because I just emerged. I cannot leave any loose ends. Su Yuan crouches down, smoothing a tie's damp hair from his forehead. You all should follow the mountain stream. At the fork, turn west. I will catch up before dawn. He rises, unfastening the last half of his compressed rations and placing it in old Zhou's hands. Take care of a tie. His wound cannot become inflamed again. Before he finishes speaking, he has already turned and vanished into the night. The wind through the rubble carries a scent of char. Su Yuan crouches low, traversing broken mine cart tracks, the orb in his palm growing hot, the light shield in the star marrow space lightly trembling. This shields his perception. He can hear his heartbeat, each thump reverberating against his ribs, like a drum. A decade of servitude in the mines has taught him not only how to survive under the whip, but also how to remain as silent as a shadow. Even his breath reduced to an almost inaudible whisper. As he rounds a charred rock the size of a millstone, Lu Tianxiong's figure comes into view. Once an esteemed outer sect elder clad in a dark robe, he now resembles a dog stripped of its spine. The front of his robe is singed black. His right shoulder collapsed at an unnatural angle, clearly broken by the shockwave of the explosion. He kneels amidst the rubble, his left hand propping up a bloodied oar, while his right hand clutches a thumb-sized fragment of blood jade, carving a line of blood with his nail on his palm. Do you think destroying the mine will free you from me? Lu Tianxiong suddenly speaks, his voice grating like a rusty knife against stone. Once the soul-chasing blood talisman from the heavenly mechanism pavilion locks on, you cannot escape your doom, no matter where you flee. As he raises his head, his left eye swollen to a slit, the right gleams with a painful brightness. Even if I die, the blood talisman will follow your blood energy, waiting for the right moment to explode. Blood drips onto the blood jade, sizzling as it does. Dark red runes emerge on the surface of the jade, writhing like a living serpent, crawling up Lu Tianxiong's wrist and arm. Upon seeing those runes, the orb vibrates again, flooding his consciousness with information. Soul-chasing blood talisman mark detected. Star marrow energy required for extraction. Execute. Su Yuan silently commands in his heart. At that moment, the blood jade in Lu Tianxiong's hand suddenly blazes with blinding red light. An invisible wave radiates from the jade, sending ash and debris swirling into the air. Su Yuan feels a constriction in his chest. As if an unseen hand grips his heart, he can distinctly sense a thread of chilling blood energy burrowing through his veins towards his dantian, a mark of the blood talisman. He bites his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his throat. He suppresses the urge to retch, channeling the recently completed blood spirit rejuvenation art through the orb. This once incomplete technique now appears crystalline in his mind, and he follows the route of the technique, reversing the flow of energy within him, which surges like turbulent waters in the opposite direction. Agonizing pain radiates from his dantian to every limb and bone. Su Yuan stumbles backward, his back colliding with the charred rock, sweat from his forehead splattering onto the ground. He hears Lu Tianxiong's roar piercing through the waves of the blood talisman. Lifting his gaze to see the foundation-building cultivator spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the blood jade shattering into powder, his body falling rigidly backward, losing consciousness entirely. Breathing heavily, Su Yuan leans against the charred rock, slowly crouching down. The heat from the orb seeps into his veins. The spiritual energy from the star marrow space, cleansing his meridians like a clear spring. He touches his chest, where the previously chilling sensation has dissipated, leaving only the warmth of the orb. Yet he knows this is but a temporary reprieve. The heavenly mechanism pavilion, which Lu Tianxiong mentioned, poses the true threat. In the distance, the shouts of the city guards echo, the light of torches illuminating the mouth of the ravine. Su Yuan tears off a strip from his garment to wipe the blood from his face, bending down to collect the storage bag from Lu Tianxiong's grasp. Inside are 3 foundation-building pills and a bronze token inscribed with the words Heavenly Mechanism. He tucks the token into his garment and turns to flee towards the northern cliff. A Tai and the others should have already entered the tunnel. Su Yuan races over the rubble, the wind rushing into his collar, bringing with it the coolness of the mountain stream. He touches the orb resting against his chest, its runes still faintly glowing, as if reminding him, the true escape has only just begun. 3 days later, as the morning mist rolls over the folds of the Qinglan Mountains, Su Yuan and his companions finally halt before an abandoned post overgrown with vines. The wooden door of the post is ajar. The words Songfeng Post faded to a pale gray. A Tai leans against Su Yuan's shoulder, his breathing steadier than the previous day, while old Zhou wipes the sweat from his brow, pointing towards the post. Let us rest here for a while. I'll gather some dry firewood. Su Yuan gazes into the dim shadows within the post, his hand instinctively resting on the storage bag at his waist. He can feel the bronze token radiating heat through the fabric. Some things, no matter how far one flees, cannot be escaped. Old Joe had already ventured into the back alley of the post station to gather firewood, the sound of brittle twigs snapping scattered into starry fragments within the morning mist. Startling two gray sparrows that fluttered past the faded characters songphone post above the entrance. Su Yuan suddenly halted. The in his chest burned fiercely, akin to an iron block thrown into a charcoal pit. What sent chills down his spine was the resurgence of a cold, sinister blood energy creeping up his meridians. Unlike the sharp, agonizing pain experienced when Lu Tianxiong's blood talisman was shattered, this sensation felt like the minuscule bites of ants, infiltrating from his heart to his limbs. He instinctively pressed his hand against his chest, his knuckles turning pale beneath the coarse fabric of his garment. Atai, sensing his discomfort, lifted his gaze. The boy's pupils were still clouded from last night's fever, yet he strained to maintain his composure. Is it hurting again? Su Yuan forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Just an old ailment. It will pass. He turned, helping Atai to a rickety wooden table against the wall, the table's legs screeching against the floor. The noise shattered the silence of the post station, causing the dust settled on the beams above to tumble down, one particle landing directly in his collar, tracing a path along his collarbone that chillingly coincided with the trajectory of the sinister blood energy. A hoarse cough echoed from outside. Su Yuan's body tensed instantly, his hand instinctively grasping the storage pouch at his waist, but upon recognizing the visitor, he gradually relaxed. It was old Master Huang. Clad in a short blue outfit speckled with straw, morning dew still clinging to his whiskers, as he lifted the door curtain. His shoulder bore a heavy cloth bag that seemed to contain half a sack of stones. Little Su, brother, he exclaimed, tossing the bag onto the table. The water pouch hitting Atai's side with a thud. I scoured half of Qinglan town and finally gathered some information. He wiped his face, not knowing if it was sweat or mist. That blood talisman is not something an ordinary cultivator can wield. It is the secret technique of the Tianji Pavilion. Su Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Tianji Pavilion? Indeed. Huang lowered his voice, his whiskers quivering. I have an informant working as a servant at the gambling house in the northern part of town, who said that the talismans from Tianji Pavilion are specifically designed to counteract the blood talismans of fugitives. Unless one finds and utterly destroys the original spiritual object of the practitioner, the blood poison will rebound after 7 days, and even a celestial being cannot save you. He pointed towards Su Yuan's chest. What you broke was a manifest talisman, but that old fellow must have left a contingency. Atai suddenly grasped the hem of Su Yuan's clothing. Brother Yuan, don't go. Su Yuan remained silent. He gazed out at the dim sky shrouded in mist, his throat tightening. The in his palm felt scalding, the spiritual energy from the star marrow space slithering through his meridians, temporarily suppressing the cold, sinister sensation. Yet, he knew Huang was right. 3 days ago, when Lu Tianxiong had fainted, he had distinctly seen that foundation-building cultivator's essence blood merge into the blood jade. If that blood jade had undestroyed fragments, Atai, when old Zhou returns, blocked the back door of the post station with stones. Su Yuan abruptly rose, retrieving 2 foundation-building pills from his storage pouch and placing them into Atai's hand. This medicine will sustain your vitality. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Where are you going? Atai, alarmed, attempted to rise, but the injury in his lower back made him gasp. To the ruins of the mine. Su Yuan tightened the coarse belt around his waist, securing the storage pouch more firmly. Lu Tianxiong's original spiritual object must be there. Old Master Huang suddenly seized his wrist. Little Su, the mine is currently guarded by the city patrol and disciples from the sect. You are walking into a tiger's den. I have no choice. Su Yuan pried Huang's hand away, the in his palm burning as if to leave an imprint. If the blood poison rebounds in 7 days and I die, you won't survive either. As he turned, the morning mist wafted into the post station. Huang's sigh was swallowed by the fog, and Atai's call felt like a needle piercing his back. But he did not look back. He could not afford to. The ruins of the Qinglan mine were even more desolate than 3 days prior. The charred mine entrance resembled an open wound, with remnants of unburned coarse hemp still hanging from broken beams, swaying in the wind like dark banners. Su Yuan crept along the mountainside, his boot crushing a half-melted spirit stone beneath him, the sharp sound causing him to hold his breath. 30 paces ahead, 2 city patrol lanterns swayed into view, the sound of their armor clanking like chains dragged across the ground. He pressed against the rock wall, slipping into a narrow crevice, the heat from the radiating through his palm. Suddenly, a line of faint golden characters appeared in the star marrow space. Blood talisman, residual concentration, 27. Countdown to backlash, 6 days, 18 hours. Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. When the footsteps of the patrol faded, He hunched over and darted into the remnants of the mine, the stench of decay mingling with burnt earth invading his nostrils. 7 miners had died here 3 days ago, their bodies yet to be collected. The suddenly vibrated in his palm. Following the surge of heat, he noticed moonlight streaming through the collapsed mine ceiling, illuminating a charred rock where half of a blood jade fragment lay, its surface still stained with dark brown blood. I found it. Just as he bent down to retrieve it, the ground trembled violently. A crimson light shot up from the earth, resembling a fire dragon awakened from slumber. The shockwave hurled Su Yuan against the stone wall, his vision blurring, as the urgently warned him, detecting activation of the residual earth vein formation, current danger level, extreme. When his sight cleared, he found himself engulfed in a haze of blood mist. Countless fire serpents emerged from the mist, their tongues flickering blue flames. Moreover, translucent blood shadows floated in the air, their fingertips coalescing into dark red needles, precisely the technique Lu Tianxiong had used to enact the blood talisman. What a wretched old man, Su Yuan muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he drew his short knife. The instant the blade was unsheathed, the nearest fire serpent hissed and lunged at him. He spun to evade, the back of his knife striking the serpent's vital point. Yet it felt as though he had struck air. In an instant, the fire serpent coiled around his ankle. Excruciating pain radiated from his ankle, and Su Yuan bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood exploding in his mouth. He emitted a blinding white light, and the star marrow spaces prompt thundered in his consciousness. Detecting resonance with the earth vein formation, shadow clones can advance. Current available uses, 5 times. Let us give it a try. He bit his fingertip, drawing a rune on his forehead as reflected by the 5 figures, identical to him and wielding the same short knife, suddenly materialized. Even the beads of sweat on their foreheads identical. Split up, Su Yuan commanded. The 5 figures moved in unison. 2 led the fire serpents deeper into the mine. 1 leaped onto a broken beam to attract the blood shadow, while the remaining 2 flanked from the sides, heading straight for the blood jade fragment. The moment the fire serpents were diverted, Su Yuan seized the opportunity to lunge for the blood jade. Just as his fingertips grazed the fragment, a sudden rush of wind signaled a blood shadow had circled behind him, its blood needle mere inches from his back. Clang! One of the shadow clones intervened, deflecting the blood needle, but it was corroded by the blood mist until it became transparent. Su Yuan's heart raced, seizing the blood jade fragment. This heat surged throughout his body, while spiritual energy from the star marrow space flooded into his meridians. He felt something shatter within his consciousness. It was the seal of the blood talisman residue. A deafening roar reverberated through the mine, shaking loose stones from above. Lu Tianxiong's spiritual projection emerged from the blood mist, half of his face marred by charred corpse-like discoloration, while the other half retained the sinister expression from before his fainting spell, his nails elongated like hooks, reaching for Su Yuan's face. You cannot escape. The blood talisman is indestructible. Su Yuan retaliated by throwing his short knife. The blade sliced through the neck of the spiritual projection, yet the figure merely dissipated into blood mist, reconstituting 3 steps away. Seizing the moment, he retreated, the in his palm burning fiercely. As the star marrow space's alert resounded once more, blood talisman residual concentration 12, countdown to backlash 6 days, 17 hours. Never extinguished. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixating on the shard of blood jade in his hand. Moonlight filtered through the mine's apex, illuminating the shard and casting a reflection of his crimson eyes. I shall crush this talisman, along with your soul. The spectral projection of Lu Tianxiong lunged towards him once more. Gripping the blood jade tightly, Su Yuan whirled and dashed deep into the mine, determined to return to Songfeng Post before dawn, to test whether the Xian Pearl could completely sever the blood talisman using this fragment. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the wooden door of Songfeng Post was gently pushed open. A Tai was dozing on the windowsill, and upon hearing the commotion, he abruptly lifted his head to find Su Yuan leaning against the door frame, his clothing singed with several holes, clutching a blood-stained jade shard. The glow of the mine's flames still flickered in his pupils, yet he smiled faintly at a Tai. Boil some hot water. I need to enter seclusion. Just as a Tai was about to respond, he watched Su Yuan stagger to the wooden table and sit cross-legged. Suddenly, the Xian Pearl in his palm emitted a soft glow, and the blood jade shard levitated slowly between them, its surface stains visibly seeping into the pearl, as if being devoured. Outside, the sound of patrolling guards' hoofbeats echoed through the morning fog. A Tai gazed at Su Yuan's half-closed eyes, suddenly sensing that the miner who always concealed his wounds behind a smile was transforming into someone entirely different. Chapter 22. Confronting the men in black, Su Yuan firmly closed his eyes. He could distinctly feel the blood talisman mark on his chest, which had haunted him for 7 days, burning intensely. It was a tracking curse sown by Lu Tianxiong through secret arts, akin to a red-hot blade carving into his flesh every hour. At this moment, the warmth of the Xian pearl surged up through his palm, and the spiritual energy of the star essence space flooded into his meridians. He activated the blood spirit rejuvenation technique he had completed with the Xian pearl, guiding the energy towards his heart with a crackling sound, like tearing open a layer of decayed cocoon. Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, cold sweat beading on his forehead and dripping onto the stone floor. He reached for his chest, where the dark red serpentine mark had once resided. Now, only a faint white scar remained. It worked, he chuckled softly, a tremor of relief evident in his voice. 7 days prior, during the mine riot, he had been branded by Lu Tianxiong's blood talisman while rescuing old Wu, who was trapped in a blood mist. For those 7 days, he had not dared to close his eyes, fearing the talisman would drain his vitality in his dreams. Now, that deadly countdown had vanished at the moment the Xian pearl consumed the blood jade shard. However, before he could fully exhale in relief, the Xian pearl in his palm began to tremble violently. A mechanical yet clear prompt echoed in his mind. Resonance with the spectral projection has intensified. Would you like to attempt fusion with the characteristics of the blood spirit rejuvenation technique? Su Yuan's pupils constricted. The spectral projection was a fragmented technique he had scavenged from the mine's laborers, originally capable of manifesting only 2 transparent shadows, which could barely hold a blade. Yet, after being completed with the Xian pearl, the projection could now shield him from blood needles. The projection that had absorbed the blood mist in the mine had even transmitted a sensation of searing pain to him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Let's give it a try. Su Yuan bit his tongue to maintain his clarity and gently reached out to the Xian pearl with his consciousness. In the next moment, his awareness was pulled into the star essence space. It was still the familiar starry dome, but 5 semi-transparent shadows were now swirling around him. Su Yuan recalled that he had only practiced up to the 3rd level. How could there be 5? Before he could ponder further, one of the shadows suddenly raised its hand in perfect sync with his own movement. He attempted to activate the blood spirit rejuvenation technique, and to his astonishment, the same spiritual energy patterns emerged within the shadow. A warm current of energy flowed through an invisible thread into his dantian. Sharing spiritual energy, Su Yuan's breath hitched. He remembered the blood battle in the mine. If the projection could share the burden of attacks or scout for enemies. Ding! The prompt sounded again, and the outlines of the shadows became clear. Su Yuan tried directing the leftmost shadow to move left, the one on the right to move right, while the 3 in the center formed seals in place. To his astonishment, the 5 shadows acted independently, their perceptions intertwining with his consciousness like fine threads. He could even see through the eyes of the left shadow, catching glimpses of the stone table at the edge of the star essence space, and hear his own rapid heartbeat through the ears of the right shadow. This was the true form of shadow fission. Su Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the warmth of the Xian pearl seep through his skin into his bones. He realized that these 5 shadows were no longer fragile apparitions. They had become a second body capable of carrying a portion of his spiritual energy and perception, if unleashed in battle. Bang! The wooden door burst open with a thunderous crash, startling Su Yuan and almost causing him to tumble out of his meditative state. He snapped his eyes open to see Elder Huang gasping for breath as he leaned against the doorframe, his copper bell jingling with each hurried inhale. This old sly fox, who always treated information as merchandise, was now drenched in cold sweat, his sideburns matted. Little Su, a few unfamiliar faces have arrived in town, dressed in black robes and wielding blood jade tokens, asking if anyone has seen a miner with a Xian pearl. Su Yuan's pupils instantly narrowed to pinpricks. He recalled Lu Tianxiong mentioning the phrase Tianji Pavilion during the blood battle in the mine. It was a mysterious organization specifically tasked with capturing escaped slaves for the Deqian royal family, employing methods tenfold more ruthless than the mine overseers. Where? His voice suddenly turned icy, like a blade dipped in ice. Behind the rice shop in the West Market, Elder Huang wiped the sweat from his brow. I noticed that the leader was clutching a blood jade token, which resembles your shard. Su Yuan turned, seizing the short knife from the corner of the wall, the scabbard clattering against the wooden table's edge. He approached the window and parted the curtains, and through the morning mist, he indeed saw 3 men in black robes making their way toward the post, the bronze compass hanging at their waists glowing a dark red, an artifact for tracking cultivators. Atai, go to the woodshed and bring the jar of herbs I hid to the backyard. Elder Huang, may I borrow your tattered cloak? Elder Huang was taken aback, but quickly removed his gray cloth garment and tossed it to Su Yuan. He donned the cloak, tucked the Xian pearl into the collar, and rubbed some stove ash onto his face. Glancing at Atai, who still seemed bewildered, he suddenly smiled. Do not fear. They are searching for the miners Su Yuan, not the laborers of Songfeng Post. Before he finished speaking, he had already pushed open the back door. The sound of patrolling guards' hoofbeats resonated in the morning mist, but it was overshadowed by another, lighter sound. The 5 shadows floated up behind him, 2 gliding along the wall to the left, 2 to the right, while the last one dashed straight toward the West Market, stirring the air and causing a few fallen leaves to flutter. From the other side, a low shout emerged from the men in black. The 3 figures immediately pursued the left shadow, while the remaining 2 tightened their grips on their short blades. Cautiously approaching the back door of the post, Su Yuan edged along the wall, circumventing behind the 2 men. The 2 shadows suddenly sprang up from beneath them, one colliding with the wrist of the left man, the other ensnaring the right man's ankle. What the left man exclaimed, swinging his blade but only slicing through a fragment of shadow. The right man stumbled and fell, and Su Yuan seized the opportunity. Pressing the short knife against his neck, "Speak, who sent you?" "Tianji Pavilion," the man began, but before he could finish, the other black-robed figure suddenly flicked his wrist, breaking the poison pouch in his mouth. Su Yuan quickly grasped his chin, but could only manage to retrieve a blood-stained scroll from his bosom. As the moonlight filtered through the clouds, Su Yuan crouched beneath the old locust tree in the post's backyard. The writing on the scroll still bore the scent of blood. Target, Su Yuan. The blood talisman's backlash is near its end. Capture alive and bring back to Tianji Pavilion for interrogation. Lu Tianxiong's residual soul has already attached to the blood jade. It can be used as bait. His hand trembled slightly as he clutched the scroll. It turned out that Lu Tianxiong was not dead. That spectral projection was merely an illusion. The blood talisman's backlash was not an end, but rather another beginning. He tucked the secret order into the stove, watching as sparks licked at the paper. Suddenly, he heard the cawing of crows above. 3 black crows circled the old locust tree, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red. A storm was approaching. Huang Jui stood behind him, gazing at the thickening dark clouds with a sigh. Tonight, there would be a downpour, and perhaps the abandoned military camp to the north of Yunling town could provide some shelter. Su Yuan looked up at the sky. The ominous clouds rolled in from the north, resembling a beast that preyed upon the unwary. He touched the dark pearl hidden in his collar, feeling the 5 phantoms within his consciousness tremble gently. This time, he was no longer the mind slave hunted by the blood talisman. He possessed phantoms, a dark pearl, and enough means to shatter all webs that sought to ensnare him. "Atai, bring my bundle of herbs." He turned towards the back door, his voice imbued with a coldness he was unaware of. "We must move." The first rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, and large raindrops pelted against the blue stone slabs. As Su Yuan vanished into the curtain of rain, the crows on the old locust tree suddenly took flight towards the north of Yunling town, emitting a piercing cry. Chapter 23. The young lord's last. While the torrential rain splashed against the stone slabs, and Su Yuan, wrapped in a soaked coarse cloth coat, hurried along the overgrown path to the north of the town. The dark pearl beneath his collar radiated warmth, while the 5 phantoms swirled in his consciousness, a warning that the pursuers had not yet been entirely shaken off. When the crumbling walls of the abandoned military camp appeared through the rain, he wiped the water from his face. The camp gate had long been entangled in wild vines. He drew his short knife and sliced through the tangle. The sound of splintering wood mingled with the thunder. Inside, the wild grass reached his knees, and several dilapidated buildings leaned precariously, the innermost one having half its roof collapsed, providing just enough shelter from the rain. As he stepped over the threshold, a chill suddenly gripped the nape of his neck. The dark pearl in his consciousness surged, and instinctively he rolled aside just as a rotting beam crashed down where he had stood, splattering mud across half his face. "Frosty luck still holds," he chuckled softly, wiping the mud off his face, only to find himself staring into a pair of bluish-purple eyes. In the center of the dilapidated temple lay a coffin made of black sandalwood, its lid askew, revealing a sleeve embroidered with golden cloud patterns. A youth lay half-reclined within, his complexion a sickly purple, resembling a poisoned eggplant, emitting a dying wheeze from his throat. Rainwater dripped through the collapsed roof, landing on his forehead, then rolling down his pale cheek into his collar. Su Yuan's breath caught. The dark pearl activated on its own, the spiritual energy from the star essence space flowing into his consciousness like a gentle stream. He fixated on the youth's chest, where a dark blue toxic mist slowly expanded. It was the residual poison of the 9 transforming cold soul powder. He had witnessed miners die from this poison in the mines, their bodies turning purple, their deaths horrific. Save me. The youth suddenly grasped his wrist. His fingers were as cold as ice, yet his grip was surprisingly strong, nearly digging into Su Yuan's flesh. Pulled off balance. Su Yuan nearly toppled into the coffin. The youth's Adam's apple moved. You are the first living person to enter. My name is Zhang Jingxing. Please take me home. Before he could finish, the youth's eyelids fluttered shut. Su Yuan withdrew his hand, the lingering chill still present on his fingertips. He reached for the dark pearl in his collar. The spiritual spring in the star essence space surged within his mind. He had tested this spring before. It could heal ordinary injuries, but the cold soul powder was a third-grade poison, and the spring might not suffice. Why should I save you, when the lives of mine slaves are deemed worthless? He murmured to himself, yet he had already retrieved a jade vial from the space. When the spiritual spring dripped onto the youth's lips, the bluish-purple hue of his complexion began to fade slightly, warmth returning to his fingertips. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. The spiritual spring from the dark pearl was indeed effective against the cold poison. The rain continued through the night. Su Yuan remained by the coffin, administering a drop of the spiritual spring every half hour. The youth's breathing gradually steadied, yet he did not awaken. As dawn broke in the east, the youth suddenly erupted into a violent cough, spewing forth blood mixed with tiny ice crystals. There's no need to exert yourself. Zhang Jingxing managed a weak smile, his hand reaching into his garment to retrieve a blood-stained letter. I have been poisoned by the cold soul powder for 7 days. The poison has seeped into my heart and lungs. If I could be buried in the ancestral hall, the letter should be delivered to Lu Ruyan. She will understand. Su Yuan pressed down on his trembling hand. Who is Lu Ruyan? The Zhang family, a former female general of the old army. The youth's fingers tightened suddenly. If she sees the letter, she will know that Li Shui conspired with the southern barbarians, colluding with the apothecary to poison me. His words abruptly ceased, and his hand fell lifelessly onto the coffin, producing a hollow sound. Su Yuan gazed at the youth's gradually cooling corpse, his throat constricting. The young lord of Yunling town. He had heard the rumors. Zhang Jingxing took over town affairs at 16, regulating trade routes and distributing grain. A living bodhisattva in the eyes of the people. Yet now, this bodhisattva lay in a broken coffin, unable to preserve even a semblance of a proper corpse. I will take you home, he whispered, extending his hand to gently close the youth's eyelids. The dark pearl trembled softly in his consciousness, as if in response. The coffin was constructed from the temple's door planks. As Su Yuan carried the coffin out of the military camp, the rain had finally ceased. In the morning mist, the blue-tiled roofs of Yunling town appeared hazy and ethereal. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he was intercepted by the city guards, for spear-wielding sentinels blocked his path. The bearded leader scrutinized the door plank on his back. What are you carrying? A corpse, Su Yuan replied coldly. Zhang Jingxing, the young lord. The bearded man's expression changed. Whispers arose among the guards, and someone rushed to report. Su Yuan stood still, watching as a dark figure rushed out from the town gate. The woman wore tight-fitting dark garments, with a spring knife hanging at her waist, her hair tied back with a red ribbon in a neat ponytail. Her brows sharp as blades. It was indeed Lu Ruyan, the one Zhang Jingxing had mentioned. She dashed forward, fixated on the blue cloth covering the door plank, her fingertips trembling slightly. As she lifted the blue cloth, she inhaled sharply, her spring knife half drawing before she abruptly sheathed it again. Turning to Su Yuan, her gaze was icy. Who did this? How did he die? Cold soul powder. Su Yuan offered the letter. He asked me to deliver this to you before he passed. Lu Ruyan's hand trembled as she took the letter. She quickly scanned the contents, her pupils constricting sharply, then bowed solemnly to Su Yuan. Your kindness will be remembered, sir. Please accompany me into the town to arrange for young Master Jingxing. The candlelight in the Zhang family's side courtyard flickered against the papered windows. Su Yuan sat on a wooden stool, a bowl of hot porridge sent by Lu Ruyan before him, untouched. The letter lay spread out on the table. The ink had blurred from the bloodstains, yet it was clear enough to read of Li Shui's collusion with the southern barbarians, using the northern mine as bait, and the poison scheme concocted by Lu Dian, the apothecary. Li Shui was the deputy lord of Yunling town. Su Yuan had heard of him before. That old man always liked to stroke his beard, claiming the youth was too reckless. Suddenly, a faint sound of tiles slipping echoed outside the window. Su Yuan's hand instinctively grasped his short knife, while the dark pearl within his consciousness trembled, the 5 phantoms surging towards the window. He turned sharply, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the eaves, the moonlight reflecting briefly on the knife sheath before it vanished into the night. It seems someone is anxious, he murmured, his fingertips brushing against the dark pearl. The contents of the letter had likely disturbed some individual's foundations. Outside the courtyard, the sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed. The weather is dry. Be cautious with fire. Su Yuan extinguished the candlelight and lay down on the bed. The warmth of the dark pearl pressed against his chest, and he stared at the shadows on the ceiling, a cold smile curving his lips. What is meant to come will surely arrive. 3 days later, Zhang Jingxing's funeral would take place at the ancestral hall. Li Shi claimed he would personally express his condolences, his words sounding sincere. On the morning of the third day, the bronze bell of the ancestral hall tolled 9 times. The stone-paved road was laid with plain white hemp paper, heavy with morning dew. Su Yuan stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the mourners kneeling in the mourning hall. Li Shi was supporting Zhang Jinghong's coffin, tears coursing down his weathered face, transforming his drooping mustache into a portrayal reminiscent of a balding old goat. Ah, dear nephew Jinghang. Just the other day you spoke of playing a couple of games of chess with me. How is it that? A stifled sob broke through the crowd, several women dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. Su Yuan's eyes swept over Li Shi's trembling shoulders and noticed his right pinky unnaturally curled. He had seen this last night outside the courtyard window, where a shadow had worn a jade ring on that very finger, now glimmering with the same eerie green as Li Shi. My condolences, Uncle E. Lu Rian's voice cut through the air like a frosted blade. She stood to the left of the mourning hall, her dark attire unchanged, the tassels of her embroidered spring blade swaying in the breeze. Before his passing, Jinghang mentioned he would wait for your arrival. Li Shi's sobbing abruptly halted. He hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, his eyes revealing a flicker of panic. Dear niece, do not take this to heart. My bond with General Zhang is one of deep trust, he said, as Lu Rian stepped forward, her boot crushing a piece of torn paper underfoot. I must inquire, Uncle E, is the deed to the northern mines still concealed in the storeroom? The cries in the mourning hall fell silent. Li Shi's face flushed crimson, his fingertips digging into the coffin's ornate carvings, his nails turning white. This child Jinghang must have been muddled in his illness. He turned to Su Yuan, his gaze sharp as a serpent's tongue. This young friend is Su Yuan, a companion of Jinghang. Su Yuan met that gaze, feeling the within his consciousness warming, a recent warning of impending danger. The heat felt like a glowing ember pressed against the nape of his neck. By the time the funeral concluded, it was nearly noon. Lu Rian led Su Yuan into the Zhang residence's secret chamber, the candlelight reflecting off her tightly pressed lips. This morning, 3 esteemed physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau came to re-examine him. They all said Jinghang bore no poison. She unveiled the white silk covering the table, revealing Zhang Jinghong's bluish fingertips. Yet I distinctly felt icy shards at his heart. Only one afflicted by deep-seated cold poison would exhibit such symptoms. Su Yuan focused on that shade of blue-violet, his mind racing through the toxicology charts that the had analyzed. Last night, he had backtracked Zhang Jinghong's symptoms, and the incomplete Xian Chao medical canon had automatically supplemented 3 pages, including the antidote for the 9 turns cold soul powder. This poison would hide within the blood after 3 days, undetectable by ordinary pulse diagnosis. Li Shi moved his hands, tapping lightly on the table. To break this deadlock, we must conduct a public examination for poison. Lu Rian raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting a medical duel? Indeed, Su Yuan replied, casting his gaze towards the swaying shadows of the trees outside. He could bribe the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau, but he could not silence the eyes of the entire town. As long as I reveal the cold poison publicly, any further excuses from Li Shi would be in vain. 3 days later, a platform was erected in the martial arts arena at the center of Yunling town. A red cloth banner fluttered in the wind, revealing the golden characters discussing medical arts. Li Shi, dressed in a freshly tailored green robe, sat in the main seat, flanked by 3 elderly physicians with white beards. Upon seeing Su Yuan ascend the platform, he stroked his mustache and chuckled. Your courage is commendable, young friend, but the path of medicine values experience highly. Do not make a fool of yourself. Indeed, my lordly, Su Yuan replied, surveying the throngs of townsfolk below and deliberately raising his voice. Shall we invite the 3 esteemed physicians to diagnose a patient? Let us select old Zhou from the front courtyard of the Zhang residence. He suddenly collapsed yesterday, feeling cold all over, similar to Master Jinghong's symptoms. The 3 physicians exchanged glances, and the leading physician, Wang Yijing, stepped forward to take old Zhou's pulse. The moment his fingers touched Zhou's wrist, his expression shifted, and he feigned examining the eyelids and tongue before straightening up. This is merely the wind and cold entering the body. A prescription for a warming decoction will suffice. Wind and cold? Su Yuan unsheathed a short dagger from his waist, lightly grazing old Zhou's hand, blood beating and instantly congealing into purple-black ice. Wind and cold would cause blood to freeze. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Li Shi's mustache quivered as he coughed twice. Young friend, do not act recklessly. I shall diagnose. Su Yuan retrieved the torn pages of the Xian Chao medical canon from his bosom, the swirling in his consciousness, causing the characters on the pages to glow with golden light, an indication that the pearl was completing the method. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his gaze sparkled with starlight. This poison is known as the 9 turns cold soul powder. It requires 3 ingredients: red flame grass, snow ginseng, and ice silkworm saliva, to be refined with the fire of starlight. He extended his hand in a grasping motion, and a translucent light cocoon materialized in his palm, revealing the entrance to the starlight space. Gasps erupted from the townsfolk, while the 3 physicians paled, with Wang Yijing stumbling back 2 steps and knocking over a teacup. The red flame grass transformed into red mist within the light cocoon, the snow ginseng exuding crystalline liquid, while the ice silkworm saliva coalesced into a pale blue thread. Su Yuan flicked his fingertip, intertwining the 3 streams of spiritual energy into a pill that plopped into a porcelain bowl. He lifted old Zhou's chin and administered the pill. Moments later, old Zhou's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? How did I end up here? Cheers erupted like thunder. Li Shi's face turned ashen, and he slammed the table. This must be sorcery. It is undoubtedly sorcery. Whether it is sorcery or not, a visit to Lord Li's pharmacy will reveal the truth. Lu Ruyan interjected, pulling out a roll of paper from her sleeve. Master Jinghong's secret letter states that the Southern Barbarians' envoy brought a box of medicinal herbs into town last month, stored in your backyard cellar. She brandished her embroidered spring blade, its tip lifting the hem of Li Shi's clothing. I shall go search now. The crowd began to stir, and several young townsfolk clenched their fists. Beads of sweat dripped down Li Shi's forehead as he suddenly raised his voice. Silence. This duel does not count. I demand. Su Yuan pressed down on his hand, the heat of the searing his palm. You may claim it does not count, but the eyes of the townsfolk are upon us. As night fell, Su Yuan returned to the Qingfeng and outside the city. Candlelight cast flickering shadows on the papered windows as he spread the medicinal residue he had collected during the day across the table. He automatically absorbed a wisp of toxic mist, beginning to analyze the components. Outside, the sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed. The weather is dry. Be cautious with fire. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lu Rian burst through the door, her red ribbon trailing behind her. Li Shi has sent assassins. They will strike at midnight. She quickly locked the door behind her. I have investigated. They are the Southern Barbarian Shadowless Guards, for elite assassins. Su Yuan touched the hilt of his short dagger at his waist, a cold smile gracing his lips. They arrived just in time. Lu Rian hesitated, ultimately stating, I will guard downstairs, before turning to descend. As the clock struck the 8th hour, the leaves of the locust tree outside the inn rustled violently. Su Yuan extinguished the candle, peering out into the moonlight, where 4 shadows crept along the wall, their poisoned daggers glinting with an eerie blue glow. He tightened his grip on the starlight space within his mind beginning to activate. As the clock struck the 8th hour, the leaves of the locust tree outside the inn rustled violently. Su Yuan's hand paused, his fingertips brushing the animal bone hilt of the short dagger he had picked up in the ruins of the mine. Though the blade was dull, it had been tempered with his own refined fire energy, making it ideal for breaching defenses. The sound of the 4 shadows moving against the wall was softer than the flutter of a mosquito's wings, yet to his ears, it resonated like a drum. The pulsed with heat in his palm, and the ability of the starlight space had long since begun to operate. He could distinctly sense 5 faint energies in his consciousness, each a projection split from his own spiritual energy, each carrying a similar aura to his own. They have arrived, he murmured softly, sliding down against the intricately carved window frame, the moonlight filtering through the paper casting dappled shadows on the ground, perfectly concealing his form within the darkness. The first assassin who broke through the window was clad in dark attire, with a mask obscuring only the lower half of his face, revealing a pair of hawk-like eyes. His poisoned dagger glimmered with a ghostly blue light, and he aimed his first strike at the bed where a bulging outer garment suggested someone was lying beneath it. A ruse. Su Yuan's pupils constricted as his right hand swiftly made a gesture. A phantom on his left suddenly leapt down from the beams, stirring a gust of wind. The assassin instinctively swung his blade to block, only to slice through a vanishing wisp of spiritual energy. Almost simultaneously, a second phantom surged forth from behind the wardrobe, a short knife aimed at the assassin's nape. This time, the assassin reacted with remarkable speed, twisting to evade. The dagger grazed the phantom's left shoulder, but merely cut through empty air. The second assassin, who had also entered through the window, hissed in a voice as raspy as sandpaper. His gaze flickered among the 5 similar figures. The toxic mist on his dagger beginning to rise and coalesce into faint purple strands in the air. Yuan concealed himself in the darkest corner of the room, observing as the 4 assassins formed a protective circle with their backs against one another. Their breathing was uneven, revealing that 2 of them were left-handed, a hallmark of the South Barbarian Shadow Guards, who were accustomed to utilizing their non-dominant hands to create angles for assassination. His fingertips lightly tapped the Qian Pearl, and the star essence space promptly relayed the spiritual fluctuations of the 4 targets, the weakest in the northwest, the strongest clutching a token engraved with cloud patterns. Yuan whispered a low command, and the phantoms surged forth simultaneously in 4 directions. The assassins were indeed distracted. The weakest instinctively raised his blade to block the phantom on his left, oblivious to the real Yuan sneaking up behind him. The short knife pierced under his ribcage, skillfully avoiding the bones and driving straight to the heart, a lethal angle he had deduced after observing countless corpses in the mines. Blood sprayed onto the wallpaper, the assassin's wide-open eyes reflecting disbelief. As Yuan withdrew the dagger, the Qian Pearl automatically absorbed the blood essence oozing from the wound, transforming it into warm spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. He wiped the blood from his face and turned to the remaining 3 assassins. The raspy-voiced assassin finally sensed something amiss, directing his dagger towards Yuan's location, but this time, Yuan did not resort to illusions. His hand, clutching the Qian Pearl, glimmered with a subtle light, enhancing his speed to its zenith. He flickered like a ghost to the back of the second assassin. The short knife sliced through the artery of the assassin's neck, a fountain of blood erupting high, splattering onto the face mask of the third assassin, staining it a shocking crimson. The last assassin finally realized something was wrong and turned to leap out the window. Yuan hurled the short knife, its blade imbued with fire's spiritual energy, piercing into the back of the fleeing assassin's heart. As the assassin fell to the ground, the object he held clattered onto the floor, a bronze token inscribed with the insignia of the Cloud Ridge Lord's Manor, its edges adorned with unique snake patterns of the South Barbarians. Yuan bent down to retrieve the token, his fingertip brushing over the raised snake design. The Qian Pearl in his palm grew warm, indicating that the token still bore the lingering spiritual essence of Li Shuyi. To silence him, he smirked, tucking the token into his bosom. Just in time, I should pay a visit to the Lord's Manor. As he donned the assassin's dark attire, he noticed a small porcelain vial hanging from the assassin's waist, containing a dark green powder, an intoxicating powder unique to the South Barbarians. He scattered the powder across the bed, then tore off the assassin's mask to wrap it around his face before pushing open the window and leaping out. The walls of the Lord's Manor were lower than he had anticipated. Perhaps Li Shuyi had just assumed office and had yet to reinforce the defenses. Yuan moved along the wall's edge, the warmth of the Qian Pearl radiating through his palm and spreading throughout his body, allowing him to keenly sense the spiritual fluctuations within a tenjong radius. The sound of patrolling footsteps came from the east, where 2 guards bore copper bells at their waists, clanging softly every 3 steps. To the west, an old eunuch dozed off, his breathing as heavy as a bellows. Left 3, right 5. He silently recited the information relayed by the Qian Pearl, weaving through gaps in the patrols. When he reached the window of the study, hushed voices drifted from within. That boy must be eliminated. Yesterday's arena has already shaken the public's confidence. It was Li Shuyi's voice, laced with his habitual malice. The Zhang clan's remnants have been active recently. If they leverage Yuan's momentum, there is no need for concern, my lord. Another voice rasped, sounding as if shards of porcelain were lodged in his throat. The Shadow Guard's poisoned daggers leave no survivors. By tomorrow, his corpse will be displayed at the city gate, and those wretched commoners will naturally. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Yuan's temple. He clutched his heart, cold sweat soaking his back, residual toxins from the 9 Revolutions cold soul powder. When he had treated old Zhou's injury at the arena, he had intentionally introduced a fraction of the toxin into his body to force out Li Shuyi's poison, believing he had thoroughly purified it with the Qian Pearl, but unexpectedly, the Qian Pearl in his possession throbbed violently, and the cocoon of light from the star essence space unfurled within his consciousness, forming an invisible net that ensnared the surging cold toxins. Yuan gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palm, until the piercing pain was replaced by the warmth of the Qian Pearl. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he peered through the gap in the window paper, spotting a confidential report spread across the desk. The words Southern Barbarian King's Edict were glaringly inscribed at the top. Li Shuyi was pressing down on the report with a paperweight, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. That batch of medicinal materials must be transported by mid-month. If the Zhang clan's remnants intercept it. Su Yuan extracted a charcoal pencil from his bosom and swiftly transcribed the contents of the report onto a torn piece of clothing. Just as he finished inscribing the last character, footsteps sounded outside the study. Alarmed, he quickly knocked the candlestick towards the curtain with a crash. Flames licking up the embroidered gold fabric to the beams above. Fire! Capture the assassin! Amidst the chaos, Li Shuyi overturned the desk and bolted outside, even tearing his official robe in his haste. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan flipped out of the window, blending into the night. He could hear the guards shouting behind him and see the flames of the Lord's manor casting a crimson glow across the sky. But he merely glanced at the copied confidential report in his possession. This document was enough to cost Li Shuyi his head 3 times over. The following morning, Cloud Ridge City was enveloped in flames and uproar. Su Yuan melded into the crowd, observing as the common folk brandished wooden signs demanding severe punishment for corrupt officials. Surrounding the Lord's manor, Lu Rian's embroidered spring knife glimmered coldly in the sunlight as she stood atop the steps, holding the confidential report aloft. This is evidence of Li Shuyi colluding with the southern barbarians. Kill him. Hang the dog official. The cries echoed to the heavens. Su Yuan gazed at the swaying plaque of Cloud Ridge hanging precariously above the Lord's manor, touching the Xian pearls still warm from the purification of the cold toxin the night before. In the firelight, his shadow elongated, as if yearning to merge with the dawn's glow on the horizon. Chapter 25. Taking you home. Cloud Ridge City in the morning resembled a boiling pot of oil. Su Yuan crouched behind a candy vendor's south stall at the street corner, watching the throng of people gathered before the Lord's manor. Lu Rian's figure, holding the confidential report, flickered in the firelight, while the cries of the populace resonated, rattling the tiles of nearby roofs. He felt the Xian pearl hidden beneath his coarse shirt, its lingering warmth from the previous night's toxin purification pressing against his heart like a burning ember. It was time to leave, he murmured softly to himself. A few sharp-eyed individuals in the crowd began to glance in his direction. He was conspicuous, his clothes smeared with soot from last night's firefighting. Su Yuan tugged at his collar, moving quietly along the wall towards the southern part of the city, each step taken with utmost care. Like a dry leaf swept away by the wind, the door of the dilapidated temple creaked open, startling 2 sparrows from the beams above. Su Yuan turned the door behind him and, utilizing the light filtering through the leaky tiles, spread the copied confidential report on the altar. The yellowed fabric was densely scribbled with charcoal pencil marks. The phrases Southern Barbarian King's Edict and mid-month transport of medicinal materials were scratched into wrinkles by his fingernail. This was sufficient to cost Li Shuyi his life. Yet he felt something was amiss. Click! A subtle tremor emanated from the palm of Su Yuan's hand. Startled, he lifted his gaze to find the mysterious orb. The Xian pearl, having slipped from the knot around his neck, now suspended in his palm. Its bronze surface shimmered with an ethereal blue light, reminiscent of a living serpent. He felt the pearl radiating heat, its warmth surging through his meridians and drilling into his consciousness, culminating in a fine needle-like sensation at his brow. Gently prodding towards the southwest, clenching the Xian pearl tightly, Su Yuan felt his knuckles whiten. The chaotic burial ground of Yunling City lay in the southwestern outskirts, where he had been last month to assist old Zhou with corpse collection, surrounded by bodies wrapped in straw mats, with wild dogs gnawing at bleached bones that glimmered in the moonlight. Yet the disturbance from the Xian pearl was too intense, almost as if it sought to escape his grasp. This was its first proactive warning since he had acquired it. As the moon hung low in the branches, Su Yuan crouched behind the earthen slope of the chaotic burial ground. The stench of decaying flesh wafted through the air, but he detected a faint, medicinal fragrance, akin to the pouch that Zhang Jinghang had always worn during his life. Here, he thought, the Xian pearl's vibrations intensified, prompting him to part the towering wild mugwort, revealing a half-decayed coffin. The red lacquer on the coffin lid had long since weathered, but upon closer inspection, remnants of golden lettering spelling Zhang could still be discerned. It was Zhang Jinghang's tomb. His throat tightened. 3 days prior, when Zhang Jinghang had perished unexpectedly, Li Shuyi had claimed it was due to a plague, ordering the body to be hastily buried in the chaotic graveyard. However, the surrounding grass had yet to grow, indicating that the coffin had recently been disturbed. Su Yuan drew a short dagger from within his garments, and just as the blade touched the coffin nail, the Xian pearl quivered violently, causing him to fumble and drop the dagger to the ground. Someone had tampered with it. Crouching down, Su Yuan observed the fresh scratches along the edge of the coffin lid, accompanied by the scent of new wood shavings. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped the dagger with the energy from the Xian pearl, forcing the coffin nails to yield. The moment the stench of decay surged forth, he instinctively held his breath. Inside the coffin lay a youth whose complexion appeared lifelike. Zhang Jinghang was clad in the moon-white ceremonial robe he wore at his interment. His brows slightly furrowed as if merely asleep. Reaching out to check for breath, Su Yuan found none, yet a feeble heartbeat pulsed beneath his fingertips, as delicate as a silkworm nibbling on mulberry leaves. This was impossible. He staggered back, colliding with a gravestone. Zhang Jinghang had been dead for 7 days. Yet his body bore no signs of decomposition, not even a trace of blood at the corners of his lips, as if it had been freshly splattered. The Xian pearl burned in his palm, and the light cocoon of the star marrow space suddenly unfurled in his consciousness. A faint azure filament drifting from Zhang Jinghang's heart into the pearl. Su Yuan gazed at the Xian pearl, whereupon a line of blurred text emerged on its bronze surface. Resembling ink soaked by water, 9 revolutions cold soul powder, not for mortals to refine. The phrase "not for mortals" echoed in his mind, and he recalled the poison Li Shui had used during their healing on the arena that day, which was also the 9 revolutions cold soul powder. But the pearl had stated it was beyond mortal capability. Was Li Shui concealing something? Suddenly, the fingers of the youth in the coffin twitched. Su Yuan lunged forward, only to witness the fingertips curling slightly before returning to stillness. He looked at Zhang Jinghang's serene face, recalling the words spoken 3 days prior. When the boy had gripped his wrist from his sickbed, "Brother Su, if I perish, I implore you to return my coffin to the city lord's residence. I want the people to see that the city lord of Yunling did not succumb to the plague. I will take you back." Su Yuan closed Zhang Jinghang's eyelids, resolved that even if Li Shui attempted to obstruct him, he would bring him back. He enveloped the entire coffin with the Xian pearl's energy, sealing away the stench of decay and corruption within a translucent membrane of spiritual energy. Then he unfastened his belt, binding the coffin securely, and hoisted it upon his shoulder, setting off towards the city. The journey from the chaotic burial ground to the city gates spanned 10 miles, and he needed to arrive before dawn. "Stop!" A sharp voice called from behind. Su Yuan hesitated briefly but did not turn. He could hear the crisp sound of iron being unsheathed, the approaching footsteps wrapped in leather, and the distinctive, clear breath of a woman. "Put down the coffin." Lu Rian's embroidered spring knife pressed against the nape of his neck. He felt the coldness of the blade seep through his coarse cloth shirt, akin to an icy needle. Slowly, he turned, the coffin creaking softly atop his shoulder. In the moonlight, Lu Rian's face was as pale as snow. Her gaze fixated on the character Zhang inscribed upon the coffin lid, her pupils dilating in shock, causing her embroidered spring knife to clatter to the ground. "Young master." She stumbled forward, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against the coffin. "You were said to have succumbed to the plague. He's not truly dead." Su Yuan lowered the coffin, reassured that at least the body had not decayed. Lu Rian abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot urgency. "How did you manage this?" "I have my methods." Su Yuan touched the Xian pearl, asserting, "I must bring him into the city. You can either assist me or kill me." Lu Rian scrutinized him for a long moment. Finally, she bent to retrieve her embroidered spring knife, though the blade now pointed towards the ground. "I know of a dog hole in the alley behind the city lord's residence that can evade the patrolling guards. Follow me." At midnight, the procession of the coffin halted before the main gate of Yunling City. Li Shui, garbed in official attire, stood atop the city wall, the lantern's light casting shadows across his bruised face, remnants of the previous night's water incident at the city lord's residence, singeing half of his eyebrow. At that moment, he leaned against the wall, peering down with a sinister grin. "General Lu, are you here to usher in a traitor? Why does Lord Li deem him a traitor?" Lu Rian stepped forward, her knife poised. "For colluding with the southern barbarians?" Li Shui waved his sleeve towards the coffin, commanding, "Burn this vile corpse to prevent it from polluting Yunling's feng shui." The city guards surged forward, torches raised. Su Yuan stood before the coffin, feeling the Xian pearl grow hot against his chest. He sensed something awakening within Zhang Jinghang's body, like a block of ice melting. As it surged through his palm and into the pearl, a sudden explosion of golden light erupted from the coffin. Su Yuan was jolted back 2 steps, squinting to see a golden scale emerging from the heart of Zhang Jinghang, shimmering with a gentle luster in the moonlight, quivering as though alive. The torches held by the city guards clattered to the ground. Li Shui, trembling against the wall, fixated on the scale, his voice turning hoarse as if a rusty bell. "Indeed, he is the bloodline heir." The golden light flickered briefly before vanishing. Su Yuan gazed at the coffin lid as it sealed again, then turned towards Li Shuyi's pallid face, suddenly realizing a detail he had previously overlooked. The imperial decree regarding the southern barbarians might not have originated from Li Shuyi himself, but rather from something lurking behind him. The lantern atop the city wall swayed in the night breeze, casting Li Shuyi's shadow into strange shapes on the ground. Su Yuan touched the Shin Pearl, feeling the lingering warmth from the earlier golden light, as if it were reminding him, this game has only just begun. Chapter 26. The medical arena and suspended needles. On the day the coffin entered the city, the cobblestone roads of Yunling echoed with the sound of footsteps. Li Shuyi stood in the shadow of the city wall, his nails nearly digging into the bricks. The golden light from the coffin last night burned in his mind like a hot iron, branding the shape of a scale, a bloodline seal spoken of by the former city lord 10 years ago, now proven true. The hands of the city guards, holding torches, trembled as the townsfolk crowded along the sides, with an elderly woman clutching incense and candles, kneeling in the road. City Lord Zhang saved my grandson's life. His remains must not be burned. Open the gates. Li Shuyi clenched his jaw, forcing 3 words through gritted teeth. He saw Lu Rian's embroidered spring knife glimmer in the moonlight before lowering again. Ultimately, this woman's blade still protected the Zhang family. As the coffin arrived at the old Zhang residence, the morning mist began to envelop the eaves. Su Yuan caressed the Shin Pearl, which still held the residual warmth of the golden light from within the coffin. He crouched in the corridor, drying his hands. When he overheard fragmented discussions outside the door, that lad escaped from the mine. He must have bound Lord Zhang's soul with sorcery. Lordly claims he digs graves at night, his nails still smeared with corpse oil. They want me to become the villain everyone despises, causing my coffin to collapse without effort. Su Yuan pinched a shard of porcelain, tracing a shallow line on the bluestone slab. The mysterious pearl at his heart burned with an intensity that seemed to resonate with his thoughts. 3 days prior, while rummaging through the corpse of Zhang Jinghang at the charity burial ground, the pearl had suddenly released a wave of coolness, enabling him to discern the faint azure toxin beneath the skin of the body. Tomorrow, I shall hold a medical contest, he announced to Lu Rian, who was stationed at the door. If I cannot resolve the 9 turns of cold soul powder, I will relinquish the coffin. If I can, Li Shuyi must kneel in the spirit hall. Lu Rian was sharpening a knife, her reflection revealing a cold, hard outline. Do you not know that this poison was used by the southern barbarian assassins 3 years ago? Precisely why the entire city must witness the truth, Su Yuan replied, pressing his knuckles against his temples. If Li Shuyi claims, I am a villain, then I shall employ the most righteous medical arts to cleanse his poison thoroughly. The arena was set up before the city god temple at the heart of the city. The words life and death medical contest embroidered in red cloth flapped in the wind. Su Yuan stood at the center of the platform, 3 bronze lamps before him, their wicks crafted from spiritual herbs nurtured in the pearl's space, releasing a bitter medicinal fragrance when lit. In the first 2 days, only a few swindlers dared to step onto the stage, merely touching the test subjects prepared by Su Yuan before paling and retreating. On the evening of the 3rd day, Old Chun, carrying a vegetable basket, approached and muttered, Young sir, this poison is beyond even Lord Wang of the Imperial Medical Institute. What do you hope to achieve? Su Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a leaf on the 3rd branch of the locust tree at the arena's edge, which was moving, an assassin sent by Li Shuyi. On the morning of the 4th day, as the morning mist lingered, a voice, filled with desperation, cried out, Please, sir, save my life. The call startled the sparrows perched on the locust tree. A gaunt old doctor, dressed in coarse fabric, squeezed through, kneeling hastily, his knee striking the wooden steps of the platform. My son has been poisoned by the cold soul powder. I implore you, please try. Su Yuan squatted down. The child's hands were as cold as jade, his pulse as thin as a thread, his skin tinged with the same eerie blue as the toxin on Zhang Jinghang's corpse. The moment his fingertips grazed the child's forehead, the mysterious pearl suddenly heated up, and a half-scroll of an ancient medical text, Qihuang Xingshu, floated up in his consciousness. The remnants he had previously unearthed from the mine's stone wall were now completed by the pearl. I shall extract the needles. Su Yuan's voice was steady as a ship's ballast. He accepted the sandalwood box handed to him by Lu Rian, withdrawing 7 3-inch silver needles and warming them over the flames until they glowed faintly red. The pearl danced in his palm, and he could feel the spiritual energy from the star marrow space coursing into the needle's tip. This was a newly unlocked feature of the pearl, capable of infusing spiritual energy into instruments, enhancing their efficacy. As the first needle pierced the Dazui acupoint, the child trembled violently. The onlookers gasped, and the old doctor lunged to seize Su Yuan's wrist, only to be halted by Lu Rian's blade. Stand back. The second needle struck the Ming men. The third danced at the Guan Yuan, silver needles flying under Su Yuan's deft touch like twinkling stars. The eerie blue beneath the child's skin began to fade, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Su Yuan could hear his own heartbeat resonating, the pearl vibrating in harmony. And the passages of the completed medical text surged in his mind. The 9 yang returned to true needle, using yang fire to dispel yin poison. Requires the guidance of heavenly spiritual energy. Suddenly, the child coughed up black blood. The old doctor collapsed to the ground, cradling his son and weeping profusely. The crowd erupted in excitement. An old man selling candied hawthorn shouted, "This is a living immortal." A woman selling vegetables wiped her tears. Lordly said he was a villain. I think he is the true one. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Catching a glimpse of the still leaf behind the locust tree, the assassin had fled. That night, oil lamps flickered in the grass shed by the arena. Su Yuan flipped through the miscellaneous records of medicinal formulas he had collected from the pharmacy. Raising his voice deliberately, the main ingredient of this cold soul powder is shuepa flower, and the auxiliary ingredient must be the gallbladder of the Qinglan serpent. He knew that a shadow lingered outside, eavesdropping on the grass curtain. At the third watch of the night, the bamboo door of the shed burst open. 2 poisoned short blades whistled through the air, but Su Yuan was prepared. The pearls suddenly glimmered, forming an ethereal shield around him, a feature that had saved his life during the mine riot. The assassins, taken aback by the apparition blocking their blades, hesitated for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan snatched a mortar from the table and hurled it at one assailant's wrist, striking true. Who sent you? Su Yuan pressed down on the assassin's wrist, the pearl against his nape, absorbing the assailant's strength. At that moment, he felt the tremors of the assassin converting into wisps of spiritual energy, flowing into the pearl. The assassin, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "It was the masked apothecary. He said you were going to ruin his plans, and we were to destroy the medical texts. What does the mask look like?" Su Yuan demanded. "Bronze, with scales carved around the eyes." The grip on Su Yuan's hand tightened as he recalled the remnants he had found in the Li residence study, which contained the formula for the 9-cold pill, its main ingredient being the shuepa flower, while the auxiliary ingredient. He pulled out the torn page from his pocket, and the pearl flared with heat, the characters on the page beginning to flow. Revealing the final line of the formula, requires the essence of the 6-tailed ice fox demon to unveil the true meaning of the cold poison. Demon clan, Su Yuan murmured. Seize him. Suddenly, the sound of a gong rang out from outside the shed. Li Shiyi's personal guards burst in, the leader brandishing iron chains. Su Yuan, you have set up an arena to incite the populace. Come with us to the magistrate. In your dreams. Lu Rian's voice echoed from the rooftop. The embroidered spring knife sliced through the darkness as she charged in with over 20 riders from the street corner, cutting down the guards' torches. Seizing the chance, Su Yuan hoisted the wooden box containing the medical texts and followed Lu Rian into the alley. In the cellar of the Zhang residence, Lu Rian lit a candle. A yellowed map hung on the wall, its corners gnawed by insects, marked with a red dot in vermilion. This is the camp of General Zhenbei from a century ago. It was abandoned after disturbances from demons. Su Yuan leaned closer to the map, and the pearl trembled in his bosom. As his fingertip grazed the small inscription next to the red dot, Foxcry Valley, the pearl's vibrations intensified, as if responding to something. They say, Lu Rian's voice softened, that on the night the general fell, there were cries of foxes in the valley. Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the mark for Foxcry Valley on the map, the pearl's heat searing against his chest. He recalled the assassin's mention of the bronze mask, the demon pill from the remnants in the Li residence, and the golden scales on Zhang Jinghong's corpse. These fragments suddenly coalesced into a coherent thread, sending a chill down his nape. Outside, the night watchman called out, "The weather is dry, be cautious with candles." Lu Rian extinguished the candle, plunging the cellar into darkness. Su Yuan clutched the warm pearl in his embrace, each heartbeat resonating clearly in the silence. He understood that answers awaited him in the fog of Foxcry Valley tomorrow night. As the moon reached its zenith, the mist of Foxcry Valley, shrouded in the scent of rotting wood and rust, enveloped the ruins of the military camp. Su Yuan stepped onto a broken stone slab inscribed with the characters of the Zhenbei army, crushing a few rusted arrowheads beneath his boots, the sharp sound startling the crows perched on the crumbling walls. Watch for the horse's tether. Lu Rian's embroidered spring knife sliced through a hidden wire concealed in the overgrown grass, her blade reflecting her taut jawline. Since leaving the cellar of the Zhang residence, her fingers had not strayed from the hilt of her knife. Su Yuan touched the warmly pulsating pearl in his bosom, feeling its vibrations quicken, nearly piercing through the coarse fabric of his shirt. He sensed that something slumbering within his veins stirred as they approached the heart of the ruins. 3 days ago, the assassin from the Li residence spoke of the bronze mask, the golden scales on Zhang Jingxing's corpse, and the fragment that contained the recipe for the demon elixir, all of which now twisted in his mind like a thorn, causing his temples to throb. They had arrived. Lu Ruyan suddenly halted, as the moonlight tore through the mist. Su Yuan discerned a towering bluestone stele standing amidst the wild grass 10 paces away. The surface of the stele was overrun with moss, yet a palm-sized section remained remarkably clean, as if it had been polished by some unseen force over time. As he approached, the Xian pearl in his possession suddenly burned against his chest, sending strange tingles through his fingertips. Lu Ruyan's warning came a moment too late. Just as Su Yuan's hand made contact with the stele, the entire ruin trembled violently. Moss flaked off, revealing 8 ancient characters deeply engraved upon the stone. Human and demon share blood. Heaven forbids their existence. Chapter 27. The Xian Yao bloodline. The Xian pearl in his bosom emitted a sharp chime, golden light coursing through his arm into his meridians, as if a heated iron spike were drilling into his marrow. He stifled a grunt and staggered backward, the landscape before him warping into overlapping phantoms. Don't be afraid. A Yuan, your mother's blood will protect you. Quick, cover the young master's eyes. They are turning golden. This child must not be allowed to live. He will attract heavenly retribution. The fragmented voices erupted in his mind, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he heard a wailing in the wind, not merely the sound of the breeze, but the low whimper of some beast. My claws are caught in the stone crevice. Turning his head, he spotted a wounded red-tailed wolf 3 paces away, scratching at the rubble with its forepaws. The moment their eyes met, the wolf's gaze widened in horror, a fearful whimper escaping its throat. You can understand me? Su Yuan froze in place. He could distinctly sense the wolf's emotions, fear, pain, and a flicker of lingering hope. At that moment, the Xian pearl trembled gently, and an epiphany struck him. You are injured. Human, your scent resembles the one my mother described. The red-tailed wolf's tail weakly thumped the ground. 3 days ago, the one in the bronze mask came. He was refining the black-purple mist. All the grass he touched withered. I tried to catch a rabbit, but the mist splashed onto my claws. Su Yuan crouched down as the Xian pearl floated from his palm. Blood oozed from the wolf's claw, and impulsively, he pressed the Xian pearl against the wound. The surface of the pearl swirled, drawing the black blood into its depths, while a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected 3rd-tier demon poison. The star essence space has recorded it and can convert it into toxic attribute spiritual energy. Thank you. The wolf's eyes gradually dulled. You are the last of the Xian Yao, aren't you? My mother said that the Xian Yao bloodline can. Before it could finish, the wolf's body transformed into a burst of azure light and vanished. Su Yuan stared at the still warm Xian pearl in his palm, a shiver running down his spine as he realized he truly understood the language of demons. Lu Ruyan's voice came from the left, her embroidered spring knife poised against the neck of a skeleton. There is a tunnel here. The entrance was concealed beneath the collapsed training platform, the musty scent mingling with the fragrance of herbs wafting toward them. Lu Ruyan struck a match, illuminating the stone door at the end of the tunnel. Behind the door lay a stone chamber, its walls adorned with 7 bronze lanterns, the oil within still unspent. When the torch of Li Shuyi's personal guard flickered to life outside the ruins, Su Yuan was engrossed in a yellowed tome titled Records of Demon Bloodlines. The Xian Yao bloodline, the epitome of human-demon hybrid, possesses human intellect and demon talent, yet heaven does not permit its existence. Only one appears every century, destined to face heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, the Xian pearl flew from his grasp, casting a pale golden projection above the pages. Su Yuan beheld fleeting images within the projection, a woman in a blue shirt placing him into a wooden box, the shadow of a bronze mask looming over him. The cries of a baby muffled at the box's bottom. Ambush! Lu Ruyan's blade cleaved through the door as arrows rained down. Li Shuyi had brought 30 men. Su Yuan closed the records of demon bloodlines, tucking it into his bosom as the Xian pearl sank into his dantian. He could feel the chaotic surge of newly absorbed toxic mist and previously stored spiritual energy swirling within the star essence space. As if a living entity urged him to act. Step back, he shouted, drawing a medicinal vial from his possession and infusing it with spiritual energy. The soul-confounding mist elixir was complete. The 3 gray-blue pills struck the ground simultaneously, unleashing a thunderous explosion of yellow-green mist. The guards coughing, the whinnying of horses, and the crackling of fallen torches merged into a cacophony. Su Yuan grasped Lu Ruiyan's wrist and sprinted through the dense fog, orienting himself toward the tunnel. As they emerged from the back alley of the ruins, dawn broke in the east. Under the tea pavilion beside the arena, a crowd of citizens had gathered around a pale-faced old woman, the mother of the poisoned cloth merchant from the day prior. Everyone. Su Yuan leaped onto the stage, the Xian pearl coalescing into a pale golden orb in his palm. I, Su Yuan, vow with this detoxifying pill that if I fail to heal this elder, I will endure 1,000 cuts. The moment the elixir was administered, the old woman's fingers twitched. Gasps erupted from the crowd, followed by a tidal wave of demands for justice against the Li residents. Li Shi squeezed to the edge of the stage, his face even grimmer than when the elder was poisoned, forcing a smile. In 7 days, before the court, I will provide an explanation to all of you. As night once again enveloped Yunling City, Su Yuan sat in a secluded chamber behind the arena. The flickering candlelight cast shadows beneath his eyes, revealing faint golden patterns that had emerged on his palm, reminiscent of the words Xian Yao spoken by the red-tailed wolf before its end. The sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed from outside. He retrieved the records of demon bloodlines from his bosom, and a yellowed swaddling cloth fluttered from between the pages. Inscribed with 2 small characters in cinnabar, a Yuan. The Xian pearl vibrated gently in his dantian, and he heard a voice from the depths of his memory. Mingling with the wind, the wolf's howl, and that unfinished farewell, you are the last of the Xian Yao. The night enveloped the chamber like cotton soaked in ink. Wrapping it tightly, Su Yuan leaned against the blue brick wall, sitting cross-legged. The candlelight cast dancing shadows as he felt the faint golden pattern on his palm. Delicate as a gossamer thread, yet alive, crawling along his fingers toward his wrist. With each inch it traversed, a searing warmth surged through his veins toward his heart. This is the Xian Yao bloodline, he murmured softly, his fingertips trembling slightly. When he stumbled upon the records of demon bloodlines in the ruins of the military camp days ago, he had dismissed it as an absurd legend within ancient texts. Yet now, the spiraling spiritual energy within him was beyond his control, as he attempted to channel the 3rd layer of the Crimson Flame arts. The fire attribute spiritual energy that should have flowed smoothly suddenly erupted into chaos, causing pain to ricochet through his meridians. The Xian pearl trembled gently in his dantian, and the barrier of the star essence space responded instantly. Su Yuan felt the tumultuous power being gently cradled, as if invisible hands were rearranging the chaotic spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, savoring the coolness emanating from the Xian pearl, but bitterness rose in his throat. Having escaped the Qinglan Mine these past few days, he thought he had mastered the secrets of this pearl, only to realize now that the true upheaval was just beginning. Creak. The wooden door creaked open slightly, and Lu Ruiyan's figure, wrapped in the chill of night dew, slipped inside. Her Yinling knife remained sheathed at her waist, yet the tassel was splattered with specks of mud, indicating her hurried return from the outside. Li Shi's men have contacted the Barong merchant group. She slapped a roll of parchment, stained with grass fragments, onto the stone table, the candlelight reflecting her furrowed brow. The cargo list included mandrake roots and ghost-faced vines, all excellent materials for poisons. Chapter 28. The medical sage of the northern ridge. When Su Yuan opened his eyes, the golden patterns in his palm had faded somewhat. He took the intelligence, glanced over it, and gently rubbed the creased edges of the sheepskin parchment. Li Shi was compelled to accept the court challenge on the arena yesterday. Hence today he was hastily preparing his next steps, which indeed aligned with the treacherous nature of that corrupt official. You've worked hard, he said, managing a faint smile as he looked up, yet Lu Ruoyan saw through him at once. Your complexion is as pale as paper. She did not respond, but instead reached out to feel his pulse. Is it that bloodline issue again? Su Yuan turned his hand aside, tapping his fingers lightly on the stone table. It's merely a bit awkward during the initial circulation, he replied casually. However, as Lu Ruoyan turned to close the window, he quickly tightened his grip on the mysterious orb at his waist. Although the power had been suppressed, it left a tingling sensation deep within his consciousness, as if something was desperately trying to break through that thin barrier. When the watchman's gong struck the 3rd hour of the night, Su Yuan finally managed to fall into a troubled sleep, only to be haunted by the voice of the red-tailed wolf echoing in his ears. The Xian Yao is uncontrollable. When he was awakened by the morning light, a chaotic clamor was already rising outside his window. That Su Yuan must have used demonic magic. My youngest son said there was golden light emanating from the arena, brighter than the moon. Su Yuan lifted a corner of the window paper and saw a crowd of about 100 gathered in front of the arena. Several men dressed in coarse short garments wielded wooden forks, and at the forefront, an old hunter clutched a crumpled yellow talisman. The demonic creature harms people. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc in Yunling City. Behind the crowd stood 3 cultivators in green robes, their waists adorned with compasses. One of them was making hand gestures pointing towards the arena, while the compass needle spun wildly. The Dyer's apprentice squeezed to the front, bearing the whip marks from the previous day's encounter with the guards of the Li residence. They say you are a demon. My mother said you saved her life yesterday. As Su Yuan pushed open the hidden door, the morning mist wafted up the stairs. He stood at the edge of the arena, feeling the piercing gazes of the 3 cultivators as if they were knives. The tallest among them stepped forward, a bronze sword slipping from his sleeve. I am a disciple of the Kangwu sect, here to investigate the demonic aura. Please, Su Yuan spread his hands, the mysterious orb in his palm coalescing into a faint golden sphere. Just as the cultivator's sword was about to touch his wrist, the orb suddenly emitted a hum, dispersing wisps of pure energy that surged towards the cultivator's body along the blade. The cultivator's complexion changed dramatically, hastily retracting his sword. Your spiritual energy is even purer than mine at the 7th level of Qi training. Whispers flitted through the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan leaped down from the arena and retrieved silver needles from his medicinal chest. If you wish to see demonic magic, I shall demonstrate a healing spell. He placed his fingertips on the Dyer's apprentice's wrist, the silver needles swiftly piercing the Tsuchi, Shi eyes, and Neguan acupoints. This is the 9-yang returning true needle, specifically designed to counteract toxicity. The onlookers pressed closer. As the 3rd silver needle was inserted, the previously ashen lips of the dyer's wife gradually returned to a rosy hue. Su Yuan then produced a clear vein pill, placing it in his mouth before the crowd. This pill is crafted from spiritual herbs of the star marrow space. If I were a demon, consuming it would have resulted in my immediate demise. The moment the pill touched his throat, he distinctly felt the orb rotating in his dantian, breaking down the medicinal power into the purest spiritual energy. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Divine technique." And applause erupted like popping beans. The 3 cultivators exchanged glances, silently stowing away their compasses and retreating into the crowd. Yet tranquility lasted only 3 days. On the 5th morning, a small blue sedan appeared in front of the arena. When the curtain was lifted, an elderly man with a white beard emerged, a vermilion-painted medicinal gourd hanging from his waist, tapping the ground with each step. I am the Northern Ridge medical sage. Having heard of your miraculous medical skills, young friend, I have come to seek your guidance. Just as Su Yuan was about to step forward to pay his respects, a faintly sweet and acrid scent suddenly invaded his nostrils. Without showing any signs, he activated the orb, and a transparent barrier immediately surged forth, isolating the stench of decay. Only then did he realize that with each step the old man took, the bluestone beneath him revealed fine black spots, 7 souls corroding bone incense. Su Yuan's hand, which had been hanging by his side, slowly clenched. Li Shuyi invited you here to poison me, so I would publicly suffer the consequences. The old man's white beard trembled, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Young friend, you jest. I am merely. You have a green spot on the inner side of your left pinky. A result of prolonged exposure to heron top red. Su Yuan interrupted, the power of Xin Yao extending through his gaze. He could clearly see the toxins within the old man's body, pulsating like a dark blood ball near his heart. Last month, you treated someone's poison in Nanjing, and as a result, their dog drank the dregs and died on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This news must have reached the merchants of Yunling City. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A peddler squeezed forward. I saw it last month in Nanjing. That dog's death was gruesome. The old man's face turned pale instantly. He staggered 2 steps back and suddenly fell to his knees. Li Manor forced me. They said if I didn't harm you, they would burn my medicinal hut. Before he could finish, he suddenly clutched his mouth and coughed violently. Black blood oozing between his fingers. This was the toxin Su Yuan had sealed in his poison gland with the silver needles, now rebounding fiercely. Save me. The old man collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Su Yuan tossed him an antidote pill, but as he turned, he felt darkness closing in around him. He steadied himself against the edge of the arena, only to discover golden patterns creeping up his forearm. Beneath his skin, it felt as though fire serpents were writhing. The voice of the red-tailed wolf echoed again. Uncontrollable, it will lose control. Su Yuan shook his head through gritted teeth, cold sweat dripping from his chin onto the bluestone. He could feel the orb frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attempting to suppress the force threatening to burst forth. Let us go, he urged Lu Ruoyan, pulling her into an alleyway as the shouts of the crowd faded into the distance, until the 2 found refuge in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. What exactly are you? Lu Ruoyan secured the temple door, turning around with a fiery glint in her eyes. Someone chosen by fate. Su Yuan leaned against the knee of a crumbling Buddha statue, staring at the golden patterns on his arm and murmuring. As soon as he finished speaking, the orb in his arms suddenly hummed to life, spinning in midair to form a golden halo. Both of them looked up simultaneously. Within the halo, a blurry image materialized, a snow-covered mountain peak, a dilapidated altar, and at its center stood a half-human, half-demon statue. Its golden light resonating with the orb's halo, as if responding to something. Lu Ruoyan reached out to touch it, but the halo shattered into countless starlit points. Su Yuan felt a sharp pain in his chest and gazed at the remnants of gold on the ground, realizing this was merely the beginning. The orb's visions had been appearing more frequently at night, each night clearer than the last, and tonight he seemed to catch a glimpse of a half-map etched in the corner of the altar. Chapter 29. Xian Yao Heart Sutra. The orb's visions crystallized completely on the seventh night. Su Yuan curled up in the grass pile of the dilapidated temple in Yunling town, a thin sheen of sweat beading at his temples. For these 7 days, at the quarter hour of midnight, the orb would rise from his embrace, its golden patterns swirling in the darkness like a living creature, casting flickering shadows on the wall. Initially, it was merely the silhouette of a solitary tower atop a snow mountain, but gradually, the carvings along the altar's edge became more distinct. Until tonight, those varying depths of indentations had formed a half-map. It aligns with this fragment of the demon vein record. Lu Ruoyan's voice came from behind him. He hadn't noticed when she had taken her place by the window, the moonlight spilling through the hole illuminating the scabbard of her sword, casting the faded red annotations on the fragment. Northern Snowfield, the old lands of the Snow Wolf tribe. Su Yuan sat up, the orb falling back into his palm with a soft thud. He focused on the crooked lines on the fragment, his throat tightening. Li Shi's men are still searching for us. To outpace them, Lu Ruoyan deftly rolled the tattered pages into a cloth pouch, her movements as swift as one binding a scabbard. I have an old subordinate managing a trade caravan in the northern territories who can procure warm sable cloaks. As she turned, the iron sword at her waist emitted a soft chime. In 3 days, we shall depart, masquerading as merchants acquiring furs. On the morning of the third day, as the gates of Yunling town opened, 2 figures cloaked in gray first slipped out of the city. Su Yuan's satchel bore the Xian pearl, while Lu Ruoyan concealed a poisoned willow leaf dagger within her sleeve, a weapon she had secretly kept during her time as a guard at the Zhang Manor, its hilt still bearing the marks of her former master. The snowstorm of the northern regions proved fiercer than anticipated. On the 10th day, as they crossed the mountain pass, the heavy snowfall nearly buried them. Su Yuan's eyelashes were coated with frost, each step accompanied by the crisp crunch of ice beneath his boots. He felt the warmth of the Xian pearl in his embrace. Its celestial essence functioned automatically, transforming the chill within him into ethereal energy that coursed through his veins, barely maintaining his body heat. Ahead stood an ancient pine. Lu Ruoyan suddenly grasped his arm. Though the wind fragmented her words, Su Yuan discerned her direction towards a gnarled pine tree leaning against a rocky cliff, where a half-foot of snow had accumulated within its hollow, surprisingly warmer than the outside. As they huddled in the tree hollow, gnawing on hard cakes, Su Yuan noticed the bluish-purple hue of Lu Ruoyan's knuckles. Compelled by an impulse, he took out the Xian pearl and gently pressed it against the back of her hand. Try this. The warmth from the pearl seeped into her skin. Lu Ruoyan abruptly lifted her gaze, her astonishment still evident, as golden patterns crawled up her wrist for half an inch before retracting back into the pearl. This pearl, she said, her voice hoarse, can dispel the cold. It converts physical exhaustion into spiritual energy. Su Yuan tugged at his stiff cloak. Having traversed 10 miles of rugged terrain, it has absorbed your fatigue, naturally allowing for heat to be released. He lowered his gaze and bit into the hard cake, the crumbs mingling with melted snow in his mouth. Once we locate the altar, perhaps we shall uncover more. On the 14th day at dusk, they finally glimpsed the solitary tower through the snow and fog. Though referred to as a tower, it resembled a collapsed altar. A broken pillar jutted at an angle into the snow, its totem blurred by the storm, yet still revealing the vague outline of a half-demon, human in form, with a beast's tail and golden patterns upon its brow. The entrance was sealed. Lu Ruoyan drew her iron sword, its tip pricking at the layer of snow. The slate beneath was encased in a shell of ice, with crevices stuffed with frozen debris, evidently a result of human interference. Su Yuan crouched down, placing his palm against the icy surface. The Xian pearl vibrated within him, golden patterns climbing up his arm and casting a pale golden light upon the snow. He could distinctly perceive the structure beneath the ice. The slate was hollow, with air currents rising from deeper within, carrying faint traces of spiritual energy. There is space beneath, he whispered. It hasn't frozen over. Lu Rian immediately positioned her sword protectively across her chest. I will guard you. Su Yuan closed his eyes, channeling the spiritual energy stored within the celestial essence. The pure energy, transformed from the physical fatigue he had endured over the past month, surged forth from his fingertips, coalescing into an orange-red flame in his palm. As the flame made contact with the ice layer, it sizzled, and the icy shell began to melt, allowing snowmelt to trickle through the cracks, revealing a dark opening. The steps were hewn from stone, each coated with a thin layer of ice. Lu Rian led the way, her iron sword igniting a torch soaked in pine resin. The flickering light unveiling the once concealed totems on the walls, scenes of half-demons and humans battling side by side, the Xian pearl suspended at the altar's center, and an ancient inscription carved at the apex, Xian Yao bloodline, destiny's return. The bronze statue at the center was more damaged than in the vision. Half of its face had crumbled away, exposing the bronze beneath, yet the golden markings on its brow remained, resonating with the Xian pearl in Su Yuan's grasp. As Su Yuan reached out to touch the statue's base, his fingertip brushed against a crack, and the Xian pearl suddenly exploded with blinding golden light. Son of Xian Yao, upon your return, destiny shall be renewed. The voice thundered in his mind, causing Su Yuan to stagger backward, colliding with Lu Rian. The clang of her iron sword fell to the ground as she stared at the statue, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Golden light seeped from the statue's eyes along the cracks, intertwining with the radiance of the Xian pearl. The ground trembled beneath them. Su Yuan steadied himself against the statue, witnessing the slate at the altar's base slowly crack open, revealing a white jade pedestal bearing an ancient tome. The cover of the book was yellowed but dust-free. The words Xian Yao Heart Sutra, Volume 1, Blood Contract gleaming golden in the firelight. As Su Yuan grasped the ancient tome, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The Xian Yao bloodline was not inherent, but awakened through a blood contract with ancient divine beasts. It required 3 awakenings, each accompanied by the agonizing burn of the bloodline. The golden patterns swirling within him were merely the harbinger of the first awakening. Suddenly, Lu Rian gripped his wrist. Her voice was low, yet Su Yuan heard the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow, interspersed with the clash of metal, Li Shiyi's pursuers. Lu Rian's fingers were icy as they clasped his wrist. How did they find us? Su Yuan had no time for contemplation. He quickly flipped through the Xian Yao Heart Sutra, finding the diagram for the cold flame array on the last page. He bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, forcibly channeling the spiritual energy from the Xian pearl. The energy surged forth from the celestial essence, coalescing outside the altar into a blizzard. Follow me, Su Yuan urged, pulling Lu Rian towards a side passage. The entrance was concealed in a dark recess behind the statue, a memory transmitted by the Xian pearl when he touched the base. Lu Rian's iron sword carved a silver arc through the air, slicing through the ice spikes obstructing their path, while the blizzard erupted behind them, the shouts of pursuers mingling with the sound of snow pelting against the walls. As they navigated 3 bends, Su Yuan suddenly halted. He heard it, a raspy sigh amidst the howling storm, as if something that had slumbered for millennia was stirred by their arrival. What is it? Lu Rian turned, the torchlight illuminating her face. Hurry. Su Yuan cast one last glance at the Xian Yao Heart Sutra. The pages shimmered with an eerie gold in the firelight. He heard the sigh once more, emanating from deeper within the earth, akin to an ancient entity confirming something. It's nothing, he managed to smile. Let's exit the city first. In the blizzard, the shouts of the pursuers gradually faded. Su Yuan felt the warmth of the ancient tome in his embrace, sensing the golden patterns within his bloodline inching upward. He remained unaware of the origin of that sigh, nor the price of the 3 awakenings. Yet he understood that the secret of the Xian Yao bloodline had merely begun to unravel. At that moment, beneath the altar they had just vacated, a stone coffin sealed for a millennium was slowly cracking open with the tremors. Chapter 30. Bloodline as contract. The mountain path leading from Yunling town lay blanketed in snow. As Su Yuan and Lu Rian sought refuge in a wind-sheltered cave by the 3rd watch of the night, Lu Rian plunged her iron sword into the snow, turning as the cloak brushed against her shoulder, dislodging a cascade of snow. We shall rest for half an hour. We must be on our way by the hour of the tiger. Li Shiyi's hounds are in close pursuit. The commotion at the altar last night was too great. Su Yuan crouched by the campfire, the residual warmth of the Xian Yao Heart Sutra still lingering in his palm. The tome's cover shimmered golden in the firelight, as if a living entity resided within its leather binding. He reached for the Xian pearl nestled in his bosom. its coolness a stark contrast to the warmth it radiated whenever he drew near the ancient text. "You seem fixated on that wretched book." Lu Ruoyan untied the water pouch from her waist and tossed it over, while the iron sword left a half-inch deep mark in the snow. Zhang Jinghang had once remarked that 9 out of 10 tomes in the Qinglan mine were worthless. Su Yuan twisted open the wooden stopper and took a sip of cold water. The sharp pain in his throat reminded him of the sigh he had heard at the altar. As he opened the Xian Yao Heart Sutra, the words of the blood contract suddenly became clear. The phrase "using blood as a guide, using the soul as a medium" pierced his eyes with a stinging ache. "I need it," he murmured, his fingertips brushing over the pages, recalling the companions in the mine who had been drained of their spiritual energy, their eyes turning blood red in death. "I do not wish to become like them." Lu Ruoyan did not respond. She leaned against the rocky wall of the cave, the iron sword resting across her knees, her ears flushed red from the glow of the campfire. "Get some sleep. I will keep watch." Su Yuan remained still, pulling out a short knife from his pocket. As the blade drew a thin bead of blood from his fingertip, the golden veins on the back of his hand suddenly shimmered with a faint light, reminiscent of the moment he had touched the ancient tome at the altar, now crawling up his forearm. The droplet of blood fell upon the words "blood contract," and the entire book ignited in a blaze of crimson gold flames. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it stuck to the pages, the searing energy surging through his fingers into his veins, as if a live fire had erupted within his bones. Lu Ruoyan's shout was torn apart by the howling wind. His vision darkened as consciousness was dragged into a chaotic void. He staggered to regain his footing and beheld a massive golden vertical eye hovering before him, its tail trailing dark patterns, reminiscent of the ancient auspicious beast spoken of by the old craftsman at the mine. "You are the last inheritor." The voice surged from all directions, ringing painfully in his ears. "I offer you a bloodline contract in exchange for power." Su Yuan's throat tightened. He remembered the overseer's whip in the mine, the blood-stained hem of Zhang Jinghang's garment as he was dragged away, and the pain from Lu Ruoyan's calloused palm as she had pulled him to flee last night. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. "I want to live, and I will make those who drove my companions to their deaths pay." Enough. The golden light shimmered in the vertical eye, and the contract was sealed. Countless images bombarded him. Battlefields from a century prior, black banners reduced to ashes by demonic flames, a dark-clad cultivator pressing the wrist of an infant against a stone cauldron, an elderly man with white hair crushing a jade token, despair etched in his eyes, a despair Su Yuan had never witnessed before. Sealing this bloodline will at least allow him to live past 20. In reality, Su Yuan suddenly arched his back. Golden patterns crawled beneath his skin, the veins in his neck bulging a deep purple. As he breathed, wisps of demonic energy seeped from him, as if something were trying to break free from his body. Lu Ruoyan, a demonic cultivator, had already drawn her iron sword. She fixed her gaze on Su Yuan's eyes, now glowing with an eerie golden light, her back molars grinding together. This was the visage of a cultivator whose mind had been eroded by demonic cores, as she had witnessed on the battlefield of Beiro. When the sword tip was merely 3 inches from Su Yuan's throat, a transparent barrier suddenly materialized around him. Lu Ruoyan's sword clashed against the barrier, sending sparks flying. Her wrist tingled as she stared at the faint light. "It's your orb." Su Yuan's body continued to convulse. His nails dug deep into his palm, yet he felt no pain. He could hear the roaring of the blood coursing through his veins and the cloying sweetness in the air, the scent belonging to the Xian Yao bloodline. Steadying himself, Lu Ruoyan discarded the scabbard and struck the barrier with the sword hilt. "Wake up." As the words left his mouth, the Xian orb in his chest suddenly blazed with brightness. The orb's surface revealed a fragmented array, golden veins flowing along the array like living creatures burrowing into his skin. The chaotic demonic energy was absorbed by the array, gradually merging into his veins, transforming into warm spiritual energy. The vertical eye in the void gradually closed, the last golden light sweeping over Su Yuan's consciousness. Remember, the blood contract is not a blessing. Su Yuan's awareness abruptly plummeted back into his body. He coughed heavily, expelling a mouthful of black blood that had been filtered from the demonic energy by the Xian orb. Lu Ruoyan's iron sword still rested against his neck, though its tip trembled. "I'm fine," he forced a smile, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. "The orb has converted the demonic energy." Lu Ruoyan lowered the sword tip. She crouched down, using her sleeve to wipe the blood from his face, her movements heavy as if scrubbing a cloth. "If you dare to play such reckless games again, I'll bind you and take you to town for a reward." Su Yuan gazed at the moonlight outside the cave. He could hear the soft chirping of insects in the mountain wind, could smell the fresh pine from the campfire. details he had previously needed to hold his breath to capture. Now clear enough to astonish him. I now understand why Li Shiyi wants me dead. He reached for the Xian orb at his chest, which still radiated warmth. It's not just because of Zhang Jinghang. It's the bloodline within me that they desire. Lu Ruoyan's hand froze. She stared intently at the glimmer of gold in Su Yuan's eyes and suddenly thrust her iron sword into the snow. What do you intend to do? Su Yuan did not answer. He looked towards the mountain forest outside the cave, where a pair of ghostly green eyes watched them. A snow-white fox demon lay on a tree branch, its tail brushing off the snow, a smirk playing at the corners of its mouth. First, we shall go to Yunling town. He rose, brushing the snow off his clothes, searching for an inn where he could rest. Lu Ruoyan packed her belongings and, as she turned, caught sight of the Xian orb in Su Yuan's arms. The orb vibrated gently with his movements, as if responding to a distant, faint murmur in the mountain forest. Chapter 31. A frightening encounter at the tavern. The wind and snow in Yunling town were fiercer than outside the cave. As Su Yuan opened the wooden staircase leading to the second floor, the snow water clung to his boots, leaving deep gray stains on the bluestone tiles. The smile of the old scarred man floated up from below, illuminated by the lantern light. Dear guest, your journey through the mountains has been arduous. Our back room has hot soup, and I can prepare a warm pot of old wine for you. He scrutinized the old scarred man's face, noticing the knife scar stretching from the brow bone down to the chin, which had been hidden beneath his beard during the day when he had asked for directions at the town entrance. Su Yuan felt the warmth of the Xian orb in his embrace, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat, a remnant of the backlash from absorbing the demonic energy last night. No need, he replied, slapping his coin pouch on the counter, requesting the innermost room, where the window could be secured. The old scarred man's fingers paused on the pouch, his nails tinged with an unhealthy grayish hue. Room 302. Right across from the back alley. He snatched the keyring, and as the copper keys clinked, Su Yuan heard faint movements from the courtyard, as if someone were shifting wine jars. As he opened the door, the Xian orb suddenly trembled violently. Su Yuan quickly locked the door behind him and scanned the room by moonlight. The faded red curtains half-covered a wooden bed. The embers in the corner's charcoal basin still glowing dark red, and dust half an inch thick gathered under the bed, clearly indicating it had not been cleaned in a long time. Yet the old scarred man claimed the guest had arrived at a fortuitous time, as new bedding had just been exchanged yesterday. He crouched, letting 2 grains of soul sand slip from his sleeve into the dust beneath the bed, while discreetly hiding 3 explosive pills on the merchant's shelf, the beams, and behind the door. The Xian orb pressed against his chest, its vibration quickening, akin to a heartbeat colliding with a piece of red-hot iron. Outside, the wind and snow howled, but it could not muffle the whispers from below. Mingled with the dull sound of rolling wine jars, that kid is injured. Tonight is the best time to act. The hall master says the appearance of Star Marrow must have an omen, if it truly resides within him. Su Yuan's fingers tightened around the edge of the bed. He recalled the white fox's eyes outside the cave and the avarice in Li Shiyi's gaze during the chase. It dawned on him that every step he had taken to escape the Qinglan mine was treading upon a web woven by others. At the stroke of the third watch, the drum had just struck. The Xian orb suddenly burned with pain, and as Su Yuan sprang from the bed, the paper on the window ripped open with a sharp sound. 3 poisoned bone nails whizzed past his ear and embedded into the wall. He retaliated by throwing the explosive pills from the beam, only to see 3 dark figures burst through the window. The leader brandishing a short knife that glinted in the moonlight, its tip aimed directly at his throat. The Xian orb shadowed Su Yuan as he bit down on his tongue, blood splattering onto the orb. A shimmering golden membrane suddenly manifested, and as the dagger struck against it, sparks flew, causing the assassin's grip to falter. Taking advantage of the momentum, Su Yuan rolled beneath the bed, and the wind stirred by the disoriented powder scattered, causing the 2 assassins to stagger and cover their mouths and noses. The juvenile still managed to identify the lead assassin, who tore off his mask, revealing a scar on his left cheek resembling a centipede. It was old Zhou, who had sold mountain goods at the town entrance during the day. Su Yuan's pupils constricted as he finally understood why the scarred man had smiled so obsequiously. The entire Zuaxian Lu was a trap set by the blood garment tower. The Xian pearl in his palm radiated warmth, allowing him to distinctly sense the vital energies of the 3 assassins. The one on the left, whose breath was erratic, was a novice. The one on the right had a trembling wrist, and his dagger was stained with a deadly poison, while the scarred man in the center had a pulse that throbbed like a drum, indicating he was at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. "Burn this floor," the scarred man shouted, tossing a fire starter backhandedly. Su Yuan was prepared. He kicked over a charcoal basin, causing the oil to spread along the bed's edge, and the flames quickly engulfed the red drapery. Utilizing the smoke as cover, he maneuvered behind the scarred man when the Xian pearl emitted a sudden warning in his mind. Instinctively, he ducked just as a dagger grazed the back of his neck, leaving a half-inch deep gash in the wall. "You indeed hide the star marrow." The assassin on the right suddenly screeched. His eyes glinted with a dark hue, revealing that the disorienting powder had no effect on him. It was then that Su Yuan noticed the blood-colored bat tattoo on his neck, indicating he had already taken the antidote. The blade came again, and Su Yuan narrowly tilted his head, the edge slicing through his earlobe, droplets of blood splattering onto the Xian pearl, causing the membrane to glow anew. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the assassin's wrist, while the Xian pearl fervently absorbed the energy he expended during the fight, converting it into spiritual energy that coursed through his veins. "Broken jade hand," he shouted, a technique from the incomplete scroll that the Xian pearl had restored. The sounds of cracking bones mingled with the assassin's screams, resonating distinctly amidst the flames. "Enough," a cold voice echoed from the staircase. The fire illuminated the second floor, and Su Yuan saw a man clad in dark attire leaning against the railing, a short blade hanging at his side, its sheath entwined with crimson threads. His eyes resembled icy hawks as they surveyed the chaos, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "When has the Blood Garment Tower ever needed 3 useless fools?" The scarred assassin immediately knelt, his forehead pressed against the charred floorboards. "Forgive me, master. This kid is suspicious." Dao Wuhan. Su Yuan wiped the blood from his face, and the Xian pearl's warning blared in his mind. He sensed the other's aura, deep and suffocating, 10 times stronger than any adversary he had previously faced. Dao Wuhan approached slowly, twirling the short blade in his palm. "Su, my young friend, you possess excellent hearing." In an instant, he lunged forward, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Su Yuan barely managed to turn, and the blade sliced through his left shoulder, blood soaking through his coarse garment. The Xian pearl vibrated violently, activating Su Yuan's spiritual energy feedback mechanism, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of Dao Wuhan's next strike as if he were observing fish swimming beneath the surface of water. Gritting his teeth, he rolled to evade, throwing his last explosive pill, which struck the oil barrel at Dao Wuhan's feet. Boom! The entire floor trembled violently, and as the beams crashed down, Su Yuan broke through the rear window, leaping into the snowstorm. He rolled twice in the snow, and upon looking up, he saw the Xian Lu engulfed in flames. Dao Wuhan's figure flickering in the firelight, droplets of blood from the blade carried away by the wind, falling in the snow like blooming red plums. Interesting. The cold voice mingled with the wind and snow, reaching Su Yuan's ears. He looked up to see Dao Wuhan standing at the collapsed staircase, his garments billowing without a breeze. Blood from Su Yuan still dripped from his blade, forming a dark red line in the snow. "It seems you are worth more than I anticipated." Staggering to his feet, Su Yuan felt the Xian pearl suddenly grow heavier in his embrace. He took it out, and in the moonlight, he noticed golden runes appearing on its surface, resembling a coiling dragon, slowly awakening. A sharp crack echoed behind him as the fire spread along the beams into the alley. Su Yuan pressed his left shoulder wound and ran frantically, blood seeping between his fingers, creating a crimson trail in the snow. He could hear his heart pounding violently, feeling the spiritual energy within him boiling like a cauldron. The Xian pearl was voraciously absorbing his fleeing energy, but each breath he took sent searing pain through his left shoulder. The snowstorm intensified, and as he stumbled into a grove of pines, a sudden sound of fabric slicing through the air reached him from behind. Su Yuan turned abruptly, only to see a series of deep footprints in the snow, leading back to where he had just stood. The Blood Garment Tower would not relent. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a piece of his clothing to bandage his wound, the Xian pearl in his palm radiating heat, almost too hot to hold. In the distance, a wolf howled, mingling with the thunderous collapse of the Xian Lu, echoing sharply through the snowy night. Su Yuan wiped the snow from his face and continued deeper into the forest. He felt the surge of blood and energy within him, each step feeling as though he was treading on cotton. Yet, the vibrations from the Xian pearl grew increasingly intense, urging him to move faster, faster. Behind him, on the mountain path, Dao Wuhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the direction Su Yuan had departed. The wind and snow tousled the hair on his forehead, revealing a faint red mark between his brows, the insignia of the Blood Garment Tower's master. He touched the blood remaining on his blade, tasting it, and a deeper smile spread across his face. Star marrow, half-demon bloodline, Su Yuan. Oh, Su Yuan. The secrets you conceal are far more intriguing than I had imagined. The wind swept the snowflakes towards him, muffling his murmurs. Only a white fox in the forest peeked out from a branch, its tail brushing off the accumulated snow as it gazed in the direction Yuan had vanished, softly murmuring a sound. Chapter 32. The awakening of runes. Yuan's injured left shoulder felt as though it were being seared by a branding iron with every step he took on the snow, sending jolts of pain through his bones. Leaning against an ancient pine tree, he staggered to a halt, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. As he raised his hand to cover his mouth, droplets of blood seeped through his fingers, falling into the snow, quickly concealed by the newly falling flakes, leaving only faint red stains behind. The Xian pearl in his palm was astonishingly hot, and he looked down to see the golden runes dancing along its surface, like living golden threads radiating warmth amidst the white snow. This change had occurred when he broke through the rear window of the Zhe Xianlu. The pearl had suddenly grown heavy, almost slipping from his grasp. Now that he thought about it, it might not have been a mere coincidence, but rather a sign of some kind. He needed a place to recuperate. Gritting his teeth, he tore a strip from his tattered garment and tightly bound his left shoulder wound. The blood soaked through the fabric faster than he anticipated, and as his fingers pressed around the wound, he could feel the shattered bone fragments, likely broken by Dao Wuhan's strike. The pain was so intense that cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but at that moment, the Xian pearl began to vibrate rhythmically, once, twice, as if it were tapping against his palm. The wind in the pine grove swirled the snowflakes into his collar, and he wrapped his tattered coat tighter around him, slowly sliding down against the tree trunk. The heat from the Xian pearl surged through his palm into his arm, and suddenly, he recalled the fragment of the Xian Yao Heart Sutra he had clandestinely learned at the apothecary. It was a technique that the Xian pearl had automatically restored, containing a passage about sensing vital energies. If a Qi practitioner can resonate with external objects, they may perceive the fluctuations of life within a Tianzhong radius. At the time, he had dismissed it as a technique for advanced cultivators, but now, the words floated to the forefront of his mind, their annotations as clear as if someone were reciting them in his ear. Could it be the Xian pearl? Just as he pondered this, the runes in his palm suddenly blazed with light. A warning pierced through him like an ice spike at the nape of his neck. Instinctively, Yuan rolled aside, his right hand already launching 3 silver needles that he had secretly practiced during his time as a laborer at the apothecary. He had discovered his accuracy while using them to pick herbs from the medicine bags, so he had quietly kept a few needles coated with anesthetic for self-defense. At that moment, the sound of the silver needles slicing through the air mingled with the soft rustle of snow falling, striking precisely behind the tree where he had been leaning. A muffled grunt echoed in response. Yuan sprang to his feet, seizing a broken branch as a weapon. Under the moonlight, he discerned a figure draped in gray fabric behind the tree, masked and armed with a bloody dagger at his waist. A silver needle was lodged in his throat, and the anesthetic had taken effect swiftly. The man's pupils were already dilated, yet he still reached for the needle's end. The blood clothing tower. Yuan immediately recognized the crimson tassel at the man's waist, a hallmark of the assassins from the blood clothing tower. He crouched down to search the man, retrieving an oilcloth bundle from his bosom. Upon opening it, he found a bloodstained secret order with bold characters. If unable to seize the pearl, ensure its bloodline is of Xian Yao. The one who succeeds will receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Xian Yao. Yuan's fingers trembled slightly. He had always known his half-demon bloodline was unusual, yet he had never heard the term Xian Yao before. Fragments of memory before he was sold into the mines at the age of 7 had always been hazy. But now, suddenly, flashes of a courtyard with blue tiles and white walls came to him. A woman in a white robe, stroking his forehead, remarked that a Yuan's eyes resembled the Xian Yao star. Then came the acrid scent of blood, and the last sight he caught as he was dragged away, a blood-stained black pearl. He suddenly coughed violently, causing his wound to seep anew. The secret order was whisked away by the wind and snow. He grasped it tightly, only to hear a faint crack of dry branches breaking 5 paces to his left. The Xian pearl grew warm again, and the runes transformed into a golden line that darted up his wrist, the warning more intense than before. As the phantom split, he recalled the movement incantation from the Xian Yao Heart Sutra, and at this moment, the Xian pearl's innate abilities seemed to flow effortlessly through him. Before he could complete his thought, 5 phantoms erupted from his position, darting in 5 different directions. Almost simultaneously, a cold gleam sliced through the air, accurately severing the central phantom with a blade that left no trace. Not bad. The voice of the traceless blade was as chilling as a knife submerged in ice. He stepped from the shadows of the tree, the faint red mark between his brows particularly conspicuous against the snowy night. The short blade still bore remnants of the shattered phantom, but you overlooked something. I have never been tracking your shadow. Suddenly, Su Yuan felt a chill in his right shoulder and realized that the phantom behind him had slashed his sleeve, while his true body was concealed within the third phantom on his right. Cold sweat trickled down his neck as he understood that the traceless blade's tracking relied on the fluctuations of vital energy in his severely injured state. The surging spiritual energy within his bloodline could not be concealed. Let us see how this fares. The traceless blade flicked his wrist, and the short blade transformed into 3 points of cold starlight that rushed toward him. Su Yuan spun to evade too, but the third grazed his left rib, the sharp pain causing him to stumble against the tree. Blood flowed down his waist, yet at that moment, he observed the runes on the Xian pearl suddenly swell, enveloping the entire pearl in golden light, and even the wound in his palm began to heat up. The Xian pearl was absorbing his vital energy. Power surged like a tide, his vision sharpened, allowing him to see the bloodstains on the traceless blade's short blade clearly. He could even hear the soft sound of snowflakes landing 10 paces away and sensed a hint of confusion hidden within the traceless blade's vital aura. Resonance of demon awareness. He blurted out that this was the half-demon bloodline talent mentioned in the Xian Pearl's completion of the Xian Yaoheart Sutra, allowing for a brief simulation of the opponent's thoughts. In the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind. This child has an impure bloodline, yet carries the aura of the Xian Yao star's marrow. Had the prophecy from years past come to pass? The traceless blade clearly did not anticipate Su Yuan's sudden acceleration. When the short blade lunged again, he managed to seize the opponent's wrist pulse. Both men paused in surprise, and Su Yuan seized the opportunity to strike his palm against the traceless blade's chest. The traceless blade staggered back 3 steps, crashing through 2 pine trees as he regained his balance, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He wiped the blood from his lips, twirling the short blade between his fingers. It seems I underestimated you. However, the blood-clothing tower has never failed to uncover the truth. Su Yuan felt the power within him waning, and the runes of the Xian Pearl dimmed. He steadied himself, his left hand stealthily reaching for the secret order. In that fleeting moment, he had seen the flicker of uncertainty in the traceless blade's eyes. Today, I shall spare your life. The traceless blade turned and vanished into the shadows of the trees. His voice drifted back, already distant. When I uncover the truth of the Xian Yao bloodline, we shall meet again, leaving no survivors. The forest returned to silence, save for the soft sound of snowflakes settling on pine needles. Su Yuan leaned against the tree and slowly sank to the ground. When he took out the Xian Pearl, he discovered a faint golden map outline on its surface, depicting mountains surrounding a valley that appeared to shimmer in and out of view, marked with ancient characters reading Meteorite Valley. He gazed at the map for a long while until the pain from his wound surged anew. In the distance, a wolf howled, mingling with the faint scent of medicine carried by the wind, the familiar fragrance of the powder used by Lu, whom he had met at the apothecary in the small town. Su Yuan touched the secret order in his bosom, glanced at the map on the Xian Pearl, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. It seemed some secrets await discovery in Meteorite Valley. The snow fell heavier, soon covering his footprints, leaving only the map on the Xian Pearl, glowing softly in the white, as if guiding him toward something. Chapter 33. Exploring the secret realm. The snowflakes struck his face like tiny ice needles. Su Yuan adjusted his patched gray robe, his fingertips brushing against the wound on his left rib. It still burned fiercely, yet it was somewhat less intense than the previous day. When the Xian Pearl grew warm in the night, he felt fine threads of spiritual energy permeating his skin through the pearl's surface, and even his wound began to itch, as if something was repairing the flesh. Brother Su. A crisp medicinal fragrance mingled with the cold air approached him. Su Yuan looked up to see Lu Ru Yin standing 5 paces away beneath an ancient pine tree. She wore a fitted black outfit, draped in a fringed fur coat, a sword hanging at her waist, and her hair, casually tied with an ebony hairpin, was dusted with snow. Miss Lu. Su Yuan pushed himself up against the tree. Suddenly, the Xian Pearl in his bosom grew warm, and he glanced down to see the map's contours sharpening. Meteorite Valley was located to the northeast, roughly a 2-day journey from here. Lu Ruyan's gaze swept over the bloodstains on his waist, her brow furrowing slightly. I heard the commotion outside the town yesterday, and when I came searching, I happened to see the traceless blade leaving. She reached into her fur coat and tossed a porcelain vial towards him. Gold wound medicine, infused with spiritual herb juice, more effective than what you concocted at the apothecary. Su Yuan caught the vial, his fingers gliding over the cool porcelain surface. A few days prior, when he had worked as a laborer at the apothecary, this woman had come to purchase a hemostatic powder, leaving behind an extra coin, saying, I see you have steady hands, you should earn a little more. Later, when he was pursued by the blood clothing tower, she had deflected a blade aimed at him with her sword. Although he had ultimately countered with the Xian Pearl, he felt he owed her a debt of gratitude. "Why are you helping me, Miss Lu?" he asked directly. Lu Ruyin turned to walk out of the forest. The sound of her boots crunching the snow echoing clearly in the silence. "The Zhang family has fallen for 20 years. This sword of mine ought to find a worthy hand." She glanced back at him, her eyes sharp as frost. "Besides, you carry the aura of star marrow." Su Yuan halted in his steps. When the traceless blade mentioned the Xian Yao star marrow, he had been at a loss. Now, hearing Lu Ruyin mention it, the Xian Pearl suddenly radiated heat against his chest, causing his fingertips to tremble. He hurried to catch up, his throat tightening. "Miss Lu knows about the Xian Yao star marrow? I know some old tales." Lu Ruyin brushed aside the thorns blocking their path. When the meteor fell in Meteorite Valley, it created a blood lake, and a monument stood by the lake, stating that the star marrow chooses its master. Only those of pure blood can inherit it. She turned to look at him. "Is the pearl you carry black in color?" Su Yuan's hand pressed against his clothing. Even through the fabric, he could feel the pearl's warmth. "Yes." Lu Ruyin said nothing further, quickening her pace. Su Yuan followed closely behind her, attuned to the rhythmic sound of her leather boots crunching on the snow. Suddenly, he realized that this woman had long anticipated his inquiry about the Starfall Valley. 2 days later, the miasma in the poisonous mist valley was thicker than the rumors suggested. The ashen mist, resembling a living entity, swirled close to the ground. And when it clung to the grass, it emitted hissing wisps of green smoke. Su Yuan tore a piece of cloth soaked in antidote to cover his mouth and nose. The Xian Pearl in his palm radiated intense heat, allowing him to distinctly feel the flow of spiritual energy around him, mingled with the stench of decaying wood, snake venom, and a faintly sweet scent reminiscent of shattered demon cores. "To your left, 10 paces, a golden-spotted viper." Lu Ruyin's voice dropped to a whisper, her sword drawn 3 inches from its sheath, its cold gleam slicing through the mist. Following her gaze, Su Yuan indeed spotted a dark brown shadow writhing within the miasma. He retrieved a short blade from his waist, pilfered from the mine overseer, its edge still stained with old blood. The energy of the Xian Pearl surged up his arm, and his pupils constricted as he observed the venomous snake's fangs pulsating with venom. In a sudden motion, he seized Lu Ruyin's wrist and pulled her aside into a shallow ditch. Almost simultaneously, a whistling sound pierced the air above them as 3 poisoned arrows struck the ground where they had just stood, the feathers still quivering. Lu Ruyin rolled to her feet, her sword fully unsheathed, its blade reflecting her pale, resolute face. Su Yuan wiped the mud from his face, the Xian Pearl burning painfully in his palm. He sensed several indistinct energies in the distance, pricking at his back. Was it the Blood Garment Tower or other treasure seekers? He tugged Lu Ruyin towards the valley's entrance. They might have leaked information about the Starfall Valley. As they stumbled out of the poisonous mist valley, the sun sank behind the western peaks, painting the horizon a vivid crimson. Su Yuan leaned on his knees, panting, and upon raising his eyes, he beheld a stone door draped in vines, towering 2 zhang high. The carved beast head above the door was weathered, and the door itself was entwined with thick wisteria. Yet it could not obscure the inscription etched at its center. "In the land of fallen stars, only those with the star veins may enter." The sword in Lu Ruyin's hand hummed softly as she gazed intently at the stone door, murmuring, "This vine exudes demonic energy." Su Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door when the Xian Pearl in his hand suddenly vibrated violently, almost slipping from his grasp. As he extended his hand, his fingertips barely brushed the stone door when the pearl emitted a blinding golden light, causing the vines to recoil like snakes scorched by fire. With a resounding crack, the door creaked open, a sound akin to ancient bells echoing, and amidst the rising dust, Su Yuan glimpsed the interior. The cave's walls were embedded with eerie blue crystals, the floor laid with green stone slabs. And at its center stood a bronze array plate, its patterns mirroring the runes on the surface of the Xian Pearl. "Be cautious," Lu Ruyin warned, her sword pointing ahead. "A formation is stirring." Before her words could fully escape her lips, the green stone slabs beneath them trembled, and 12 stone pillars, inscribed with runes, rose from the ground, each glowing with an ethereal light. The air between the pillars distorted as 12 phantoms gradually materialized, clad in dark iron armor and wielding long halberds, their eyes beneath the visors glinting with a cold, white light. "Intruders, the trial begins." The voices echoed simultaneously, reverberating painfully against Su Yuan's eardrums. The foremost phantom raised its halberd, the tip aimed directly at his throat, moving so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible. yet it halted just a mere 3 inches from his face. The runes of the Xian pearl swirled in his palm, and Su Yuan's vision sharpened. He could discern the swirling air currents at the halberd's tip, hear the sound of Lu Ruyan drawing her sword, and even feel the rhythmic pounding of his own heartbeat. This was the Xian Pearl's spiritual energy feedback warning, previously mentioned in the Xian Yao Heart Sutra, enabling him to foresee the trajectory of incoming attacks. Lu Ruyan's sword slashed toward the left phantom from the third stone pillar. The rune flickered as Su Yuan spun to evade the direct thrust of the halberd, throwing his short blade not at the phantom, but crashing it against the right third stone pillar. In that instant, the phantom's movement stuttered, as if its strings had been cut. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruyan felled 2 phantoms, her sword entwined with azure spiritual energy, indicative of her mastery at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. Su Yuan moved closer to the array plate, feeling the heat of the Xian pearl radiate through his palm, and he observed the flow of spiritual energy within the plate, connected to a dark golden spiritual vein leading to the central core. He bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the array plate, and in an instant, the golden light of the Xian pearl enveloped the entire cave. With a thunderous boom, the 12 phantoms shattered into motes of light, and the stone pillars slowly retracted into the ground. From the center of the array plate, a jade box rose, its surface intricately carved with a star map. The lid opened automatically, revealing a green jade slip within. As Su Yuan reached for it, his fingertips barely grazed the jade slip when the Xian pearl emitted a buzzing sound. A fragment of information flashed in his mind. Starfall technique, first layer. Allows the star marrow to be drawn into the body. Be cautious. Lu Ruyan suddenly grasped his wrist, her gaze fixed on the base of the jade box, where inscriptions were etched. Su Yuan lowered his head to see a line of blood-red characters. The secret of the starfall is beyond human control. Should one covet power, retribution shall ensue. His fingers trembled slightly as the Xian pearl cooled in his palm. Lu Ruyan's sword remained unsheathed, her eyes darting toward the cave's entrance. Brother Su, we must leave. What? He inquired, his heart sinking. There are others following us. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Ever since they entered the poisonous mist valley, 3 distinct energies had trailed them. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the Xian pearl, sensing an elusive spiritual fluctuation behind him, akin to a venomous serpent flicking its tongue through the grass. He tucked the jade slip into his robe and turned to exit the cave, the sun having completely vanished, as the mists of the forest enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Quickly, Lu Ruyan urged softly, they may strike once night falls. Su Yuan said nothing, merely quickening his pace. He felt the Xian pearl in his embrace heating up, this time not from spiritual energy, but as a warning of some impending danger. The secret of the Starfall Valley had only just begun to unfurl, and more perilous challenges likely lay ahead. A sudden gust of wind stirred a few fallen leaves, brushing past Su Yuan's ear. He turned to glance back at the forest behind them. In the twilight, he thought he glimpsed flickers of ghostly light, reminiscent of bloodstains on a blade devoid of marks. Chapter 34. 9 Abyss Palace. The twilight resembled spilled ink, cascading down the mountain ridge. Su Yuan pressed his fingertips against the Xian pearl at his waist, feeling the surface runes pulse in rhythm with the movements of their pursuers. The 3 energies he had sensed outside the Starfall Valley had now proliferated to 7, like fine needles piercing his back. Veer southwest, Lu Ruyan whispered, her sword tassel brushing against his hand. Her boots barely made a sound on the decaying leaves, but as they passed a broken branch, she abruptly halted, pulling Su Yuan into the underbrush. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he noticed 3 iron caltrops, each the size of a coin, rolling from their previous position. Coated in a dark viscous fluid, poisoned, the Xian pearl burned in his palm. He could see a concealed spiritual energy 20 paces away, contracting like a serpent poised to strike. They have set a watch, Lu Ruyan murmured, her thumb caressing the sword hilt, the azure patterns on the sheath glimmering faintly. The wind lifted her hair, revealing an old scar behind her ear, a remnant from their earlier encounter with the phantom in the Starfall Valley, now seeping a faint bead of blood. Su Yuan suddenly tightened his grip on her wrist, the Xian pearl's warning flooding over him like a tide. To the left, 5 paces, to the right, 7 paces. Overhead, the 3 energies that had once been present had now swelled to 7, 2 of which were closing in with a fan-like formation. His throat tightened, recalling the deer herds ensnared in the mines. Hunters often spread their nets first, waiting for the prey to tire before tightening their grip. To the relay station, Lu Ruyan commanded suddenly, her voice imbued with determination. She pointed towards the half-obscured gray-tiled roof nestled in the valley, the abandoned official post. with its thick walls and sturdy beams, was certainly preferable to being a living target in the woods. Su Yuan remained silent, merely quickening his pace. He felt the jade slip of the starfall secret in his arms growing increasingly warm, intertwining with the heat of the mysterious pearl. Perhaps those pursuers sought not only him, but also the secrets of Starfall Valley. He touched his chest, where the lingering pain from the blood-stained words on the bottom of the jade box still throbbed, a secret of Starfall that was beyond human control. As the wooden door of the post creaked shut behind them, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Ruyin swiftly secured the door with a bolt and propped it with a half-stone mill, her movements as quick as a gust of wind. Su Yuan scanned the area by the moonlight. A dusty table bore a moldy cake, a spider web dangled from the beam, and several charred pieces of wood were piled in the corner, offering a drier refuge than outside. Rest for a moment, Lu Ruyin instructed, drawing her sword to inspect the windows. I'll guard the front yard while you study that scripture. She deliberately refrained from mentioning the Starfall secret. Yet her gaze flicked over the jade slip in Su Yuan's arms, and her brows arched slightly. This seemingly cold woman was, in fact, quite perceptive. Su Yuan settled onto a grass mat against the wall, retrieving the Xian Yaoheart Sutra from his robe. The yellowed pages rustled as he turned them, until he found the passage concerning the awakening of the blood contract. If the initial awakener has not crossed the second tribulation, the demon blood will surge every 7 days. The mild effect scorches the tendons and bones, while the severe leads to madness and transformation into a demon. His fingertips lingered over the words madness and transformation, his throat tightening. Earlier that morning, when he triggered the resonance of the mysterious pearl in Starfall Valley, he indeed felt a torrent of heat surging within him, as if trying to rupture his veins. Perhaps I should give it a try, he whispered, just as he began to channel his energy to guide the spiritual force. The mysterious pearl suddenly vibrated in his palm. Initially, the tremor resembled a bee's buzz, quickly escalating into a rolling thunder that made his knuckles turn white. A dark golden light surged forth from the pearl, coalescing in midair into the phantom of a red-tailed wolf, the third-tier demon wolf he had slain in Poison Illusion Valley. Though the phantom was faint, its crescent-shaped mark on its forehead and the vengeful gaze it bore before death were unmistakable. The Xian Yao power within you is stirring. The phantom's voice resembled stones rolling over earthen pots. The bloodlines of the 100 clans are about to respond, but they are coming. Su Yuan abruptly raised his head, hearing the sound of something slicing through the air outside the window. The noise was akin to countless fine needles scraping against his eardrums, poison darts. Lu Ruyan's sword almost simultaneously unsheathed. In the instant the azure sword light flared, she spun, severing 3 darts in midair, the wind from her blade rattling the window paper. Brother Su, the roof. Su Yuan rolled towards the other side of the grass mat, the warning from the mysterious pearl exploding in his mind. 3 feet to his upper left, a tile was shifting. He swiftly drew a short blade from his sleeve and hurled it, striking with a clang into the tile seam. That piece of tile cracked open, revealing half a dark face, the very assassin who had been lurking in the woods moments ago. Watch out behind you. Lu Ruyan's sword deflected 2 darts, and as she turned, the tassel of her sword swept past Su Yuan's lower back. He instinctively lunged forward, a barbed short knife grazing his neck, leaving a half-inch deep scratch on the wall. The heat from the mysterious pearl surged to its peak. Su Yuan felt the scene before him slow down. The assassin's movements appeared as if drawn by stretched cotton threads, and the trajectory of the blades was horrifyingly clear. This was the feedback warning from his spiritual energy. He recalled the descriptions in the Xian Yaoheart Sutra and immediately sidestepped, evading the throat-grabbing move of the assassin on his left, while simultaneously flicking 3 silver needles towards the wrists of the 2 on his right. Well done. Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to advance, her sword blooming between the necks of the 2 assassins. Blood splattered onto her clothing, yet her spiritual energy repelled it, leaving only a few dark red specks. However, the number of enemies was far greater than they had anticipated. Just as Su Yuan took down 2, 3 more shadows surged through the broken door, one wearing a bronze mask, wielding a short blade that glimmered with a ghostly blue light, the very blood-stained weapon he had glimpsed in the mountain winds. The ancestor demands your life. The voice of the masked assassin sounded like rusted gears grinding. The short blade lunged forward, accompanied by a foul wind. Su Yuan attempted to evade, only to discover his left leg had been grazed by the barbs, causing a momentary delay in his spiritual energy. His heart nearly leaped from his throat. Yet at that moment, the mysterious pearl emitted a warm golden light, forming a protective barrier around him. The faint golden membrane coalesced at his chest. When the short blade struck, sparks flew, and the assassin's wrist went numb from the impact. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan's right hand clawed towards the opponent's throat. He felt a torrent of heat swirling within, a consequence of the automatic operation of the Xian Yao Heart Sutra. Sharpening his senses several-fold, he could hear the assassin's throat gulping, see the cold sweat seeping from beneath the mask, and even smell the decaying vegetation clinging to the infiltrator, an odor of someone who had long dwelled in the marshes. As his fingertips pierced into the assassin's windpipe, the latter suddenly bellowed, "The ancestor will not spare you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body began to swell, purple-blue patterns emerging beneath his skin. Self-detonation. Lu Ruyan's sword crossed in front of them, forming a shield of azure spiritual energy. Su Yuan was yanked towards the corner of the wall as a deafening explosion erupted in his ears, with splinters and debris raining down upon them. When the dust settled, the masked assassin had transformed into a charred carcass. Su Yuan crouched down, retrieving a half-bronze token from the fallen's grasp. The reverse side engraved with a 9-headed serpent, the mark of the 9 Abyss Palace of the demon sect. His fingers tightened suddenly as he recalled the dying words of the old craftsman at the mine. The 9 Abyss seeks a half-demon. The mysterious pearl flared up in his palm. This time, the heat flowed directly into his mind. A hazy message surfacing in his consciousness, the awakening gate of the 9 Nether Altar. His solar plexus throbbed violently, and he vaguely perceived a map unfolding on the surface of the mysterious pearl, the center encircled by a fog-laden swamp. "Brother Su." Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind him. Her sword still dripped blood, her hairpin had come undone, and a few strands of hair clung to her sweat-drenched forehead. "This token belongs to the 9 Abyss Palace." Her tone was unusually grave. "They are seeking you, and it pertains to the mysterious pearl." Su Yuan remained silent, merely tucking the token into his robe. He gazed out the window. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the distant mountains echoed with the cries of night owls. Although the heat from the mysterious pearl had subsided, it left a faint golden mark in his palm, resembling a bud yet to bloom. "Let us head to the swamp," he suddenly declared, his voice tinged with an unrecognized resolve, the mysterious pearl guiding his direction. Lu Ruyan's sword slid into its sheath with a crisp sound. She approached the door, pushing it open a crack, allowing the mountain wind, laden with damp and cold mist, to sweep inside. The scent of decaying leaves and mud wafted through, reminiscent of the swamp depicted on the pearl's map. "We leave at dawn." As she turned, a faint smile graced her lips. "I am eager to see what kind of storm the ancestor of the 9 Abyss Palace can stir up." Su Yuan touched the mysterious pearl at his chest, then glanced at the jade slip of the Starfall secret in his arms. The moonlight once again bathed his face, illuminating the flickering light in his eyes. That night, he finally comprehended that the so-called backlash and danger were merely pebbles along the path. The true storm was perhaps just beginning. Meanwhile, in the more distant woods, the messenger pigeon of the 9 Abyss Palace flapped its wings, vanishing into the shadowy clouds. Within the bamboo tube strapped to its leg lay a blood-stained token and a hasty scrawl. "The Xian Yao bloodline has emerged, coordinates 30 miles east of Starfall Valley." The mist of the swamp had already crept to the base of the official post. Chapter 35. The baptism of the blood contract before the morning mist had dissipated. Su Yuan had secured his bundle tightly. The mysterious pearl in his palm radiated a gentle warmth, akin to a pebble that had been warmed in a hand. The murky map of the swamp lingered in his consciousness, each crease hauntingly vivid, even the bubbling mire beneath the decaying leaves etched into his nerves. He glanced down to inspect the hemp rope binding his legs, fashioned from the bed canopy by Lu Ruyan's sword, who had warned that the swamp sludge could swallow loose boots. "Move." Her voice resonated from the doorway. She had donned a short gray-blue outfit, the sword sheath at her waist wrapped thrice in coarse fabric, the sword tassel neatly severed, and even her hair tips bound into short stubs with leather ties. Su Yuan noted the fresh mud clinging to her boots, evidently suggesting she had ventured out before dawn. As they stepped beyond the inn, the damp, chilling mist enveloped their ankles. This fog was unlike the morning dew in the mountains. It resembled a foul liquid seeping from the earth, slick against the skin, mingling with the stench of rotting roots and dead fish that invaded their nostrils. Su Yuan wiped his face, only to find not water but a viscous slime, glimmering dark green in the morning light. "This mist is suspicious." Lu Ruyan unsheathed her sword by 3 inches, lifting the tip to catch a wisp of fog, which instantly coated the metal in a layer of white frost. "There may be venomous entities here." She glanced at him, her brows slightly furrowed. "Stay close and avoid stepping on bare patches." Su Yuan nodded, but suddenly felt a searing pain in his palm. Glancing down, he saw a faint golden line appearing on the surface of the jade pendant, slowly pointing towards a dense thicket shrouded in mist. Thick vines dangled between the branches, each adorned with objects that appeared dark and grotesque. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be desiccated animal bones. Watch your step. Lu Ruyan's sword carved a half-circle before her. Just as she spoke, the grass beneath her suddenly collapsed. With quick reflexes, Su Yuan grasped her wrist, only to witness the ground churning with black mud, from which a suction cup the size of a bowl emerged, its edges lined with barbs. Snapping onto Lu Ruyan's boot with a thud. A shadow leech, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, swiftly drawing her sword to sever it. The blade sank 3 inches into the mud, causing the suction cup to release its grip in pain, and from the black mire surged a dozen translucent, elongated forms, each as thick as an arm, with gaping mouths at both ends. Su Yuan's jade pendant vibrated violently, the faint golden mark glowing brightly in his palm. A surge of heat coursed through him, instinctively compelling him to strike the nearest shadow leech. In that fleeting moment, the creature twisted and burrowed itself into the mud, disappearing from sight. Lu Ruyan's sword remained poised in the air, dripping black blood. Your jade pendant. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. It's protecting me. The two dared not linger, hurrying along the direction indicated by the jade pendant. The deeper they ventured into the swamp, the denser the mist became, until only indistinct shadows remained 5 steps away. Su Yuan's shoes gradually sank into the sludge, each step demanding double the effort. Sweat trickling down his chin and soaking through his back. Here. Lu Ruyan's voice dropped suddenly. Su Yuan looked up to find the mist had partially lifted, revealing a cluster of black stone tablets before them. Each stone towered over 2 men, their surfaces etched with twisted runes. In front of the central tablet stood a half-altar, glowing dark red, identical to the depiction in the jade pendant's map. The jade pendant burned in his palm, nearly scorching through his skin. Su Yuan released Lu Ruyan's sleeve and took 2 steps forward. The moment his foot touched the altar's stone steps, the ground trembled violently, and the runes on the tablets ignited with a ghostly blue light, as if countless eyes had opened. Su, brother. Lu Ruyan grasped the nape of his neck. This place is unsettling. The jade pendant led me here. Su Yuan turned, his gaze reflecting the tablet's eerie glow. It claims this is the awakening gate. He pried her hand away and ascended the altar step by step. The instant his fingertips brushed the altar's core, a searing pain coursed through him. The bloodline of the Xianyao surged within him, golden patterns slithering from his wrist up his neck like a living gold serpent. He recalled the fragment of the Xianyao heart sutra nestled in his arms, trembling as he bit into his palm, pressing the blood into the altar's indentation. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook. Su Yuan's consciousness was yanked into a blood-red void, where a colossal, golden vertical pupil loomed before him, swirling with starlit radiance. Son of Xianyao, you have passed the first trial. The voice resonated from a great distance, causing pain to echo in his ears. Now, accept the true baptism of blood. Countless fragments of memory inundated his mind. The Xianyao clan had once been the leaders of the demon race, possessing the essence of the sun, capable of commanding all beasts. A millennium ago, as the righteous human forces besieged the demon realm, the Xianyao lord tore open a rift in the sea of heavenly punishment using the bloodline of his entire clan, granting their lineage a sliver of survival. In reality, a strange red glow emanated from Su Yuan's skin, and an inhuman howl erupted from his throat. His nails elongated 3 inches, black blood seeping from his fingertips. His very breath infused with the sweet, foul scent of demons. Su Yuan. Lu Ruyan's sword pressed against his throat. You have been tainted by the demon essence. The jade pendant suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. The radiance enveloped Su Yuan, sending Lu Ruyan stumbling back 3 steps. She collided with one of the stone tablets, her palm splitting open, yet she grit her teeth and rose again. Su, brother, wake up. As the red light began to fade, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His pupils retained their human shape, yet 2 clusters of golden flames flickered within their depths. Raising his hand, he found a wisp of pale azure demon essence entwined around his fingertips. It circled twice before obediently condensing into a small ball, vanishing beneath his skin. A notification from the jade pendant echoed in his mind. Demonic resonance has advanced, allowing temporary control over the thoughts of low-tier demon beasts, limited to 3 times a day, each instance not exceeding 30 minutes. Is that you, Su Yuan? Lu Ruyan asked, her sword still unsheathed. Su Yuan smirked, revealing a bloodied smile. It is I. He opened his palm, showcasing the wisp of demon essence. The jade pendant helped me subdue it. Lu Ruyan's sword clattered to the ground. She staggered 2 steps, grasping the edge of the altar, her back drenched in sweat. I nearly killed you just now. You wouldn't. Su Yuan bent to retrieve the sword, returning it to her. You know better than anyone that I will not easily transform into a demon. Suddenly, the mountain winds intensified. Lu Ruyin looked up to see a dark shadow circling atop the summit, a massive black eagle, its eyes glinting with a hint of humanity, as if confirming something or waiting for an event. We must leave. Su Yuan touched the jade pendant against his heart. The people from the Yuan Hall will not relent. We must return to Yunling City swiftly. Lu Ruyin accepted the sword, her finger brushing against the golden markings still lingering on his neck. Then what about? The jade pendant says this is fortuitous. Su Yuan turned towards the swamp beyond the stone tablets, the mist rising once more, enveloping his silhouette. The half-demon bloodline is not a curse, but a key. The black eagle atop the summit unfurled its wings, issuing a piercing cry. Beneath its tail feathers, a small bronze bell jingled, engraved with the totem of a 9-headed serpent, appearing hazy within the mist. Chapter 36. The Tsangming Eagle Demon. Before the mountain mist dissipated, Su Yuan and Lu Ruyin had exchanged their garments for coarse, short attire. Lu Ruyin wrapped her blood-stained sword sheath in blue hemp, while Su Yuan smeared a layer of soot across his face. They would disguise themselves as salt merchants from the northern territories to evade the watchful eyes of the Yuan Hall in Yunling City. There's a merchant convoy ahead. Lu Ruyin tugged at his sleeve. Just around the bend in the mountain path, 7 covered wagons moved slowly, the banners bearing the wolf head insignia of the northern realm. At the forefront, a rider dismounted from a sleek steed, his dark cloak billowing in the mountain breeze, revealing a leather belt inlaid with turquoise at his waist. He was a young man in his 20s, with brows sharp as blades and slightly upturned eyes. Upon seeing the two, he clasped his fists. I am Heyu, a fur trader from the northern territories. This mountainous path is rife with bandits. It would be wise for you both to travel in company. Su Yuan's gaze swept over the mud caked on his boots. Frozen earth from the north mingled with the distinctive red sand of Yunling. The Xian pearl against his chest radiated warmth, and a vivid red warning surged in his consciousness. A high-risk presence of the demon race. His fingertips curled slightly, and the coolness of the Xian pearl spread through his bloodline. Yet, he forced a clumsy smile. That sounds splendid. My sister and I were just lamenting our lack of protection. Heiyu's eyes lingered momentarily on the tassel of Lu Ruyin's sword before shifting back to Su Yuan. This brother appears unfamiliar. Is it your first time on the trade route? Coming from a humble home, I've just learned from my cousin. Su Yuan scratched the back of his neck, his knuckles subtly digging into his palm as the Xian pearl resonated with a restless energy, akin to a fine needle pricking at his consciousness, directing him towards the faint scale markings beneath Heiyu's throat. As dusk approached, the merchant caravan set camp. Lu Ruyin went to fetch water from the creek, while Su Yuan squatted by the campfire, polishing a copper kettle. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Heiyu approaching with 2 mountain chickens in hand. Let us add something special to the meal tonight. He squatted lower, a faint scent of blood wafting from his sleeve, reminiscent of decaying leaves before a torrential downpour. Suddenly, the Xian pearl vibrated, his hand trembled, sending the copper kettle clattering against the stones. Heiyu looked up. Brother, are you fatigued? Perhaps the wild fruits at noon did not sit well. Su Yuan clutched his stomach, seizing the opportunity to move closer to Heiyu. The warnings from the Xian pearl intensified. He could even perceive the swirling demon energy within his counterpart. Unlike that of ordinary demon cultivators, it bore a hardened quality, reminiscent of refined iron, tinged with the coldness of a higher-order demon. Under the cover of night, Su Yuan pretended to doze inside the cart, yet his ears were alert. At the hour of the rat, he heard Heiyu's movements, the soft crunch of his boots over dry twigs, lighter than a cat's tread. He retrieved the Xian pearl from his pocket. Its coolness spread through his fingertips, and visions of the forest materialized in his mind. Heiyu stood beneath an ancient locust tree, emitting 3 short calls into the night sky, resembling a bird's cry. Lu, wake up! Su Yuan nudged Lu Ruyin beside him. She instantly opened her eyes, hand poised on the hilt of her sword. Heiyu is suspicious, Su Yuan whispered in her ear. I shall test him come morning. When the bonfire was rekindled, the members of the caravan gathered around to warm themselves. Su Yuan stirred the firewood and sighed deeply. Yesterday, I heard an old man speak of a legend surrounding the Yunling Mountains, a tale of the Xian Yao bloodline. Old Zhang, who drove the cart, exhaled a plume of smoke. That was a royal family among demons a millennium ago. It is said they could command countless beasts, but were eventually besieged by righteous forces. Heiyu was busy ladling porridge into a bowl, the wooden spoon clinking against the rim with a sharp sound. Su Yuan caught a glimpse of the faintly glowing scales at the corners of Heiyu's eyes. His throat bobbed, as if swallowing something. If that bloodline still exists. Su Yuan deliberately elongated his tone. one might fear it could overturn the world. Heiyu suddenly looked up, a flicker of eerie green light flashing in his eyes, which quickly transformed back into a warm smile. My brother seems fond of these strange tales. Lu Rian's knee brushed against Su Yuan's beneath the table. She too sensed the tension. Before the morning mist had lifted, the caravan arrived at Eagle Beak Cliff. The narrow path at the cliff's edge only allowed two to walk abreast, while the mountain wind swept pine-scented gusts into their collars. Su Yuan walked in the middle, Lu Rian to his left, and Heiyu on his right. "Watch your step," Heiyu suddenly warned. Instinctively, Su Yuan leaned back as 3 poison darts whizzed past his throat, embedding themselves in the stone wall behind him, glowing with a ghostly blue light. His pupils constricted. The trajectory of those darts had been precisely calculated to match his footsteps. The Xian Pearl erupted with golden light, and a translucent shadow materialized beside him, deflecting the second wave of darts entirely. Heiyu's expression twisted in an instant. Dark feathers sprouting from behind his ears, his nails morphing into curved hooks. The Xian Yao bloodline. "Come with me back to the demon realm." Lu Rian's sword was already unsheathed, its cold light glinting as it swept through the air towards Heiyu's wrist. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan flicked out silver needles from his sleeve, sealing Heiyu's shoulder and knee points. Heiyu let out a muffled grunt, tumbling into the underbrush. And when he raised his head again, his eyes had transformed into slits, with an eagle beak pattern emerging on his forehead. "You think you can escape?" he hissed with a laugh. "The elders of Tsangming Mountain have been watching you." The sharp cry of an eagle rent the sky. Su Yuan looked up to see dozens of black eagles diving down from the clouds, their claws glinting with toxic arrows. The members of the caravan screamed and scattered. Carts overturned, and goods spilled across the cliff. Lu Rian retreated to Su Yuan's side, her sword weaving a protective web. These eagle demons. Su Yuan gripped the Xian Pearl tightly, golden veins spreading from his neck to the corners of his eyes. The Xian Pearl suddenly grew hot, a light pattern emerging in his palm, revealing an ancient map marked with 3 blood-red characters. Tsangming Mountain. "Lu, back to back," he commanded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, as golden flames flickered in his eyes. "Let them witness that the Xian Yao bloodline is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed." The piercing cries of the black eagles drew closer, and beneath the rustling of pine trees at the cliff's base, Heiyu's cold laughter echoed. "The winds of Tsangming Mountain are about to sweep across your face." Chapter 37. Whispers of the demon god. The wind at Eagle Beak Cliff carried the metallic scent of blood into Su Yuan's throat. His back pressed against Lu Rian's sword sheath, the buzzing in his ears like thunder. He could distinctly hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, as if each pulse drove a heated iron nail into his temples. The Xian Pearl against his chest radiated warmth. As golden veins crawled up to the corners of his eyes, he caught sight of blood droplets at the tips of Lu Rian's hair, and the blade of her sword bore 3 more new nicks. "I can't hold on much longer." Lu Rian's voice, cold as tempered ice, reached him as she pressed a chi-replenishing pill into his palm. "Swallow it. I've counted. There are 17 eagle demons left." Su Yuan bit down on the pill, its bitterness exploding on his tongue. He felt the Xian Pearl ravenously drawing from his vitality. The wounds torn by eagle talons were healing at a visible pace. Yet each transformation felt as though someone were roasting his marrow over an open flame. Heiyu's laughter echoed from the cliff's base. And only then did Su Yuan realize his fingertips were trembling, not from fear, but from rage. The ribs cracked by the whip in the mine. The medicine bottles crushed under the foreman's foot. The subordinates tossed to feed the demon beasts. All those scars he thought had healed were now splitting open with the resurgence of the Xian Yao bloodline. "Watch your head." Lu Rian suddenly spun around, her sword deftly deflecting 3 poison darts. Su Yuan looked up. 7 black eagles were diving down from the clouds, their claws glinting with blue light, like 7 blades suspended above them. The Xian Pearl vibrated fiercely, a warmth resonating deep within his consciousness, akin to an ancient beast stirring from slumber. "Step back." A cool yet gravelly female voice drifted from the left side thicket. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. Though he had never heard this voice, it evoked memories of his mother humming lullabies beneath the old locust tree behind the mine. A figure clad in pure white emerged from the shadows of the trees, her wide sleeves billowing as a fierce wind followed in her wake. This wind was no ordinary mountain breeze. It carried the scent of pine resin and an ancient, sweet decay. As it swept past the eagle demons, their feathers shed like autumn leaves, and the poisoned arrows clattered to the ground. The leading black eagle emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to rise. But the woman raised her hand towards the sky, and the wind coalesced into a vortex, spiraling the 17 eagle demons into the clouds. leaving only a few charred feathers to fall. You are. Su Yuan pressed against his chest to quell the surging blood. The tremors of the Xian pearl intensified, golden veins twisting into unfamiliar totems on the back of his hand. The woman turned, her white dress glistening with morning dew. Her features delicate yet imbued with a reassuring sharpness, like a jade blade honed by time. Her gaze flitted over the golden veins at the corners of Su Yuan's eyes. A fleeting recognition flickering across her expression. Su Yuan, I am Bai Li, a remnant of the Huang tribe. Lu Rian's sword remained unsheathed, its tip quivering slightly, a habitual response when confronting unknown foes. Bai Li appeared to disregard the sword, retrieving a jade tablet from her sleeve. Etched with the image of a coiled ancient beast, precisely the totem Su Yuan had glimpsed in his father's old garments during his childhood. Your father, Su Qingye, entrusted me with your care a decade ago. Su Yuan's breath hitched abruptly. The last memory he held of his father was when he was dragged to the punishment chamber by the mining overseers. That man, who always stood tall, staggered towards him and pressed something into his palm. Later, he discovered a shard of jade beneath the straw mat, a perfect match to the jade tablet before him. The bloodline of Xian Yao had reached a critical point. As Bai Li extended the jade tablet, her fingertip brushed against Su Yuan's palm, sending a jolt through his body. Her hand was as cold as the spirit stones in the freezing mine. If not guided within 3 days, the demon blood would retaliate, mildly driving one into madness, severely causing a violent explosion. Lu Rian finally sheathed her sword, but remained positioned before Su Yuan. On what grounds should I trust you? Because what I seek aligns with your desires. Bai Li gazed towards the depths of Eagle Beak Cliff, where the outline of dilapidated palaces emerged amidst the mountain mist. I need your assistance to enter the demon goddess ruins and retrieve the heart of the demon god. That artifact will grant you true mastery over your bloodline. Su Yuan locked his gaze onto hers. The first lesson learned from his decade in the mines was to be wary of readily offered kindness. Yet at that moment, the warmth of the Xian pearl coursed through his veins, allowing him to discern that the demonic energy circulating within Bai Li was not the twisted, rancid essence of the black feathers, but rather a refreshing clarity akin to the sound of pine waves, reminiscent of what his father often spoke of, the primal bloodline of the wild tribes. Lead the way. He accepted the jade tablet, producing a clear chime as the shard and tablet aligned. But if you deceive me, I know better than anyone the fate that awaits those who trick a half-demon. Bai Li turned and ventured into the dense forest, the hem of her white dress sweeping over the bloodied rubble. Stay close. The cavern was filled with the scent of burning resin, and Bai Rui had embedded 7 green lamps into the cave walls. The oil mixed with demon cores casting an eerie azure glow that rendered her features even paler. Su Yuan leaned against the stone wall, golden patterns creeping from his fingertips to his neck, every inch of skin feeling as though seared by hot coals. Bai Li produced a bone needle and pressed it thrice against his brow, her murmurs rising in pitch, akin to an ancient incantation. Endure. Her fingertips pressed against his heart, intertwining the heat of the Xian pearl with her chilling touch. The demon blood is surging towards your heart's vein. I will temporarily suppress it with the secret incantation of the wild tribes, but it will last no more than 2 days. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, cold sweat soaking his back. He observed the golden patterns on his skin fading, while his consciousness began to blur. The last thing he heard was Bai Li's voice. At dawn tomorrow, the entrance to the ruins will open. Remember, the heart of the demon god. When he opened his eyes again, morning light had already infiltrated the cavern. Bai Li leaned against the cave entrance, sharpening a dry twig with a dagger. Upon noticing his awakening, she tossed him a roasted sweet potato, its aroma wafting enticingly. Eat, replenish your strength. Su Yuan accepted the sweet potato, and suddenly the Xian pearl in his palm vibrated, nearly causing him to drop it due to its heat. He opened his hand, and red dots floated in the star marrow space, resembling a gathering of fireflies. It's the old demon M.O. Bai Li's twig snapped in two. This old wretch betrayed the 10,000 Swords Pavilion long ago, specializing in refining demon bones to extract human essence. I've seen his handiwork outside the Tsangming Mountain, an altar made from the remains of 3 demon generals. A chilling laughter suddenly echoed from the woods, like shards of glass scraping against an eardrum. Su Yuan looked up to see a shadow descending from the air, enshrouded in black mist, wielding a bone staff with a crimson demon core embedded at its tip, bubbling with blood. What a lovely little half-demon you are. You recognize me indeed. The old demon Mo's gaze swept over Su Yuan, his pupils abruptly narrowing into slits. Such a wondrous half-demon bloodline. I've sought this for 30 years. Today, I shall extract your essence, and then refine 3 more demon generals, thereby shattering that damned heavenly Dao shackles. Before he could finish his sentence, the bone staff struck the ground heavily. Su Yuan felt the tremor beneath his feet as three skeletal forms erupted from the earth: a tiger demon with a green face and fangs, an eagle demon with wings sprouting from its back, and a human-headed serpent demon, each bound in chains stained with dark red blood. "Be careful." Bailey hurled 3 talismans, which ignited into golden flames midair. These are puppets refined using the essence of living beings. They are impervious to blades and spears. Su Yuan clenched the Xian pearl as golden patterns once again crawled up to the corners of his eyes. The star marrow within the pearl began to whirl, as if something was awakening from slumber. He could hear his heartbeat overshadowing the sound of the pine waves, the clang of Lu Ruyan's sword, the murmured incantations of Bai Li, and finally, a cracking sound emanating from within the Xian pearl, as if a seal was being broken. The old demon Mo raised his bone staff once more, and the skeletal forms howled amidst the black mist. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and urged the Xian pearl, the ripples in the star marrow space growing larger, distorting the very air around him. He was uncertain of what these ripples might bring, but he understood that with one more step, the entrance to the ruins was within reach. "Now," Bailey suddenly commanded. Su Yuan followed her gaze to see a stone door, inscribed with demon script, slowly opening at the end of the valley, the demonic energy seeping through the gap like a living entity, igniting a fervor within his bloodline. The old demon Mo's laughter abruptly ceased, and the ripples of the Xian pearl finally swept over Su Yuan's fingertips. Chapter 38. The ruins of the demon god. As the stone door swung open, a wave of rancid copper and sweet demonic energy rushed forth. Just as Su Yuan lifted his foot, his boot had yet to touch the azure stone slab when a chilling sensation prickled at the nape of his neck. The Xian pearl was blazing hot. "Be careful." Bai Li's warning was swallowed by the wind. Su Yuan felt a pulse in his temples, and the scene before him appeared as though crumpled silk, the bluish-gray rock walls, Bai Li's tense profile, the old demon Mo's twisted grin, all fragmented and dissipating into nothingness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing on scorched earth, with a burning city in the distance. The words "demon suppression" on the tattered flags were curling under the licking flames. A century has passed. A hoarse voice emanated from above. Su Yuan looked up to see a half-demon man standing on a high platform, his silver hair entwined with crimson golden scales. His right eye a deep brown of humanity, while his left glimmered with the ghostly green of demons. As he swallowed, the side of his neck revealed a half-dragon scale tattoo. "You carry the scent of star marrow." The half-demon man conjured a flicker of azure flame at his fingertips, illuminating the vertical pattern on his brow. "Tell me, do you wish to inherit the will of the demon god?" Su Yuan took a half-step back, his boot heel striking against a charred skeleton. An explosion of screams erupted in his ears, the anguished cries of human cultivators, the howls of demons, and the weeping of children. It was only then he realized the ground beneath him was littered with bones, stacked upon one another to the horizon, each skull bearing a thumb-sized hole at the crown, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted by some unseen power. To inherit is to gain unparalleled strength. The half-demon man's voice struck his heart like a hammer. To refuse is to share the same fate as these ants, forever trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. He recalled old Zhang, whose tendons had been severed in the mine, and Xiao Duzi, who was thrown into the pit to feed the fire lizards. He remembered the bloodline chart of the wild tribes Bai Li had shown him last night, with its note stating that half-demons were inherently unwelcome in both realms. Could unparalleled strength free him from being trampled into the mud? Could it protect those he wished to shield? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a searing heat surged into his skull from the nape of his neck. The coolness of the Xian pearl spread through his meridians, causing the scorched earth of the illusion to begin to peel away, revealing the gray-white mist beneath. "It's a trap." Su Yuan bit his tongue, and the moment the metallic taste filled his mouth, he discerned the hollowness in the half-demon man's gaze. Those were not the eyes of a living being, but rather reflections of a lingering soul. Sounds from the real world suddenly flooded in. "Damn you." The old demon Mo's bone staff grazed past Bai Li's ear, crashing violently to the ground, making her stagger back 2 steps. "You once considered yourself the holy maiden of the wilderness clan, yet now you are but a stray dog." Bai Li swiftly threw 3 thunder talismans, and arcs of electricity struck the black mist, producing a pungent scent of charred flesh. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Su Yuan standing in the stone doorway, his gaze vacant, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Drawing blood, a clear sign of being trapped in an illusion. "Su Yuan," she called, just as 3 shadowy figures burst forth from the fog. A tiger demon's skeleton bared its fangs, lunging for her throat. An eagle demon's claws slashed toward her back, and the tailbone of a serpent demon coiled around her ankle, exuding a foul wind. Get away! Bailey bit her fingertip, drawing a symbol on her chest. The ancient pattern of the Wilderness clan, formed from her blood, suddenly exploded, sending the three skeletons flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged toward the stone door, only to have a black whip ensnare her wrist, a bloodline extending from Mo Lao Gui's bone staff. What's the rush? Mo Lao Gui licked his lips, the crimson demon core on his staff oozing droplets of blood. Once that little brat goes insane in the illusion, I shall directly extract his demon core. As for you. He narrowed his eyes. The blood of the Wilderness clan ought to be sweeter than that of mere mortals. Bailey's fingertips formed a crescent imprint in her palm. She could feel the corrosive power of the bloodline creeping up her veins, her arm beginning to darken. In her peripheral vision, Su Yuan's figure flickered behind the stone door, as if he could be consumed by the illusion at any moment. Xianzhu, save me. Su Yuan murmured within the illusion. He sensed Xianzhu swirling within his consciousness, ripples from the star marrow space, transforming into a tangible light net, enveloping the remnants of the half-demon's soul. The moment the cool energy surged into his consciousness, he heard a crisp sound, akin to the shattering of shackles. The scorched earth before him collapsed entirely. Su Yuan staggered against the stone door, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the blue stone floor with a sizzling sound. He looked up to see Bailey ensnared by the black whip, her arm darkening, while Mo Lao Gui's bone staff gathered a blood-red orb, preparing to unleash a fatal strike. Bailey, the call, infused with the spirit energy of Xianzhu, reverberated through the ruins. Su Yuan's pupils suddenly glowed with golden light, and everything in his vision slowed. He saw the demon core on Mo Lao Gui's staff throbbing violently, dark red blood coursing through its intricate patterns. He noticed the black blood on Bailey's wrist spreading along her veins, poised to invade her heart. He even perceived a crack in the neck vertebra of the tiger demon skeleton, a result of Bailey's earlier thunder talisman explosion. Demon eyes perceive, Su Yuan exclaimed instinctively. He did not know where this ability came from, but his body moved before his mind could catch up. He sprang into the air, Xianzhu erupting with blinding golden light, targeting Mo Lao Gui's right hand gripping the staff. Seeking death, Mo Lao Gui, taken aback by the fact that someone trapped in an illusion could awaken, hurriedly swung his staff to defend himself. The moment their powers collided, his bone staff cracked with a sharp sound, and the blood orb within erupted, splattering across his face. This is impossible, he roared in retreat, only to see Su Yuan's fingertips seeping with pale golden spirit energy, penetrating through the staff's fracture. Xianzhu was deciphering his demon technique. Seizing the moment, Bailey bit through the black whip, stepping back to draw the short blade from her waist. She saw the golden light in Su Yuan's eyes, witnessed the starry brilliance of Xianzhu in his palm, and suddenly recalled the ancient texts of her clan. When the star marrow manifests, half-demons awaken, becoming the bridge between two realms. Seek the heart of the demon god. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she nodded towards the depths of the ruins. I will hold him off. Without a word, Su Yuan could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat mingling with another cadence. Thump, 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 as if a living entity was breathing. Following Xianzhu's guidance, he passed through 3 archways engraved with demon scripts, arriving at a bronze altar. At the altar's center floated a deep blue demon core, silver patterns swirling on its surface. With each pulse, the demon energy in the entire ruins intensified. Just as Su Yuan reached out, he heard Mo Lao Gui's sinister laughter behind him. Hand over that object, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Turning around, he saw Mo Lao Gui's black mist closing in, Bailey's short blade stained with black blood, indicating she had been injured. Xianzhu felt scorching in his palm, and he sensed the power of the demon god's heart burrowing into his body. Suddenly, a very faint voice echoed in his mind, like a sigh scattered by the wind. Is the star marrow you? Su Yuan's fingertips hovered above the demon core. He heard the sound of Bailey's short blade slicing through the air, the brittle crack of Mo Lao Gui's bone staff shattering, and finally, the soft whisper mingled with his heartbeat, like a fine needle piercing deep into his memory. On the day he was sold to the mine at the age of 7, the old miner had pressed a bronze orb into his hand just before he died. Did it not emit such a faint sound? Bring it to me. Mo Lao Gui's bony claws were already reaching for his back. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, finally touching the demon core. In the instant the deep blue radiance exploded. He heard that voice once more, clearer than before. Child of the Starfall. Chapter 39. The initial fusion of the demon heart. Star Marrow. You are the child of the Starfall. As this whisper crashed into Su Yuan's mind, He had just made contact with the deep blue demon core. The Xianzhu in his palm suddenly became scalding hot, the previously obscure symbols glowing brightly, intertwining with the golden light and the silver patterns of the demon core, creating a shimmering silver-golden bridge between them. The flowing starlight, like a living being, penetrated his meridians, causing his blood to heat up. Impossible. You possess the power of the star marrow. Mo Lao Gui's roar reverberated, entwined with the stench of black fog. His initially ashen face turned a shade of deep purple, as black blood seeped from the cracks in his bone staff. Wounds left by Su Yuan when he deciphered his demon technique, now spreading from his knuckles to his wrist. The hairs on Su Yuan's neck stood on end. He could distinctly hear the thunderous beat of his heart and the buzzing of Xianzhu deep within his consciousness. Last month, when the overseer had broken his ribs, Xianzhu's vibrations had been even more intense. Later, he discovered that his wound healed 3 times faster than a normal person's. It turned out that since that time, this bronze orb had been waiting for today. Die. Mo Lao Gui's bone staff slammed heavily to the ground, the black fog swirling to form a colossal demon serpent. Its body was covered in barbs, its forked tongue exhaling a noxious green flame, the foul wind making Su Yuan's clothing flap. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not retreat. Instead, he took half a step forward as Xianzhu in his palm emitted a slight tremor, a spirit energy feedback warning him of the attack's trajectory. The night before, he had just used the fragmented techniques he picked up in the mine to enhance Xianzhu. At this moment, 5 layers of illusory figures erupted from his side, instantly engulfing the leftmost shadow in the serpent's toxic flames. Trivial skills. Mo Lao Gui's nails suddenly elongated by 3 inches, piercing through his palm and pressing against the bone staff, while 3 small snakes surged forth from the black fog. Yet at that moment, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. His demon eyes activated instinctively, revealing that beneath Mo Lao Gui's Adam's apple, dark red demon energy surged. This was the life gate of the evil cultivator, mentioned in the fragments of the Xian Yao Heart Sutra. Go. He swiftly drew 3 silver needles from his waist. These needles, forged during his time as a laborer at the apothecary, had been soaked in hemostatic herb juice for 3 days and nights, and now they became instruments of death. The sound of the silver needles slicing through the air was sharper than the serpent's tongue, accurately piercing 3 inches beneath Mo Lao Gui's throat. Mo Lao Gui stumbled back, his bone staff clattering to the ground. The skin around his neck visibly rotted at an alarming rate, black blood trickling down his collarbone. Yet he furiously attempted to pull out the needles. I practiced the 9 poisons bone corrosion technique. This is nothing. Before he could finish, a cold light sliced through the air from the side. Bai Li's short blade from the Wilderness clan cleaved through the black mist, leaving a deep gash on Mo Lao Gui's right shoulder. Her hair tips stained with droplets of blood, her collar burned through with several charred holes by black mist. Yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. His poison resides within the demon core. In that instant, Su Yuan comprehended. The Xian pearl in his palm radiated heat, and the spiritual energy accumulated in the star marrow space for half a month surged to life, coursing down his arm to his fingertips. Memories of the days spent in the mines came flooding back, days of being whipped, the calloused hands from hauling ore, the shattered molars when tossed to feed the demon beasts. All the pain coalesced into spiritual energy, forming a semi-transparent blade of light at this moment. As the blade descended, the pupils of the ink-old ghost contracted violently. He wished to evade, but his body, sealed at the life gate by the silver needles, would not obey. He desired to summon the demon core for protection, yet Bai Li's short blade was still lodged in the spot of his demon core. Every movement sending waves of agony crashing over him. The sound of his severed left arm hitting the ground was louder than his screams. The ink-old ghost collapsed, black blood spraying from the stump and drenching the altar, yet he still grinned. Do you think you can wield this power? One day, suddenly, he coughed violently, black blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. It will consume you. Su Yuan's blade hovered near his neck. He saw the ink-old ghost's demon core thrashing wildly in the black mist, like a shattered poison pouch. The Xian pearl suddenly emitted a searing pain, prompting him to instinctively step back. In the next moment, the ink-old ghost's body exploded into a torrential downpour of black rain. The storm of demonic energy rained down upon them, accompanied by flying debris. Su Yuan instinctively shielded Bai Li, and the Xian pearl floated up, its golden radiance enveloping them like a protective canopy. When the storm subsided, only the ethereal blue demon core remained on the altar, gently vibrating in sync with the Xian pearl. The voice of the Starfall child echoed once more, this time as clear as if someone were whispering in his ear. Su Yuan looked down at the Xian pearl in his hand, noticing a new pattern emerging on its surface, a simplified map. With the words Heavenly Dome Altar marked at its center, accompanied by smaller text, the convergence of fate. Bailey wiped the blood from her face and thrust her short blade into the ground. She stared at the bridge of light between the Xian pearl and the demon core, her voice trembling. The ancient texts in our clan say that when the star marrow appears, half-demon bloodlines will awaken. That day you were sold into the mines at the age of 7. The old miner gave you this pearl. Su Yuan's fingers absently traced the Xian pearl. Memories surged. On a snowy night, old Zhou's leg was broken by the overseer, and just before his death, he pressed this bronze pearl into Su Yuan's bloodied palm, urging, "Xiao Yuan, this pearl can take you away. Remember." The voice of the demon god's remnant suddenly became clear. Your bloodline is not merely a curse, but a key to the true path of humanity's supremacy. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the heart of the demon god. An ethereal blue glow seeped through his fingers, intertwining with the golden radiance of the Xian pearl, casting star-like shadows on the back of his hand. Bailey's short blade suddenly emitted a soft chime, pointing toward the direction beyond the ruins. There, the faint sounds of air being sliced grew closer. Someone was approaching. Bailey retrieved her short blade. It was the air control technique of righteous cultivators. Su Yuan gazed at the Xian pearl and the heart of the demon god in his palm. He could sense the two powers merging, like two rivers finally finding their source, stirring up tumultuous waves within him. The distant sounds of slicing air drew nearer, and he could hear his own heartbeat mingling with the hum of the Xian pearl, along with the lingering echoes of that remnant soul, humanity's supremacy. The wind whipped up the black blood on the altar, sending his loose hair flying. Su Yuan took a deep breath, tucking the heart of the demon god and the Xian pearl into his embrace. It was time to leave, but before that, he needed to ascertain what this so-called Starfall child truly signified. Chapter 40. The path of the heavenly dome before the morning mist had lifted. Su Yuan had already stuffed the last piece of cold, hard rations into his mouth. Bailey squatted by the campfire, prying a piece of charred beast bone with her short blade. Sparks crackled against the cloud-patterned cuffs of her sleeves, but were gently deflected by a faint azure, demonic aura. "It's time to go," she suddenly spoke, the blade tracing a silver arc on the stone ground. Su Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth. The Xian pearl pressed against his skin, radiating heat. This was the most pronounced reaction it had shown after 3 days of heading north. Since exiting the ruins, the once turbulent, demonic power within him, which had sought to tear apart his meridians, now lay coiled like a tamed cub in his dantian, occasionally rolling over, sending flecks of starlight coursing through his channels. As Bailey rose, the ancient jade of the Wasteland clan at her waist collided lightly with her short blade, producing a clear sound. She pressed the jade talisman into Su Yuan's hand, her fingertips cool. "Crush it, and I can sense it." Su Yuan looked down at the jade talisman, its surface etched with distorted beast patterns, feeling as if it were coated in dew-soaked moss. He knew this was an ancient clan secret, yet Bailey had often claimed that the Wasteland clan had long perished. Now she produced such an object, and without thinking, he began to trace the edges of the jade talisman, a habit formed over 10 years in the mines, always seeking something tangible to hold on to before danger struck. As they stepped out of the valley, the Xian pearl trembled in his embrace. Su Yuan looked up and saw a shadow darting through the clouds, its wings spanning nearly 2 yards, its beak glinting with a cold, iron-like sheen in the sunlight. "Demon Clan Eagle Guard," Bailey's voice turned somber. Her short blade slipped from her sleeve, extending 3 inches. At least 3 were circling above us. Su Yuan did not rush to act. He closed his eyes to sense the Xian pearl, the ability of demonic resonance unfolding like a spider's web. Indeed, the claws of those eagles bore dark blue markings, unique tracking sigils of the Northern Demon Alliance. He recalled the memory fragment that had surfaced when resting at the dilapidated temple yesterday. Bailey had said, "The Eagle Guards of the Demon Alliance can trace demonic energy for 1,000 miles, unless you can sever their clues." Su Yuan's fingers lightly pressed against his chest. The star marrow space within the Xian pearl was slowly revolving. He could clearly observe the spiritual fluctuations of the Eagle Guards, resembling delicate silver threads, one end tethered to the eagle's claws, the other to the lingering essence of the heart of the demon god within him. "Draw them closer," he suddenly suggested. Bailey turned to look at him, her brows slightly raised. Su Yuan forced a smile, one reminiscent of the miners, tinged with a hint of servility. When moles are struck in the mines, one must wait for the rats to peek out first. Bailey fell silent, but sheathed her short blade back into her sleeve. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, deliberately allowing the demonic energy to seep out from his fingertips. The moment that power touched the air, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the clouds. 3 massive black-feathered eagles simultaneously dove down, their feathered blades raining down like knives, slicing painfully against their cheeks. Now, Su Yuan commanded in a low voice. The surface of the Xian pearl gleamed with golden patterns, and the demonic energy at his fingertips suddenly split into 7 ethereal shadows, darting in all 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. The calls of the eagle guards shifted pitch abruptly as the 3 giant eagles each pursued the phantom shadows. One of them, the closest, nearly snagged Su Yuan's collar with its claws as it swooped past. Bai Li's gaze fixed on the retreating eagle, her short blade rotating half a circle in her palm. When did you learn the art of shadow splitting? From the Xian Pearl, Su Yuan replied, touching the now-warm gem. Within the star marrow space, an ancient fragment of technique had unknowingly appeared, and he had only instinctively activated it. After 10 years in the mines, he had learned to conceal surprises in the most secure places, like the secrets of the Xian Pearl and the sharp glimmer that flashed in his eyes at that moment. They quickened their pace until dusk enveloped the mountains. Bai Li chose a sheltered hollow to set up camp, while Su Yuan crouched by the stream to wash the dust from his face. The water's surface reflected his visage. At the corners of his eyes, a faint golden pattern had appeared, resembling starlight etched into his skin. This was a mark of the fusion of demonic power, and Bai Li had mentioned that upon reaching the heavenly dome altar, this pattern would transform into a genuine bloodline mark. Su Yuan. A voice came from behind, Bai Li's tone unusually tense. Su Yuan turned around and beheld the mysterious pearl hovering beside the campfire, its surface adorned with runes that danced like living entities. The shadows cast upon the ground coalesced into a vivid scene, a tempest of wind and snow, where a snow-colored fox demon perched upon a crumbling wall, its crimson eyes reflecting his departing silhouette, emitting a sound that was both mournful and mirthful. As Su Yuan staggered a couple of steps, the projection from the mysterious pearl became distinctly clearer, enabling him to discern the fine fur at the tips of the fox demon's ears, alongside a blood-stained tribal badge at its feet, identical to the one Bai Li had gifted him. This was a memory stored within the pearl. Bai Li's fingers gripped the hilt of her short dagger, knuckles paling as she reminded him of their peril. Someone was tracking them. Su Yuan crouched down, reaching out to touch the luminous shadow. Suddenly, the image of the fox demon shattered into countless stars, which then surged into the mysterious pearl. He felt the ancient jade amulet of the tribal clan nestled within his garment grow warm, as if responding to some unseen call. Not merely the demon alliance, he murmured. The people of the Huang clan, the shaman from the southern tribes, may all be watching me. Bai Li did not refute his words. She picked up a dry twig to poke at the fire, sparks dancing onto her silver adornments, casting flickering reflections upon the ear pendant engraved with the totem of the wild beasts. Thus, we must hasten. The teleportation array at the celestial altar only activates at the midnight hour of the 15th day of each month. Su Yuan gazed skyward. The moon had just begun its ascent over the eastern mountain peak, with 7 days remaining. In the following 3 days, they encountered no eagles. Yet Su Yuan remained ever vigilant. The pearl star marrow was continuously scanning the vicinity for 10 miles, even detecting the tremors of dew upon the blades of grass. It was not until the afternoon of the 4th day that Bai Li suddenly grasped his wrist, thrusting him into a thicket. Hunters, 4 of them, armed with blades. Following her gaze, Su Yuan saw 4 men clad in coarse garments traversing the mountain path, each sporting a hunting knife at their waist. One even carried a half-dressed mountain chicken over his shoulder. However, upon scanning with the mysterious pearl, he discerned that the feathers of the mountain chicken glimmered in an unnatural dark hue, a mere illusion sustained by demonic energy. They are fishing for information. Bai Li whispered in his ear, inquiring about the heart of the demon god, asking about your bloodline. Su Yuan cast his eyes downward, feeling the warmth radiating from the mysterious pearl in his palm. He recalled the teachings of old Zhou from the mines. When faced with those seeking to extract information, one must first offer a morsel of sweetness before introducing a grain of sand. Thus, he adjusted his attire, intentionally revealing a portion of the pearl at his waist, and approached them. Gentlemen, is there a clean water source in these mountains? He inquired with a smile, his voice laced with the timidity characteristic of a miner. The leading hunter squinted at him, scrutinizing his youthful and delicate physique, clearly not resembling someone who ventured into the mountains for hunting. I accompanied a merchant caravan, he stammered, my companions scattered after encountering wild beasts up ahead. As he spoke, his fingertips discreetly pressed against the mysterious pearl, converting his internal demonic energy into pure spiritual energy, which flowed into his palm. This was the new teaching of the pearl, a transformation of demonic energy into spiritual energy, capable of obscuring most forms of detection. The hunter's gaze flicked to his hand, pupils narrowing slightly. Su Yuan understood that the man was sensing for demonic energy. Yet at that moment, only pure spiritual energy coursed within him, akin to a spring water that had been cleansed. Have you heard of any treasures that have recently surfaced in these mountains? Another hunter inquired, hand resting upon the hilt of his knife. Su Yuan feigned a look of confusion. Treasures? I was merely hoping to find the merchant caravan and knew nothing of such things. As he spoke, he suddenly stumbled, reaching out to steady himself against a nearby tree, his fingertips rapidly tapping 7 times on the bark, an application of the 9-yang return needle technique to seal his acupoints. The hunter paused, his face flushing instantly, evidently affected by the sealing of his meridians. Bai Li's dagger was nearly at the nape of the leading hunter's neck. Speak. Who sent you? The hunter of the Demon Alliance's left envoy gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, stammering that a half-demon bearing a pearl would pass through. Su Yuan refrained from asking further. He unfastened his belt, binding the 4 hunters together in a single line, and whispered an illusionary message into their ears. The half-demon ventured south, carrying shards of the heart of the demon god. When the hunters regained consciousness, they would only remember this falsehood. Clever, Bai Li sheathed her dagger, a hint of a smile finally gracing her lips, a lesson learned in the mines from old Zhou. Su Yuan gazed at the hunters bound to the tree, lowering his voice. He remarked that the living must leave a false trail for those who pursue them. Bai Li offered no response. She lifted her gaze toward the distant mountains, shrouded in mist, where a towering peak rose sharply into the sky, its snow-capped summit glinting coldly in the sunlight. We have arrived, she said softly. That is where the celestial altar lies atop Tianqiong Peak. Su Yuan followed her gaze. The mysterious pearl in his embrace vibrated intensely. He could feel the map within the star marrow space suddenly sharpen, revealing a hidden path nestled within a crevice of the cliff, shimmering with silver light to indicate the way. As night fell, the two took refuge in a dilapidated temple at the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan leaned against the weathered statue, the mysterious pearl pressed against his heart, where he could hear the delicate sounds of starlight emanating from within. Bai Li sat on the threshold, gazing toward Tianqiong Peak, her short dagger spinning rapidly between her fingers. Tomorrow, we will reach the altar, she said, her voice unusually warm. Once the awakening is complete, you will gain full control over your half-demon bloodline, and never again will you suffer the backlash from the power of the demon god. Su Yuan nodded. He gazed out at the night breeze gradually rising, suddenly recalling the moon tonight, round and lustrous like a jade plate, slowly ascending to the summit of Tianqiong Peak. The mountain wind carried the sound of swaying pines through the temple door. Bai Li's dagger emitted a sudden hum, and she abruptly looked up, only to see a cloud layer illuminated by moonlight. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Tianqiong Peak, a massive black-feathered eagle, 3 times larger than the ordinary eagle guards, descended. Its left eye clouded and gray, while its right gleamed with a sinister golden light, fixated on the dilapidated temple below, emitting a low, rumbling laughter. At last, they have arrived. The black-feathered eagle spread its wings, and moonlight fell upon the silver rings upon its talons, inscribed with the exclusive mark of the left envoy of the Demon Alliance. Chapter 41. The Eagle's Eye Secrets. As the mountain mist lingered, Su Yuan stood at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, burdened with his pack. Bai Li's dagger spun in her palm, its blade reflecting the tension in his jawline. The previous night, the starry echoes from the mysterious pearl had persisted for the entirety of the night, now resting against his chest like a smoldering ember. It is time to depart. Bai Li was the first to step onto the mountain path, her hair tips glistening with morning dew, for they must reach the altar before noon atop the peak, shrouded in a sea of clouds. Su Yuan followed her ascent. The stone steps glistened with dew, slipping beneath his feet as if they were jade soaked in water. Counting his steps, on the 73rd stair, the mysterious pearl suddenly grew hot against his chest. Someone is ahead. Bai Li's dagger rose slightly, its back gently tapping his wrist. At a bend in the mountain path, a merchant clad in blue was bent over, tying his shoelaces. When he looked up, Su Yuan caught sight of a face with high cheekbones, the left eye obscured by a grayish-white film, while the right shone piercingly, like a blade tempered with gold. Are you two heading to the altar? The merchant straightened, the copper bells at his waist jingling lightly with his movements. I am Zhou, a trader of mountain goods. I am quite familiar with this path. He rummaged through his cloth bag and produced 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Have some. The mountain wind is harsh, and you cannot climb on an empty stomach. Bai Li's dagger hummed within her sleeve. Su Yuan glanced down at the tips of his shoes. recalling the mesmerizing powder he had discreetly sprinkled on the stone steps, now forming faint purple traces along the merchant's footprints on the blue stone. "Thank you." He extended his hand to receive the sweet potatoes, his fingertips brushing against the merchant's palm when the mysterious pearl emitted a sudden buzzing sound. Within the star marrow space, a blood-red warning sliced through the fog. The Eagle Guard's leader, adept at commanding aerial beasts, bloodline rank, demon general. Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. He gazed at the merchant's crow's feet, the coldness hidden within that smile reminiscent of the foreman's demeanor before striking with his whip. "How long has Brother Zhou been in the mountains?" He bit into a sweet potato, the sugary aroma mingling with the taste of rust. Exploding in his mouth, the sweet potato's flesh had been immersed in the mind-dulling powder he had hastened with the Xian pearl. 10 years, he mused. A flicker of impatience crossed the merchant's right eye, which quickly returned to a forced smile. "You two are here to fulfill a vow for the elders at home." Bailey interrupted, her short blade slicing through the air with a silver arc from within her sleeve. "We must move swiftly. The sun is becoming merciless." The merchant hesitated in his steps. Su Yuan's gaze fixated on the fine scales that surfaced on the nape of his neck, glistening a bluish-gray in the morning mist. The three continued upward. Su Yuan counted his heartbeats, and as they reached the old pine by the mountain stream, the merchant suddenly stumbled. He grasped the tree trunk, coughing, his grayish-white left eye beginning to roll back. The mind-dulling powder had finally taken effect. Brother Zhou feigned an attempt to assist, pressing his fingertips against the merchant's shoulder point. A technique taught to him by the old foreman to subdue demon cultivators by targeting their vital points. The merchant erupted in violence. His right hand transformed into a claw, sharp nails tearing through Su Yuan's sleeve, simultaneously letting out a piercing shriek. The mountain wind abruptly changed direction, and from the treetops came the sound of flapping wings as dozens of iron-clawed eagles swooped down from the clouds, their beaks sharp as poisoned steel needles, glinting with a ghostly blue light. Bailey retreated behind the tree, her short blade carving a semicircle as her icy aura severed 3 iron-clawed eagles. When she turned back, her pupils narrowed into slits. The merchant had completely revealed his true form, a human body with an eagle's head, neck cloaked in pitch-black feathers, and a wounded right wing, black blood dripping down. A descendant of the Xian Yao bloodline, he rasped, his voice grating like metal. "Surrender the heart of the demon god, and I shall spare your life." He shook his injured wing. "Did you think that the false news from that dilapidated temple could deceive me? My eagle guards can pierce through 10 miles of mountain fog." Su Yuan stepped back to Baile's side. The Xian pearl within his possession trembled violently. The star map within the star essence space unfolding automatically, allowing him to perceive the flight trajectories of each iron-clawed eagle with clarity. "What they seek is the bloodline," he whispered. "The key to the altar." Enough with the nonsense. The eagle-headed figure took flight, the resulting gust of wind uprooting the old pine tree. He concentrated a blue lightning ball at his claw tip. "If you do not perish today, my demon clan's 1,000-year plan." A low growl emanated from below the formation. Su Yuan turned to see over 20 eagle guards springing forth from the rocky outcrop, each with a sharp-beaked crow perched upon their shoulders. They joined hands, forming a semicircle, and the crows flapped their wings in unison, creating twisted lightning patterns in the air, just as the Xian pearl had analyzed the wind and thunder eagle formation. Bailey sliced her palm, blood droplets falling onto her blade. "This formation can summon the thunder of the mountains. You protect with the Xian pearl. I will break the formation." Su Yuan closed his eyes. The star essence resonance activated automatically, and he could hear the stars roaring above him. "I shall take charge." Starlight poured forth from his brow, coalescing into a translucent shield around him. The iron-clawed eagle's beak struck the shield, producing a resounding crack akin to a bell tolling. Su Yuan flicked his fingers, and starlight condensed into slender blades, precisely piercing the throats of 3 crows. This was the star trajectory strike, automatically deduced by the Xian pearl from his daily observations of the avian patterns at the mine. The eagle's lightning ball crashed against the shield, erupting in a blinding blue light. Su Yuan felt a heaviness in his chest. However, at that moment, the Xian pearl converted his depleted energy into spiritual power, flooding through his meridians into his limbs. He opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the starry sky. Phantom split. 5 figures simultaneously leapt from the shield, each targeting one of the 5 formation's focal points. The eagle guards faltered, and the lightning patterns began to distort. Bailey seized the opportunity to leap onto the eagle's back, plunging her blade into the vulnerable scales at the nape of his neck, the weakest point of a demon cultivator. Seeking death, the eagle screeched, sweeping his injured wing to send Bailey flying. Yet, as he turned, He found the real Su Yuan standing directly before him, starlight coalescing at his fingertips. You claim the Xian Yao bloodline is the key. What then? The eagle's claw pressed against Su Yuan's throat. Once you awaken, we shall. A dark shadow plummeted from the clouds. A short knife, cloaked in black feathers, pierced the eagle's left wing wound, blood splattering across Su Yuan's face. He aims to invoke the remnants of the demon god within the altar, using your bloodline as a vessel. The figure thrust Su Yuan away. The star essence resonance advanced. And suddenly, the Xian pearl became as hot as molten iron. Within the star essence space, a new star map slowly unfolded. And he heard the voice of the Xian pearl explode in his mind. Bloodline resonance detected. Star essence resonance advancement initiated, allowing the summoning of stellar power. Starlight cascaded like a torrent, and Su Yuan's fingertips formed a star core the size of a fist. He looked into the eagle's terrified right eye. Recalling the companions whipped at the mine, the half-piece of medicinal cake handed to him by the old foreman before his last breath, and Bailey shielding him from every blade. I shall not fulfill your desires, he whispered. The star core pierced through the eagle's heart. The demon cultivator's body shattered in a burst of starlight, leaving only a blood-stained jade token behind. Bailey approached, clutching the wound at her side. Your Xian pearl has advanced. Su Yuan wiped the blood from his face, gazing at the cryptic message emerging from the jade token, which was inscribed in demon script. Yet he suddenly understood. The target has moved. The mountain wind rustled through the pine trees. In the distance, the outline of the altar in the sky flickered in the sea of clouds, resembling a floating jade palace. Su Yuan touched the Xian pearl in his possession. The starry resonance had subsided, yet a deeper tremor resonated from within, akin to an ancient heartbeat. To the altar, he said to Bailey, since they desire me to be the key. He did not finish his sentence. The jade token suddenly emitted a ghostly blue light, and a shadow enveloped in demonic energy soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, within a concealed cave, the pupil of the left envoy of the Demon Alliance suddenly constricted. He crushed the communication jade talisman in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. Finally stirred. Are we? Let him witness what a true trap entails. Chapter 42. Fire pulse tempering as the mountain wind whipped down snowflakes upon him. Su Yuan clutched a half-piece of cold, hard flatbread. Bailey's fingertips suddenly touched his wrist, lightly pressing, an alert signal unique to the wilderness tribe. There are 3 demonic auras in the southern woods. Her voice, wrapped in the fur collar, was barely audible, her eyelashes adorned with frost flowers. The Demon Alliance's bounty order had surely arrived. Su Yuan's throat tightened. He could hear the sound of his heartbeat overpowering the wind and snow, not from fear, but from an almost searing sense of urgency. The blood that had splattered on him when the eagle-headed demon was vanquished 3 days ago should have dried by now. Yet that metallic scent lingered in his nostrils, a reminder of the weight behind the 4 demonic characters on the jade token. The target has moved. The Xian pearl in his possession burned hotly, as if cradling a live ember. He knew it was responding to his thoughts. He must grow stronger and swiftly. We must traverse the gorge. Bailey tugged at his sleeve, her fur collar brushing against the back of his hand. The old cultivator from the Red Flame stronghold carved a secret path into the cliff, my father once said. She abruptly halted, her silver markings at the corner of her eyes flickering in the snowlight. In any case, it's 10 times safer than the official road. The wind in the snow-clad gorge was sharp as blades. As Su Yuan climbed the icy rock crevices, the Xian pearl in his palm radiated warmth, alleviating the numbing chill from his fingers, transforming it into a gentle flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Bailey, however, moved like a cat, her toes lightly touching the protruding stone edges, darting 2 zhang ahead in the blink of an eye, turning back with the sound of silver bells in her hair. Keep up. By the time the 2 reached the gorge's summit, dusk had enveloped the horizon. The Red Flame's stronghold lay nestled in the valley, resembling a curled-up behemoth. Dark green demonic energy wafted among the ruins, making the already dilapidated stone houses appear even more like a graveyard. Su Yuan gazed at the buildings shrouded in demonic energy. A familiar heat rising in his throat, the Xian pearl was stirring. Buzz. The mysterious orb suddenly sprang from his collar, hovering between the 2. With its surface adorned by swirling bronze patterns that emanated starlight, casting a translucent runic light screen. On the screen, 3 red dots flickered within the village, resembling 3 small lanterns. The crimson flame locking spirit array. Bailey's pupils contracted into slits as she gently touched the edge of the light screen with her fingertip. My mother once wrote in her journal that this was a great protective array used by ancient body-refining practitioners to temper bones. following the direction of the red dots. She observed the altar of sacrifice, the martial arts arena, and the molten magma well at the deepest point. Su Yuan touched the mysterious orb, and the hot flow of star essence surged through his fingertips into the array diagram. He could see the threads of spiritual power entwined around the village walls, resembling a spider's web scattered by the wind, gradually breaking as the star power permeated. Bailey suddenly grasped his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. "Be careful of the array spirit." Before her words had finished, a crimson light blade grazed Su Yuan's ear, striking the cliffside and erupting into a shower of sparks. It was the remnant consciousness of a fire spirit. Bailey drew a short dagger, its blade igniting with a ghostly blue flame. This formation had nurtured the spirit with earth fire for a millennium. The array spirit possessed intelligence. Su Yuan did not retreat. He focused on the light blade as it condensed once more, the orb growing warm in his palm, the star map unfolding in his consciousness. When the light blade struck again, the star core at his fingertips suddenly blazed, not as an attack, but as a diversion. The trajectory of the blade veered bizarrely by 3 inches, smashing into the left wall and creating a charred hole. So that was it. Su Yuan smiled, spitting blood mixed with white vapor onto the snow. The array spirit only recognized fire attributes spiritual power, while I possess star essence. The light blade ceased to appear. As the two entered the village, the moon hung high in the sky. The wooden door of the stone house had rotted into fragments. And as Su Yuan stepped over the ground littered with beast bones, he was suddenly halted by the engravings on the wall. The characters deeply carved into the stone wall had become blurry, yet made his heart skip a beat. The crimson flame bone tempering scripture. Bones like lava, blood like flames. As his fingertips brushed over the carvings, his throat tightened. The half-piece of medicinal cake that old Zhou had pressed into his hand before passing suddenly burned in his memory. It was the remnant scroll that old Zhou had stolen from the account room with his last ounce of strength, inscribed only with the words bone tempering. At this moment, the incantation on the stone wall acted like a key, unlocking a certain shackle within him with a click. Fire attribute spiritual power surged forth, igniting a fiery line through his veins. The mysterious orb vibrated. As the star essence space unfolded in his consciousness, the stone house before him vanished. He found himself standing on a land of molten lava, with boiling magma beneath his feet and a crimson gold sun suspended above. The heat wave, infused with the scent of sulfur, filled his nostrils, and he could even hear the cracking sound of his own bones, like firewood exploding in a furnace. This made him instinctively reach for the orb, only to find his hand could not lift. The heat from the magma was penetrating through his pores, scorching every inch of his bones, causing him to break into a cold sweat, yet the coolness emanating from the orb felt like a gentle hand, supporting him to prevent him from fainting. Ding! The disturbance in reality jolted him awake. Bai Li's short dagger was pressed against his neck, the tip trembling. "You were engulfed in flames just now." She stared at his back, where even the shadow had turned a crimson gold hue. Su Yuan then noticed that he was standing in place, the thatched roof of the stone house scorched in a section. He licked his cracked lips, the heat of the magma still lingering in his palm. "The orb is helping me simulate a bone-tempering environment." No sooner had he spoken than a low growl emanated from within the village. The sound was like thunder trapped in a jar, shaking the stone debris to fall. Bai Li's ears suddenly perked up, her short dagger pointing towards the depths of the village. The cubs of the Ironback Bear King, the fire-maned wolves. At least 7 of them. Su Yuan remained unperturbed. He glanced at the ground strewn with beast bones, then at the half-collapsed stone mill in the corner, beneath which lay a half-charred fire crystal, seeping out thin wisps of fire's spiritual energy. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Li and pointed towards the stone mill. "Lure them over here." Bai Li blinked, then suddenly let out a sharp howl. The sound was like a battle song of the wild tribes, mixed with demonic energy, soaring into the sky. In less than half a minute, 7 crimson figures sprang forth from behind the broken wall, their tusks dripping with saliva, their eyes glowing like lanterns. Bai Li turned and fled, the short dagger sparking against the wall. The wolf pack pursued closely, oblivious to the sudden tilt of the stone mill beneath them, which caused the fire crystal to crack with a loud snap, and the fire's spiritual energy erupted. Su Yuan's orb shone like a beacon, wildly absorbing and transforming that spiritual energy, then releasing it through his fingertips, not as an attack, but as a wave of heat. The moment the wolf pack entered the range of the heat wave, they all erupted in fur. They howled and spun in circles, their claws scraping deep grooves into the ground, yet they dared not take a step forward. Su Yuan retrieved the silver needle from his bosom, a technique he had clandestinely learned while working as a servant in the apothecary, now gleaming gold in the moonlight. The first needle, the Cloud Gate Acupoint. The silver needle pierced through the air. The leading fire-maned wolf suddenly froze, its eyes still darting, yet its body seemed to be drained of strength. The second needle. The third needle, and soon all 7 wolves lay paralyzed on the ground, only whimpers escaping their throats. Bai Li, hands on her hips, laughed. I didn't know you had such skills. Learned from the apothecary. Su Yuan crouched down to extract the needles, realizing that what worked for humans also proved effective for wolves. Dawn arrived swiftly. As Su Yuan found the half-scroll of the crimson flame bone tempering scripture beneath the collapsed altar, the morning mist was rolling over the broken wall. The words on the torn pages were soaked in blood, yet were still very clear. Bone tempering first level. Crimson fire solidifies bone. Draw earth fire into the marrow. Melt the bones into paste, and then reshape them into golden bones. He sat cross-legged atop the altar ruins, channeling his spiritual power according to the incantation. The mysterious orb floated automatically above his head, and the molten lava land in the star-essence space unfolded once more. This time, he clearly saw countless tiny starlights suspended in the magma, each carrying a familiar warmth, the spiritual energy stored in the orb over the years. As the sound of bones shattering echoed within him, Su Yuan bit down hard, filling his mouth with blood. He could feel the marrow boiling, the tendons tearing apart and reassembling, tiny flames dancing beneath every inch of his skin. The orb's coolness flowed like a river, rushing into his Baihui acupoint, dulling the pain to a mere itch, while the newfound strength was directed throughout his limbs and body. When he opened his eyes, the morning mist had cleared. The golden patterns in his palm shimmered softly in the sunlight, and as Su Yuan clenched his fist, he realized it was no illusion. He could hear the clear sound of his bones ringing, akin to the clash of gold and stone. The orb suddenly trembled. New characters surfacing on its surface. Enhanced bloodline resonance detected, star essence space expanding. Meanwhile, in the dense forest outside the village, a pair of crimson eyes slowly closed. A roar erupting from its throat that shook the leaves violently. They have finally arrived. The wind swept through the morning mist, brushing against the village wall. As a disheveled figure shrank back behind the broken window of a stone house, he gazed at Su Yuan's glowing palm. Then at the 7 fire-maned wolves sprawled on the ground, his throat moving slightly. This was a human slave captured by the Ironback Bear King, named Blacktooth. He was not a demon cultivator. Blacktooth touched the half-piece of iron cake hidden in his pocket, stealthily inching half a step towards Su Yuan. Perhaps. Chapter 43. The Old Camel Transmits Secrets. Before the morning mist had dissipated, Su Yuan had already pulled the last silver needle from the ear of the fire-maned wolf. The paralyzed wolf cubs, just regaining their mobility, tucked their tails and dashed into the forest, the wind they stirred lifting his sleeve, revealing the faint golden patterns on his wrist, the marks of his initial bone tempering. The commotion behind the broken window of the stone house suddenly stilled. Blacktooth swallowed hard, the half-piece of iron cake pressing painfully against his ribs. He endured 3 months as a slave in the Bear King village, witnessing an array of cultivators, crooked-mouthed Taoists with bulging bellies from demon pills, sinister practitioners with blackened nails from draining human essence. Yet, the young man before him exuded no trace of demonic aura, yet effortlessly subdued a fire-maned wolf and even managed to cultivate golden bones from a tattered scroll beneath the altar. Gripping his teeth, Blacktooth kicked aside the obstructing rubble and slammed a heavy iron disc onto the ground. I hear you hail from the mines. I used to guard the mineral site in the southern territories. I know a skilled practitioner when I see one. He stood bare-chested, 3 claw marks on his torso still oozing blood. Let us see if you can withstand 3 of my punches. If you do, I'll acknowledge you as my elder brother. Su Yuan raised his head, the shadow of Blacktooth looming over him in the morning light, reminiscent of a small mountain. He recalled the overseers in the mines, who often used such intimidation tactics, yet Blacktooth's gaze held no malice. Only a pent-up ferocity akin to when he was thrown into the mine, watching his comrades being buried by a rock slide, gripping the pickaxe with unwavering determination. Fine. Su Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. The black pearl in his heart radiated warmth, and the magma within the stellar essence space surged in rhythm with his heartbeat. He could hear the crisp sound of his bones, like shattered jade or tempered iron. Blacktooth's first punch came with the sound of wind. Su Yuan did not evade. He raised his right hand, firmly catching the fist that felt like a heavy hammer. In that instant, he heard Blacktooth gasp. This punch was delivered with full force, strong enough to break the spine of a wild boar. The second punch saw Blacktooth's forehead bulging with veins as he switched to his left hand, striking hard at Su Yuan's shoulder. This time, Su Yuan did not catch it. instead bracing himself to absorb the impact. The sound of their colliding bones startled the birds in the forest, but he did not sway. As golden patterns crawled up his neck to behind his ears, resembling a living crimson chain. Before the third punch could come, Blacktooth suddenly relaxed his grip. He crouched down, his calloused hand touching Su Yuan's arm, which felt as hard as iron yet possessed a warm vitality beneath the skin. Strange, your bones feel forged. Su Yuan bent his arm, the golden patterns flickering with the movement of his muscles. This was the first level of the Crimson Flame Bone Forging Sutra. Blacktooth abruptly stood up, the iron disc clattering to the ground. He tore off a wolf tooth pendant from around his neck. A secret token exchanged among the slaves of Bear King Village. I, Blacktooth, acknowledge that there are 37 brothers in this village, waiting for someone who can lead us out alive. Just as Su Yuan was about to respond, a sudden sound of a cane striking the ground caught his attention. The old camel, whose presence he had not noticed until now, stood at the edge of a broken wall, his gray robe faded. In the head of his jujube would cane engraved with a flaming pattern, his murky eyes fixed on the golden patterns on Su Yuan's wrist, his throat moving with difficulty. These patterns resemble the way the old village chief practiced the Crimson Flame Bone Forging Sutra 2 decades ago. Blacktooth turned sharply. You've seen it? Yes. The old camel slowly approached, the tip of his cane striking the bluestone slab, creating sparks. Back when Bear King Village was still known as Crimson Flame Village, the men here practiced the Bone Forging Sutra, able to break tiger claws with bare hands and withstand the fireballs of demonic practitioners. He coughed twice. Later, the complete sutra was lost, and the village fell apart. Where's the complete text? Su Yuan sensed the importance of this inquiry. In the Crimson Flame Cave, the old camel pointed to the highest cliff behind the village. The old village chief sealed the sutra in the deepest part of the cave, where the entrance is guarded by flames hot enough to turn unprepared souls to ash. Unbeknownst to them, Bailey had leaped down from the rooftop, her silver bells chiming softly. I've been to that fiery place. The rock walls are filled with nests of fire-scaled serpents. She fixed her gaze on Su Yuan's wrist. Are you certain you wish to go? Su Yuan touched the black pearl nestled in his arms, which was growing warmer in tandem with the words Crimson Flame Cave. The magma within his stellar essence space suddenly surged, sending forth tiny star-like glimmers that formed a vague map in his mind. Cave, flames, and the bronze box hidden deep within. Let us go, he said softly, but his words fell like stones into a deep pool. I must see the complete text. Blacktooth picked up the iron disc. Ready to accompany him. I'll clear the path for my brothers. No need. Su Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder. Fire-scaled serpents fear heat. Your presence would only invite danger. He turned to Bailey. Do you know the way? Bailey tilted her head with a smile, her silver bells chiming. Keep close. The thicket behind the village was denser than the morning mist. Su Yuan followed Bailey through the thorns for a while when he suddenly heard a hissing sound. He looked up to see a piece of red scale hanging on the rock wall. It was not stone, but a serpent, fire-scaled serpents. Bailey's silver bells erupted into a cacophony, startling the serpent swarm that surged forth from the crevices. These serpents were as thick as an arm, their scales red like molten iron. And as their tongues flicked across the ground, the grass instantly turned to ash. Su Yuan counted over 20, encircling the two of them. The black pearl in his heart trembled violently. The magma within the stellar essence space split into a thin stream, coursing through his meridians, while simultaneously, the intricate networks of the serpents appeared in his mind. Every weak point beneath their scales, the location of their venom glands, even the frequency of their heartbeats. The resonance of demonic awareness had advanced. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. This was a newly unlocked ability of the Black Pearl. He swiftly drew the pickaxe from his waist, which had been honed for 10 years in the mines, now feeling as light as a reed in his hand. Bailey's silhouette flickered as she unleashed a silver light that elegantly split into 7 shadows in the air. The serpent swarm instantly became disoriented, lunging at the phantoms. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan shouted, and the golden bones he had just forged flared with heat. He could hear the sound of magma flowing within his marrow. Crimson fire condensing bone. A wave of heat surged from his feet as the foremost serpent lunged at him, only to be seized by its 7 inches. The serpent writhed violently, its scales scraping against his palm painfully, yet the golden patterns crawled up his arm, instantaneously melting the serpent's heat. Su Yuan clenched his fist, the serpent's head exploding into a mist of blood, while its venom sac was forced out and pinned against the rock wall. The remaining serpents, sensing the danger, attempted to retreat, but Su Yuan had already swung his pickaxe. The wind generated by the swing carried the heat wave, shattering the serpent's scales in a crimson ring. Bai Li's phantoms dissipated simultaneously. The last serpent was about to bite her ankle when Su Yuan seized it and hurled it against the rock wall. This time, he did not exert his full strength, yet the serpent still shattered upon impact. Impressive, Bai Li clapped her hands, the silver bells ringing melodiously amidst the blood mist. Your bone-forging sutra is more formidable than I had imagined. Su Yuan remained silent, feeling the black pearl growing hotter, the magma within the stellar essence space restructuring. The original lava territory began to form a new area that bore a striking resemblance to the cave entrance before them. The flames at the cave entrance blazed more ferociously than the old camel had described. The crimson heat waves surged like living beings. And as Su Yuan approached within 3 steps, the hem of his clothing began to smoke. He drew a deep breath, activated the bone-forging sutra, and the golden patterns instantly enveloped his body. A faint golden light filmed forming on the surface of his skin. This was the protective barrier generated by the black pearl in accordance with the sutra. Let us go? He turned to Bai Li with a smile, urging her to keep close. The moment the heat waves surged towards him, Su Yuan felt as though he had plunged into molten magma. The golden bones sang with joy within the heat, every inch of his skeleton absorbing the power of the fire spirit, the original fractures mended by the magma, visibly increasing in density. Bai Li's silver bells chimed behind him, her fingertips emanating a layer of frost that perfectly countered the searing heat of the waves. Time lost its meaning, and after an indeterminate period, the heat waves suddenly receded. Su Yuan opened his eyes to behold a bronze box deep within the cave, its surface engraved with patterns resembling those of the black pearl. As he approached and touched the box, the black pearl suddenly shot from his arms, colliding against the box lid with a resounding chime. The lid swung open. The complete text of the Crimson Flame Bone Forging Sutra lay quietly within, its pages worn yet revealing the entire incantation of the 9 layers of bone forging. As Su Yuan turned to the final page, the last line suddenly shimmered with golden light. When bone forging is complete, the spirit can manifest in form. He lifted his gaze, seeing through the crevice of the cave the smoke rising from the village. The distant voice of He could be heard, coordinating with his brothers to repair the stone wall ravaged by the Bear King. Suddenly, the Xianzhu vibrated in his palm, the magma within the star essence space roiling wildly, projecting a new map, with 3 blood-red characters marking its deepest point, Crimson Flame Abyss. This was the fabled resting place of ancient body refining practitioners. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the sutra, the golden patterns creeping up his arm to his cheek. He glanced at Bai Li, who was fixated on the Crimson Flame Abyss on the map, her eyes glinting with a wolf-like intensity. He then whispered, "It is time to confront those ancient beings." Outside the cave, the roar of the Ironback Bear King shook the mountainside, its crimson eyes fixated on the cave's entrance. The demon core in its claws crackling with energy as it sensed the resurgence of the power belonging to the Crimson Flame tribe. Chapter 44. The Fall of the Bear King. The entrance to the Crimson Flame Abyss was concealed behind the fissures of the cave. As Su Yuan took his first step, waves of scorching heat enveloped him as if made of substance. He could hear the Xianzhu softly chime at his dantian, the newly formed magma in the star essence space resonating with the outer world's fire spirit, the golden patterns on his skin glowing brightly, insulating him from the approaching 50-degree heat, which Bai Li followed closely behind, her fingertips crystallizing with frost that evaporated into white mist upon contact with the heat wave, a temperature that was a mere fraction weaker than the rumors suggested. "Is your bone-forging sutra activating the spiritual veins?" Bai Li inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity as she scanned the golden patterns rippling along Su Yuan's back. He remained silent, acutely aware of the transformation within his bones. The crude bones tempered in the copper mine were melting, reshaped by the fire spirit into a denser structure. In the unfolding illusion of the Xianzhu, he beheld his ribs glowing like red iron, each cracked seeping golden liquid, the spiritual essence stored in the star essence space nourishing him. "Try this." Bai Li suddenly raised her hand, a ball of azure flame flickering from her fingertip. Instinctively, Su Yuan turned, yet the flame accurately landed on a boulder at his feet, instantly melting the fist-sized granite into molten iron. The ancient scroll of the barbarian tribe proclaimed that the fire spirit of the Crimson Flame Abyss could temper bones and incinerate souls. "If you lose focus," she trailed off, her silver bell-like voice clinking as it collided with her waist. Su Yuan gazed down at the molten rock at his feet, swallowing hard as memories flooded back. Old Zhou, whose foot was seared by the fire rock in the mine, and the acrid scent when the overseer drove a heated iron rod into a companion's rib. Those pains now transformed into nutrients, drilling into his bones through the golden patterns. "I can distinguish," he replied, his voice hotter than the magma. The pain that penetrates to the bone cannot be forgotten. The deeper they ventured into the abyss, the denser the fire spirit became. The golden patterns gradually surfaced from beneath his skin, slithering like living golden serpents. Suddenly, the Xianzhu grew intensely warm, the magma in the star essence space erupting violently, projecting an illusion into his consciousness. In the center of a magma pool, a bare-chested figure was relentlessly pounding against the rock wall, each strike causing the earth to tremble. The figure's bones shimmered with a glassy light, leaving no marks even amidst the magma. It was the illusion of the Crimson Flame Bone Forging Sutra. And Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He vividly recalled the last line of the sutra. When bone forging is complete, the spirit can manifest in form. Yet the techniques displayed in the illusion were more fluid than those in the sutra, revealing the complete secret art of body refinement. Instinctively, he swung his fist, and crimson flames erupted from his arm. As the punch grazed the rock wall, the entire granite block was incinerated into a charred pit. Bai Li's cheers mixed with the bubbling magma. That punch of yours had at least the strength of a 9th-level Qi practitioner. She took a half-step back. A bone flute slipping from her sleeve, the incantations upon its surface glowing azure in the presence of the fire spirit. The Bear King's aura drew nearer. It had guarded this abyss for 20 years and would not easily relinquish its treasures. No sooner had she spoken than the ground trembled violently. The roar of the Ironback Bear King thundered like distant thunder, and Su Yuan looked up to see the colossal creature leap from behind the magma pool. Its 2-meter-high form enveloped in crimson flames, the iron spines on its back glowing red and dripping with molten magma. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Su Yuan. The demon core in its claws crackling ominously, the very same fierce light that had previously shattered the stone walls of the Crimson Flame tribe. Just in time, Su Yuan grinned, golden patterns crawling up to his brow. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to test my newly honed punches. The Bear King slammed its forepaws against the ground, magma splattering. Su Yuan did not evade. He charged forward into the wind of its claws. He could hear the joyous cries of his bones. Witnessing the Xianzhu wildly absorbing the fire spirit, an opportunity for tempering that would take a decade in the mind to achieve. As the bear paw descended, he sidestepped to absorb the force, yet his right fist landed solidly against the Bear King's left rib, rather than the sound of bones breaking. The crushing noise was that of the Bear King's fiery armor shattering. Crimson flames danced atop Su Yuan's fist, branding charred marks onto the Bear King's fur. The Bear King yelped in pain, its massive tail sweeping across. Su Yuan spun away, allowing the tail tip to graze his back, igniting a searing sensation. The Xianzhu surged, converting the pain into spiritual energy, and the burn on his back healed at a visible pace. The lava surged violently, and Bai Li suddenly screamed. The Bear King howled at the sky, its crimson flames surging 3 feet higher. Its size expanded further, the iron spines melting into magma that streamed down its fur. Su Yuan could smell the acrid scent of burning flesh. The Bear King was igniting its demon core, a desperate tactic of mutual destruction, ready to fight to the death. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the golden patterns in his eyes forming vertical lines. I have been toiling in the mines, battling life-threatening tasks daily. He activated the second layer of the Bone Forging Sutra, Crimson Fire Condensing Essence. And the magma in the star essence space suddenly surged into his meridians, each inch of flesh burning with heat. The Xianzhu's alert rang in his mind. Star essence resonance detected, activating stellar power enhancement. In the next moment, a layer of starlight adorned his fist. He leapt into the air to meet the Bear King's charge, twisting his waist mid-flight, his right fist crashing toward the Bear King's chest, where he had left a charred mark moments ago. Boom! The Bear King's roar abruptly ceased. Su Yuan's fist pierced through its chest, the crimson flames seeping through his fingers, igniting its innards. The massive body of the Bear King fell into the magma pool, splattering molten rock and black blood, which congealed into a grotesque pattern on the rock wall. It's dead, Bai Li approached, placing the bone flute against the Bear King's brow. Only when its scarlet eyes dimmed completely did she retract the flute. Your Bone Forging Sutra. She scrutinized Su Yuan from head to toe. Is even more ruthless than the barbarian tribe's body refinement techniques. As Su Yuan withdrew his bloodstained hand, the Xianzhu trembled once more. Following the sensation, he ventured deeper into the Bear King's lair, discovering a half-buried stone tablet in a hollow of the rock wall. The patterns on the surface of the tablet mirrored those of the Xianzhu, inscribed with the 9th level of bone forging, spiritual bone communicating with the divine, radiating with golden light. As Su Yuan lightly touched the inscription, a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. how to refine bones with the essence of heavenly spiritual fire, how to transform bones into spiritual forms, and even how to invoke stellar power using bone and blood. He looked at Bai Li with ecstatic joy, only to find her staring at the tablet's patterns, her eyes swirling with emotions he could not comprehend. You have embarked on the true path of body refinement, Bai Li suddenly said, her voice soft like a sigh. Once, the fallen high priest of my clan spoke similar words. She turned and walked towards the abyss's exit, the silver bells behind her shattering into fragments. We must leave. Heiya and the others are waiting to celebrate. Su Yuan withdrew the stone tablet into the Xian Pearl, causing the magma region within the star essence space to expand threefold, and from the molten earth emerged a path illuminated by starlight. Just as he was about to inquire further into Bai Li's words, a new notification suddenly appeared on the surface of the Xian Pearl. Detection of enhanced adaptability in the star essence space. New functions will soon be unlocked. As the message faded, a melodious bird song echoed from afar. Su Yuan looked up to see a Qinglan soaring through the clouds, a pigeon tied to its claws descending, bearing a piece of gold leaf inscribed with the characters Qingyun Sect and Cinnabar. He grasped the gold leaf tightly, casting his gaze northward, where lay the legendary sect said to grant one the opportunity to ascend to greatness, a realm he had never before witnessed. Meanwhile, in the demon clan's sacred hall 1,000 miles away, the image within a crystal ball suddenly shattered. An elder with silver hair abruptly stood, shattering the teacup on the table with his fingertip. Has he already reached the crimson flame abyss? He turned to look at the wild tribe totem enshrined behind him, a low growl escaping his throat. Relay my orders. All hidden agents in the Xianhuang realm are to closely monitor Su Yuan's movements. If necessary, he paused, eliminate him. The wind from the crimson flame abyss swept in, carrying a scent of magma that filled Su Yuan's collar. He touched the warm Xian pearl against his chest and glanced again at the clouds to the north. Bai Li's silver bells chimed ahead, and the cheers of Heiya and the others became faintly audible. It is time to depart, he murmured, his steps now steadier than before. Chapter 45. Beneath Qingyun Mountain, as the winds of the crimson flame abyss diminished behind him, Su Yuan caught sight of the soaring eaves of the Qingyun sect. The silver bells of Bai Li tinkled beside him, and they walked along the bluestone path towards the mountain gate, the number of cultivators lining the road increasing. There were signs of noble families dressed in splendid garments, itinerant cultivators bearing medicine baskets, and even mountain folk wrapped in animal skins, all gathered for the triannual outer sect selection. Here we are. Bai Li suddenly halted, gazing up at the towering bluestone gate that soared over 10 zhang in height. The three gilded characters for Qingyun's sect glimmered in the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. She gently touched the bone flute at her waist. I will wait for you outside. Su Yuan understood her concerns. The identity of the remnants of the wild tribe was too sensitive, especially before the gates of a righteous sect. He nodded, feeling the warmth of the Xian pearl in his palm, the newly expanded magma region within it radiating heat. No longer than 3 days, he stated. If I do not return, do not speak carelessly. Bai Rue interrupted him as the silver bells rang out in a sudden flurry, as if disturbed by the wind. She turned and walked towards a tea stall outside the mountain gate, her gray skirt brushing against the scattered light before she swiftly disappeared into the crowd. The registration area was set beneath the corridor on the left side of the mountain gate, where 4 wooden tables were lined up. Disciples clad in blue robes were bent over bamboo slips. Su Yuan stood at the end of the line, listening to the conversations ahead. I am from the Li family of Kangwu City. This is a letter of recommendation from the clan elder. During the spirit root test, one must exert their full strength. Last year, a lad hid his abilities and was directly expelled from the mountain. When it was his turn, the blue-clad attendant did not even look up. Name, origin, cultivation level. Su Yuan, Qinglan Mine, Qi refining stage 3. The brush paused on the bamboo slip. The attendant finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Dressed in coarse cloth, your attire is bleached and your sleeves are stained with the ash of the crimson flame abyss. You look as if you just crawled out of a mine. The attendant from Qinglan Mine scoffed. People from that place dare to come to Qingyun sect? He slammed the bamboo slip on the table. The spirit root test requires spirit stones. Can you afford it? Laughter erupted among the surrounding candidates. A youth in a cloud-patterned brocade robe leaned in to observe. I wondered who it was. Your attire reeks worse than my family's stable. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to his hands. The knuckles bore calluses from mining, and a scar on his palm was from his recent battle with the Bear King. He felt the Xian pearl heat against his chest, the magma within the star essence space surging with his heartbeat, yet he suppressed all emotions. The wooden token, he murmured, pushing the identity token from his arms forward. It was issued by the mine's owner, engraved with the number 372 for mining slave, its edges polished to a shine. The attendant trembled as he held the wooden token. He had seen such tokens before, usually tossed directly into the fire. However, this year the sect had issued an edict to recruit talents from all corners of the world, and he did not dare to expel him outright. Fine. Let us proceed with the test. He slipped the wooden token into the bamboo slip. If you cannot reveal your spirit root, you may leave. The spirit root testing area was located in the martial arts arena within the mountain gate. 7 spirit testing stones, each half a person's height, stood in the center, glowing with a ghostly blue light. Candidates queued up, taking turns to place their hands upon the stones. Next, Yuan. Yuan stepped forward. The moment his palm made contact with the spirit testing stone, the Xian pearl in his sea of consciousness paused gently. He could feel the star tracks within the star essence space accelerating as if assisting him in channeling the spiritual energy within. A faint glow surfaced on the testing stone, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Qi refining stage 3, single fire spirit root. The recording attendant frowned. This spirit root is too weak. Snickers erupted from the crowd. Is he here to join the fun? The fire spirit root is indeed pure, but at the 3rd stage of cultivation. He is likely here to provide amusement for the sect. Yuan retracted his hand, yet his gaze swept across the edges of the crowd. A youth clad in a moon-white robe leaned against the corridor pillar, a jade pendant inscribed with the characters Tian Su hanging at his waist. He was Zhou Tian Su, the son of a Qingyun sect elder. Just days prior, in a small town outside the Crimson Flame Abyss, this young master had attempted to hunt the Bear King with his entourage, only to be countered by Yuan, returning in a disheveled state. At this moment, Zhou Tian Su was rubbing his waist pendant, his brows slightly raised, having recognized Yuan. The second round, the illusionary maze, was set on the back mountain. As Yuan followed the crowd towards the maze entrance, he could hear faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 of Zhou Tian Su's attendants pretending to chat. There's a tough contender among this year's candidates. He killed the Bear King at the Crimson Flame Abyss. The young master said to set up more thunderfire restrictions in the illusion, so he doesn't have it too easy. Yuan lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Xian pearl in his palm burned warmly, and the starlight path within the star essence space suddenly brightened. The newly unlocked illusion analysis function was now in operation. As the maze entrance opened, a veil of white mist enveloped him instantly. Yuan closed his eyes, relying on the feedback from the Xian pearl to sense his surroundings. To his left, 10 steps away, was an illusionary mirror reflecting the overseer's face from the mine. To the right, 7 steps ahead, was a ground fire trap that would burn through one's shoes upon activation. The cries for help from his fellow disciples ahead were false. The true exit lay in the opposite direction of the sound. He followed the starlight path, each step precisely avoiding the traps. As he passed through a certain illusion, he caught a glimpse of a youth in a hemp robe swinging a sword at an illusory beast. That was the wrong way to break the formation. The sword energy would activate the thunder patterns. Yuan silently memorized the boy's appearance and continued onward. When he stepped out of the maze, the sun had already begun its descent. Brother, you indeed possess remarkable skills. Zhou Tian Su was waiting outside the maze, holding a covered teacup. I am Zhou Tian Su, the vice commander of the Tian Su camp in the outer sect of Qingyun sect. It took me half a stick of incense to navigate this illusion, yet you emerged in less than a cup of tea. Yuan bowed. Young Master Zhou, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune. Fortune? Zhou Tian Su chuckled lightly, swirling the teacup at his fingertip. Your ability to confront the Bear King barehanded is not just luck. He suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. I observe that although your spirit root is weak, you possess great determination. Why not join the Tian Su camp? I can ensure your entry into the outer sect, and we can negotiate resources and cultivation techniques in the future. Yuan gazed at the intricate calculations below him, gratitude evident on his face. To be favored by young Master Zhou is indeed a blessing for me. Zhou Tian Su patted him on the shoulder, the force nearly causing his bones to crack. Tomorrow, during the practical combat arena, I shall ensure my subordinates leave you an easy opponent. Our Tian Su camp cannot afford to lose face. As he turned to leave, a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of dragon's saliva from his garments. Yuan rubbed his sore shoulder, the words of Zhou Tian Su resonating deeply within his mind, the phrase soft opponent emphasized in his thoughts. As night fell, Yuan sat at the edge of the cliff on the back mountain. The Xian pearl floated in his palm, the bone-forging stone tablet in the star marrow space slowly rotating. New runes began to seep from the crevices of the originally engraved spiritual bone, as if drawn forth by some unseen force, yearning to surface. The mountain wind swept past him, mingling with the melodious chimes of the Qinglan sect's bells. He looked down at the brightly lit training ground where the practical combat arena would soon unfold, pairs of combatants facing off, with the victors advancing. Suddenly, the Xian pearl grew warm, and the newly emerged runes aligned into a singular line, sketching a vague shadow within the star marrow space. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the totem of the desolate tribe he had seen the other day on the stone tablet within the crimson flame abyss. The distant footsteps of patrolling disciples echoed through the air. Su Yuan tucked the Xian pearl into his bosom and stood up, brushing off his garments. Tomorrow's arena would serve as a stage for certain individuals to witness just how far the miner they looked down upon could truly go. Chapter 46. Trials and Tribulations. The bluestone slabs of the training ground were heated by the morning sun, surrounded by outer disciples buzzing with lively discussions. Su Yuan stood at the edge of the arena, watching the crimson fireball dancing at the fingertips of the young man opposite him, Li Hao. The legitimate son of the Iron Sword sect's branch in Qinglan City, a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. I heard you are from the mines, Li Hao said, shaking his wrist as the fireball swelled in his palm like a fist. My father says that miners lack even complete spiritual roots. Today, I shall enact divine justice and make you understand what true strength means. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang out, shattering Li Hao's words. Su Yuan observed the abrupt distortion of his expression, a cold smile rising within him. That bell had signaled the commencement of the arena. As the fireball, enveloped in waves of heat, hurtled toward him, Su Yuan did not flinch. He felt the searing heat of the flames lick his cheek, detected the acrid scent of scorched fabric, and even heard the gasps of shock from the onlookers. Yet, his muscles remained unyielding. As the Xian pearl within his consciousness circulated a cooling essence, reducing the sensation of pain to mere grains of sand. Are you insane? Li Hao's pupils constricted. He distinctly saw the fireball collide with Su Yuan's chest, yet it felt akin to striking iron, scattering sparks before dissipating spontaneously. Su Yuan glanced down at the charred mark on his chest. Lifting his gaze with the fiery light of a furnace in his eyes, Deputy Commander Zhou mentioned leaving me a soft opponent. Is this one soft enough for you, young Master Li? Before his words could fully echo, he charged forward. Li Hao's spiritual energy shield barely extended half an inch before Su Yuan's fist pierced through it. The boy's fist, accompanied by a rush of wind, struck solidly against Li Hao's abdomen. Li Hao flew backward like a kite with its strings severed. Crashing against the arena's railing before rebounding, sprawled on the bluestone slabs, unable to rise for a long while. The arena fell into a hushed silence, until the chief examiner's astonished voice broke the stillness. A fireball technique from an early foundation cultivator could not breach his flesh. In the front row of the audience, Xiao Yuqing tightened her grip around her teacup. She had initially come to observe the commotion, but now she sat upright, her gaze piercing into the back of the boy standing at the center of the arena. Despite his tattered robes, he stood tall, not a hint of spiritual energy wavering from him. Senior sister, who is this person? She turned to inquire of the girl beside her clad in moon-white robes. The girl, flipping through the disciple roster in her hand, frowned at the query. There is no record of him in the outer sect's new disciple list. Su Yuan was merely noted as a miner from the Qinglan mine, with all other details left blank. Xiao Yuqing gently tapped her fingers against the stone table. As she observed Su Yuan being encircled by the crowd after stepping down from the arena, she suddenly recalled the boy's nimble steps evading all mechanisms outside the illusion array. An intuitive feeling blossomed within her. This boy from the mine was far more complex than he appeared. On the fourth day, at the hour of the Spirit Pulse Caves, Su Yuan looked up at the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling, the heat wave infused with the scent of sulfur flooding his nostrils. He and his two companions stood at the cave's entrance. The stout boy Wang air shivering and rubbing his hands together. I heard there are fire-scaled leopards at the bottom of this cave, which killed inner disciples a few years ago. What are you afraid of? Another boy in gray urged him, patting his back. The protective array is active. The beasts cannot enter. Besides, we have Brother Su with us. Before he could finish, a sudden beastly roar erupted from the depths of the cave. The sound was like a steel plate being scraped, causing fragments of stone to rain down from the walls. Su Yuan's pupils contracted, and he swiftly grasped Wang Er's wrist. Retreat. But it was too late. 3 fire-scaled leopards lunged from the darkness, their fur shimmering with a golden hue, their claws dripping with green venom. Their eyes were an eerie blood red. These were no ordinary beasts, but ferocious creatures stripped of their intelligence. The gray-clad boy screamed as he fumbled for the talisman at his waist. Why isn't it working? Su Yuan pressed his back against the cave wall. He could hear his heart pounding like a drum, the Xian pearl in his consciousness burning hot, the flames within the star marrow space subtly expanding. The instinct for survival honed over 10 years in the mines surged within him as he scanned the bubbling lava pool 5 feet to his left, suddenly dragging his companions toward the beasts. Su Yuan, are you mad? Wang Er stumbled along, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, they slipped past the leading fire-scaled leopard. Su Yuan pushed Wang Er aside and turned to face the second beast charging at him. His fist, imbued with the spiritual energy drawn from the Xian pearl, struck heavily against the leopard's jaw, the most vulnerable point on the beast. Letting out a pained howl, the fire-scaled leopard retreated, only to be kicked toward the lava pool by Su Yuan. As its golden fur made contact with the molten rock, the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. The remaining 2 beasts, witnessing the fate of their companion, screeched in panic and attempted to flee. Su Yuan swiftly grabbed a broken sword from the ground, flicking the tip toward Wang Er. Gather the herbs. As the last fire-scaled leopard was consumed by the lava, Su Yuan leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. He felt the Xian pearl fervently absorbing the residual beastly aura in the air. The once vague totem of the desolate tribe in the star marrow space, now revealing clearer contours, a pair of entwined dragons and phoenixes, the dragon adorned with demonic patterns, while the phoenix's claws were etched with Taoist seals. Brother Su, Wang Er came rushing over, brandishing 3 stalks of fire spirit grass, the dewdrops on the leaves shimmering with a rare golden glow. This grass is at least 3 grades higher than what I collected before. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Su Yuan looked up to see the chief examiner entering with several inner disciples. The elderly man in white robes cast a sweeping glance over the spiritual herbs in Su Yuan's hand, his pupils narrowing slightly, then shot a knowing glance toward the corner of the cave where 2 guards were nervously stuffing silver coins into their sleeves. On the return journey along the mountain path, twilight spread like ink. Su Yuan felt the Xian pearl in his bosom burning with heat, a sensation akin to fire igniting within his veins. The warmth radiated from his heart to his fingertips, even causing the crescent white at his fingertips to shimmer with a faint golden hue. He recalled the words of the old craftsman from the mine before his passing. Xiao Yuan, your mother said you possessed the bloodline of a half-demon. The Xian pearl suddenly trembled violently, the totem of the desolate tribe within his consciousness beginning to rotate. Su Yuan halted, glancing down to see faint cyan scales emerging on the back of his hand, only to vanish in an instant. Brother Su, Wang Er called from ahead. Hasten your steps. Tomorrow we shall test the affinity for the spiritual veins. Su Yuan responded affirmatively and quickened his pace to keep up. The mountain breeze fluttered his garments, revealing a half-faded jade pendant at his waist, his sole token from the mine, now glowing with the same ethereal light as the mysterious pearl. Unbeknownst to him, in a certain loft atop the mountain, Xiao Yuqing forcefully slammed a stack of confidential reports onto a table, commanding an exhaustive investigation into Su Yuan's origins. Even more concealed from his awareness, Zhou Tianzi, lurking in the shadows, shattered the teacup in his grasp. Oblivious to the shards embedding into his palm, what a fine mind slave. In the next round of the spiritual vein test, I shall see how much longer you can endure. Meanwhile, Su Yuan merely gazed at the setting sun, his fingers brushing against the warm pearl nestled against his heart. He sensed that certain long-buried secrets, dormant for millennia, were gradually unveiling themselves as the bloodline within him stirred. Chapter 47, Resonance of Bloodlines. Shocking the audience, the 5th test of spiritual vein affinity was conducted at the heart of the martial arts arena. A millennia-old spiritual tree, its roots intricately entwined, towered with a trunk adorned in delicate spiritual patterns, its canopy resembling an umbrella, each leaf shimmering with a ghostly green light. Su Yuan stood at the end of the line, observing the disciples before him take their turns. The first was Zhao Ling, who placed his palm on the tree trunk. A faint green glow radiated from the spiritual tree as the chief examiner nodded. Medium-grade fire spiritual root, qualified. Next was the inner disciple Zhou Qing, whose green light intensified, indicating a high-grade fire spiritual root, commendable. The next participant was Chen Shan. Upon placing his palm on the spiritual tree, golden light intertwined with the green luminescence. The chief examiner's eyes brightened. Supreme-grade fire spiritual root, eligible for the Pill Cauldron Peak. A low murmur rippled through the observing crowd. Su Yuan's fingers curled slightly at his side, and he could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears. After 10 years in the mines, he understood well what spiritual root aptitude entailed. High-grade roots allowed entrance to the inner sect for spiritual rice, while supreme-grade roots meant direct guidance from the elders. And he, Su Yuan, The chief examiner's voice thundered like a storm. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan approached the spiritual tree. As soon as his fingertips grazed the rough bark, a sudden warmth surged through his palm. The mysterious pearl within him vibrated violently, and the entwined dragon and phoenix totems in his star marrow space sprang to life. The dragon's tail sweeping through his consciousness, while the phoenix's beak pecked at his bloodline. Boom! The entire spiritual tree began to tremble violently. The originally ghostly green canopy transformed into a blazing red, with countless sparks shooting from the leaves, forming fiery patterns in the air. The blue stone slabs of the martial arts arena vibrated, causing several nearby outer disciples to stagger back, knocking over nearby tables. This was the resonance of bloodlines. The chief examiner's voice quivered as he fixated on the crimson light soaring toward the heavens from the tree's apex, his throat tightening in disbelief. How could this be? In previous tests, the highest had merely been golden light. This was unprecedented. News spread like wildfire. Figures began to descend from the eaves of the various halls across Qinglan Mountain. Leading them was an elder in gray robes, his hair white, yet his visage youthful, eyes sharp as lightning. To his left was the head of the Pill Cauldron Peak, donning a moon-white robe and cradling a jade medicine furnace. To his right stood the master of the Battle Soul Peak, clad in dark iron scales, his sword humming as it slid half an inch from its sheath. A remarkable fire spiritual root. A melodious voice rang from the heavens. Everyone looked up to see the elder in white, standing amidst the clouds, his garments fluttering without wind. He was none other than the reclusive elder Yi Qingshun, rumored to have last appeared a century ago to suppress the demonic cultivators of the barrow. Yi Qingshun's gaze swept over Su Yuan, his pupils narrowing. This is not an ordinary fire spiritual root. He flicked his finger, sending a stream of azure light into the spiritual tree. The red light at the tree's summit solidified, materializing a translucent beast silhouette in the air, a dragon's head with a serpent's body, surrounded by magma-like crimson flames. The elder from the Pill Cauldron Peak inhaled sharply. This is the aura of the ancient wild dragon clan. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some disciples retreated a step, knocking over stone benches, while others squinted, reaching for their waist-mounted artifacts. From the corners of the crowd, a few sinister gazes emerged. Those were the eyes of demonic cultivators mingling among the spectators, their depths swirling with greed. Su Yuan felt an intense heat enveloping him. The star marrow space within the pearl resonated with his bloodline, intertwining two forces within him, akin to a living fire roaring from his dantian to the crown of his head. The scene before him began to warp, and ancient thunderous sounds filled his ears, as if a colossal beast was awakening from the depths of the clouds. Suddenly, a dull thud interrupted the clamor. Zhou Tianzi had approached Su Yuan's side, channeling a spectral blue energy into his palm, pressing it against Su Yuan's left shoulder. He had exerted 70% of his strength, intending to cripple Su Yuan's spiritual root, but it felt as though he had struck a red-hot iron plate. Searing pain shot from his palm up his arm, the skin at his wrist blackening and blood oozing from the cracks. Zhou Tianzi staggered back, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He stared at his trembling right hand, then turned to Su Yuan, who looked back at him with golden glimmers in his eyes, akin to two flickering flames, yet devoid of emotion, as if he were gazing at a mere stone. That is enough. Yi Qingshun's voice resonated like a morning bell, causing discomfort in everyone's ears. He raised his hand, and a blue seal flew from his fingertips, embedding itself into Su Yuan's brow. The tumultuous power of the bloodline suddenly calmed, the golden light receding from Su Yuan's eyes. He swayed slightly, steadying himself against the spiritual tree. From this day forth, this individual shall be my registered disciple, Yi Qingshun proclaimed, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, pausing momentarily on the figures of several demonic cultivators. If there are any objections, feel free to voice them now. The master of the Battle Soul Peak was the first to clasp his fists in congratulations. Elder Yi, on taking a disciple. We at the Battle Soul Peak naturally extend our congratulations. The head of the Pill Cauldron Peak, stroking his medicine furnace with a smile, added, the bloodline of the Wild Dragon clan paired with the phenomenon of the mysterious pearl. This young man is destined for greatness. The once sinister demonic cultivators all lowered their heads, suppressing their auras completely. Only Zhou Tianzi clenched his bloodied right hand, his knuckles turning white as he watched Su Yuan being led away by Yi Qingshun, a metallic taste rising in his throat. This mind slave had become a disciple of the reclusive elder. In the depths of the night, Su Yuan followed Yi Qingshun through layers of restrictions, arriving at a hidden cave. Night pearls embedded in the cave walls illuminated ancient runes, casting a ghostly glow. Yi Qingchen settled onto a meditation mat and gestured towards a stone table. Have a cup of tea to calm the turbulence of your bloodline. Su Yuan lifted the teacup, the steam stinging his eyes. He could feel the energy within him still roiling, the mysterious pearl against his heart radiating warmth, as if responding to some summons. Yi Qingchen's gaze fixed upon the faded jade pendant at Su Yuan's waist, and he suddenly inquired, "Do you know which lineage of the demon race flows within you?" Su Yuan's fingers trembled, spilling tea onto his azure robe. He met Yi Qingchen's deep, fathomless eyes, his throat constricting, yet in the end, he could only shake his head. Outside the cave, the mountain wind swept through, causing the runic inscriptions on the walls to flicker, elongating the shadows of the two figures. Chapter 48. The mystery of the bloodline in the depths of the night. The cave glowed with the ethereal light of the night pearls, illuminating the runes on the walls like a swarm of dancing fireflies. Su Yuan's hand, still trembling as he held the teacup, remained oblivious to the deep brown stains spreading across his azure robe. The lingering burn from the earlier surge of bloodline energy still resonated within his bones, while the mysterious pearl pressed against his heart felt hot, akin to a piece of jade scorched by fire, rhythmically pulsing with his heartbeat. Yi Qingchen's gaze, as sharp as an ice-forged blade, suddenly fixated on the faded jade pendant at his waist. "Do you know which lineage of the demon race flows within you?" Su Yuan's throat tightened. He remembered being sold to the mines at the age of 7, his mother pressing this pendant into his palm, blood mingling with her fractured words as she whispered against his neck, "Your father was the last guardian of the wild clan. For a decade, he had toiled as a miner, to the point where he had nearly forgotten his own name, let alone dare to dream of any heritage." His voice was hoarse, and the teacup clinked softly against the stone table. Yi Qingchen remained silent, producing a palm-sized bronze mirror from his sleeve. The surface of the mirror was originally covered in a layer of dust. With a flick of his finger, a sudden brightness erupted, causing the mirror's surface to ripple as if it had come to life. He pressed his right hand against it. Su Yuan followed suit. The moment his fingertips made contact with the mirror, a sharp pain surged from his palm, and the mysterious pearl began to tremble violently. He nearly ground his molars in response. The tremor was not merely discomfort, but rather a jubilant reunion after a long separation. A faint azure mist rose from the mirror, swirling to reveal the vague silhouette of a colossal beast, a tiger's head, an ape's arms, its body covered in crimson scales, and a fiery red serpent's tongue trailing from its tail. A hybrid of the flame pulse azure dragon and the crimson flame barbarian ape. Yi Qingchen's nails dug deep into the mat. 1,000 years prior, the two clans had fought fiercely over the fire spirit pulse. Those who bore such mixed blood should have long been extinct. Su Yuan stared at the silhouette in the mirror, his temples throbbing. In the mines, he had always endured more than his peers, while the searing heat of the red copper vein peeled the skin off other miners. He could extract an additional chunk of ore. When overseers lashed him with heated iron rods, others fainted from the pain. Yet he managed to grit his teeth and tend to his companions, not because he was particularly resilient, but because the fiery nature within his bloodline sustained him. "Did your mother, Yi Qingchen, ever speak of anything?" Su Yuan suddenly looked up. The mountain wind rushed in from outside the cave, causing the runes to flicker, dividing Yi Qingchen's face into light and shadow. He recalled the look in his mother's eyes before she passed, like two embers on the verge of extinguishing. "Wait until you grow up to seek the monument of the wild clan." She had mentioned the wild clan. His voice tightened as he spoke. "My father is a guardian of the wild clan." Yi Qingchen's pupils constricted sharply. He sprang to his feet, causing the teacup on the stone table to spin and crash to the floor. "The wild clan," he murmured repeatedly, turning to extract a tattered piece of beast hide from a hidden compartment in the stone wall. "This is the azure dragon body refinement technique, passed down from ancient masters of body refining, requiring the bloodline of the flame pulse azure dragon to activate if you truly have mixed blood from the two clans." As the hide unfurled, Su Yuan caught the scent of aged blood. The yellowed scroll depicted a crimson-scaled azure dragon, its eye marked by a charred hole, as if pierced by a sharp weapon. Yi Qingchen's fingers traced the twisted runes on the scroll. The first layer requires tempering bones in a sea of fire. The second layer demands lightning to strike the tendons. As for the third layer, let us not bother. First, master the first layer. He flicked his fingers against the beast hide 3 times, and 3 azure light patterns surged into the scroll. "If you cannot comprehend the first layer within 3 days, this scroll will self-destruct." Yi Qingchen fixed his gaze on Su Yuan. "But if you succeed, you may unlock the shackles within your bloodline." As Su Yuan took the ancient scroll, the mysterious pearl suddenly burned with an intense heat. He looked down to see fine, mosquito-like patterns emerging on the surface of the pearl, resembling the runes on the scroll. When the door to the secret chamber closed behind him, he heard Yi Qingqian's voice echo through the stone wall. With the protection of the mysterious pearl, you will not perish. The secret chamber was small, barely accommodating a stone bed. Su Yuan sat cross-legged, and just as he opened the ancient scroll, his vision blurred as the starry essence of the pearl unfurled before him. He plunged into a crimson-hued illusion, with boiling lava beneath his feet and a massive fire rock suspended overhead, poised to crash down. This was the body-refining illusion. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the fire rock struck his shoulder. The excruciating pain felt like a searing blade slicing through bone. He grunted and fell into the lava, the scalding liquid flooding his nostrils, causing his skin to blister instantly. Yet the mysterious pearl spun faster in his sea of consciousness, and he distinctly felt every ounce of pain being drawn into the pearl, transforming into a cooling spiritual energy that flowed back to him. The first layer required igniting the fire within the marrow. He gritted his teeth, recalling the incantation from the scroll. It was not about roasting with fire, but rather allowing the flames to creep through his blood vessels into the crevices of his bones. He forced his eyes open and saw countless tiny fire spirits rising in the lava, akin to a swarm of red fireflies. He opened his mouth, and the fire spirits surged in, racing down his throat into his heart, scorching through his lungs, and ultimately detonating within his marrow. His spine crackled as if it might shatter. Dark blood seeped from beneath his nails, the impurities within his bloodline being expelled. He pushed himself to endure. Just a moment longer. With his forehead pressed against his knees, sweat dripped into the lava, creating plumes of steam. Suddenly, the fire rock fell again in the illusion, this time striking the back of his neck. His vision darkened, and he heard the brittle sound of bones cracking. It was his left tibia, shattered into 3 pieces. As his consciousness began to fade, the mysterious pearl suddenly emitted a beam of starlight. The light, like a living entity, burrowed into his broken leg, and the fractured bone began to grow anew, flesh mending at an astonishing rate. He trembled with pain, yet a smile broke across his face. So you can heal as well. 3 days later, the door to the secret chamber creaked open. Su Yuan stood at the entrance. His azure robe soaked in sweat, yet his back remained straight. He raised his hand, and a ball of crimson flame ignited in his palm, not an ordinary fire, but a spiritual flame with golden flecks, dancing joyfully in his hand. Yi Qingqian stood outside the cave beside a spirit tree, pinching a fallen leaf between his fingers. He glanced up, his eyes narrowing. You have mastered the first layer. Su Yuan nodded. He could feel the bloodline within him, like a serpent come to life, slithering through his meridians. The weight that once burdened him in his miner's body now felt light enough to float. Even his breath carried a warmth, as if it could ignite the air. Indeed, Yi Qingqian replied, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, but suddenly his expression shifted as he gazed southeast. There was a presence of living beings beyond the mountain gate. Su Yuan turned to follow his gaze. A waft of blood mingled with the scent of decaying leaves drifted in the night wind. Just as he opened his mouth, a thunderous sound erupted from afar, akin to a barrier being breached, followed by the startled cries of the mountain guardians. Enemy attack. Demonic cultivators have breached the mountain. Yi Qingqian let out a cold laugh, drawing forth a sharp azure sword from his sleeve. The sword sang like a dragon, reverberating against the cave walls, causing the runes to hum. It seems they are indeed targeting you. He turned to Su Yuan, his gaze sharp as a wolf's. Prepare yourself for your first trial. As night deepened, in the woods outside the cave, dozens of dark figures moved stealthily along the ground. The leader revealed his sleeve, displaying the dark blue demonic patterns, the mark of the blood-killing hall. They gazed up at the cave at the mountain's peak, their lips curling into a sinister smile. The half-demon bloodline and the mysterious pearl. How many spirit stones will that fetch us? The mountain wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood, rustling the spirit tree before the cave. The leader brushed aside the obstructing bushes, the dark azure magic patterns on his arm shimmering under the moonlight. The young brat didn't follow the old man, and the gaunt magic cultivator beside him licked his lips, thinking it was just as well, sparing us the need to split our forces. Su Yuan halted 10 paces away. He could see that the pupils of these individuals lacked the clarity expected of cultivators, resembling the lifeless, rotting eyes of dead fish. The Xian pearl within him buzzed, and he was suddenly reminded of those companions in the mine, whose legs had been broken by the overseers yet were still forced to drag stones, and of how the Xian pearl, hidden beneath his tattered clothing, had used starlight to staunch the bleeding when he was whipped until his back blossomed with wounds. You seek me, he spoke, his voice colder than the mountain wind. I will go with you. Do not harm anyone else. The leading magic cultivator suddenly burst into laughter. A sound akin to a rusty saw scraping against bamboo. A half-demon thinks to negotiate? Take this. He formed hand seals, and 3 crimson fireballs, reeking of sulfur, hurtled towards Su Yuan. He did not evade. Instead, golden spiritual flames surged around his fist as he met the attack head-on. Boom. The explosion of the fireballs sent a shockwave that uprooted the surrounding shrubs. Yet Su Yuan remained standing amidst the smoke, his fist still thrusting forward. The spiritual fire in his palm licked at the lingering embers, as if devouring its prey. The magic cultivator's pupils constricted. This technique, the Scarlet Flame Triple Strike, possessed the power of a third-layer foundation establishment, and yet it was met head-on by a mere chi refining brat. Bone refinement scripture, second layer, Su Yuan murmured, his shins cracking like popping beans. He surged forward, leaving a flickering afterimage, and when his right fist struck the gaunt magic cultivator's chest, the air shrieked in protest. The cultivator's ribcage caved in instantly, and he crashed into 2 pine trees of considerable girth, spitting blood and fainting. The remaining magic cultivators, bound by the Yin chain, finally panicked. Black chains shot forth from their fingertips, the barbed tips gleaming with a ghostly blue poison. When the chains wrapped around Su Yuan's wrist, he felt the venom seeping into his skin, but the starlight from the Xian pearl was swifter. As soon as the poison touched his flesh, it was incinerated into azure smoke, and the broken bones began to mend at a visible pace beneath the starlit glow. With a roar, Su Yuan's arms bulged with iron-like muscle. The black chains shattered inch by inch in his grasp, and the splattering black blood that fell to the ground corroded it into charred pits. One magic cultivator turned to flee, only to find Su Yuan had closed the distance. His spiritual fire coalescing into a blade of crimson flame, which he struck against the back of the cultivator's neck, not to take his life, but to sever his collarbone, leaving him alive. Wiping the blood from his palms, Su Yuan's gaze swept over the fallen magic cultivators. It was then he noticed a faint sound of breathing emanating from a hollow in the third ancient cypress to the east. Xiao Yuqing, clutching a rescue talisman, trembled. She had come under the orders of the clan head to monitor Yi Qingxun's newly accepted disciple, thinking him merely a miner who had lucked into a fortunate position. Yet now, witnessing Su Yuan tear the Yin chains apart with his bare hands, she was struck by a memory of those clan members who, despite their noble bloodlines, needed their elders to provide them with medicinal pills during their foundation establishment. This young man, however, was matching a foundation establishment cultivator with nothing but his bare hands, the fluctuation of spiritual energy barely escaping him. This is no mere chi refining stage. Her throat tightened, and she finally crushed the talisman in her fingertips. In an instant, a blue stream of light darted into the night sky, causing her to shrink back. From the west came the sound of hurried footsteps, that of a young noble from the Qingyun sect dressed in brocade. Zhou Tianqi. Xiao Yuqing squinted her eyes. She recognized Zhou Tianqi, the one most favored by the clan head to take charge of the outer sect, and now he resembled a dog with its tail stepped on, racing madly toward the forest's edge. Trying to escape? Su Yuan's voice thundered from behind. Zhou Tianqi froze, and as he turned, his jade pendant fell from his waist. He looked at the groaning magic cultivators strewn about, and then at Su Yuan, whose azure robes were stained with blood, and suddenly erupted into a sharp laugh. Do you think killing them will resolve anything? The Zhou family. Your Zhou family's sword is no match for my fist. Su Yuan interrupted him, his gaze fixating on the long sword at Zhou Tianqi's waist. A top-grade spiritual weapon, its sheath intricately carved with cloud patterns. Standard for inner sect disciples of the Qingyun sect. Seeking death? Zhou Tianqi finally tore off the facade, drawing his sword with a swish through the air. As the blade lunged towards Su Yuan's throat, he suddenly saw the boy's eyes, void of fear, only a calm that surged like molten lava. When Su Yuan grasped the sword's tip with his bare hand, the blade sliced into his palm, but the starlight from the Xian pearl surged forth like a tide, healing the wound at a visible speed. He tightened his grip on the sword's body, which began to hum under the strain. Crack! The hilt shattered first, sending shards of metal into Zhou Tianqi's hand. In pain, he released his hold, only to see Su Yuan clutching the half-broken sword. A sardonic smile playing on his lips. The treasures of the Zhou family are nothing but this. As the battle concluded, the morning mist had enveloped the treetops. Su Yuan stood amidst the wreckage, his clothes soaked in blood, yet he stood tall. He crouched down and retrieved a broken jade token from Zhou Tianqi's embrace. One side bore the inscription Blood Fiend Hall, while the reverse was marked with a blurred ink character, as if intentionally worn away. Ink, he murmured softly, tucking the jade token into his robe. At that moment, Hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Disciples of the law enforcement hall approached with torches in hand. Su Yuan lifted his gaze toward the cave at the mountain's peak, where the spiritual tree rustled, as though recounting an unsleeping night. Chapter 50. The sect's turmoil before the morning mist had dissipated. The torches of the law enforcement hall illuminated the forest as bright as day. 3 disciples wielding bronze command flags crouched beside the corpses. Among them, the youngest gasped, pointing at the bluish-purple scales on the magic cultivator's neck. Zhang Shixiao, this is the bone-corroding scale from the Blood Fiend Hall. The leading disciple, surnamed Zhang, abruptly tore away the dead man's clothing, revealing a dark red tattoo of a skull gnawing on a broken chain at the heart, an unmistakable mark of the Blood Fiend Hall. His hand trembled, and the command flag clattered to the ground. Quickly report to the Grand Elder. The news struck Qingyun's sect like thunder, splitting the morning's tranquility. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, 6 elders clad in brocade had gathered outside Yi Qingchen's bamboo cottage on the hidden world peak. The eldest, Xianzhenzi, swept aside the obstructing spiritual bamboo. Qingchen, where's that boy who ambushed us? Yi Qingchen sat at a stone table brewing tea, wisps of white mist coiling into the shape of its songlong. Upon hearing the question, he looked up, recovering in the Jingxin pavilion. He tapped the bronze mirror on the table, and Su Yuan's figure instantly materialized on its surface. The youth reclined on a bamboo couch, his fingertips grazing a fragment of the Blood Fiend jade token, his brow slightly furrowed. This boy's half-demon bloodline. Xianzhenzi narrowed his eyes at the silver-red glow swirling in the mirror. It aligns with the Songlong body refinement technique you practiced all those years ago with a compatibility of 90%. Indeed, Yi Qingchen replied, pushing forth a yellowed silk scroll adorned with a bloodline diagram gleaming with golden light. Yesterday, I probed his meridians with my spiritual sense and discovered that every pattern of this body refinement technique actively absorbed his bloodline power. Absurd. Elder Wu from the Pill Cauldron Peak slammed the table, causing the teacup to jolt. The half-demon bloodline is the most likely to awaken demonic nature. The Blood Fiend Hall once manipulated mortals with this bloodline. If allowed to develop unchecked, who knows what might happen? Wu Shixiao, Yi Qingchen raised his teacup, the base clinking against the stone table with a clear sound. Last night, Su Yuan withstood a Foundation Establishment Cultivator-S attack, using the most rudimentary of fist techniques. If he were truly corrupted by demonic nature, the law enforcement hall would have come to collect our corpses by now. The wind outside the bamboo cottage suddenly intensified, causing the spiritual bamboo to rustle. Xianzhenzi fixated on Su Yuan's profile in the mirror, observing as the boy tucked the jade token into his robe. A glimmer of starlight flashing at his wrist, an indication of the Xian pearl's faint glow. His pupils constricted. This boy possesses other opportunities. Each person has their own fortunes. Yi Qingchen remarked as the tea mist dispersed. If you wish to inquire, feel free to ask yourself. Inside the Jingxin pavilion, Su Yuan gazed intently at the shifting shadows on the window paper. He could hear the faint footsteps outside the bamboo house and the hushed discussions of the elders. Yet his focus remained solely on the azure pill resting in his palm, still warm from the furnace as it was handed to him by Xiao Yuqing. Young Master Su. A girl's voice called from outside, tinged with a hint of timidity. You were gravely injured last night. This Qingxin pill can. Miss Xiao, Su Yuan interrupted, pushing open the window, the morning light illuminating the dried blood at the corner of his eye. Your father is the chief steward of the Xiao family, and your mother visits Ziyun Temple to offer vegetarian meals every 15th day of the month. He turned the pill in his hand. That third elder from your clan, who enjoys pulling the ears of the servants, had his leg shattered last month by a foundational stage warrior at the training grounds. How do you suppose I know all this? Xiao Yuqing's ears flushed crimson. She looked into the clear light of his eyes and suddenly laughed. Young Master Su, you truly are observant. I was sent by the head of the family. He said someone of your stature should have someone who understands the subtleties of warmth and cold around you. Su Yuan tucked the pill into his robe and gently tapped the windowsill with his fingers. Please convey my thanks to Elder Xiao. He watched as the hem of her skirt fluttered as she turned to leave and added, however, next time you pass me a pill, refrain from using a handkerchief stained with vermilion. Those from the blood slaughter hall are particularly fond of mixing in hallucinogenic powders. Xiao Yuqing halted abruptly. When she turned back, she caught sight of Su Yuan, who was stroking the jade pendant at his waist. In the morning light, the pendant shimmered with an ethereal blue, resembling the dark pearl depicted in an ancient painting within the family head's secret chamber. As the moon reached its zenith, Su Yuan lay on a bamboo couch, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his chest where the dark pearl lay hidden. The pearl felt unusually warm tonight, akin to a glowing ember, making it difficult for him to sleep. He sat up abruptly, just as he began to circulate that Qinglan body forging technique. When the imagery of the star essence space suddenly appeared before him, the stone tablet inscribed with the 9th level of bone tempering shimmered with silvery light, gradually forming a map. Qingming Mountain Range, Broken Dragon Cliff, he murmured, pointing at the 3 characters that materialized on the tablet, and was suddenly overcome by dizziness as countless images flooded his mind. A colossal bronze tower suspended in the mist, its entrance etched with 9 dragon motifs. At the center, a dragon's mouth clutched a pearl identical to the dark pearl he possessed. Suddenly, the bamboo door burst open. Yi Qingxun stood in the moonlight, his robe adorned with cloud patterns gleaming silver. Have you discerned anything? Su Yuan hastily rose, but the elder raised a hand to stop him. Sit. Yi Qingxun approached him, observing the lingering starlight in his eyes. In my youth, I served as a servant at the Qianji Pavilion, where the archives contained methods to resolve half-demon bloodlines. Elder, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. Yi Qingxun pressed a token into Su Yuan's palm, its touch cold as ice. Starting tomorrow, the law enforcement hall will keep a close watch on you. Those from Danding Peak will test you. And even the Zhou family members you injured last night will come seeking revenge. He turned to leave, but paused momentarily. Remember, true enemies will never reveal themselves in plain sight. Su Yuan clutched the token tightly, his knuckles turning white. He watched the elder's silhouette vanish into the night, only to hear a distant, piercing whistle, the sound of a foundational stage cultivator soaring through the air. He lifted his gaze toward the highest peak of the sect, where a mist-covered pavilion stood. By the window, a figure in white was gazing down at him, the moonlight illuminating the jade token at their waist, reflecting 2 characters, M.O. Suddenly, the morning bell rang out, jolting Su Yuan awake. He realized the sun had already risen. Outside, the servants shouted, "Get up early for the tasks in the spiritual field. The new servants should follow me." He glanced at the token in his palm, then touched the dark pearl at his chest, a smile forming at the corner of his lips. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Chapter 51. The hardship of the spiritual field. As the morning bell shattered the dawn mist, Su Yuan was finishing the last spoonful of cold porridge. The edge of the bamboo bowl still bore remnants of last night's meal. He wiped it with his fingertip and, lowering his gaze, noticed the dark pearl gently warming against his chest, leaving a faint red mark on his coarse cloth shirt. The newcomers have all perished. Came the sharp crack of a whip outside, accompanied by Wang Shoren's voice, grating like a rusted iron blade. The dew on the spiritual field is precious. If you're late by even half a stick of incense, today's spiritual rice will be fed to the dogs. Su Yuan flipped the bamboo bowl onto the stove and rose, causing the wooden stool to creak. He surveyed the other servants in the room. 7 or 8 youths huddled in a corner, some rubbing their dark circles, others gripping tattered cloths, all of whom had just returned from the outer gate's trial grounds. One lean, tall boy was staring at the token at Su Yuan's waist, the one Yi Qingxun had given him last night, engraved with the characters for spiritual field duty, now glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Move. The head servant at the door kicked the lean boy, and everyone stumbled out. Su Yuan lingered until the end, deliberately tripping slightly over the threshold, allowing the dark pearl to roll in his palm. This was a strategy he had devised last night, to warm the pearl with his body heat, enhancing the efficiency of converting stamina into spiritual energy while tilling the earth later. The spiritual field lay in the back mountain of Qingyan sect, the bluestone path glistening with morning dew. Su Yuan counted his steps, noting that the 37th stone slab had a slight protrusion. He had remembered this upon leaving in the morning, which would serve as a marker upon his return. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Wang Shoren's mocking laughter ahead. "You are Su Yuan, right?" He looked up, colliding with a pair of beady eyes. Wang Shoren's face resembled a piece of wind-dried, aged meat, a scar slicing through his left eyebrow, running diagonally from his forehead to his chin, twisting grotesquely as he grinned. "I heard you severely injured the Zhou family's brat at the trial grounds." The footsteps of the surrounding servants halted abruptly. Su Yuan lowered his gaze, noticing Wang Shoren's filthy boot crushing the wild chrysanthemums by the roadside. "I merely acted according to the rules." "Rules?" Wang Shoren suddenly drew a whip from his waist, its tip cracking against the ground by Su Yuan's feet, startling him back a step. "I am the rule." He swung the whip around to Su Yuan's back. "That plot of land at the easternmost edge of the red soil field, 3 acres. Turn the soil, irrigate it, and remove the pests, 3 rounds. If you fail to finish before sunset, you'll be drinking the northwest wind tonight." Su Yuan gazed at the distant reddish-brown earth, swallowing hard. He had heard of the red soil field, known for its depleted spiritual veins over the past decade, leaving the soil hard enough to break a plowhead. Yet, he noticed that whenever Wang Shoren spoke, his fingers unconsciously rubbed against the jade token at his waist, which bore the Zhou family's emblem. Those from the Zhou family seeking revenge were indeed waiting here. Very well. He bent down and picked up a rusty iron plow from among the servants. Just as his palm touched the handle, the dark pearl suddenly grew warm. He could distinctly sense the delicate streams of spiritual energy circulating through his meridians. The pearl automatically converting the stamina he had expended while tilling the earth last night. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Su Yuan's back was drenched in sweat. The clods of earth turned by the iron plow glimmered dark red, yet with every stroke, he intentionally angled the plowhead to insert it obliquely into the soil. The dark pearl at his chest felt heated, and he could see the remnants of spiritual energy in the soil flowing like thin golden threads, gathering along the furrows he had plowed. "Kid, take a break." The voice of old Zhou drifted from behind him. Su Yuan straightened up, seeing the elder crouched on the ridge, poking at the freshly turned soil with a dry branch. The elder's back was hunched like a drawn bow. His face caked with mud, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. "Your plowing technique resembles that of my hometown's expert in planting spiritual grains." Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. In the mining fields, even chiseling stones required finesse. Old Zhou smiled, revealing 2 missing front teeth. No wonder the miner's hands are steady. He pointed to Su Yuan's tiger mouth, where a thin callus had formed. However, the spiritual field differs from the mine. He suddenly lowered his voice, saying that what lies beneath the soil is not merely stones, but living beings. Su Yuan's heart raced, and the Xian pearl within him trembled slightly. He feigned wiping sweat, his fingertips swiftly gliding across his chest. "What do you mean, old sir?" Old Zhou abruptly stood up, tossing a dry twig onto the ridge. "It should be quiet now." He turned to leave, but glanced back at the freshly turned soil Su Yuan had disturbed. At the hour of the dog that evening, in the bamboo thicket behind the medicine pavilion, as dusk enveloped the spiritual field, Su Yuan squatted by the well, washing his muddy hands. The Xian pearl in his palm felt hot, and within the star-essence space, what old Zhou had mentioned about the living beings hidden beneath the soil was being deciphered into rows of golden patterns, the initial chapter of grass identification. He recalled how the old man's bony fingers would unconsciously fidget while speaking. It was a habit cultivated by years of herbal gathering. It turned out that old Zhou was not an ordinary laborer. The voice of Wang Shoren pierced through the twilight like an icicle. Su Yuan looked up to see him standing on the ridge, gripping an empty rice bucket. "Today, half a bucket of spiritual water has been used. I will deduct 3 days' rations from you." The young one followed the rules, and Wang Shoren smiled again, the scar on his face glinting ominously in the fading light. "Tomorrow, we will clear the abandoned field. The area to the west is rife with poisonous insects and miasma." He leaned closer to Su Yuan, lowering his voice. Young Master Zhou's leg was cleanly severed. Su Yuan gazed at the Zhou family jade token hanging at his waist, and suddenly recalled Yi Qingxin's words, "True enemies never reveal themselves openly." He lowered his gaze in acknowledgement, his fingertips discreetly pinching the Xian pearl, which was burning in intensity. He could sense a topographical map of the abandoned spiritual field emerging in the star-essence space, detailing the nests of venomous ants and the flow patterns of miasma, as if outlined in ink. On the second day, at the hour of the hare, Su Yuan stood by the abandoned field with a bamboo basket slung over his back. The stench of decaying leaves mixed with the bitter fragrance of poisonous herbs assaulted his senses. He touched the ceramic vial at his waist, containing the detoxifying powder he had deciphered from the Xian pearl the previous night. Just as he stepped into the abandoned field, a shadow darted past his feet. He looked down to see a red-backed venomous ant brandishing its pincers at him in a display of aggression. Just in time, Su Yuan ripped off a piece of coarse cloth from his waist to cover his mouth and nose, grasping a shovel to plunge it into the earth. The Xian pearl burned fiercely against his chest. He could see the movements of the ant swarm, like a black river surging from the earthen mound to the southeast. He tightened his grip on the shovel and suddenly struck at the ant nest atop the mound, where a queen ant, twice the size of an ordinary venomous ant, commanded the swarm with its antennae. With a piercing sound, the shovel's tip pierced through the queen ant, and all the venomous ants abruptly stopped. Su Yuan swiftly tossed out the detoxifying powder, the shattering of the ceramic vial startling a cacophony of insect chirps. He crouched down, rummaging deep within the ant nest, finally feeling a half-foot-tall purple flame flower beneath the decaying leaves. Its petals were semi-transparent and purplish red, with a droplet of spiritual liquid glistening at its core. "Well done." A clear female voice startled Su Yuan, causing him to look up. "Lin Xinga, the steward of the pill room, stood outside the abandoned field. Her moon-white skirt damp with morning dew, the jade token at her waist reflecting the first light of dawn. This purple flame flower is rarely encountered in a decade. Yet you found it in an ant nest. Wang Shoren's face turned ashen in an instant. He had planned to wait until Su Yuan was devoured by the venomous ants before claiming the flower for himself. But now he could only chuckle awkwardly and rub his hands. Steward Lin, you jest. This lad is merely fortunate. Lin Qingga swept her gaze over the ground littered with dead venomous ants, then glanced at the detoxifying vial at Su Yuan's waist. To prepare the detoxifying powder in advance and accurately locate the queen ant shows that you are a person of intent. She produced a blue porcelain vial from her sleeve. This is a clear fire pill for body tempering. As Su Yuan accepted the porcelain vial, he felt Wang Shoren's gaze piercing into the back of his neck like a thorn. He lowered his eyes and bowed. Thank you, steward. At the third watch of the night, Su Yuan sat cross-legged in the star essence space. The Xian pearl hovered above him, and amidst the shifting starlight, he could distinctly sense the changes occurring within his body. His muscles and bones were being tempered repeatedly by spiritual energy, akin to a blacksmith hammering heated iron. Each blow brought sharp pain, yet it also drew him closer to becoming as resilient as steel. The distant sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed. Su Yuan opened his eyes to see the moonlight climbing the bamboo window. He touched the blue porcelain vial at his waist, and suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. Was it the sound of Wang Shoren's black boots? He remained still, gazing at the newly emerging model of medicinal herb growth in the star essence space, a faint smile playing on his lips. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. But this time, he was no longer a mere mining slave to be manipulated at will. Meanwhile, in the attic of Danding Peak, Lin Qingga was reviewing the laborer roster for the day. Her fingertip paused over the name Su Yuan, and she said to the young herbalist beside her, "For the medicinal herb pre-processing tomorrow, let this lad come." The moonlight spilled through the window, casting a silver outline around the name Su Yuan. Chapter 52. The turmoil in the pill room. The morning mist in the pill room had yet to dissipate when Su Yuan followed the young herbalist along the cobblestone path. The Xian pearl in his sleeve radiated a gentle warmth. The growth model of the purple flame flower from the previous night still lingered vividly in his mind. Lin Qingga had specifically summoned him for the medicinal herb pre-processing, an opportunity that laborers had not encountered in a decade. Yet it also resembled a piece of succulent meat attracting flies. Su Yuan, go to the west side hall. The herbalist handed over a bamboo basket, still glistening with dew. Today's processing involves fire attribute herbs, overseen by Senior Sister Muro. As Su Yuan stepped into the west side hall, the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. He was greeted by a heap of red flame grass and departing fire vines piled on the table, with a dark green-stemmed herb on top. Its edges marred by unnatural purple spots, and the sap seeping from its stalk corroding the wooden table beneath. The Xian pearl suddenly burned with pain, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. In his past life at the mine, he had witnessed miners poisoned to death by the corroding spirit grass. This herb exclusively absorbed the spiritual energy of cultivators, causing only mild swelling for ordinary people. While cultivators could suffer setbacks in their cultivation or, in severe cases, ruin their meridians entirely. What are you daydreaming about? Old Zhou, the laborer guarding the door, rapped on the doorframe, his gaze wandering. Steward Lin wants it done before the hour of the dragon. You should get to work. Su Yuan lowered his gaze, and just as his fingertips brushed against the dark green herb stem, the Xian pearl transmitted a clear message. Corroding spirit grass, a third-tier poisonous herb, requires ice spirit flower juice to neutralize. He discreetly pulled the bamboo basket closer to himself and suddenly clutched his abdomen. Uncle Zhou, I had a bad stomach from eating something wrong the other day. May I go to the toilet? Old Zhou's expression shifted, but he immediately forced a smile. Go quickly and return. If you miss the time, you'll have it tough. Su Yuan stumbled out the door, rounded a shadow wall, and slipped into the firewood room. He closed the door behind him, pressing his palm against the Xian pearl. The star essence space unfolded in an instant, and the surrounding firewood and insect chirps blurred into the background, leaving only the corroding spirit grass magnified before him. The starlight of the Xian pearl enveloped the grass leaves, and in less than a breath, all its characteristics were analyzed. This herb had been artificially ripened using secret methods, its toxicity 3 times stronger than usual. Yet it also bore traces of catalyzing spiritual energy. This was a technique frequently employed by Wang Shoren to stimulate the growth of spiritual fields. Well played, Wang Shoren. Su Yuan chuckled softly, reaching into his robe to retrieve the clear fire pill Lin Qingga had given him the day before. Crushing it, and mixing it with ice spirit flower juice to form a paste. The ice spirit flower was what he had gathered by the abandoned field the day prior. Originally intended for body tempering, yet it had now become the key to breaking through the predicament. When he returned to the west side hall, old Zhou was on tiptoe, peering at the table. Upon seeing Su Yuan return, he coughed twice. "What took you so long?" Su Yuan remained silent, grasping a stone mortar to grind the herbs. He deliberately crushed the corroding spirit grass and red flame grass together, his fingertips discreetly smearing the clear fire paste into the mortar just as the Xian pearl conveyed a refreshing feedback. The toxicity had been neutralized. This technique. A sweet female voice came from behind. Su Yuan turned his head and was met by a pair of autumn water-like eyes. Moron Wanner stood at the doorway, clutching a medicinal recipe, her moon-white robe embroidered with patterns of alchemical flames. When you prepare medicine, you always begin by distinguishing between yin and yang, as if you were taking the pulse of the herbs, she remarked. Su Yuan's hand trembled, nearly causing the stone pestle to strike himself. Sister, when treating injuries at the mine, it is essential to inspect the roots and leaves of the herbs. Moron Wanner raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the fading whip marks on his wrist. A miner can understand such things? Su Yuan lowered his eyes. Living miners must learn more than others. She did not press further, but retrieved a jade token from her sleeve. At the third watch, in the ear room of Danding Peak, I will discuss the compendium of herbs. As she turned to leave, she paused. The medicinal liquid you refined exceeds the standard purity by 20%. From outside, the sound of old Zhou gasping for air reached them. It was only then that Su Yuan noticed the golden red sheen of the medicinal liquid in the stone mortar, infused with a trace of spiritual energy. The mysterious pearl within him was quietly circulating, transforming the neutralized toxicity into pure spiritual essence. Good lad. Lin Chinga's voice boomed as she strode in, carrying an alchemical furnace. I told you the purple flame flower was not free. This medicinal liquid is perfect for nourishing the meridians of foundation-building practitioners. She patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. You will serve in the alchemical chamber tomorrow. Your monthly stipend will triple. Old Zhou's face turned ashen, and he stumbled out. Su Yuan watched his retreating figure, the mysterious pearl in his chest trembling slightly. That panicked silhouette was heading towards the spiritual fields. Sure enough, at the third watch, the sound of shattered porcelain echoed from the bamboo cottage in the spiritual fields. Useless. You can't even handle this. Wang Shoren kicked over the tea table, fragments of the teacup scattering at old Zhou's feet. That kid only reached the 6th level of qi refining today. How could he possibly discern the spirit-eroding grass? Old Zhou knelt, repeatedly banging his head. I did as you instructed, placing the spirit-eroding grass on top, but he seemed to have eyes in the sky. Shut up. Wang Shoren snarled, tearing the spiritual field command token from his waist, demanding that the assistant manager Zhang be summoned. Tonight at the midnight hour. Let that kid trespass into the Beast Cage Mountain. If he gets mauled by the mountain guards, he should be expelled from the sect. As the moon hung high, Su Yuan crouched beneath the eaves. The warmth of the mysterious pearl seeped through his coarse shirt. He could see two figures approaching his bamboo cottage, their steps unsteady, carrying the distinct earthy scent of the spiritual fields. They've arrived, he murmured to himself, his fingertips quickly tapping 7 times on the door frame, a trap technique learned from his days at the mine, employing vines and stones to set snares. With half a bag of compost from the spiritual fields piled in the corner, the first person to cross the threshold found their ankle ensnared by the vines. In the moonlight, Su Yuan could discern the face of Zhao San, a worker from the spiritual fields, with a scar running down his left eye. Zhao San cursed, reaching for his blade, but Su Yuan swiftly bent down and threw the compost at him. Zhao San instinctively closed his eyes, and Su Yuan seized the opportunity to press his elbow against the acupoint at the back of his neck. Trespassing into forbidden grounds, Su Yuan declared as he yanked Zhao San's token from his waist, revealing the engraved name Zhang of the spiritual fields. What benefits did Wang Shoren offer you? Zhao San gasped in pain. You, clearly at the 6th level of qi refining. How could you possess such strength? The words mysterious pearl flashed through Su Yuan's mind. He remained silent, shoving Zhao San's sword into his palm, and tucking a bloodied rag from Zhao San's clothing into his attire, the remnants of Wang Shoren's beating of the laborers from the previous day. Distantly, the sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed. Just as Su Yuan finished binding the 2 men, hurried footsteps approached from outside the bamboo cottage. Disciples from the law enforcement hall burst in, their leader glancing at the bound figures before scrutinizing Su Yuan's weapon. What is going on here? They tried to kill me. Su Yuan pointed at Zhao San. I was sleeping in the bamboo cottage when I was suddenly attacked. He produced Zhao San's token. This belongs to Zhang, the assistant manager of the spiritual fields. See for yourself. The expression of the law enforcement disciple instantly turned cold. As dawn broke, Wang Shoren was dragged past the bamboo cottage by two law enforcement disciples. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, "Su Yuan, I will haunt you as a ghost." "Manager Wang," Su Yuan called from the doorway, waving the bloodied rag. "This is the cloth you used to whip Li Si yesterday. How did it end up on Zhao-san?" Wang Shoren's mouth opened, but no sound emerged. In the morning mist, Murong Wanner stood atop the stargazing platform of Danding Peak. She watched Wang Shoren being led away and then turned her gaze to the slender figure in front of the bamboo cottage, her fingers absent-mindedly stroking the jade pendant at her waist. The wind lifted her skirt, and she heard herself whisper, "A miner can comprehend the spirit-eroding grass, can concoct ultra-pure medicinal liquid, and can even counterkill a 7th-level chi refining practitioner." She turned to walk toward the alchemical chamber, her jade token suddenly radiating warmth, a message from Lin Qingga, announcing that the alchemical chamber was to accept a named disciple. Passing the martial arts arena, she halted again, gazing at the white-clad figure hurrying towards her. The man wore an ancient token at his waist, its patterns reminiscent of stars and fire, shimmering faintly in the morning light. "Uncle Yi," Murong Wanner frowned. "What brings you here?" Yi Qingchun did not respond, but continued to gaze toward the bamboo cottage. The token in his hand suddenly trembled, as if in response to something. Murong Wanner watched his quickening pace and turned her gaze back towards Su Yuan, who was bent over, tidying the disarrayed medicinal baskets. In the morning light, the mysterious pearl around his neck glimmered faintly. Intriguing, Murong Wanner chuckled softly, turning back toward the alchemical chamber. It seems this alchemical chamber is destined to be lively. Chapter 53. The Secret Realm. Token. The night enveloped the outer disciples' bamboo cottages of Qinglan's sect like fabric soaked in ink. Just as Su Yuan placed the last scarlet flame grass into his basket, a series of sharp knocks echoed on the window, a signal for urgent summons per the sect's regulations. He pressed his palm against the mysterious pearl at his neck, feeling its coolness. Since Wang Shoren was taken away by the law enforcement hall, the pearl had been emitting warmth during the night, yet now it felt unusually calm. He opened the door, the moonlight revealing a face partially illuminated, casting a silhouette of a figure in white standing beneath the eaves, the token at his waist gleaming like stars. "Uncle Yi." Su Yuan bowed, his voice tinged with the caution typical of outer disciples. Yi Qingchun turned, a gust of wind trailing from his sleeves. He held out a bronze token, inscribed with the words "Thousand Mechanisms Cave," etched deeply like carved stone. "At the third watch tonight, come to the backwoods of the martial arts arena." Before his words faded, he had already vanished like a fleeting shadow beyond the bamboo fence. Su Yuan watched the direction he departed, swallowing hard. This reclusive elder had not shown himself in the sect for 3 years, the last time being when he presided over the Foundation establishment competition on behalf of the sect leader. He rubbed his warm palm. The mysterious pearl at his neck suddenly pulsed, as if responding to something. The backwoods at the third watch were coated in a light frost, and as Su Yuan stepped on the fallen leaves, each footfall produced a delicate crunch. Yi Qingchun stood beneath an old locust tree, the moonlight filtering through the branches and casting fragmented shadows on him. "Do you know why I sought you?" he asked, without turning back. Su Yuan remained silent, recalling how this white-clad figure had paused to gaze at the bamboo cottage days prior. He remembered Murong Wanner's heated jade token. He recalled the warm flow of the mysterious pearl that had surged forth when Zhao San attacked. All the clues intertwined in his mind, forming a singular thread. When you subdued Zhao San that day, the fluctuations of the mysterious pearl were transmitted to my jade slip. Yi Qingchun finally turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. "This pearl is extraordinary, and so are you." Su Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He had never mentioned the mysterious pearl to anyone, even regarding it merely as a piece of scrap metal found at the mine. "The Thousand Mechanisms Cave was my opportunity to break through to the Golden Core stage." Yi Qingchun pressed the token into Su Yuan's palm. "Within it lies a star-patterned array capable of refining your meridians. You are currently at the 6th level of chi refining. Should you reach the 2nd layer, your success rate for Foundation establishment will increase by 30%. The warmth of the token penetrated through his palm and into his veins, causing Su Yuan to feel a surge of heat coursing up his arm. He gazed into Yi Qingchun's solemn eyes and suddenly recalled the half-piece of fire-patterned jade that old Zhou had given him before his passing, claiming it could save his life. He had later exchanged it for 2 flatbreads. "Why choose me?" he pondered, remembering Yi Qingchun's words, "Because you could turn the tables on Zhao San, who was at the 7th level of chi training, despite being at the 6th. She tapped her fingers against his heart. "And because when you healed Li Si, you employed the golden wound treatment from the essentials of the green bag, a tome found only at the highest level of the alchemy chamber's library, which even inner disciples might struggle to access. Su Yuan's fingers trembled slightly as he recalled his time as a servant in the alchemy chamber, often using his cleaning duties as an excuse to peruse the texts. The mysterious Xianzhu would decipher the intricate characters for him each night after he fell asleep. It wasn't that he had a remarkable memory. Xianzhu had been aiding him all along. Leave the outer sect tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit under the pretext of gathering herbs, Yi Qingchun instructed, then paused, turning back to him. Remember, shatter the token if you encounter danger. She turned away, her gaze sharp as a blade. It is best not to use it. As the morning mist lingered, Su Yuan had already departed the outer sect with a medicine basket on his back. He chose the narrow paths of the back mountain, deliberately navigating through thickets. Knowing the usual routes taken by the outer sect's servants inside out, he took the long way to avoid prying eyes. Suddenly, the token at his waist grew warm, and he looked down to see faint golden patterns emerging on its bronze surface, wriggling like a living earthworm. Xianzhu around his neck also radiated heat, and a beam of light appeared in the star marrow space, extending into the depths of the forest along his line of sight. So you are guiding me. Su Yuan chuckled softly, quickening his pace. The deeper he ventured, the denser the foliage became. As he passed through a grove of red maples, a sudden scent of blood wafted through the air. Su Yuan instinctively reached for the short blade at his waist, but halted upon turning a bend to find a white fox curled up beneath a rock, its right forepaw severely injured and matted with dark blood. It was a wind shadow fox, a second-tier beast known for its speed. Yet now it lay in a ball, its tail weakly brushing the ground, showing no reaction even as Su Yuan approached. Being hunted, he mused, crouching down. Suddenly, Xianzhu vibrated intensely. He gazed into the fox's eyes, where he found no aggression, only a plea for help. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he extended his hand. The warm current from Xianzhu flowed from his fingertips, enveloping the fox's injured paw. The white fox shivered but did not resist. Instead, it gently nudged its head against his hand. In the star marrow space, a burst of light erupted, revealing fragments of memory. On a stormy night, the white fox had fled into a valley pursued by 3 beams of sword light, with a stone tablet inscribed with runes standing at the valley's entrance. The voice of a fox elder echoed in his mind. In the 1,000 Machine Cave, the bloodline is the key. You can see my memories, Su Yuan blurted out. The white fox tilted its head, emitting a low whine as a crystal core suddenly ejected from its paw and gently rolled to his feet. Your gift, Su Yuan murmured, picking up the crystal core. Feeling a chill emanate from it, the white fox seized the opportunity to dart into the forest and vanished in an instant. He gazed in the direction it had fled, touching the now warm token. The location of the valley matched perfectly with the direction indicated by the token. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Yuan stood at the valley's entrance. A tall bluestone tablet stood there, covered in a web of cracks. 3 outer sect disciples circled the tablet, with Qinfeng, at the 9th level of Qi training, currently retreating while clutching his chest, blood trailing from his lips. This formation cannot be broken. Qinfeng kicked the tablet in frustration. Claiming to be the 1,000 Machine Cave, it is likely a trap set by someone. Brother Chun, the formation's pattern is the Beidou Soul Lock Array of the Qingyan sect. A girl in yellow remarked, wiping sweat from her brow. But the position of the exit is misaligned. The exit is off, Su Yuan interjected. All 3 turned their heads. Qinfeng, recognizing him as a mere servant, sneered, what does a little servant know? Look at the 7th stone pillar. Su Yuan stepped forward, tracing his fingertip along the tablet. The Beidou array is guided by 7 stars, but there is an additional hidden star here. He pointed at the faint silver spots on the pillar, identifying the hidden star as the greedy wolf star, indicating the exit was located at the misaligned fire point. Xianzhu at his neck grew warm, and a rune map emerged in the star marrow space, perfectly aligning with the patterns on the tablet. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan pressed his fingertip against the silver spot and infused it with spiritual energy. Crack! The tablet suddenly trembled, and the cracks spread like a web, revealing a dark opening behind it. Qinfeng's eyes widened. The girl in yellow covered her mouth, and the other disciple collapsed to the ground in shock. How do you know the Qingyan sect's formation? Qinfeng's voice trembled. Su Yuan did not respond. He bent down to pick up a piece of rubble and tossed it into the opening. No echo returned. He glanced back at the forest behind him, where a pink figure was partially concealed among the trees, a jade pendant at her waist glimmering. Sister Morong, the girl in yellow said, following his gaze. Yet all she saw were the swaying shadows of the trees. The moment Su Yuan stepped into the cave, he heard faint footsteps behind him. He did not turn back, but caught a whisper carried by the wind. The half-demon bloodline is intriguing. Deep within the tunnel, A black jade tablet slowly rose, inscribed with blood-red characters. Only those of half-demon blood may inherit the treasures of this place. A chill crept up the back of Su Yuan's neck as he touched the burning xianzhu at his collar. It felt astonishingly hot, as if responding to the inscription on the tablet. Ahead, the sound of dripping water mingled with an ethereal melody, creating ripples in the darkness. He gripped the token tightly and pressed onward. The moment Su Yuan entered the stone hall, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. A cold, damp atmosphere filled the air, mixed with the scent of rust. He lifted his gaze to see that the gray stone walls were alive with dark red runes, swirling as if animated, weaving together above into a net that glimmered with a ghostly light. Half-demons entering this place must open the path with blood. A hoarse voice scraped against his eardrums like a rusty blade. Su Yuan's pupils contracted, and as he turned to retreat, an invisible blade pierced through the shadows, aiming directly for his brow. He barely had time to summon his spiritual energy, as xianzhu at his neck seared with heat. The pearl-like shadow in the star marrow space forming a translucent barrier that deflected the blade by a fraction. A sharp pain erupted from his forehead, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, raising a hand to touch his damp brow, feeling blood on his fingertips. As the blood droplet touched the engraved patterns on the ground, the entire stone hall trembled violently. Chapter 54. Bloodline awakening. The runes on the walls blazed to life, crimson as blood, and the previously sealed ground split open, revealing a set of stone steps that rose slowly from beneath the blue stone tiles, leading downwards, accompanied by a faint wailing wind. From the direction of the cave entrance came the barely audible sound of fabric slicing through the air. Su Yuan strained his ears, catching a glimpse of a pink silhouette flickering at the cave's mouth before disappearing into darkness. He didn't need to look closely to identify the faint scent of Dan medicine, a unique blend of cinnabar and spirit herbs characteristic of the alchemy chamber. Indeed, he was a half-demon. The wind whispered sweet nothings into his ears as Su Yuan clenched his fist. It was Muron Wanner's voice, her tone as delicate as a wisp of mist. Yet his acute hearing, honed over a decade in the mines, caught every word with clarity. He did not turn back. The unknown below the stone steps felt more urgent than the prying eyes outside the cave. Xianzhu continued to radiate heat, burning against his skin through his clothing, as if urging him to descend. Su Yuan licked his lips, brushing his fingertips across the blood on his brow, and moved down the steps. The further he descended, the heavier the dampness became. At the bottom of the steps lay a secret chamber, where a blood-colored jade slip floated at the center, its surface shimmering with fragmented golden light, resembling a layer of coagulated blood crust. As Su Yuan raised his hand to point at the jade slip, a sudden heat surged within him, the half-demon bloodline stirring restlessly. As soon as the consciousness touched the jade slip, an avalanche of images surged into his mind. He beheld a figure cloaked in black at the mountain's peak, with long hair like ink and dark red scales shimmering on the nape of his neck. When the figure raised a hand, the very sky seemed to fracture, countless cultivators turning to ash beneath his feet, while his eyes blazed with a pure crimson, akin to 2 eternal flames of retribution. Coughing, Su Yuan staggered against the stone wall, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. When his vision cleared, the jade slip lay firmly in his palm, its surface cracking like dried blood, revealing the 5 ancient characters inscribed within, 9 transformations of the dragon bone technique, each character emanating a faint golden glow. Suddenly, the secret chamber trembled, debris cascading from above. Su Yuan's pupils constricted as he heard deliberately muted footsteps outside. At least 3 presences of Foundation establishment cultivators, their spiritual pressure brushing against him like the flick of a serpent's tongue. Cunning tactics. He smirked slightly, his fingertips swiftly tracing several talismans in the star essence space. The star essence space could simulate environments, using the shadows on the stone wall. He completely concealed his aura and laid 3 hidden lightning traps along their path, composed of spiritual energy transformed by the star pearl, specifically designed to break the protective chi of Foundation establishment cultivators. A cold laugh echoed in the darkness. Little servant, hand over the jade slip, or you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to endure. The voice emanated from the left, deliberately lowered and gravelly, leaning against the stone wall. Su Yuan felt the star pearl in his palm cool, yet grow heavier, its space accelerating. He gazed into the encroaching shadows, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us see who the true prey is. Before his words could fade, the figure on the far right suddenly lunged, the cold gleam of a drawn iron sword reflecting the token of an outer sect steward of the Qinglan sect at his waist. Su Yuan gently tapped the stone wall, and the hidden lightning erupted, The sounds of battle within the secret chamber mingled with the roar of collapsing stone, causing Yuan, concealed in the shadows of the cave entrance, to tighten her grip on the jade pendant at her waist. She observed the swirling spiritual energy at the cave's bottom, then glanced at the 3 streaks of light suddenly igniting in the distant forest, distinctive fluctuations of Foundation establishment cultivators soaring through the air. Half-demon bloodline, star pearl. In this 1,000-machine cave, she murmured softly, her fingertip brushing the purple magnolia pendant at her chest. Could the prophecy spoken by my master truly be manifesting through him? At the cave's bottom, Yuan's hidden lightning shattered the protective chi of the first cultivator, but also revealed his position. The second cultivator's iron claws were already reaching for his back, while the third had sealed his escape route. In the darkness, the 3 figures advanced in a triangular formation. The pressure from the Foundation establishment cultivators surging like a tide, suffocating the entire chamber. The air felt as though it were saturated with icy water, pressing painfully against his eardrums. With his back against the damp stone wall, Yuan gently rubbed the surface of the star pearl, the star essence space operating at tenfold speed, transmuting his earlier agitation from coughing blood, the sense of being cornered, and even the heat rising from his half-demon bloodline into streams of cool spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians. Little servant, surrender the jade slip, and I shall leave your corpse intact. The gravelly male voice from the left resonated, its tone underscored by the unique pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yuan's pupils narrowed as he caught a glimpse of the bronze bell hanging from the waist of the speaker, the mark of Yuan, the vice steward of the alchemy chamber. Indeed, he was the backing of that mad dog Wang Shoren. Yuan realized he should have anticipated this. Ever since he exposed the spirit field steward for swapping the spirit fertilizer, 3 suspicious auras had emerged from the direction of the alchemy chamber. Suddenly, the shadow on the right moved. The hum of the iron sword being drawn sliced through the darkness, its tip wrapped in grayish-blue spiritual energy, aiming straight for Yuan's throat. Simultaneously, the cultivator on the left flung 3 poison-coated needles, sealing off his retreat toward the stone wall. From behind, a rustling wind signaled that the third figure had somehow maneuvered to his rear, claws glowing with a ghostly blue hue, evidently coated in bone-corroding poison. Come at me. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuan's mouth as his fingertips danced rapidly within the star essence space. 3 days prior, while analyzing the remnants of the cave scroll with the star pearl, he had noted the lightning patterns etched into the stone wall, remnants of ancient cultivators' lightning arrays. Now, he infused the transformed spiritual energy into the lightning patterns, and delicate arcs of electricity flickered to life along the stone wall. Boom! Just as the iron sword struck, Yuan suddenly crouched and rolled, the stone wall above cracking open, striking the wrist of the swordsman. The cultivator let out a muffled grunt of pain, and his swordplay faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan retaliated with 3 talismans designed to dispel spirits, crafted in secret while serving as a menial worker at the apothecary, where he had quietly completed the fragment of the essentials of talismans. Sizzle! The poison needles from the left were shattered into fragments by the electric arcs on the stone wall before they could reach him. At that moment, as the iron claws lunged toward him, Yuan pivoted sharply, pressing the dispelling talisman against the cultivator's dantian. The cultivator trembled violently, the iron claws clattering to the ground as the talisman unleashed a disruptive curse that voraciously consumed his spiritual energy, causing his protective chi to burst like a punctured balloon. The puppet master, Yuan's gaze fixed on the half-exposed wooden limb at the cultivator's waist, finally confirming the identity of his opponent. Puppet masters excelled at concealing their auras with external objects. No wonder their spiritual pressure had fluctuated so inconsistently. He flicked his fingers, sending the electric arcs from the stone wall racing toward the puppet master's clothing, instantly incapacitating him with convulsions on the ground. What a clever tactic. Yuan's cold laughter echoed from the cave entrance. Yuan looked up just in time to see a dark figure dashing toward him, wielding a lightning fire staff over a meter long, its surface swirling with purple and red flames, an intermediate spiritual artifact. Be careful. A female voice suddenly emerged from the right passage. Yuan caught a glimpse of Yuan flickering in and out of the darkness. A chill ran down his spine as he noticed that the runes on the cave wall had begun to rotate with every turn. The lightning fire staff in Yuan's hand brightened. So that puppet master's earlier attack was meant to activate the cave's mechanisms for Yuan. Break it! Yuan bellowed, bringing the lightning fire staff crashing down. The blades of light woven from purple lightning and red flames tore through the air, and Yuan could even smell his hair scorching. He bit down on his tongue, blood mingling with the spiritual energy coursing through him as he shattered the barrier of the 9th level of Qi training. The energy flooding into his meridians like a bursting dam. Su Yuan met the oncoming strike of the lightning fire staff with both palms. The star pearl in his hands suddenly radiating starlight, absorbing the residual force of the lightning fire entirely. Li Yuanhao staggered back 3 steps, his palms torn asunder. The patterns on the lightning fire staff fracturing like spider webs. This is impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief as the overwhelming pressure from the Foundation establishment cultivators bore down upon him. You are merely at the Qi training stage. How could you? Because I intend to survive. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the spiritual energy in the star essence space surging wildly. He could feel the scales on the back of his neck heating up, the half-demon bloodline resonating with the star pearl. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cave as the runes on the stone wall began to crumble, debris cascading like a torrential downpour. Go. Moron Wanner had somehow appeared by his side, pulling him toward the cave entrance. Su Yuan glanced back, just in time, to see Li Yuanhao fleeing down another passage, carrying the injured puppet master. He had explored that route yesterday. It ended at a wall of millennium-old black ice, which now bore spiderweb-like cracks, clearly endangered by the impending collapse of the cave. As they leapt out of the cave, a thunderous crash resonated behind them. Under the moonlight, Moron Wanner's purple magnolia pendant shimmered with a ghostly glow. She turned to gaze intently at Su Yuan, her eyes tumultuous with questions. Who exactly are you? Su Yuan's gaze drifted towards the flickering lights on the distant main peak, the core of the Qingyun sect, now resembling a gaping maw ready to devour. He tugged at his bloodstained collar, his voice as soft as the breeze. A person who merely wishes to survive. Moron Wanner refrained from pressing further. She watched as Su Yuan turned to walk towards the secret path at the back mountain, her fingertips lightly brushing against the tracking talisman he had left on the cave wall, its runes emitting a faint glow, akin to a star that teeters on the brink of extinguishment. The mountain wind fluttered the edges of his garments, revealing the faint outline of a mysterious orb at his waist, which glimmered with a unique bronze-like luster under the moonlight. Suddenly, the warning bell from the main peak rang out ominously. Su Yuan paused momentarily, feeling for the jade slip of the 9 transformations of the dragon bone technique concealed within his star essence space. He understood that from this night onward, the fate of Qingyun's sect would irrevocably change. Yet, in this moment, his priority was to evade the throngs at the main peak and reach the medicinal field at the back mountain, where he had buried his last batch of spirit plants, sufficient to support his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. As night deepened, 2 figures vanished within the forest, leaving behind scattered rocks and the distant sound of a collapsing cave, silently narrating the night's harrowing events. Chapter 55. The resurgence of dark tides. The mountain wind brought the sound of pine waves into Su Yuan's collar, his steps lighter than the night itself. He crept along the rock face for half a mile, ensuring no traces of pursuit lingered behind him, before veering into a secret path shrouded by wild vines. A passage he had painstakingly carved out over 3 months while on duty in the servant quarters. The orb at his waist pressed against his skin, radiating warmth, while the intricate patterns of the 9 transformations of the dragon bone technique jade slip flickered in his consciousness. The alarm from the main peak had ceased. Yet the acrid scent of charred remnants wafted through the air, the odor of spirit ink torches extinguished by the torrential rain. He needed to retrieve the spirit plants from the medicinal field before dawn. He touched the small porcelain vial concealed within his attire, containing spirit energy transformed from the orb, enough to quell the restlessness of his impending breakthrough. Suddenly, a faint rustle of decaying leaves echoed from deep within the thicket. Su Yuan sprang onto a tree branch, moonlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate a half-height crumbling wall ahead. Once the Qinglu Garden, devastated by a mountain flood a decade ago, it had been a medicinal herb garden for outer disciples, now long abandoned to wild grass. Yet at this moment, amidst the thicket of weeds within the broken wall, several translucent plants emanated a ghostly blue glow. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, his throat tightening. He recalled the records in the compendium of Materia Medica, the Qinglan grass, with leaves resembling cicada wings, would reveal ghostly fire patterns when touched by night dew, serving as the main ingredient for the bone corrosion pill, a sinister potion used by demonic cultivators to erode the cultivation of human practitioners. How could it be found here? His grip on the bamboo basket tightened, veins bulging in his hand. The orb suddenly flared with heat in his palm, and a memory from the star essence space emerged. 3 days prior, Old He from the servant quarters had mentioned in passing that the back mountain had been echoing with the calls of night owls, fiercer than in previous years. As he crouched to collect a sample, A chill ran down his spine. 3 shadowy figures swooped in like night owls. The foremost wielding a short blade enveloped in dark purple demonic energy, aiming straight for his back. Su Yuan pivoted to evade, the blade grazing his sleeve and scorching the tree trunk, leaving behind a mark of tainted energy, the venomous force of corruption. Demonic cultivators. He retreated behind the crumbling wall, the orb in his palm coalescing into starlight. The 3 adversaries remained silent, but the central cultivator suddenly drew a sword, its glow akin to a silver serpent striking, executing a standard sword technique of the Qinglan sect's outer disciples. Su Yuan's eyes widened. He had witnessed this move, the cloud-piercing thrust, during his time in the servant quarters. It was the first technique of the Tiangang sword art, which had been classified as a forbidden text over a century ago, its fragments locked away in the 3rd level of the scripture repository. "Who are you?" he called out, using the wall for cover as the orb absorbed the trajectory of their attacks. Within the star essence space, 3 silhouettes began to overlap. The footwork of the leftmost short blade wielder resembled the serpentine gait of a mine overseer. The central swordsman's wrist strength bore the marks of a long-time scribe, and the rightmost cultivator, wielding chains, had a fragment of a green bamboo talisman entwined around his chains, an item exclusive to inner disciples. "Leave a survivor," the leftmost short blade wielder commanded in a thick Bei Rong accent. A shiver coursed through Su Yuan. The slaves bought by Bei Rong at the mines often spoke with that same Roldar accent. Seizing the moment of distraction, the orb surged with brilliance, deflecting the left cultivator's blade by 3 inches while simultaneously gathering star essence energy in his right palm, striking the curve pool acupoint on the central swordsman's wrist. With a crack, the swordsman's wrist shattered, the sword clattering to the ground. Just as Su Yuan prepared to pursue, a chain from the right suddenly ensnared his ankle. The barbs pierced his flesh, the rancid demonic energy seeping through the wound into his veins. He bit his tongue, blood mingling with the spirit energy transformed by the orb, coursing through his limbs, causing the chain to snap. "Little bastard," the short blade cultivator roared, as a skull-shaped apparition materialized from the blade, its eyes glinting with malice. Su Yuan pressed his back against the wall, witnessing the black tendrils extending from the skull's mouth. It was the demonic cultivator's soul erosion technique, aimed at draining his essence. Clenching his teeth, he closed his eyes as the orb spun wildly in the star essence space. Just as the tendrils brushed against his forehead, they were unexpectedly absorbed completely by the orb. The central swordsman gasped, his voice trembling. Su Yuan opened his eyes to see the swordsman's mask torn by sword energy, revealing half of his face. It was Steward Chun from the inner sect. Just last month, he had delivered the alchemical formula compendium to Steward Chun, who had rewarded him with half a piece of spirit cake. "Steward Chun," Su Yuan exclaimed instinctively. The swordsman's expression shifted drastically as he raised his hand to strike his own crown. Blood splattered onto the Qinglan grass, causing the ghostly blue plants to surge in growth, their ghostly fire patterns turning crimson. The short blade cultivator pulled back, dragging the chain-wielding cultivator in retreat, the chains sparking against the ground. Just as Su Yuan was about to pursue, an elderly cough echoed from behind him. "Little Yuan, don't chase them." Old Zhou emerged from behind a tree, leaning on a medicinal hoe, grass clippings adorning his grizzled beard. His waist pouch bulged, and that cough had clearly masked his presence. "These 3 carry the scent of rotting wood." Old Zhou pointed at the chains on the ground. "I've been foraging for 30 years. I can discern the toxic aura that only arises from a millennium-old rotting wood in the back mountain." Su Yuan then noticed the fresh mud on Old Zhou's cloth shoes, indicating he had just come from deeper within the medicinal valley. He pulled out a cloth to bind his injured ankle, as the orb automatically transformed the blood oozing from the wound into spirit energy, alleviating the pain significantly. "Old Zhou, this Qinglan grass. I've wandered this mountain for 30 years. Old Zhou squatted down, his withered fingers brushing over the Qinglan grass leaves. "But I've never seen this before." Suddenly, he looked up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. "Last winter, while harvesting ice silkworm grass at the bottom of the West Peak, I saw a shadow moving clay jars into a crevice. Now that I think about it, they must have been burying spirit seeds." The morning bell tolled from the direction of the main peak. Su Yuan carefully stowed the Qinglan grass sample into his bamboo basket, kicking Qin's broken sword into the thicket. Old Zhou patted his shoulder. "Go see Elder Yi. This matter is not the work of ordinary demonic cultivators." The scent of pine wafted from Elder Yi Qingqin's bamboo cottage. As Su Yuan pushed the door open, the reclusive elder was tending to the charcoal stove with tea tongs, the spring water in the white porcelain kettle just beginning to bubble. "Sit." Yi Qingchen did not look up until Su Yuan placed the Qinglan grass on the table, at which point he raised his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Qinglan grass favors shade, yet this specimen is entwined with red sun vine. Yi Qingchen held the leaf up to the light. The red sun vine belongs to the fire element and is the natural bane of Qinglan grass. Someone has employed forbidden techniques to force their symbiosis with the intent to. He paused abruptly, tapping his fingers on the table, to allow the Qinglan grass to absorb both yin and yang energies simultaneously, crafting even more pernicious elixirs. Su Yuan recalled the gaze of Steward Chun before his tragic demise, a tightness forming in his throat. During a confrontation, a disciple discovered that one of the assailants was proficient in the Celestial Gang sword technique. Yi Qingchen's teacup cracked, a fine fissure appearing. The remnants of the Celestial Gang sword technique were stored in the third level of the Scripture Pavilion. He fixed his eyes on the mysterious or partially concealed at Su Yuan's waist. Those capable of acquiring the remnants must either be intersect elders or... He did not finish his thought, instead producing a piece of inked jade plaque from his sleeve. This plaque grants access to the second level of the Scripture Pavilion at night. There, you might find the record of extraordinary flora, which could prove beneficial to you. Su Yuan accepted the jade plaque, feeling its warmth. The reverse side bore the characters Qing Hui, Yi Qingchen's title. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Qingchen turned his gaze toward the window. Go now. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, Apothecary Lin will arrange for you to assist in the alchemical chamber. As he left the bamboo house, the morning mist had just enveloped the bluestone slabs. Su Yuan glanced down at the jade plaque when he suddenly heard the faint sound of broken tiles from above. He looked up and saw a white shadow dart past the eaves, like a cloud whisked away by the wind. The scent of mugwort wafted from the direction of the alchemical chamber. Su Yuan touched the jade plaque in his pocket, recalling the crimson Qinglan grass beneath the broken wall. He understood that from this night onwards, the mists of the Qingyun sect would grow denser than ever before. Chapter 56. Trivial matters in the alchemical chamber at a quarter past the hour of the rabbit. The bluestone door of the Qingyun sect's alchemical chamber was just pushed open by a servant, and Su Yuan's cloth shoe tip rested on the threshold. He lowered his gaze to the damp stains on the bluestone floor, feeling a lump form in his throat. This was his first time so close to the core of alchemy. Brother Su, a gentle voice called from the left. Su Yuan turned to see Apothecary Lin standing in the corridor, his moon-white robe fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. The jade plaque at his waist glowing with a soft radiance. The deputy steward of the alchemical chamber held a blue cloth handkerchief, which he offered, his knuckles stained with a few specks of red cinnabar. The ash from the alchemical furnace is pungent. Cover your mouth and nose. Su Yuan took the handkerchief, discovering it was warm, indicating that Apothecary Lin had warmed it by the charcoal basin. He bowed in gratitude, catching a glimpse of several servants busy within the chamber. Some were rushing to the medicine cabinet with bamboo baskets full of herbs, while others used copper shovels to clear the black ash from the alchemical furnace. In the innermost chamber, 3 alchemists clad in dark brocade robes were gathered around a tripod furnace. One of them lifted the lid, releasing a plume of fragrant steam. Your primary duties today are to clean the furnace ash and move the herbs, Apothecary Lin said in a low voice, as if fearing the roaring of the furnace would drown him out. However, his gaze swept over the row of wooden racks inscribed with remnants of the alchemical canon. If you come across any damaged alchemical formulas, quietly collect them. Su Yuan's heart raced. Last night, while perusing the record of extraordinary flora on the second level of the Scripture Pavilion, he had noticed annotations made in red cinnabar beside the entries on the cohabitation of Qinglan grass and the Qiyang vine, suggesting that those alchemical formulas were incompatible. Apothecary Lin's hint aligned perfectly with those annotations. He clenched the handkerchief, feeling the orb in his sleeve grow warm, and replied, I understand. Zhao Yuanqing has arrived. Apothecary Lin suddenly stepped back, lowering his gaze to adjust his sleeve. Following his line of sight, Su Yuan saw a young man in a golden-threaded blue robe entering through the side door of the alchemical chamber. The youth had high cheekbones and upward-turned eyes, and a plaque signifying his position as chief alchemist hung from his waist. Each step he took releasing a strong scent of deep water. He glanced at Su Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. So this is the servant that Elder Yi has inserted. Apothecary Lin bowed slightly. Su Yuan's herb-gathering efforts yesterday were commendable, and Elder Yi has specially approved. Zhao Yuanqing interrupted, his gaze landing on the coarse cloth servant's bag at Su Yuan's waist. The alchemical chamber requires those who can gauge the heat and distinguish herbs, not merely weeders. He tapped the nearest alchemical furnace with his fingertip, causing a few sparks to fly. Go clear the ash from furnace number 3. Remember, The ash must be sifted 3 times. The fine ash is to be kept for nurturing the furnace and the coarse. He suddenly leaned closer, whispering in Su Yuan's ear. Dump it in the latrine behind the mountain. Su Yuan took a step back, feeling the orb gently vibrate in his sleeve. He caught a whiff of the burnt odor mingling with the deep water fragrance emanating from Zhao Yuanqing. It was the scent of improperly controlled flames, the result of alchemical fire backlash. Understood, he replied, glancing back to see Zhao Yuanqing signaling toward the medicine racks, where a small servant was stealthily stuffing a stack of paper pages into the compendium of alchemical fire techniques. As the sun moved over the edge of the alchemical chamber, Su Yuan had already cleared 5 alchemical furnaces. He crouched before furnace number 3, sifting through the ash, stealing glances at Zhao Yuanqing, who was strolling between the racks, pressing his jade plaque against the spines of the books as he passed. When the golden threaded blue robe reached the front of the compendium of alchemical formulas, Su Yuan heard a tearing sound. Zhao Yuanqing ripped out a yellowed page, crumpled it into a ball to throw away, but then seemed to remember something, casually tucking it into the illustrated fire techniques. A disciple from the outer sect responsible for supervising the servants called out to him. Move that basket of inlay grass from the east wall to the medicine cabinet. Su Yuan complied, deliberately stumbling a step while lifting the bamboo basket. The inlay grass spilled everywhere, and as he crouched down to pick it up, his fingers brushed against a corner of a charred paper page. Precisely the fragment Zhao Yuanqing had just torn. He could faintly see the words gathering spirit pill. Quickly, he shoved the paper into his sleeve, feeling the orb surge with heat, as if urging him to conceal it swiftly. In the afternoon, the alchemists departed for lunch. Su Yuan squatted in a corner, organizing the herbs, overhearing 2 servants whispering. This morning, Zhao Shixiang stuffed a page into the illustrated fire techniques, claiming it was new data on the heat control. But yesterday, Elder Zhang said that the revitalizing powder requires gentle heat for 17 breaths. Su Yuan's heart tightened. The night before, he had attempted to decipher the gathering spirit pill fragment in the star essence space and discovered that the critical points of the formula lacked heat control annotations. The new data that Zhao Yuanqing had inserted could not possibly be unintentional. Yet he revealed not a hint of concern, merely focusing on categorizing the inlay grass by size. The orb within his sleeve radiated heat, as if reminding him of something. At 1/4 the hour of the dog, Apothecary Lin suddenly announced that he would assess the servant's foundational alchemical skills. Each person must refine a batch of revitalizing powder, and those with a high success rate would accompany him to the herb garden to identify new herbs. Instantly, the alchemical chamber erupted in discussion. Su Yuan gripped the heat control data he had copied from the fragment, beads of sweat forming in his palm. That was the new data he had discovered earlier that morning, unnoticed by Zhao Yuanqing, indicating 9 breaths of intense heat and 9 breaths of gentle heat. He chose the smallest furnace tucked away in the corner. As the alchemical flames surged, he controlled the heat according to the data. When the intense heat ignited, the furnace walls soared in temperature, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yet as he switched to gentle heat, the flames suddenly surged, and the furnace erupted with crackling sounds. Su Yuan's heart sank. The heat control was utterly incorrect. With a loud pop, the furnace lid burst open, and 3 pitch-black pills tumbled out, still emitting wisps of green smoke. Zhao Yuanqing's laughter pierced his ears like needles. I told you servants were unfit to refine pills. These waste pills would barely suffice to fill the gaps in the teeth of outer sect disciples. Su Yuan clenched the hem of his garment, the orb in his sleeve glowing with warmth, as if attempting to soothe him. Just as he was about to respond, he saw Apothecary Lin bend down to pick up one of the wasted pills, bringing it close to his nose to sniff. The heat was rushed. He looked up at Su Yuan, his gaze devoid of reproach. When you cleaned the furnace ash yesterday, did you notice the scorch marks on the inner walls? Those were left by Elder Zhang's rapid transition from gentle to intense heat during the refining of the solidifying essence pill a few days ago. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had indeed noticed them, even scraping off a bit of the charred residue. At that moment, the orb had absorbed a trace of the residual spiritual energy, leaving him puzzled. Now, Apothecary Lin's words felt like a key, unlocking a new understanding. Heat control is not static. It must adapt to the state of the furnace. Please clean the alchemy furnace. Master Lin discarded the waste elixir into a nearby copper basin. Tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit, I shall await you in the alchemy chamber. As the night enveloped the Qinglan sect, Su Yuan retrieved a broken bowl hidden beneath his bed and filled it with half a bowl of clear water. The moment the mysterious pearl touched the water, the surface sparkled with starlight, and soon the entire room was shrouded in a soft azure glow. the entrance to the star essence space. He closed his eyes and submerged into the water. When he opened them again, he found himself standing beneath the starry veil. Before him floated the remnants of the gathering spirit pill that he had concealed during the day. The golden light emitted from the mysterious pearl danced along the fractured edges. And with each pass, golden runes surged forth from the pearl, filling in the gaps. With a soft chime, new characters appeared on the remnants. 3-turn rejuvenation pill. Basic formula: 3 qian of Yin spirit grass, 1 qian of red sun vine, harmonized with Yin and Yang energies. To his delight, intricate patterns emerged on the surface of the mysterious pearl, and a cool stream of information flooded his mind. This was the method for utilizing the spirit energy feedback analysis. By merely pressing his fingertip against the alchemy furnace, the pearl could clearly project the state of the spirit energy circulation within the furnace into his consciousness. So this is how it works, Su Yuan mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He recalled Zhao Yuanqing's cold sneer, the warm handkerchief offered by Master Lin, and the burn marks on the interior walls of the furnace. All these details intertwined in the star essence space, resembling a gradually unfolding scroll. On the following morning, just as the morning bell rang for the 3rd time, Su Yuan stood before the alchemy furnace, cradling a bamboo basket. The materials within were neatly arranged. The leaves of the Yin spirit grass still glistened with morning dew. The tips of the red sun vine glowed with a faint red light, and beneath it lay a yellowing piece of paper on which the formula was nearly complete. Zhao Yuanqing sauntered in, jingling the jade token at his waist, and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su Yuan's basket. What? Are you not yet frightened by the waste elixir? Senior brother Zhao? Su Yuan replied calmly. Today, Master Lin said there would be a test for the miscellaneous disciples in alchemy, and I wish to give it a try. Give it a try? Zhao Yuanqing scoffed. The furnace fire here is meant for those who have reached the peak of qi refining. You haven't even reached the 7th level of qi refining, and you dare to touch it? Just as he was about to continue, Master Lin approached from the corridor, carrying an intricately carved wooden box. Today, as competition has no restrictions on formulas. As he opened the box, several rare spiritual herbs revealed themselves. Whoever can concoct the most satisfactory elixir shall accompany me to the medicinal garden. The alchemy chamber fell silent. Su Yuan gazed at the spiritual herbs within the box, his fingertip gently brushing against the mysterious pearl at his waist. He could sense the spirit energy feedback analysis within the star essence space stirring with anticipation, akin to a beast poised to leap. When the first furnace fire ignited, all eyes converged upon the alchemy furnace. Su Yuan took a deep breath and sequentially placed the Yin spirit grass and red sun vine into the furnace. As the flames licked the materials, he pressed his fingertip against the furnace wall. The mysterious pearl flickered with a glimmer, and immediately, the trajectory of the spirit energy circulation appeared in his consciousness. The chill of the Yin spirit grass flowed like a thin stream, while the warmth of the red sun vine surged like a dragon, entwining in the center of the furnace, poised to merge into new spirit energy. He gently adjusted the size of the flame. A bubbling sound emanated from within the furnace, akin to a spring gurgling. Zhao Yuanqing's cold smile froze on his face, and Master Lin's eyes widened slightly. The fragrance of the elixir began to permeate the alchemy chamber. Chapter 57. A pill of astonishment. The blue stone slabs of the alchemy chamber were dampened by morning dew. Su Yuan crouched before the furnace, droplets still clinging to the leaves of the Yin spirit grass in the bamboo basket, each droplet reflecting the brightness in his eyes. The mysterious pearl pressed against his skin, warm and alive. He could distinctly perceive the flowing information within the star essence space. The method for utilizing the spirit energy feedback analysis was currently coursing through his meridians into his consciousness. Even the spirit energy fluctuations seeping from the cracks in the furnace bricks became clear and discernible. What? Are you still not frightened by the waste elixir? A mocking male voice drifted from behind. Su Yuan looked up to see Zhao Yuanqing leaning casually against a corridor pillar, the jade token at his waist jingling with his movements. The chief disciple of the alchemy chamber wore a moon-white brocade robe, with gold threads embroidered in the pattern of alchemical cauldrons at the cuffs, and even his fingertips bore a faint scent of elixir. Unlike them, the miscellaneous disciples, whose sleeves were perpetually stained with unremovable medicinal residue. Senior brother Zhao, Su Yuan stood up, the bamboo basket cradled in his arm like a stone. Master Lin said there would be a test for alchemy today, and I wish to give it a try. Give it a try? Zhao Yuanqing chuckled, tossing the jade token in his palm with a sharp sound. The furnace fire is meant for disciples who have perfected their qi refining. You are merely at the 7th level of qi refining, and you can't even stabilize the fire, yet you think you are worthy of touching it? Just as his words trailed off, the sound of wooden clogs echoed from the corridor as Master Lin approached, carrying the intricately carved wooden box. This deputy steward of the alchemy chamber, nearing 50, had fine lines at the corners of his eyes, but always wore a smile. As he opened the box, several herbs with a faint glow emerged: the cold marrow grass with leaves resembling ice shards, the red sun vine oozing golden liquid, and at the center, a purple-flowered plant that Su Yuan recognized as the rare 9-leaf reconnecting herb, which took a century to grow a single specimen. Today's competition has no restrictions on formulas. Master Lin's gaze swept over the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples and outer sect disciples in the alchemy chamber. Whoever can concoct the most satisfactory elixir shall accompany me to the medicinal garden. The chamber fell silent. The medicinal garden was the lifeblood of the alchemy chamber, filled with various spiritual herbs, and being able to learn about nurturing spiritual plants under Master Lin was akin to receiving a ticket to the realm of alchemy. Zhao Yuanqing lightly tapped his fingertips against his brocade robe, stepping forward first. As his fingers brushed past the cold marrow grass, a gust of wind followed. I wish to attempt the Dragon Tiger's solidifying essence pill. Gasps of surprise echoed around him. The Dragon Tiger's solidifying essence pill was a mid-tier formula, requiring the harmonization of the dragon and tiger energies, and even official outer sect disciples would hesitate to attempt it. Yet Zhao Yuanqing appeared oblivious to the gazes around him as he swiftly gathered the cold marrow grass, red sun vine, and half a piece of blood jade marrow. His movements fluid like water. Cleansing his hands, he lit the furnace, and as the flames soared, with a flick of his wrist, 3 spiritual herbs precisely fell into the alchemy furnace without a single leaf straying. Senior Brother Zhao's technique is likely superior to that of inner sect disciples. Of course, he is the chief of the alchemy chamber, came the murmurs. Amidst the chatter, Su Yuan approached the herb rack, his fingertips gliding over the ordinary materials: spirit grass, red sun vine, and a small handful of green grass. Onlookers shook their heads in disapproval. These were all materials for refining the qi nourishing pill, the most basic entry-level elixir. Zhao Yuanqing cast a glance at Su Yuan's bamboo basket, his smirk deepening. Even the materials you picked are the lowest grade. I wager you will blow up 3 furnaces today. Su Yuan remained silent. He crouched before the alchemy furnace, lightly touching the wall with his fingertip. The mysterious pearl suddenly grew warm, and a mist of light emerged in his consciousness, revealing the trajectory of the spirit energy within the furnace. The chill of the spirit grass slithered like a thin snake, while the warmth of the red sun vine surged like a flame, spiraling upwards along the furnace wall. Recalling the formula he had completed within the mysterious pearl, his heart raced slightly. He had initially planned to refine the qi-nourishing pill, but at this moment, perhaps he could attempt the 3-turn rejuvenation pill. The furnace fire erupted with a roar. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, sequentially dropping the spirit grass and red sun vine into the furnace. As the flames licked the materials, his fingertip pressed firmly against the furnace wall. Within the light mist of the mysterious pearl, the cold and warm energies entangled chaotically, threatening to collide with the furnace wall and explode. He trembled slightly at his wrist, and the chaotic tangle suddenly stilled, with the cold energy enveloping the warm energy, resembling 2 fish swimming toward the center of the furnace. A soft bubbling sound echoed from within the furnace. The discussions in the alchemy chamber ceased abruptly. Zhao Yuanqing, who had been adjusting the furnace fire, halted, turning to gaze at Su Yuan's furnace, his pupils narrowing slightly. The fragrance wafting from Su Yuan's furnace was even more fragrant than his Dragon Tiger solidifying essence pill. This miscellaneous disciple Zhao Yuanqing clenched his teeth, and from his sleeve slipped a dark red stone. The blood flame stone, a sinister object capable of igniting a violent surge of furnace fire. He feigned a casual stroll by Su Yuan's alchemical furnace, deftly flicking his wrist to let a stone fall into Su Yuan's herb basket. After all, the blood flame stone was not classified as a forbidden substance, even if discovered. He could easily assert it was an accident. Su Yuan was intently focused on the spiritual energy pathways within his sea of consciousness when a faint, sweet metallic scent wafted towards him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed an additional dark red stone amid the heap of herbs. The blood flame stone, his heart raced at the thought. If mishandled, the alchemical furnace would surely explode. Yet within the luminous mist of the Xian pearl, that crimson glow was achieving a delicate balance with the chill of the spirit herb. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he could utilize the blood flame stone to reignite the alchemical fire. His fingertips tapped lightly against the furnace wall, adjusting the heat according to the feedback from the Xian pearl. The warmth of the blood flame stone was enveloped by the cold aura of the spirit herb, resembling a pill coated in sugar, gradually dissolving into the elixir. The previously tumultuous spiritual energies became docile, intertwining the frigid and the fervent into a net that gathered all medicinal essence at the furnace's core. Zhao Yuanqing's furnace was the first to yield a pill. Upon lifting the lid, 9 resplendent golden pills sprang forth, each glistening with an oily sheen and adorned with distinct alchemical patterns. The surrounding disciples erupted in applause, declaring Zhao's pills to be of superior quality. However, Lin Yaoshi did not share their enthusiasm. He picked up one of the pills. Frowning as his fingertips brushed its surface, the heat was excessive. He handed the pill to a nearby disciple, instructing him to try it. The disciple, upon channeling the pill's energy, suddenly turned pale and clutched his chest, exclaiming that it burned. A hush fell over the alchemical chamber. Zhao Yuanqing's face flushed crimson. This is impossible. Su Yuan, where are your pills? Lin Yaoshi turned his gaze towards a corner. The moment Su Yuan lifted the furnace lid, the fragrance of the elixir surged forth, filling the air with its intoxicating aroma. 9 dull gray pills lay at the bottom of the furnace, their surfaces devoid of any discernible patterns. Zhao Yuanqing immediately scoffed. Is this all you have? Yet Lin Yaoshi extended his hand. As he grasped a pill, his pupils dilated in shock upon sensing the spiritual energy within. This is the 3-turn rejuvenation pill, the long-lost holy medicine for healing. The room erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Lin Yaoshi, undeterred, seized another pill, allowing the energy to circulate within for a brief moment before turning to Su Yuan. This pill can mend minor internal injuries. Its energy is as tranquil as a spring. How did you manage to concoct this? Su Yuan lowered his gaze, the Xian pearl at his waist radiating warmth. He remained silent, tightly clutching the aged prescription paper in his bamboo basket, having just completed the final strokes. Zhao Yuanqing's embroidered robe was crumpled in his grasp. He stared intently at the pill in Su Yuan's hand, his throat tightening. It was not until Lin Yaoshi beckoned him to follow that Zhao Yuanqing snapped back to reality. Observing Su Yuan's upright figure as he followed Lin Yaoshi into the inner chamber, standing tall like a bamboo rooted in a crevice. In the alchemical chamber, Zhao Yuanqing murmured softly at the now empty furnace, his nails digging into his palm. He recalled earlier that morning the way Su Yuan had gazed at the furnace. Far from the demeanor of a mere servant, it was the gaze of a hunter sizing up prey, one that craved flesh. The wind outside rustled the bamboo curtains, letting a sliver of morning light filter through. As Su Yuan entered the inner chamber with Lin Yaoshi, he failed to notice Zhao Yuanqing standing in the corridor, watching his retreating figure, an unsettling fear swirling in his eyes, unbeknownst to himself. The sandalwood incense mingled with the lingering scent of the elixir, casting elongated shadows on the blue brick floor. Lin Yaoshi closed the intricately carved wooden door behind him and turned, the hem of his robe creating a gust that rustled the compendium of herbs on the table. Have a seat. He gestured towards a bamboo mat, yet he himself did not sit. Pacing behind the stone table for a moment before halting. Where did you acquire the prescription for the 3-turn rejuvenation pill? Su Yuan sat upright on the mat, his spine straight as an arrow. He could hear the rhythmic thump of his own heart. 3 days prior, he had discovered that yellowed paper among the debris in the servant quarters, now pressed against the warm Xian pearl at his waist, its coarse fabric brushing against his skin. The edges of the paper were singed, and the first half of the prescription had 7 omissions, which the Xian pearl had rectified over 3 nights, transforming his labor into spiritual energy to complete the final details. I found it in the old book pile in the servant quarters, he replied, his eyes cast downward, fixated on the worn tip of his shoe, initially dismissing it as scrap paper, only later attempting to piece it together. Lin Yaoshi's fingers rapped the table, once, twice. Su Yuan noticed his Adam's apple bobbing. As if struggling to voice something, he ultimately swallowed. As the sandalwood incense burned down to the second stick, the elder suddenly crouched down, meeting Su Yuan's gaze. Xiao Yuan, how would you like to become my personal disciple? Su Yuan's breath caught in his throat. He had not considered this lightly. During his time in the mines, he had witnessed too many cultivators ascend the ranks atop the blood of the miners. Understanding the significance of having a powerful patron, yet the secret of the Xian pearl, he touched the warm orb at his waist, which he had unearthed from the red copper veins after breaking 3 pickaxes. If he were to become a disciple, he would be required to report his whereabouts to the elders daily, and every herb in the alchemical chamber would need to be documented, making it impossible to conceal any anomalies regarding the Xian pearl. I am grateful for your kindness, master, but I fear my aptitude is lacking. I have yet to reach the 6th level of qi refinement. To accept your mentorship now would only hinder you. Lin Yaoshi's eyes brightened. He placed a reassuring hand on Su Yuan's shoulder, the warmth of his palms seeping through the coarse fabric. This mindset is commendable. It is far better than hastily seeking to climb higher. He turned and retrieved a celadone bottle from the medicinal cabinet. This is a qi-nourishing pill. Take one daily. After 3 months, I shall test your alchemical skills. When Su Yuan accepted the bottle, his fingertips brushed against the icy patterns on its surface. Such treatment was rare, even for Lin Yaoshi's personal disciples. He lowered his head in gratitude, catching a glimpse of the bamboo curtain fluttering in the breeze. Zhao Yuanqing's shadow flitted past in the corridor, the golden threads of his embroidered robe glaringly ostentatious. Zhao Shixiang. The back alley of the alchemical chamber was littered with remnants of herbs, and Zhao Yuanqing, pinching a handkerchief to his nose, observed the gray-clad youth squatting in the corner. This boy was the illegitimate son of Elder Zhou Song, named a Jiao, known for handling unsavory tasks. Su Yuan's position as a servant was far too conspicuous. Zhao Yuanqing's nails dug deeper into his palm, with Lin Yaoshi even willing to accept personal disciples if he continued to ignore Su Yuan. The position of chief alchemist would inevitably fall to him. A Jiao poked at the herbal remnants with a dry twig, a calculating glint in his eyes as he looked up. Elder Zhou mentioned last month that Lin refuses to step down from his position as the alchemical steward. To take down Su Yuan, we must embroil him in irrefutable trouble. Zhao Yuanqing's voice dropped suddenly. The things of demonic cultivators. A Jiao grinned, revealing his sharp canines. What a coincidence. I just procured a batch of spirit herbs from the black market. If we mix this herb into the elixir, it will turn dark, perfectly substantiating his collusion with demonic cultivators. Chapter 58. The Outer Sect Competition. 3 days later, tasks were assigned in the alchemical chamber. Su Yuan stood before the herb rack, clutching his bamboo basket, when his fingertips brushed against a bundle of deep purple herbs, and the Xian pearl at his waist suddenly burned with pain. Startled, he leaned closer to sniff the herb's scent, detecting something amiss. It was sweet yet metallic, reminiscent of maggots crawling from putrid flesh. Su, what are you dawdling for? The disciple in charge of distributing the herbs rapped on the counter. This is today's batch of spirit herbs. Hurry and take them out to dry. Spirit herbs. Su Yuan's voice darkened. Since when did the alchemical chamber start using demonic herbs? The distributing disciple's expression shifted. What nonsense. This is an improved version of purple spirit herbs. Su Yuan remained silent. He pulled the Xian pearl from his pocket. As spiritual energy seeped from his fingertips into the orb, its core began to spin wildly, projecting a line of text into his sea of consciousness. Spirit herbs, commonly used by demonic cultivators, can confuse elixir energy, poison. Uncle Lin seized a bamboo basket and dashed towards the inner hall, causing the porcelain vials on the medicine rack to clatter alarmingly. He was perusing a pill formula when he looked up to see Su Yuan's pale face. What happened? Su Yuan tossed a bundle of grass onto the table. This is the nether grass. Lin Yaoshi's pupils contracted sharply. He pinched a leaf, and as he sensed its energy, he abruptly withdrew his hand. His fingertips tinged with a bluish-black hue. Damn it. He slammed his palm onto the table. Seal off the pill room. Bring me that boy who dispenses the medicine. Half an hour later, a Jiao was brought in. He knelt on the tiled floor, trembling, and quickly divulged Zhao Yuanqing's name. Zhao Yuanqing's brocade robe was in tatters, his usually slick hair disheveled, obscuring his pale face. I only wanted to test his abilities. Test his abilities? Lin Yaoshi picked up a paperweight and hurled it at him. Do you realize that with demonic grass in the pills, the entire pill room will be investigated by the Righteous Path Alliance? He turned to Su Yuan, his gaze softening somewhat. Xiao Yuan, I apologize for this. I am not wronged, Su Yuan replied, lowering his eyes as he watched a piece of shattered jade roll out of the medicine basket that Zhao Yuanqing had kicked over while being dragged away. He bent down to pick it up and handed it to Lin Yaoshi. This fell from a Jiao. Lin Yaoshi's knuckles turned white from clenching. 3 days later, a notice was posted on the pill room bulletin board. Zhao Yuanqing received 3 major demerits and was confined for 3 months. A Jiao was expelled from the sect. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's name appeared on the list of new apprentices in the pill room. That night, the oil lamp in the servants' quarters was extinguished. Su Yuan crept into his bed, his consciousness sinking into the star-essence space of the mystic pearl. Within the pale blue mist, he unfolded the tattered pages of the pill formula he had discovered in the medicine store earlier that day. He had scavenged it from Elder Zhou's pile of discarded papers while cleaning up the remnants of herbs. The script on the torn pages suddenly shimmered with a golden light. As Su Yuan leaned closer, he realized that the crooked pill inscriptions corresponded precisely with the runes on the inner wall of the mystic pearl. His hands began to tremble. This was no ordinary pill formula. It was buzz. The mystic pearl vibrated suddenly, A fissure tore through the mist of the star essence space, and an elder clad in pill robes emerged. His visage was obscured, yet he evoked memories of the ancient pine tree on the mountain behind the mine, imbued with an indescribable familiarity amidst its weathered appearance. You have finally arrived. The elder's voice resonated like mountain winds passing through bamboo tubes, buzzing within Su Yuan's consciousness. He reached out to touch, but the mist surged unexpectedly, and the elder's figure began to fade, leaving behind a single, clear phrase etched into his mind. Remember, the path of pill-making is the path of salvation. Su Yuan jolted awake. The moonlight outside filtered through the torn paper of the window, casting silvery shadows across his face. He touched the mystic pearl at his waist, feeling its lingering warmth. The elder's words echoed in his ears, and he suddenly recalled his companions being whipped in the mine. The nourishing pill handed to him by Uncle Lin, and the fear in Zhao Yuanqing's eyes. The path of pill-making was not a tool for vying for fame and profit. It was creak. A faint sound of tiles cracking outside startled him, causing his fingers to tremble. He rolled out of bed, pushed open the window, and caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the wall. Clenching the mystic pearl tightly, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Zhao Yuanqing's little schemes had only just begun. The mist in the star essence space had yet to dissipate completely, and the sensation of touching the elder's phantom lingered on Su Yuan's fingertips. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of his hard bed, with the mystic pearl pressed against his waist, its warmth seeped through the coarse fabric of his robe. The moonlight outside was fragmented by the torn window paper, falling onto the back of his outstretched hand, reminiscent of the delicate spiritual veins on the rocky walls of the mine. The path of pill-making is the path of salvation, he murmured softly, his throat tightening. In a decade of working in the mines, he had witnessed too many perish due to a lack of healing pills. Later, upon entering the pill room, he had seen people like Zhao Yuanqing treat pill formulas as private property, crushing the hopes of apprentices. At that moment, the elder's words struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering the cocoon of reality that had formed around his heart. The path of pill-making should not be a tool for personal gain, but should be a means to catch those who have fallen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled him, causing his fingers to quiver. The mystic pearl vibrated lightly at his waist, prompting him to gather his thoughts. He rolled out of bed and opened the wooden door. Lin Yaosher stood outside, clutching a bamboo slip perfumed with the scent of pills. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were elongated by the moonlight. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he immediately slapped the bamboo slip into his palm. The competition is urgent. The list will be announced tomorrow at Qin time. Although you have not officially registered, you have refined 37 batches of nourishing pills in the past 6 months, and the pill room has secured you a spot in the competition. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to the bamboo slip, the character's outer sect competition still fresh with ink. His fingertips brushed over the script, and he suddenly recalled the overturned medicine basket when Zhao Yuanqing was dragged away. Remembering the half-piece of jade inscribed with the character Zhou, Uncle Lin hesitated, but Lin Yaosher seemed to see through his thoughts and patted his shoulder. I know what you want to ask. That shard of jade is the personal seal of the Zhou family head. Zhao Yuanqing is merely a pawn. His voice grew serious. The competition is not about pill-making. It's about martial prowess and the use of magical artifacts. Be cautious. As the door creaked shut, Lin Yaosher's figure blended into the night. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the bamboo slip, the mystic pearl burning in his palm. He should have anticipated that standing out in the field of pill-making would unsettle certain individuals even more. At that moment, in the highest chamber of Qinglan sect, the listening wind pavilion, Zhou Tiance was gripping a teacup tightly, making it crackle ominously. Behind him stood 3 outer sect disciples. The one on the left with purple hair, grinning nervously. Brother Zhou, that Su Yuan is merely a servant. Is it worth your while to be so concerned? A servant? Zhou Tiance scoffed, his knuckles rapping heavily on the table. He has refined 37 batches of nourishing pills in 6 months. The old fogies in the pill room praise him as a once-in-a-century talent. If he makes a name for himself in the competition, who will still regard me as an elite of the inner sect? He pulled out a jade token engraved with a mystic bird. Go. Replace his opponent with Elder Lu's direct disciple. That kid just established his foundation last month and is eager to make a name for himself. The purple-haired youth took the token, his eyes gleaming. Rest assured, brother, I will go inform the Hall of Elders immediately. By the way, should we add a little trouble for him, such as the cold breath incense? Smart. Zhou Tiance traced the mystic bird pattern on the jade token with his fingertip. 3 days from now, at the hour of the rabbit, sprinkle half a coin of it into his training room's incense burner. This incense can freeze the meridians for half an hour, enough to humiliate that servant during the competition. 3 nights later, As Su Yuan sat cross-legged on his mat practicing the Qingmu formula, he suddenly frowned. The spiritual energy that usually flowed smoothly through his meridians felt like cotton soaked in water, sluggishly clogging his dantian. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he abruptly opened his eyes, probing his surroundings with his consciousness. A faint aroma of bitter almonds lingered in the air. He focused his thoughts, and the star-essence space of the mystic pearl opened in response. In the pale blue mist, countless tiny light points floated gracefully, forming 2 rows of pill inscriptions before him. Cold breath incense, derived from the saliva of the Arctic ice silkworm, volatilizes upon heating and can seal all 3 orifices. Good one, Zhou Tiance. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, his fingertips weaving a spell. The mist surged instantly, and the remnants of the 100 poisons resolution he had discovered yesterday materialized in the air. The runes on the inner wall of the mystic pearl matched the pill inscriptions perfectly. Soon, a line of bright yellow leaped into view, Qinglan powder, with the main ingredient being ice spirit grass, 3 tails, mixed with 9-section calamus for immediate relief. At the crow of the first rooster, Su Yuan swallowed the last mouthful of Qinglan powder. The aura surged through the meridians like a flowing stream. He wiped his face, his gaze falling upon the incense burner in the corner, where a few faint blue powders still clung to the ash, glimmering coldly under the moonlight. The door creaked open gently. Chun Ruoshue's figure slipped in, clutching a piece of jade slip. Her hair tips were damp with the night dew, and upon noticing Su Yuan's gaze, she hurriedly thrust the jade slip into his hands. Elder Lei asked me to pass this to you. Her voice was barely above a whisper. You've been assigned to the first round, and your opponent is Song Lingfeng, who is at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Su Yuan's consciousness delved into the jade slip, and indeed, he found his name alongside Song Lingfeng's glaringly positioned at the top. When he looked up, he caught Chen Ruoshua biting her lip, her eyes unable to conceal their worry. They want you to retreat in the face of difficulty, but I know you are not the type to back down. Thank you. Su Yuan tucked the jade slip into his sleeve, his gaze sweeping over the dimming sunset outside. The Xian pearl in his palm radiated warmth. He sensed something stirring within the star-veined space, whether remnants left by the old man or a more ancient legacy. In the dead of night, as Su Yuan lay in bed, the Xian pearl suddenly buzzed. He jolted awake, witnessing the runes on the pearl's surface swirling as if alive. A strange voice erupted in his mind. Child, are you prepared to embrace your destiny? He sat up abruptly, the moonlight streaming through the window casting an ethereal glow on the Xian pearl, illuminating the runes with a ghostly blue hue. The distant sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed, startling the crows that roost on the eaves. Su Yuan reached for the Xian pearl at his waist, his fingertips brushing against the familiar patterns, and a smile broke on his face. Tomorrow's competition will surely disappoint some. Chapter 59. The battle against destiny before the morning mist of the competition's first day had dissipated. Su Yuan already stood on the bluestone slabs in the back alley of the arena. He gazed up at the pale horizon, his palm gently pressing against the Xian pearl at his waist. After the cleansing from last night, the spiritual energy in his dantian flowed as smoothly as a stream, and even the Xian pearl felt cool to the touch, as if responding to his taut nerves. Su Shixiang. Chen Ruoshue's voice called from the alley's entrance. Today, she had donned a moon-white outfit, her hair tied simply with a red ribbon. As she approached, the jade bell at her waist jingled. Upon reaching him, she realized she was heavily out of breath and quickly leaned against the wall to regain composure. I just inquired with the outer sect steward. The array on the arena is an ancient formation from a century ago, with a few cracks in its spiritual power. Thank you. Su Yuan interrupted her hesitant concern, gently tapping his forehead with his knuckles. I analyzed the first 3 levels of the fire refining technique with the Xian pearl last night. It will suffice against Song Lingfeng at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Chen Ruoshua opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. As she gazed into the clarity of Su Yuan's eyes, she recalled the lamp that burned all night before his window. He was not devoid of anxiety. Rather, he had transformed all his unease into the confidence resting in his palm. The sound of the copper gong from the arena abruptly echoed. As Su Yuan turned, the Xian pearl in his sleeve began to warm slightly. He wove through the throng of people, hearing the murmurs around him. That is Su Yuan, who came from the mine. Song Lingfeng is one of the top 10 in the outer sect. I hear he has connections with Elder Lei. I reckon he'll be burned to ashes. The arena towered high, the bluestone slabs glistening with morning dew. When Su Yuan stepped onto the platform, he caught a glimpse of Elder Lei seated in the viewing area, holding a teacup, his gaze sweeping over him with an air of indifference. He paused briefly before quickening his pace. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. The first match, Su Yuan versus Song Lingfeng. The judge's voice had barely faded when a young man in a red robe emerged from the entrance of the arena. Song Lingfeng, with his thick brows and large eyes, bore a shallow scar on his left cheek and was currently stroking the leaping flames in his palm. I heard you could even heal injuries at the refinement stage while working at the pharmacy. Too bad there are no herbs for you to tinker with today. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the flames in his palm surged to 3 feet high, a scarlet wave of fire enveloping him, filling the air with a charred scent, and even the protective array at the arena's edge shimmered with faint golden ripples. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He could distinctly feel the intensity of this strike, equivalent to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Song Lingfeng was holding nothing back. Xian Pearl, respond. He commanded in his mind. In an instant, the light points in the star-veined space surged forth like a tide. The energy that would have been consumed in evasion flowed back into his meridians like threads of spiritual essence. His reaction speed surged by 30%. With a push of his toes against the bluestone slab, he glided sideways like a fish, narrowly avoiding the searing flames aimed at his chest. What agility! Someone in the viewing area gasped. Seizing the momentum, Su Yuan spun around, his right hand clawing towards Song Lingfeng's side. This move was the most fundamental technique of the fire refining technique, meant to temper the bones. Yet, under his execution, a faint golden glow emanated from his fingertips. The Xian Pearl had completed the remnants of the technique, elucidating the trajectory of the fire attribute's spiritual energy within it. Bang! Song Lingfeng felt a searing pain in his shoulder blade, staggering back 2 steps in disbelief. Lowering his head, he saw 5 charred finger marks etched into his red robe. And even the bruised skin beneath it was visible. How could a mere refinement stage worker possess such strength? You've broken through. His voice trembled. Su Yuan did not respond. He stepped back half a pace, his gaze sweeping over Song Lingfeng's pale lips. Though the spiritual power of an initial stage cultivator was formidable, it lacked the agility of a late-stage chi refinement. The counterattack he had just executed intentionally drew upon the residual fire energy from Song Lingfeng's palm wind, enhancing the force of his strike. I concede, Song Lingfeng suddenly shouted, clutching his shoulder as he retreated, cold sweat beading at his brow and dripping onto the bluestone slab. This strike will suffice to sustain me for half a month. A chorus of gasps erupted from below the arena. Chun Ruoxue finally released the grip on her clothing, her eyes glistening with tears. She understood better than anyone that Su Yuan had hardly slept last night. To maintain such a state now required immense willpower. The second round of draws commenced, and the judge's voice resounded once more. As Su Yuan reached for the drawing slip, his fingertips suddenly brushed against a cold surface. The Xian Pearl in his palm vibrated urgently, as if sounding an alarm. The moment he drew the bamboo slip, a collective intake of breath echoed from the viewing area. Su Yuan versus Zhou Tiance. How intriguing. A clear, cold male voice emerged from the right side of the arena entrance. Zhou Tiance, donned in a moon-white brocade robe, with a long sword adorned with azure scales at his waist, stepped onto the arena with fluid grace. His gaze upon Su Yuan was akin to one surveying an ant. I thought Elder Lei would find you a soft target. I didn't expect to be spared the effort. A mere worker is still just a worker, unworthy of standing before me. No sooner had he spoken than the long sword at his waist suddenly hummed as it unsheathed. The 3-foot azure blade, accompanied by a sweeping sword energy, surged forth, the air crackling with the sound of slicing wind. This strike was several times more potent than Song Lingfeng's fiery palm, tearing small fissures in the protective array. Instinctively, Su Yuan rolled to the side. The sword energy grazed his left shoulder, igniting a sharp pain as he looked down to see half of his shoulder armor sliced off, revealing bloodied skin beneath. Zhou Tiance's ferocity was evident. This strike was clearly meant to cripple him. Sky-splitting sword technique, 3rd form, shattered star. Zhou Tiance flicked his wrist, and the long sword transformed into 7 afterimages. The 7 sword energies, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, descended upon him, each one targeting his vital points, throat, heart, and dantian. Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He could distinctly sense that if all 7 swords struck true, even with the Xian Pearl's ability to convert stamina, he would stand no chance of survival. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed within his sea of consciousness, as the runes on the surface of the Xian Pearl glowed with a ghostly blue light. A semi-transparent projection of the pearl rose from within him, perfectly shielding his throat. With a sharp clang, the deadliest sword energy collided with the pearl's projection, dissipating as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan rolled to the edge of the arena. His fingers brushed against the etched markings in the crevice of the blue stone slab. Just as Chun Ruoxue had said, It was indeed a spiritual energy rift. His mind raced, and with his left hand pressed against the rift, the Xian Pearl immediately channeled the residual array's spiritual energy into his meridians. In that instant, he felt a subtle connection with the entire arena. Fire wave of 9 refinements. Su Yuan bellowed. The spiritual energy within him surged like boiling lava, his right hand gathering 3 times the fire energy of before. This strike, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, precisely activated the residual spiritual energy within the arena's rift. The fire wave, enveloped in azure array patterns, erupted with a thunderous roar, targeting Zhou Tianzi's chest. You dare? Zhou Tianzi's complexion changed drastically. He hurriedly swung his sword to defend, only to find the sword energy crumbling under the fire wave like paper, instantly scattering into disarray. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the protective array at the arena's edge. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. It wasn't until the referee's trembling voice broke the stillness, Su Yuan wins, that the arena erupted in cheers akin to a tidal wave. Outer sect disciples crowded beneath the platform. Some shouted minor Su Yuan, while others brandished makeshift flags. Even the elders in the viewing area set down their teacups, their gazes intensely fixed on the young man atop the stage. Su Yuan gradually withdrew his fists. He could feel the Xian Pearl within him fervently absorbing the remnants of the battle. A new golden line had appeared among the runes on the pearl's surface, resembling an ancient star map. As he gazed at Zhou Tianzi, who lay coughing against the protective array, he suddenly recalled the unfamiliar voice from the Xian Pearl the previous night. Destiny is never simply awaited, it must be fought for. Su Yuan. Elder Lei had somehow appeared beside the arena. He looked at the Xian Pearl tied to Su Yuan's waist, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes, as if recalling distant memories. However, he quickly regained his gentle demeanor as an elder. Go to the backstage to receive your reward. It is time for a new champion of the outer sect. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. As he turned, the Xian Pearl in his sleeve became hot once more. The newly emerged golden line pulsed gently in rhythm with his heartbeat, as if whispering secrets soon to be unveiled. Chapter 60. The contest of victors. Standing at the center of the arena, Su Yuan felt the Xian Pearl still radiating warmth in his palm. The recent fire wave had caused a slight tremor in his meridians, yet a refreshing stream of spiritual energy flowed through his veins. As the Xian Pearl converted the battle's residual energy into vital force, nurturing his injured tendons, he gazed at the surging crowd of outer sect disciples below. Some waved raggedly stitched flags bearing the character Su, while others shouted minor champion. These voices mingled with the gentle clinking of teacups from the viewing area, creating a buzzing symphony in his ears. Su Yuan. Elder Lei's voice called from his left. Su Yuan turned to see the elder responsible for outer sect affairs leaning against the white jade railing, his gaze fixed on the Xian Pearl at Su Yuan's waist. Elder Lei's fingers unconsciously rubbed a green jade token at his side, his knuckles turning pale as he suppressed some emotion. After a moment, he revealed a warm smile. Follow me to receive your reward. In the backstage side chamber, a disciple held a scarlet lacquered wooden tray before him. As Su Yuan accepted the storage bag, his fingers brushed against the spiritual energy seal at the opening. Inside lay the customary rewards for the outer sect competition, 100 medium-grade spirit stones, a gilded token inscribed with Qinglan, and a yellowed tome titled Fundamentals of Sword Control. He tucked the storage bag into his embrace, but his gaze fell upon another scroll of bright yellow silk on the table, a decree for promotion to the inner sect. As the champion of this outer sect competition, Su Yuan was eligible for advancement to the inner sect, effective immediately. Elder Zhang, who presided over the competition, stood at the center of the arena, his voice cutting through the cacophony. The eyes of several inner sect elders scanned over, akin to scrutinizing a rare artifact. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the storage bag, his throat constricting. After 10 years of toil in the mine and 3 years as an outer sect servant, he had long awaited this day. Ha! A sharp laugh pierced the air. Zhou Tianzi staggered onto the stage, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his dark iron sword propped on the ground. Trembling slightly from exertion, he fixed his gaze on the promotion decree at Su Yuan's waist, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. A mere servant who crawled out of the mines dares to set foot in the inner sect? How about today? I test his mettle on behalf of the inner sect. The arena fell into an instant hush. Su Yuan regarded the reddened corners of Zhou Tianzi's eyes, suddenly recalling the ominous warning from 3 nights prior as he nurtured the Xian Pearl in the servants' quarters. Beware of the purple-patterned sword of Qinglan Peak. At that moment, Zhou Tianzi's sword tassels shimmered faintly purple, overlapping with the memory of the warning. What does junior brother Zhou mean? Elder Lei stepped forward, his sleeve brushing against Zhou Tianzi's gaze directed at Su Yuan. The rules of the competition are traditionally set by the Council of Elders. You are but an inner sect disciple. Is Elder Lei afraid? Zhou Tianzi abruptly raised his head, his hairband coming loose, revealing a scar on his left eye that appeared particularly menacing under the sunlight. I do not seek his life, merely 3 trials. If he passes, I shall personally usher him into the inner sect. If he fails, he licked the blood from his lips. Then let him return to the servant quarters to sweep leaves. Elder Lei's gaze lingered on Su Yuan's face for a moment. The young man's posture remained upright, his eyes devoid of fear, only a deeply buried vigilance reminiscent of himself years ago in the Beast Mountain, clutching an injured creature and refusing to let go. He waved his sleeve, the dark tassel brushing against Zhou Tianzi's sword tip. 3 trials are acceptable, but I shall serve as the arbiter. On the day of the trials, the protective array of the arena was replaced with a 9-fold diamond barrier. Su Yuan stood below the platform, gazing at Zhou Tianzi above, who was slamming down 3 blood-red tokens upon the table. First challenge, break the illusion. Second challenge, battle the puppet. Third challenge, fight me. As the first illusion unfolded, Su Yuan immediately sensed the familiar scent of rust. The dust of the red copper mine clouded his vision, the overseer's whip cracking against his back, causing his knees to weaken. Memories of the Qinglan Mine. He bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, as the Xian pearl suddenly grew hot within his sea of consciousness. The etched markings of the mine and the screams of his companions transformed into flowing patterns before his eyes. So, this illusion was crafted from memories, he murmured to himself, raising his hand to press against the 3rd mine pillar on the left, where he had once carved characters. The luminous patterns shattered instantly, and he stumbled out of the illusion, cold sweat beading on his forehead, only to hear Elder Lei's voice. First challenge, passed. When the second challenge's mechanical puppets emerged from the ground, Su Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. 18 bronze puppets arranged in the Big Dipper formation, each with a fire attribute core embedded in their chests. He took a half step back, the star marrow space of the Xian pearl unfolding in his sea of consciousness. The movements of the puppets appeared to be slowed down tenfold. The leftmost 3rd puppet would turn on the 7th breath, while the rightmost 5th puppet had a half-breath opening between attacks. He sprang forward, gliding through the web of swords like a fish, as the fire energy coalesced at his fingertips, precisely striking each puppet's core. When the last puppet crashed to the ground, scattered applause erupted in the arena, while Zhou Tianzi's knuckles whitened as he gripped the table. The 3rd arena's protective formation was dismantled. Zhou Tianzi's mysterious iron sword glimmered with an eerie purple light. An intricate blood pattern surfaced upon its blade, a manifestation of the forbidden blood curse. With this strike, you could lie in the mine for half a year. He uttered a low cry, and the sword energy, enveloped in blood mist, cleaved towards him. Su Yuan rolled aside, his back scraping against the ground and breaking skin. However, at that moment, the mysterious pearl within him spun frantically, converting his physical exhaustion into spiritual energy, which flowed into his meridians through the Baihui acupoint. He bit down on a gathering energy pill, the fiery energy coalescing into a crimson vortex in his palm. The final move of the solar palm perfected by the mysterious pearl. Boom. The collision of the 2 waves of energy overturned the surrounding tables and chairs. Su Yuan knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he noticed Zhou Tianzi's sword had fallen at his feet. The latter staggered back 3 steps, clutching his chest, his face as pale as parchment, the blood patterns on the iron sword fading. I concede. Elder Lei's voice boomed, causing the copper bells of the training ground to jangle. He strode onto the arena, placing a hand upon Su Yuan's shoulder, causing the youth to stagger slightly. This child possesses extraordinary talent. I, Lei Ping, shall take him as my personal disciple today. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The cheers of the outer sect disciples nearly toppled the eaves of the training ground, while several gasps of disbelief emanated from the inner sect's observation seats. Su Yuan gazed into Elder Lei's fervent eyes, suddenly recalling the newly emerged golden patterns within the mysterious pearl. Those fragmented star maps were now slowly piecing together the 5 ancient characters of the dragon elephant suppression technique. As night fell, Su Yuan stood atop the stargazing platform at the summit of Qinglan Peak. The mountain wind lifted his outer sect disciple robe, the mysterious pearl in his palm radiating heat, emitting faint sounds akin to cracking stones. He gazed upon the surging sea of clouds in the distance, hearing the ancient voice within his consciousness resound once more. The seal is weakening. At the foot of the mountain, the disciple tasked with guarding the secret realm's entrance was adding oil to the lantern. Amid the flickering shadows, a figure clad in moon-white robes halted before the mountain gate. The jade token at his waist reflected the moonlight, inscribed with the 3 characters Chu Yunfei. Chapter 61. The Secret Realm Awaits. Before the morning mist had dissipated, Su Yuan stood before the entrance to the secret realm at the foot of Qinglan Peak. His fingertips rested against the mysterious pearl at his waist, and he could distinctly sense that the ancient pearl was vibrating at a highly regular frequency since he had heard the sound of the weakening seal from the stargazing platform last night. This vibration had not ceased, reminiscent of a fine needle pricking the edge of his consciousness, heralding an impending change. Outer sect disciples, present your jade tokens. Chu Yunfei's voice broke through Su Yuan's reverie. This inner sect senior stood before the towering bronze archway, the moon-white robes billowing with the mountain breeze. The jade token of the inner sect glimmering coldly in the morning dew. He held a verification jade slip inscribed with runes in his left hand. Pressing each jade token he received with his right hand until the slip emitted a green glow, nodding to grant passage. As Su Yuan retrieved his outer sect jade token, the mysterious pearl's vibrations suddenly intensified. He lowered his gaze, observing the ancient pearl's surface revealing faint star-like glimmers, casting delicate specks of light where Su Yuan's name was inscribed on the token. Chu Yunfei's gaze swept over the jade token and then lifted to appraise the youth before him. The other party appeared slender. His outer sect disciple robe faded yet meticulously arranged, even the collar creases pressed smooth. What caught his attention most was the pair of eyes that, despite standing at the back of the line, remained unwaveringly fixed ahead, showing no trace of timidity toward those in power. Yes, Su Yuan presented the jade token, deliberately avoiding contact with Chu Yunfei's fingers. The pearl's vibrations reminded him of the fervor in Elder Lei's eyes when he accepted disciples. The subtle glances from the inner sect's observation seats, and the old voice's warning in his consciousness. Be wary of those close to you. As the green light flickered from the jade slip, Chu Yunfei suddenly spoke. I heard you broke the outer sect's decade-long record in the recent competition. Su Yuan's heart stirred slightly, yet he maintained the humility expected of an outer sect disciple. It was merely luck, all thanks to Elder Lei's guidance. Luck? Chu Yunfei chuckled lightly tapping the token's surface with his fingertip as he returned it. An outer sect disciple who can withstand Zhou Tian's blood curse, yet remains unbowed, is indeed a rare feat of fortune. Before he could finish his sentence, the bronze archway behind them emitted a muffled sound, and mist surged forth, enveloping them in decayed spiritual energy mixed with the sense of rust and rotting wood. The time has come. Chu Yunfei turned, drawing the sword from his waist, the Qinglan patterns on its spine glowing softly amidst the mist. Remember, in the ancient battlefield, one must avoid reckless ambition. Should you encounter traps, do not force your way through. Stay close to the group. No sooner had he spoken than the mist was punctuated by the sound of faint explosions, as if an ancient formation had been awakened by external forces. The moment Su Yuan stepped into the secret realm with the group, the scene before him transformed abruptly. The once clear mountain path dissolved into gray-white mist, rendering visibility non-existent beyond 5 steps. Even his consciousness felt submerged in a thick paste, barely allowing him to perceive the vague outlines of those beside him. Unperturbed, he activated the mysterious pearl, and as the star marrow space unfurled in his consciousness, the chaotic spiritual energy within the mist suddenly clarified. Those volatile fire spirits, the chilling water spirits, and a few indistinct shadow spirits were all flowing toward a specific direction, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Su Shixiang, be cautious. The change came abruptly. Zhang Ergu, the outer sect disciple walking third in line, stumbled, the blue stone slab beneath him cracking with a spiderweb pattern. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, and the vibrations of the mysterious pearl surged through him, a warm current enveloping his entire body, a sign of physical energy transforming into spiritual energy. He sprang forward, gripping Zhang Ergu by the collar with his right hand while pressing his left hand against the ground. Boom! The stone slab beneath Zhang Ergu collapsed, revealing a pit bristling with sharp spikes below. Su Yuan was propelled backward by the recoil, crashing against the stone wall, yet he never released his grip on Zhang Ergu. By the time the others reacted, the two had already tumbled to the ground 5 feet away from the pit, Zhang Ergu trembling all over, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as he stared at the deep hole beneath them. What a swift reaction. Chu Yunfei's voice drifted from the mist. Su Yuan helped Zhang Ergu to his feet, the mysterious pearl in his palm still radiating warmth. When he pressed against the ground earlier, he had distinctly felt the flowing star marrow energy below, identical to the energy within the pearl. This discovery quickened his heartbeat. Yet he cautiously lowered his gaze. It was Zhang Shidi's timely warning. As the group continued onward, Su Yuan subtly lagged half a step behind, pretending to adjust his robe. His fingertips swiftly traced the ground, using the mysterious pearl to record the spiritual vein directions of each blue stone slab. The star marrow energy within the mist grew increasingly dense, as if a voice were beckoning or a pair of eyes were watching. As night descended, the group set up camp beside a crumbling stone temple. The ancient character's Jinxing palace above the temple entrance had weathered considerably, and within lay scattered broken swords, shattered armor, and several skeletal remains frozen in combat poses. Chu Yunfei ordered the placement of a defensive formation around the area and distributed detoxification pills to everyone. The spiritual energy will become more chaotic at night. Do not wander aimlessly. Su Yuan clutched the detoxification pill, gazing at the newly emerged star map on the surface of the mysterious pearl, which extended from the direction of the temple. He excused himself to gather healing herbs in the forest, heading toward the dense woods behind the stone temple. The deeper he ventured, the more violently the mysterious pearl vibrated, until it finally scorched a red mark into his palm. Stop! Su Yuan suddenly halted. He looked down at a blue stone slab at his feet, realizing the resonance of the pearl emanated from this very spot. Kneeling, he pressed the ancient pearl against the stone surface, and the star marrow space unfolded instantaneously. 3 feet beneath the stone lay a fist-sized stone box, inside which rested half a jade tablet inscribed with star patterns. What a treasure! A chilling voice drifted down from above. Su Yuan abruptly raised his head, catching sight of a dark shadow leaping down from the treetops, a blood-red cloak swirling in the night breeze like flames. The figure's face was shrouded in black gauze, revealing only a pair of ghostly green eyes, reminiscent of a man-eating owl lurking in the forest. You have followed us all this way. Do you not feel weary? Su Yuan slowly rose, the Xian pearl spinning in his palm, as the star soul space simulated 3 possible escape routes. Though he appeared calm, he had secretly laid down 3 spirit-repelling talismans at his feet. Should the opponent approach within 3 feet, the talismans would ignite. I am not tired. The cloaked figure replied with a light laugh, a poisoned silver needle flicking from his fingertips. But you must be exhausted. At the moment the silver needle sliced through the air, Su Yuan rolled to the side, his back grazing the ground as he slammed into a tree trunk. The Xian pearl spun frantically, converting his physical exhaustion into spiritual energy, which surged through his meridians. He bit down on the chi-gathering pill in his mouth, gathering a crimson fire energy in his palm, the initial stance of the sunfire palm. Too slow. The cloaked figure suddenly vanished from sight. Su Yuan felt a chill at the nape of his neck, a dagger pressing against his throat. His pupils constricted. Just as he was about to activate the protective shadow of the Xian pearl, he saw the opponent suddenly withdraw, taking 3 steps back, the chest beneath the blood-red attire heaving violently. Interesting, the cloaked figure remarked as he tore away the black gauze, revealing a pale face marred by a scar that ran from his brow to his jaw. No wonder the Bloodrobe Tower was willing to pay a high price for your life. However, the secret of the Xian pearl, I shall unearth personally. With that, his figure melted into the darkness. Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his neck, narrowing his eyes towards the direction where the figure had vanished. That scar he had seen on the bounty board in Qinglan City belonged to the 7th-ranked assassin of the Bloodrobe Tower, known as the Shadow. And the Bloodrobe Tower was notorious for settling debts in blood. Who seeks my life? Su Yuan murmured softly. He gazed at the Xian pearl in his palm, where a sudden blinding red light appeared on the star map, pointing towards the stone hall. The night grew deeper. When Su Yuan returned to the camp, the star palace above the stone hall glimmered faintly in the moonlight. As he lay down, he heard a dull thud from afar, like some ancient beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber. Chapter 62. Breaking the array in search of clues before the morning mist had lifted. The team had arrived at the colossal stone door. The mountain wind rustled through the pines, brushing against their shoulders. Su Yuan looked up. The stone door towering 2 zhang high, its dark green surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks, with ancient runes carved upon it glowing a dull blue-gray, resembling wounds gnawed by time. At its center was a fist-sized crystal, missing a corner, the fracture stained with a dark brown residue, blood or rust, one could not tell. The muffled sound from the stone door yesterday must have originated from this. The youngest disciple, a servant named Xiao Kuei, shrank his neck, unconsciously fiddling with the storage pouch at his waist. He had just discovered a hole in the sole of his boot that morning and was now freezing, his toes curling. Chu Yunfei stepped forward, his Xian iron sword twirling in his palm, the blade lightly touching the runes on the stone door. Be cautious. Ancient arrays are sensitive to spiritual energy, and a reckless intrusion could easily trigger a mechanism. Before he finished speaking, 2 inner disciples could no longer contain their impatience. each pressing their fingertips against either side of the crystal. "Let me try," said the gray-clad disciple in a low voice, channeling his Danteon's energy through his fingertips. The crystal first emitted a faint blue glow, then, with a crack, cracks spread rapidly, and the blue light surged violently, knocking the disciple back unsteadily. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Impulsive, Chu Yunfei frowned and stepped forward, placing a hand on the gray-clad disciple's shoulder. A gentle wave of energy flowing into him. Once the disciple's breathing stabilized, he turned his gaze back to the stone door. This crystal is the core of the array. Now that it is incomplete, directly channeling energy will only provoke a backlash. The group exchanged glances. Xiao Kuei stole a glance at Su Yuan. Throughout their journey, whenever faced with obstacles, Su Yuan always devised ingenious solutions. Last night, during their covert exploration of the stone hall, he had pinpointed the location of the star soul fragment merely by relying on half a jade tablet, making him the focal point of everyone's attention. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to the star soul fragment in his palm. It was the size of a fingernail, shimmering with a galaxy-like brilliance. The Xian pearl was now pressed against his skin, radiating warmth, and a resonant tremor surged through his veins, forming blurred characters deep within his consciousness. Lead with the stars. Unlock with the heart. Perhaps the star soul was needed. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. Chu Yunfei's gaze was particularly sharp, like a frost-coated blade. Since entering the secret realm, Su Yuan's displayed abilities had far surpassed that of an outer sect disciple. Merely breaking the seal of the stone box last night had left this inner sect senior at a loss for words multiple times. Su Yuan did not glance at Chu Yunfei. Instead, he gently pressed the star soul fragment against the central fracture of the stone door. The Xian pearl vibrated violently in his sleeve, and he could distinctly sense a resonance between the star soul fragment and the star soul space within the Xian pearl. As if two puzzle pieces were searching for their fit in the darkness. A faint metallic sound echoed from within the stone door. Su Yuan closed his eyes. The star soul space of the Xian pearl expanded instantaneously. Countless golden streams of light surged through his consciousness, unraveling the runes on the stone door into thousands of threads. He recalled the incomplete scroll of the star array essentials that the Xian pearl had automatically filled in last night. Those obscure principles of arrays suddenly became clear. Each rune represented the trajectory of the stars, and the incomplete crystal was the missing link to harnessing star power. Here, he pointed to the third rune's depression on the left side of the stone door. We must lead the stars with our hearts, rather than breaking the array with brute force. Before the others could react, Su Yuan had already tapped the depression with his fingers. The moment his fingertip touched the stone surface, the entire stone door trembled violently. The blue-gray runes glowed faintly as the incomplete crystal began to absorb the star soul fragment's radiant light, visibly growing crystalline clusters at the fracture, spreading like frost flowers on glass. With a thunderous roar, the stone door burst open, raising a cloud of dust, revealing a staircase of blue stone that descended into darkness. The mountain wind rushed through the stone door, carrying with it a faint, crisp scent, tenfold stronger than the night before, the scent of star soul. Impressive technique. Chu Yunfei's voice carried an icy undertone. He stood beside Su Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the young man's lowered eyelashes. When did the outer sect servants come to understand the ways of ancient arrays? I recall that Qinglan sect's introduction to array techniques is only available to core inner disciples. Whispers arose within the team. Xiao Kuei secretly tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve, but he deftly evaded. When Su Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes remained as calm as ever. I stumbled upon half a scroll in the stone hall yesterday and spent the night pondering it. He paused, lightly touching the storage pouch at his waist, where the half-jade tablet he had acquired last night rested. Perhaps it was just luck. Chu Yunfei did not press further, merely turning to wave his hand. Enter. His Xian iron sword spun in his palm, the blade glinting coldly, clearly still skeptical. As the team filed in, the shadow lingered at the back. His blood-red attire was tightly wrapped in an outer robe, the scar on his left cheek appearing faintly in the shadows. At the moment Su Yuan touched the stone door, he distinctly saw a flash of golden light from the Xian pearl in the young man's sleeve, a sign of the star soul space in motion. According to the intelligence from the blood robe tower, this pearl could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, but it had not mentioned its ability to break arrays. The shadow's fingers curled within his sleeve, dark malevolence seeping from his fingertips, coalescing into a fine needle in his palm. He focused on the nape of Su Yuan's neck, his throat tightening. Had it not been for the Xian pearl's sudden protection, this boy would have long since become a corpse. At this moment, the air within the stone gate was thick with the essence of star marrow, indicating that the Qian Pearl was undoubtedly in frequent operation, potentially depleting its protective abilities. He took a half-step forward, the sinister needle now mere inches from Su Yuan's neck. Suddenly, the Qian Pearl burst forth with golden light, acting as a barrier that deflected the needle away. Yuan felt a tingling in his fingertips as the malevolent energy was dispersed by a third. His pupils constricted sharply, and he stumbled back, colliding with the stone wall behind him. Chu Yunfei, who was leading the group, spun around abruptly, his iron sword aimed directly at Yuan's position. His footing faltered. Yuan suppressed a cough, bending down to feign tying his shoelaces. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The protective mechanism of the Qian Pearl was proving to be more troublesome than the intel suggested. It appeared a different approach was necessary. The group pressed onward. The staircase grew increasingly steep, and star patterns began to emerge on the stone walls, making each step feel as if they were treading through the Milky Way. Su Yuan could distinctly sense the Qian Pearl absorbing the essence of the star marrow. The once indistinct runes gradually becoming clearer, as if the power of the star marrow was filling in the gaps. He attempted to communicate with the star marrow space, and before him appeared countless intertwining streams of light, the patterns of the Qian Pearl overlapping with the trajectory of the star marrow, seemingly simulating a potential evolution. Could it be that the Qian Pearl required star marrow for its full activation? He clenched the pearl in his palm, his heartbeat quickening. A decade spent in the mining fields had taught him to conceal all emotions, but at this moment, the excitement surging within him threatened to break free. If the Qian Pearl could evolve, it might unravel the secrets of his half-demon bloodline, perhaps even enabling him to withstand the pursuit of the Blood Garment Tower. They had arrived. Chu Yunfei's voice broke through his thoughts. Su Yuan looked up. At the end of the staircase lay a spacious stone hall, with a star-patterned altar suspended in midair, surrounded by countless star marrow crystals swirling like shards of diamond. In the very center rested a fist-sized complete star marrow, its surface shimmering with a galaxy-like glow, tinting the air a pale purple. That is a complete star marrow crystal, Xiao Kuei's voice trembled. As an errand boy in the medicine hall, he was well aware that a complete star marrow held enough value for a Foundation establishment cultivator to break through their bottleneck, and could even nourish the Dao Foundation of Golden Core cultivators. Su Yuan gazed at the altar. The Qian Pearl in his palm felt astonishingly hot. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed from behind. "Be careful," Chu Yunfei's booming voice warned. Instinctively, Su Yuan sidestepped, catching a glimpse of a bloodied figure darting through the crowd with the speed of a specter, the target being the star marrow crystal at the altar's center. Yu Ying's bloodied attire billowed in the wind like flames, his scarred face reflecting a sinister grin under the purple light, the secret of the Qian Pearl. The power of the star marrow will all be mine today. Su Yuan's fingertips dug into his palm. He watched the swift figure and suddenly recalled Yu Ying's words from the previous night. The Blood Garment Tower is willing to pay a hefty price for your life, yet now, this individual was risking everything to seize the star marrow. The connection between these events might very well be concealed within that flicker of purple light at the altar. The mountain wind carried the crisp essence of the star marrow into the stone hall, and Yu Ying was now close to the altar. Su Yuan observed the raised right hand, where a denser malevolent energy coalesced than the night before. This time, the adversary clearly intended to show no mercy. Chapter 63, Awakening of the Puppet. As Yu Ying's dagger sliced through the air, a cold wind whipped against the back of Su Yuan's neck. He had long been wary of this outer sect errand boy who persistently coughed during last night's delivery of medicine to the medicine hall. The calloused fingers were unmistakable signs of years spent wielding a blade. The sudden surge of speed was 30% faster than an ordinary 9th-layer Qi cultivator. Indeed, it was the handiwork of the Blood Garment Tower. Su Yuan pressed his tongue against his molars. The Qian Pearl in his palm felt as though it might scorch his skin. The instincts honed over a decade in the mines told him this was not a mere treasure snatch. The target had never been the star marrow but himself. Otherwise, the dagger's trajectory would not have shifted from the star marrow crystal to his throat as they approached the altar. The cold glint of the dagger was now at his face. Su Yuan pivoted on the stone steps, utilizing the momentum to retreat swiftly, but at that moment, a searing pain radiated from the Qian Pearl at his waist. He suddenly recalled the intertwining streams of light that had emerged when the Qian Pearl absorbed the essence of the star marrow. Those interwoven patterns were now burrowing into his consciousness, sketching a path for evasion deep within his awareness. It was the Qian Pearl issuing a warning. His pupils narrowed. His body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. His left shoulder dropped slightly, and his right hand pressed against the storage bag at his waist. Yanking it with force, Inside the bag were 3 poisoned flying needles he had pilfered from the medicine hall that morning. Originally intended as a precaution against old enemies from the mines, but now they became a lifeline. The sound of the flying needles slicing through the air collided with the dagger's edge, creating a sharp crack. Yuan's scar twisted into a serpentine shape under the purple light. He clearly hadn't anticipated that this outer sect disciple, whom he had always considered an easy target, would exhibit such a reaction. The dagger veered off by half an inch, slicing a wound across Su Yuan's collarbone. "Good for you. Hiding your talents," Yuan hissed, twisting his wrist to thrust the dagger again, this time aiming directly for Su Yuan's heart. His bloodied attire crackled with spiritual energy. The exposed portion of his arm was marred with dark blue-black patterns. The magical runes that appeared only when the Blood Garment Tower's Blood Fiend technique reached profound depths. Su Yuan had no recourse for retreat. He could clearly hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. The Xian Pearl in his palm now pulsed in rhythm with it, a sign that the Xian Pearl was converting physical strength into spiritual energy. The exhaustion from 12 hours of mining each day, the aching back from preparing medicine for the injured Xiao Kuei last night, even the taut muscles in his calves from descending the staircase moments ago, all transformed into surges of warmth coursing through his body. "Go," he exclaimed, his left hand clawing at Yuan's wrist while his right hand discreetly grasped the Xian Pearl. The patterns on the pearl's surface suddenly glowed with silver light. It was the first time he had actively pushed the limits of physical energy conversion. The accumulated fatigue from a decade as a miner now ignited the spark for spiritual energy. The two streams of energy collided in midair. Yuan's dagger resonated with a vibrating hum, and he took half a step back, his eyes flickering with astonishment. "Foundation establishment? You are merely at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. How is this possible?" Chu Shixiao. Su Yuan exploited the momentum to roll to the side of the altar, catching a glimpse of Chu Yunfei rushing forward with his sword drawn. The blade glimmered coldly, its sword aura causing the star marrow crystals within the stone hall to tremble slightly. "Dare to act within the Qinglan secret realm? Do you regard my Qinglan sect as mere decoration?" Chu Yunfei's voice carried the authoritative tone typical of inner sect disciples, his sword tip aimed squarely at Yuan's back. As the leading senior brother, he had sensed the suspicion when Yuan mingled among the errand boys. Now that he witnessed the latter's violent assault, he showed no mercy. Yet, Yuan suddenly laughed. He gazed at the two advancing weapons, a green blade and a hand glowing faintly with the Xian Pearl, and grinned widely. "What if you are at Foundation establishment? Do you think there is only star marrow in this secret realm?" In an instant, his dagger erupted with glaring red light, the blood fiend energy staining the surrounding essence of star marrow a dark crimson. The true objective had always been him. Before the words had even left his lips, the trajectory of the dagger abruptly shifted towards Su Yuan. This time, the blood fiend energy solidified into a tangible form in the air, sketching a ghostly blood-colored skull, an assassination technique of the Blood Garment Tower, specifically designed to shatter protective spiritual energy. Su Yuan's back pressed against the stone wall of the altar. He felt the Xian Pearl fiercely absorbing the essence of the star marrow, his palm growing hot and red, yet he could not afford to pay heed to the pain. A voice from his memory suddenly echoed, "Xiao Yuan, the more desperate the situation, the more you must cling to what you possess." He glanced down at the Xian Pearl in his palm, witnessing the patterns on its surface aligning perfectly with the star patterns on the altar, as if two puzzle pieces had finally found their match. "The master of star marrow can awaken the slumbering." An ancient voice suddenly resounded in his consciousness. Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the star marrow crystal on the altar suddenly erupt with blinding violet light. The fragments of star marrow, which had been suspended in midair like shimmering diamonds, began to merge into the stone wall along the intricate star patterns. Almost immediately, a thunderous rumble resonated from the stone pillars at the four corners of the altar as 4 metallic puppets adorned with star patterns slowly rose to their feet, each towering 3 zhang high. The rust on their joints peeled away in the violet glow, revealing the cold sheen of bronze beneath. The sword of Chu Yunfei hung suspended in midair as he gazed at the colossal figures that had appeared, his throat tightening. As an inner sect disciple, he was well aware that ancient cultivators often used puppets to guard secret realms, but those capable of awakening autonomously after a millennium were undoubtedly of the highest lineage. The blood-clad figure of Yuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He watched as the heads of the 4 puppets slowly turned, their pale blue eyes locking onto Su Yuan. Their voices trembling. "It's impossible. The star marrow requires a bloodline resonance to recognize its master, yet you are merely a menial worker." However, Su Yuan had no time to respond. He could sense an invisible thread connecting the Xian Pearl to the 4 puppets, and with the slightest thought, they would spring to life. His instincts honed over a decade in the mine told him this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He recalled the desperation of being hunted by the blood-cloaked tower, and the patterns on the half-demon bone pendant left by his mother now resonated with the aura of the Xian Pearl, Star Marrow, and the puppets. "Go," he whispered. The 4 puppets moved in unison. The leftmost puppet raised its bronze arm, and a sphere of Star Marrow energy coalesced in its palm, launching directly at Yuan. Before Yuan could unleash his blood-soul slash, the energy sphere struck him, sending him crashing into the stone wall, blood spewing forth, shimmering with the violet glow of Star Marrow. "This is impossible," Yuan grunted, struggling to rise with his short blade, his scarred face contorting in agony. The blood-cloaked tower spent 3 years uncovering the secrets of the Xian Pearl, while you are merely a mine slave. As a slave, Su Yuan touched the wound on his collarbone, blood droplets falling onto the Xian Pearl, which instantaneously absorbed the intricate patterns from its surface. He gazed at Yuan, suddenly reminded of the companions who had been whipped in the mines, and of the teeth he had shattered when 3 of his ribs were broken. A slave could also kill, and he could. He paused, looking down at the Xian Pearl, where a line of golden runes had emerged. Volume 1 of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. He could also seize his own destiny. Yuan's complexion turned ashen. He looked at the puppets, which were once again raising their arms. Finally giving in, he turned and bolted towards the stone hall's exit. Before leaving, he glanced back, his gaze sweeping over Su Yuan's palm, where the Star Marrow crystal rested, and the 4 puppets standing ready. A grimace twisting his lips into a smile more grotesque than tears. "Do you think you have won? The true storm has only just begun." His words faded as his figure vanished at the end of the stone steps. The mountain wind swept in, carrying the scent of blood into the stone hall, while the violet glow of the Star Marrow crystal remained soft, as if the fierce battle had never taken place. Su Yuan stared in the direction where Yuan had disappeared, and the Star Marrow crystal in his palm suddenly felt heavy. He could sense the gaze of the 4 puppets upon his hand, the bronze joints emitting faint sounds of movement, as if awaiting a command. The Xian Pearl warmed in his palm, and the runes of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique slowly unfolded in his consciousness, each character bearing an ancient weight. "Brother Chu," he turned to look at Chu Yunfei, who still held his sword, observing him with the eyes of one gazing at a monster. "That Yuan is an assassin from the blood-cloaked tower. Let us not discuss that for now," Chu Yunfei interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the 4 puppets, and then settling on the Star Marrow in Su Yuan's palm. "What exactly did you mean by the Master of Star Marrow?" Su Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He looked towards the darkening sky outside the stone hall, recalling Yuan's words before his departure, the connection between the Xian Pearl and his half-demon bloodline, and the pendant his mother had pressed into his hand before her passing. The wind blew through the stone steps, lifting the hem of his garment, revealing the half-pendant inscribed with demon patterns at his waist, which bore a resemblance to the star patterns on the joints of the 4 puppets. Suddenly, all 4 puppets knelt on one knee, lowering their bronze heads, as if paying homage to some ancient entity. Su Yuan gazed at them, then looked down at the Star Marrow crystal in his palm, and suddenly understood what the old craftsman meant by seizing what was in hand. He tightened his grip on the Star Marrow, feeling the warmth emanating from the Xian Pearl, as if he could hear that ancient voice once more. The Master of Star Marrow can awaken the slumbering. Chapter 64. The Star Pattern Key. The bronze lamp tree within the stone hall swayed, casting the figures of 4 men upon the mottled stone wall. The Star Marrow crystal in Su Yuan's palm glimmered with a ghostly purple light, while the 4 towering puppets surrounded him like colossal bronze towers, their joint star patterns flickering with his breath, reminiscent of an ancient rhythm of breathing. Su Yuan, with his knuckles whitening around the hilt of his sword, observed as the puppets, which had once knelt before him, now emitted grinding sounds from their bronze necks, the blue light from their hexagonal eyes flickering with specks of gold. "You said they are determining friend from foe, but this assessment..." Before he could finish, the leftmost puppet wielding a massive axe suddenly stepped forward, its bronze boot crushing 2 stones underfoot. The blue light in its hexagonal eyes shifted to a menacing red, the blade of the axe slicing through the air towards Su Yuan's face. Su Yuan's pupils dilated. He could distinctly sense that the spiritual fluctuations from this puppet did not emanate hostility, but rather a chaotic agitation resembling a malfunctioning program. The Xian Pearl burned against his collarbone, the runes of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique twisting into chaos within his consciousness, leaving him no time to channel spiritual energy. His body reacted instinctively, sidestep, bend his elbow, and use the momentum to collide with the knee of the puppet on his right. As the axe struck the blue stone slab where he had just stood, sparks flew. Su Yuan collided with the bend of the right puppet's leg, triggering some mechanism. As its bronze arm instinctively lifted him into the air. Midair, he spun around, just in time to see Yuan darting out from the shadows. His short blade cloaked in poisonous mist, aiming directly for the star marrow crystal in Su Yuan's palm. What a perfect opportunity for an ambush. Su Yuan bit down on his tongue, the taste of blood exploding in his mouth. The Xian pearl blazed with heat, and he felt the fatigue from yesterday's labor in the mine and the bruises from his struggle with the overseer, all the expended energy surging through his veins, transforming into pure spiritual energy condensing in his dantian. He flicked his fingers, sending a surge of spiritual energy straight at Yuan's face, forcing him to turn aside in avoidance, while simultaneously landing on the shoulder of the central puppet. The impact against the puppet's shoulder sent pain shooting through his ribs. Su Yuan looked down, meeting the gaze of the puppet's hexagonal eyes. This time he saw clearly, within the crimson glow swirled patterns identical to those on the pendant at his waist. The half-pendant his mother had pressed into his hand before her death now burned at his side, resonating with the Xian pearl and the star marrow, forming a triangular connection. As a passage of obscure ancient text erupted in his consciousness, the star pattern key, guided by blood, mediated by spirit, can control 1,000 mechanisms. It was the star marrow space of the Xian pearl. Su Yuan was ecstatic. He should have realized sooner that the Xian pearl could not only enhance his techniques, but also decipher the control mechanisms of these ancient artifacts. He quickly scanned the attack patterns of the 4 puppets. The one wielding the axe struck once every 7 breaths, the one with the sword thrust every 5 breaths, and the defensive rhythm of the one with the shield synchronized with breathing. These subtle intervals were the key to breaking the semi-awakened state. Brother Chu, he shouted down. Use your Qingfeng sword to stab the knee joint of the shield-wielding puppet. Though Chu Yunfei was bewildered, he saw the fierce glint in Su Yuan's eyes, one he had never witnessed before, and without a second thought, he swung his sword and thrust it. With a resounding clang, the sword tip accurately penetrated the star pattern groove at the knee bend of the shield-wielding puppet. The puppet shuddered, and the crimson light in its hexagonal eyes began to fade. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan bit his fingertip, pressing the star essence crystal against the mysterious pearl at his chest. The 2 warm energies intertwined instantaneously, and he seemingly beheld a star map floating within the star essence space, each star corresponding to the joint patterns of a puppet. The patterns on the surface of the mysterious pearl began to flow, akin to serpents coming to life, slithering through his veins towards his fingertips, subsequently infusing into the star essence crystal. A resonating roar erupted from the 4 puppets simultaneously. The giant axe of the axe-wielding puppet clanged to the ground, its crimson gaze fading to a pale blue. The sword-wielding puppet sheathed its blade, its bronze fingers gently tapping Su Yuan's hand, as if in confirmation. The shield-bearing puppet turned to shield Chu Yunfei, its shield emanating a defensive glow. Chu Yunfei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his sword tassel still faintly trembling. For the moment, Su Yuan's voice was hoarse. He sensed the star essence space within the mysterious pearl still operating at high speed. Only 30% of the ancient diagrams had been deciphered, while the remaining 70% remained shrouded in a veil of mist. What unsettled him further was the sudden deep rumbling from the altar's depths, akin to a slumbering giant stirring. The bronze lamp trees in the stone hall shook more violently, several lamps crashing to the ground, sparks igniting on the stone walls, illuminating a myriad of ancient carvings. You are more capable of causing turmoil than I had imagined, came the voice of the shadowy figure from the shadows. His previously pale face now bore a bluish hue, his left hand clutching his ribs where Su Yuan's energy had fractured 2 of his ribs. He stared intently at the star essence, which had quieted in Su Yuan's palm, then glanced at the 4 puppets that had resumed their protective formation, suddenly breaking into laughter. But do you believe that controlling these 4 iron lumps will assure your safety? Do you know what lies buried beneath this altar? Su Yuan remained silent. He could feel the resonance between the demonic patterns on the jade pendant at his waist and the mysterious pearl growing stronger. Even the bluestone slab beneath his feet trembled slightly, as though something was pushing up from below. The shadowy figure seemed to sense it too, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He poised to dart out of the stone hall. Wait, Su Yuan suddenly spoke. The shadowy figure halted, turning back with a fierce glint in his eyes. Do you wish to keep me here? I am merely curious, Su Yuan replied, gripping the star essence tightly, the warmth of the mysterious pearl transmitting strength through his palm. What does the blood-clothed tower seek with this star essence? Is it related to the half-demon bloodline within me? The shadowy figure's pupils constricted. He opened his mouth, but was interrupted by a clearer sound from the depths of the altar, reminiscent of a colossal creature's footsteps, each step causing stone dust to cascade from the ceiling. His expression shifted dramatically, and without further ado, he transformed into a blood shadow, vanishing at the stone step's end. Su Yuan joined Chu Yunfei, gazing at the four puppets, which had gradually quieted, and then towards the depths of the altar, the sound now heavier than that of the puppets. It seems we are no longer alone, Su Yuan noted. He could hear the pounding of his own heart echoing in his ears, the violet glow of the star essence crystal illuminating his eyes. The four puppets knelt once more, their bronze heads bowed towards the altar's center, where the ground was cracking with a web-like pattern, as if something were about to burst forth. Step back, Su Yuan urged, pulling Chu Yunfei to a corner of the stone hall. He watched the ground in the altar's center rise gradually, seeing the eerie blue glow seeping from the cracks. Suddenly recalling the old craftsman's last words, the master of star essence can awaken the slumbering. The footsteps grew ever nearer, emanating from an existence more ancient and weighty than the four puppets. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the star essence crystal, feeling the mysterious pearl grow hot beneath his collarbone, the demonic patterns on his jade pendant intertwining with the violet light of the star essence, sketching a vague outline in the air. Finally, the ground in the altar's center split open, a shadow slowly rising, not a creature, but a stone door inscribed with star patterns, its designs identical to those at the joint articulations of the four puppets. What is that? Chu Yunfei's voice trembled. Su Yuan offered no reply, fixated on the star-patterned stone door as it ascended, listening to the faint sounds emanating from behind it. He suddenly recalled his mother's final words. When you find the other half of the jade pendant, you shall discover who you are. Behind the stone door, something stirred. Chapter 65. The will of inheritance. As stone dust fell into his collar, Su Yuan realized he had unconsciously gripped Chu Yunfei's sleeve. The wind generated by the rising star-patterned door swept dust into his eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. When he could see again, the scene within was akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over him, a hall 3 times grander than the stone chamber. The walls were adorned with ancient battle murals, bronze warriors wielding star blades to slay demon pythons, silver-haired cultivators summoning falling stars to smash through demonic palaces. Each line glowed with an eerie blue light, as if a galaxy were sealed within the walls. Fragments of starlight floated in the air, cooling as they filled his lungs, even causing his dantian to tremble. This feels like the retreat of a great being, Chu Yunfei murmured, as his iron sword buzzed as it was drawn 3 inches, only to be hurriedly sheathed again. Su Yuan remained silent. The mysterious pearl burned fiercely beneath his collarbone, and he could clearly sense new runes coalescing within the star essence space. The silver streaks of light danced like living beings, eventually forming a line of small characters. Only those with steadfast hearts may tread my path. To tread the path, he whispered, his gaze sweeping over the jade platform in the hall's center, etched with star trails. 7 bronze lamps rested at the platform's edge, their oil long spent. Yet the wicks still shimmered with a dull gold, as if forged from starlight. The 4 bronze puppets halted before the door, their rusted joints creaking softly, remaining motionless. Su Yuan glanced back at their lowered heads, suddenly recalling the old craftsman's words. The master of star essence can awaken the slumbering. Perhaps these puppets were indeed created to guard this place. Be cautious. Chu Yunfei's hand rested on his shoulder. The air suddenly thickened. The star energy within the hall surged like a living entity, coalescing into a silver mist that rose from the center of the jade platform, slowly forming a human figure. A middle-aged man clad in a dark robe adorned with stars, his high cheekbones sharp as if carved from stone, and a faint red mark at the corner of his left eye, resembling a scar burned by starlight. When his gaze swept over Su Yuan, the latter felt a cold sweat prickling at the nape of his neck. That gaze was so piercing, as if it could lay bare his very soul. To awaken the star puppets indicates that your bloodline has manifested. The phantom spoke, resonating throughout the hall. If you wish to receive my inheritance, you must first answer 3 questions. The first question arrived without warning. In a world of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, will you submit? Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. He recalled the whip crack of the mines, the scene of old Scar being crippled by the overseer, blood and grime spattering at his feet, the memory of Xiao Duzi, who stole half a roasted sweet potato and was hung outside the mine to be fed to demon beasts, leaving only half an arm dangling from the rope. He remembered the night he had 3 ribs broken, cradling the injured Ah Fu as he added herbs to the medicine pot. Ah Fu crying in pain while he smiled and said, "Why cry? Tomorrow we can mine half a cart of red copper. The strong must stand on their own, rather than merely survive." His voice was steady as a mountain. In times of weakness, one endures. In times of strength, one contends. I have never considered submission. The phantom's faint red mark glimmered. The second question followed swiftly. Power can be seized. Do you covet it? Su Yuan recalled the scene from 3 months prior when he was expelled from his sect. Elder Zhao had thrown his outer sect token to the ground. Claiming his half-demon bloodline tainted the mountain, his senior brother had secretly slipped him half a bag of spirit stones, but dared not meet his gaze. The apothecary's manager had scowled at the prescription he prepared, immediately banishing him from the back room. Stating that a mere errand boy had no right to claim the path of medicine. He clenched the half-jade pendant at his waist, a keepsake from his mother, inscribed with the image of a half-blooming demon lotus symbolizing power. He had witnessed countless souls bow before authority, yet his pursuit of medicine was solely to save Ah Fu, and his training in martial arts was to avoid death. He harbored no desire for power. His quest for truth and cultivation was not driven by ambition. His gaze was clear, the warmth of the mysterious pearl coursing through his veins to his heart. Power was a blade, and the one who wields it should not be held captive by it. The ethereal starry robe fluttered without wind. The third question struck him like a hammer on his crown. In the balance of life and death, do you fear? Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled the look in his mother's eyes before she passed away. When she was struck by the supervisor's poisoned arrow, she shielded him with her body, her blood soaking through his coarse, short shirt. She caressed his face with a smile, urging him to live well, and then she closed her eyes forever. He also remembered the night he was lost in the Beast Mountain range. The fangs of a blue-scaled leopard grazing his throat as he gripped a broken sword he had picked up, hearing his heartbeat louder than thunder. He fell silent. The stars in the hall dimmed slightly. Chu Yunfei behind him held his breath, the humming of the iron sword diminishing. Fear of death. Su Yuan raised his head, his pupils reflecting the shadowy starry robe. I fear pain. Fear not seeing tomorrow's sun. Fear that children like Ah Fu will be killed again. His voice suddenly rose, like the explosion of a spirit stone deep within a mine. But I fear more that those I should protect cannot be safeguarded, that I cannot accomplish what must be done. I fear death, but not sacrifice. The faint red mark of the ethereal shadow brightened like blood. He raised his hand, directing a beam of starlight, as a jade slip engraved with dragon and elephant patterns floated before Su Yuan. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique Volume 1. Mastering it will unlock the gates of sinew and bone, forging an indestructible foundation through countless tribulations. Su Yuan reached out to catch it. As his fingertips grazed the jade slip, the mysterious pearl suddenly vibrated violently, releasing a golden mist in the star marrow space, enveloping the jade slip instantly. The pearl was automatically mending its fractures. He could distinctly sense the originally broken pathways of the technique in the jade slip stitching together, like a withered tree sprouting anew, like shattered mirrors reuniting. Clang. As the last line was restored, a crisp sound of chains breaking echoed from the depths of the hall. It resembled the snapping of steel cables during mining, but it was deeper, more muffled, as if something trapped for a millennium was fighting for its freedom. The ground shook slightly, dust from the dome fell, landing on the jade platform with a delicate sound. Su Yuan's temples throbbed. He gazed toward the stone door shrouded in black mist at the hall's depths when he suddenly heard a strange whisper in his consciousness. The voice hoarse like rusted bronze. The child's true trial has only just begun. The sound of chains breaking grew closer. Even the star-patterned tiles beneath his feet trembled. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the jade slip, as the mysterious pearl emitted a buzzing sound deep within his consciousness, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, reminiscent of rotting beast corpses in the depths of a mine. Chu Yunfei's iron sword clattered to the ground. He stared at the black mist in the hall, his voice trembling. Is there something in there? Su Yuan remained silent. He looked at the jade slip still shimmering with starlight in his hand and touched the warm jade pendant at his waist. The temperature of the mysterious pearl seeped through his skin into his veins, and he suddenly recalled another half of the jade pendant his mother spoke of. The words of the old craftsman regarding the master of star marrow, and the frantic gaze of the shadowy figure from the blood robe tower before they departed. In the depths of the hall, the sound of chains breaking grew ever nearer. Chapter 66. The seal cracks. The sound of breaking chains was now close to his ears, causing the hair on the back of Su Yuan's neck to stand on end. The frequency of the mysterious pearl's vibrations in his consciousness quickened, resembling the beating of war drums against his skull, accompanied by the throbbing of his temples, a warning of danger unlike any he had felt before, even when a supervisor had cracked his ribs with an iron whip in the mines. We must go. He grasped the warm jade pendant at his waist and seized Chu Yunfei's wrist. This star hall cannot withstand much longer. Before he could finish, the star-patterned tiles beneath them suddenly cracked, spiderweb-like fissures forming, with tendrils of foul black mist slithering out, wrapping around his ankles like venomous snakes. Chu Yunfei's iron sword remained embedded in the ground, his hand still trembling from the earlier sound. Realizing the cold sweat soaking his back, he bit his lip and pulled out a bronze whistle from his waist, blowing 3 sharp notes, an urgent signal for the outer disciples to retreat. The third elder had mentioned that the seal of this star hall was solid. A round-faced disciple stumbled into him, his voice laced with tears. Did we trigger some mechanism? Mechanism, my foot. Su Yuan tugged at the disciple's collar, pushing him forward, catching a glimpse of the starry light in the dome extinguishing at an observable rate. The mysterious pearl suddenly sent a burning pain through him, and he recalled the signs before a cave-in, water seeping from the rock walls, debris flying, and even the beasts howling uneasily, all identical to the current state of the Star Hall. As the last batch of disciples stumbled out of the hall, Su Yuan heard the sound of fabric tearing behind him. He turned sharply, witnessing a pitch-black crack opening in the void, as if an invisible hand had torn apart a curtain, revealing a swirling sea of crimson mist behind it. A giant hand, covered in dark green scales, emerged from the crack, its claws towering half a person high, each knuckle protruding with grotesque bone growths. The wind it stirred cutting sharply against everyone's faces. It has indeed come. A sinister voice drifted from the black mist. The shadowy figure stood beside the crack, the dark patterns on his blood-red robe glowing ominously. He gazed at the giant hand, a smirk stretching from ear to ear, yet his eyes remained locked onto Su Yuan's chest, where the mysterious pearl was seeping a ghostly blue light through his clothing. You think this is a trial in a secret realm? He licked his lips, his fingertips gliding over the poisoned short blade at his waist. It is merely an appetizer for the old monster's feast. The true key, he abruptly pointed at Su Yuan, is the pearl you hold. Su Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The mysterious pearl spun wildly within him, and the star marrow space suddenly erupted with a vision. An elderly man in a blue robe stood by the blood pool of the blood robe tower, tossing a dark fragment to the shadowy figure, their laughter mingling with the screams from the blood pool, piercing his temples with pain. It turned out that since the unrest at the Qinglan Mine, since he was accepted as an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, every coincidence was a move in this intricate game. Beware! Chu Yunfei's iron sword hurtled through the air, aiming directly at the shadowy figure's throat. The shadowy figure did not even flinch, catching the sword's blade with ease. With a gentle twist, the iron blade, forged from fine steel, warped like dough. He tilted his head, looking at Chu Yunfei, coldness not belonging to the living swirling in his gaze. Why the rush? Once the ancestor emerges, you will be left with naught. The giant hand loomed overhead. The guardian automatons finally stirred to life, 12 bronze puppets leaping from the dark recesses of the hall, their runes igniting with blinding golden light, forming a circular barrier. Yet Su Yuan saw the edges of the barrier fracturing at a visible rate. The black mist seeping from the cracks matching the color of the corrupted blood of the beasts he had seen deep in the mines. Retreat. He pulled the nearest disciple toward the hall's exit, as the mysterious pearl suddenly emitted a clear, melodious chime deep within his consciousness. This was the sign of the pearl's protective aura, a life-saving measure that could only be used once a month. He glanced at the third puppet, shattered by the giant hand, and at the increasingly deranged laughter of the shadowy figure, gritting his teeth. Boom! The pale blue barrier exploded above them. Su Yuan felt a surge of fire erupting from his dantian, the mysterious pearl almost breaking through his skin in its urgency to escape. In the moment when the colossal hand struck the luminous barrier, he heard the brittle crack of his own bones. A sweet taste filled his throat as hot blood splattered against the barrier, blooming into a grotesque flower. The barrier remained utterly unmoved. The smile of the shadowy figure froze upon its visage. He fixed his gaze upon that layer of azure light, and suddenly screamed as he lunged forward. Impossible! That old wretch claimed this orb. Before he could finish his sentence, the giant hand swung down once more, this time aiming directly at the shadow. He hurriedly rolled aside, his blood-soaked attire torn open, revealing 3 gaping wounds down to the bone. The fissure continued to widen. Su Yuan propped himself against the doorframe, struggling to stand, his gaze piercing through the barrier into the depths of the crack, where a pair of crimson eyes were slowly opening. The pupils were slit, reminiscent of the malevolent beasts that had transformed deep within the mines, yet bore a chilling hint of humanity. Suddenly, he recalled the half-jade pendant his mother had pressed into his hands before he was sold to the mines at the tender age of 7. He remembered the old craftsman, grasping his hand in his dying moments, sketching a star map in blood upon the ground. He recalled the figure in a black robe that haunted his dreams every full moon. And now the eyes from the crack mirrored those of that spectral presence without a trace of difference. Go! He shouted, pulling the still-dazed Chu Yunfei towards the exit, the sound of the barrier shattering echoing behind them. In that fleeting moment, he glanced back to see the shadow wiping the blood from its face, suddenly revealing a relieved smile. When the blood moon rises, its words were torn apart by the wind, and its figure melted into the black mist, leaving behind a blood-stained token engraved with the cloud patterns of the Qinglan sect. The star palace behind them erupted with a thunderous roar. As Su Yuan ascended halfway up the mountain, he turned to see the entire star palace shatter like a fragile pottery bowl amidst the debris. The colossal hand was dragging something into the fissure. The mountain wind carried the scent of blood, and he touched the Xianzhu in his bosom. This time it did not vibrate, but felt as cold as ice. "Senior brother, look." The round-faced disciple suddenly pointed at the sky. Su Yuan looked up. The setting sun bled, painting the entire mountain range in crimson. Yet within that sanguine hue, he distinctly saw a pale shade of azure gray, like a thin veil draped over the sun, reminiscent of the omens the elders spoke of before the blood moon ascended. He tightened his grip on the half-jade pendant at his waist, the Xianzhu burning in his palm. This time, what he heard was not the unfamiliar whispers, but the thunderous pounding of his own heart. On the 7th day following the collapse of the Star Palace, Su Yuan jolted awake on the bed in the quiet chamber. Cold sweat drenched his inner garments. Instinctively, he reached for the Xianzhu, which had been as cold as ice since that day, now pressed against his heart, its chill coursing through his veins and into his limbs. Outside the window, a night disciple's gasp pierced the air. "Blood moon. Look at the sky." He tore open the paper window, and the blood-red moonlight poured down like water splashed with vermilion, streaming through the gaps in the clouds. In the distance, a thunderous roar emanated from beyond the mountain gate, akin to countless heavy objects crashing against the ground. "It's the beast tide," the roar of the ironback bear king. Cries of alarm rose and fell. Su Yuan snatched the Qingfeng sword from the table and dashed into the training ground where outer disciples were scattering in panic, some clutching their weapons. A youth in a gray shirt was trampled to the ground, crying out, "The elders have all gone to the northern borders. What shall we do?" "Everyone, stand still." Su Yuan leaped onto a stone pedestal, the Xianzhu blazing in his palm. "Atai?" A bearded youth squeezed through the crowd. It was his old friend from the mines, Atai. He still had the blood-stopping pouch gifted by Su strapped to his waist. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his eyes lit up. "Boss, take 20 disciples to the storeroom to fetch the Xian iron stakes and oil, and seal off the path from the training ground to the mountain gate." Su Yuan tossed him the land deed. "The key is on the beam in the storeroom. Use my token to unlock it." Atai wiped the sweat from his face, clutched the deed, and sprinted towards the storeroom, only to pause and shout back, "Don't worry. I carried you out when the mine collapsed. This will be a piece of cake. Senior brother Chu." Su Yuan turned to the frowning Chu Yunfei amidst the crowd. The inner disciple clutched his sword, the tip carving deep grooves into the ground. "Su Shidi, during the sect's grand competition, you were only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Now, the beast will not wait for us to compare our levels of cultivation." Su Yuan retrieved a yellowed piece of silk, the remnants of the geological map that the Xianzhu had automatically filled in over the past few days. "There is a sealed spirit vein node beneath the main hall. It can serve as a temporary array eye. I need you to guard the main hall with 30 men while I set up the formation." Chu Yunfei's gaze swept over the star map on the silk, and his throat bobbed. He had witnessed Su Yuan endure a palm strike from the shadow in the Star Palace. Now, seeing the fire igniting in his eyes, he abruptly plunged his sword into the ground. "I trust you." The roars outside the mountain gate grew closer. Su Yuan could hear the claws of the beast scraping against the bluestone slabs, mixed with low, guttural growls. "Kill the blood feeders. Form the shield formation." He drew the Qingfeng sword and pointed it towards the mountain gate. "Those in Qi refinement, take the front line. Those in foundation establishment, hold the formation. Senior Chu, I leave the main hall to you." Chu Yunfei acknowledged and led the others towards the main hall in a frantic rush. Su Yuan took a deep breath. The Xianzhu began to spin in his dantian. Over the past few days, he had strained himself, converting the strength from chopping wood and fetching water into spiritual energy, which now surged through his meridians into his limbs. The first wave of beasts charged forth, led by 3 leopard demons, their bodies covered in black scales, and at the peak of foundation establishment, their claws glimmering with a sinister blue poison. Behind them followed dozens of ironback wolves in the Qi refinement stage, their eyes as red as if soaked in blood. "Those who retreat shall die," Su Yuan bellowed, and the Xianzhu erupted with searing light. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy of the world pouring into him through his pores, the tenfold absorption rate causing his meridians to ache. The energy sea in his dantian began to churn, and in an instant, he broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, nearing the initial stage of golden core. He unleashed a blue energy blade with his sword, striking the top of the middle leopard demon's head with precision. Beast blood sprayed 3 feet high as the other 2 leopards lunged towards him. Su Yuan had already closed the distance, his left hand clawing at the throat of the left one. The energy from the Xian Zhu surged through his fingertips, causing the demon's scales to shatter, and it fell to the ground with a wail. The third leopard's claws grazed Su Yuan's shoulder, leaving 3 bloody marks. In retaliation, he thrust his sword into its heart, and as he turned, he saw the outer disciple staring in shock. Just moments ago, he had been a mere outer disciple like them, but now he stood drenched in blood amidst the pile of demons, his eyes gleaming with a cold light sharper than any blade. What are you staring at? He kicked aside the demon corpse at his feet. Where's the oil? A Tai came barreling in, carrying 2 barrels of oil, followed closely by disciples with Xian iron stakes. Su Yuan fished out a fire starter and threw it, igniting the oil that splashed onto the stakes, transforming the path from the mountain gate to the training ground into a river of fire. The horde of beasts halted at the edge of the fiery river. Yet, further away, the roars suddenly intensified, and the ground began to tremble violently. Boom! A shadow plunged from the clouds, crashing down on the opposite bank of the fiery river. It was a bear towering 2 meters high, its fur charred black as if made of coal, with a deep, bone-visible scar on its left eye. Its chest was semi-transparent, revealing the swirling black mist within, a manifestation of the remnants of its soul. It's the Ironback Bear King. A scream erupted from the crowd. The Bear King's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Yuan, its voice rumbling with broken human words. You destroyed my foundation. It raised a paw larger than a millstone, a tempest of debris hurtling towards him. Die! Su Yuan felt as if a mountain had pressed down upon his chest. He could hear the groaning of his ribs as the Xian Zhu whirled violently in his dantian, channeling all the spiritual energy he had accumulated over the past few days, even the physical strength expended in battle, into pure energy. He bit his tongue, blood droplets falling upon the dark pearl. A cyan shield suddenly arose, colliding with the paw of the Bear King. The shockwave sent nearby beasts flying within a Tenjong radius, and black blood spilled from the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, a consequence of the violent backlash from the excessive transformation of spiritual energy. The Bear King's paw halted just 3 inches from the shield, squinting its eyes as black mist surged from its wound. So, the dark pearl is indeed with you. A Tai? Su Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Move the dark iron stakes towards the main hall." A Tai immediately rallied his companions to carry the dark iron stakes at a frantic pace. Su Yuan gazed towards the main hall, where he could see Chu Yunfei leading others to plant the dark iron stakes into the ground, precisely at the position marked in the earth vein diagram. If they could hold out for just another quarter of an hour, the defensive array would take shape. Yet, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The sound of the dark pearl's rotation thundered in his ears, threatening to shatter his consciousness. The Bear King's paw began to press down slowly, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield. Coughing, Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his right hand discreetly pressing against his dantian. The coolness of the dark pearl suddenly seeped through his fingertips, and he heard a faint buzzing in his mind, reminiscent of stars falling. Hold on, he thought, looking at the dark iron stake in the direction of the main hall, blood spilling from his throat, staining his collar. A quarter of an hour passed, and the Bear King's paw finally tore through the shield. Darkness enveloped Su Yuan, yet just before his consciousness faded, he saw a faint light emanating from the main hall, a precursor to the activation of the array. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he stumbled forward, the dark pearl in his palm burning fiercely, pulling his awareness into a dark space. Hold on, he faintly thought, the star marrow space. As the burning sensation of the dark pearl surged into his consciousness, a silver fissure suddenly split the darkness before him. He staggered into the star marrow space. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of star patterns, resembling living silver serpents weaving through the void. With the brightest strands climbing along his fingertips, the key activated by his tongue's blood moments ago. Hold on. He gritted his teeth as the tremors of the dark pearl stirred waves in his consciousness. 3 days prior, the old craftsman at the mine had pressed a fragment of the earth vein diagram into his hands before passing. The yellowed page S array marks overlapping with the star patterns. He needed to calculate their breakthrough point. His fingertips pressed against the center of the star pattern intersections, and he felt a chilling data stream flood into his mind. A virtual battlefield unfolded before him. On the eastern front, Chu Yunfei was shattering the knee of the third fire wolf with his sword, black blood seeping from the blade's notch. On the northern wing, a Tai rushed towards the oil barrel with a torch, followed closely by 3 outer disciples. One in a green robe whose pant leg dripped with blood from a recent snake demon bite. Something was amiss. Su Yuan's pupils reflected the starlight as his fingertips traced an arc in the void. The resentment of the Bear King's lingering soul was interfering with the beast's intelligence. Yet their attack rhythm. He suddenly paused, watching as the pack of iron-backed leopards, which should have charged from the due east, veered towards the southeast. The earth-veined soil attributes had been distorted by the Bear King's lingering soul. The star patterns suddenly erupted with blinding silver light. Veins bulged on Su Yuan's forehead as the dark pearl spun wildly in his dantian, converting the backlash of spiritual energy he had just experienced, even the blood seeping from his fingertips, into star power. In the virtual battlefield, the phantom of an armadillo beast emerged from the southeast corner of the earth, the sound of its claws scraping the ground clear as if it were right beside him. This is it. He suddenly opened his eyes, the silver radiance of the star marrow space retreating into his pupils. With a thud, Su Yuan stumbled to the ground, his black blood splattering onto the blue stone slab. Yet his gaze burned brighter than before as he pushed himself up on his knees and shouted, "Senior Brother Chu, clear the southeast corner. They will break through from there." The shouts of battle on the eastern front abruptly ceased. Chu Yunfei, who had just smashed the knee of a demon ape with his sword sheath, looked up, blood trickling down his brow into his eyes. He wiped the blood away, noticing the dark pearl glowing faintly beneath Su Yuan's bloodstained robe. A sign that the young man had calculated the crucial moment once again. Everyone, step back 3 paces. Chu Yunfei quickly drew a talisman bag from his waist, forming a 3-talented array to guard the southeastern breach. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the ground suddenly cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures. A fully armored armadillo beast burst forth from the earth, its foul breath as it lunged toward the outer disciple who had just stood there. But it had barely emerged halfway when 3 thunderfire talismans came crashing in from 3 directions, set up in advance by the retreating disciples. With a boom, the flames erupted, tearing off 3 pieces of the armadillo's scales, causing it to roll in agony on the ground. Good. A Tai's roar echoed from the northern wing. Su Yuan turned to see him raising a torch to smash the last oil barrel. As the orange-red flames erupted, the pack of demon wolves in the northern passage howled in despair, the oil mixing with spiritual fat sizzling as it burned their fur, forcing them back to Zhang. A Tai, take 5 people to the east side of the main hall. Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out half a jade slip from his pocket. It was the fragment of the beast trapping array that the Dark Pearl had automatically completed during his calculations in the star marrow space. Embed these spirit vein stones into the cracks of the 3rd step. A Tai nodded and grabbed the green-robed junior disciple, dashing away. As he passed by Su Yuan, he caught sight of the Dark Pearl in the boy's palm, which was emitting fine star radiance, as if countless tiny needles were dancing beneath his skin. This was the pearl converting Su Yuan's drained strength into spiritual energy. The Bear King was about to move. Su Yuan suddenly looked up. The lingering soul of the iron-backed Bear King hovered in midair, fixated on the main hall. The black mist within its chest surged more violently, and the white bones beneath its charred fur flickered with ghostly blue flames. When it saw a Tai embedding the spirit vein stones into the steps, a rippling roar echoed from its soul, a ray formation. Its massive body tensed suddenly, its hind paws pushing off the ground, a precursor to a charge. "Come at me." Su Yuan chuckled softly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a star marrow crystal the size of a pigeon egg. This was the culmination of 3 days of accumulated strength transformed in the star marrow space, now shimmering with the brilliance of the galaxy in his palm. He pressed the crystal into the bronze cauldron before the main hall door, where Chu Yunfei had previously inserted the dark iron stakes array eye, now radiating a faint green light along the cauldron's legs. Crack! Thunder suddenly erupted above the Bear King's head. The thunder patterns of the beast trapping array were activated by the star marrow crystal, silver-purple arcs of electricity wrapping around the Bear King's forepaws. The lingering soul emitted a piercing shriek as its colossal body staggered back 3 steps, and the black mist within its chest was burned away by the lightning fire. Now, Su Yuan's voice resonated with the sharp sound of iron scraping against stone. His spiritual energy had finally been restored to 30% through the transformation of the Dark Pearl. His right hand pressing against the iron sword at his waist, forged by the old craftsman at the mine with the last piece of dark iron. The sheath still bearing the inscription "Life." In a flash, he appeared behind the Bear King's lingering soul. The moment the iron sword was drawn, starlight coursed along the blade's spine, coalescing into translucent star patterns on the edge. With a thrust, the tip of the sword pierced the Bear King's shoulder blade, and Su Yuan heard the sound of bone shattering. But what made him furrow his brow more was the viscous warmth of the black mist surging from the wound, wrapping around his wrist like a living creature. "Little brat," the Bear King's lingering soul spoke, its voice laced with the stench of decay. "Did you think you could trap me?" Its body suddenly began to swell. The charred fur split open, revealing the writhing black mist beneath. with white bones twisting into sharp spikes. Su Yuan could hear the sound of bubbles popping within its body, each noise reverberating painfully against his eardrums, a sign of impending self-detonation. You are doomed. Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the frenzied, crimson eyes of the remnants of the Bear King, his left hand deftly forming the seal he had previously devised within the confines of the mysterious orb. Starlight surged from his fingertips into the earth, causing the thunderous runes of the beast confinement array to swell, ensnaring the lower half of the Bear King's spirit with unyielding force. The anguished roars of the Bear King echoed, causing the tiles of the main hall to rattle and fall. Yet, within that cacophony, Su Yuan discerned the fear emanating from the spirit, knowing that its self-detonation required time to gather its resentment, and his seal had already locked onto its essence. His voice was a mere whisper, akin to a sigh, as he neared the completion of the final gesture of the seal. The Bear King's spirit continued to swell, dark mist enveloping the eaves of the main hall. However, Su Yuan was aware that once the seal was completed, all resentment would be absorbed by the orb, and this malevolent entity, which had tormented him for half a month, would vanish forever from the celestial essence realm. Chapter 68. Decapitation of Fate. The black mist within the Bear King's chest roiled like boiling water, the outline of its translucent demon core becoming distinctly visible. Riddled with fine cracks, an ominous sign of imminent self-destruction. Su Yuan's fingertips were mere inches from the final position of the seal. Cold sweat dripped from his chin onto the bluestone floor, causing tiny splashes. He could hear his own labored breaths, heavy like a broken bellows. But they were drowned out by the increasingly sharp cries of the Bear King's spirit. It cannot detonate. Su Yuan clenched his molars, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood. A fortnight prior, when this spirit had possessed a disciple of the mountain patrol, he had witnessed it tear apart 3 outer disciples. At this moment, over 20 fellow disciples were outside the main hall setting up formations. Should this mass of resentment explode, the entire dragon elephant peak would likely crumble. Suddenly, the orb in his dantian grew unbearably hot, akin to a red-hot coal. This was a familiar warning. In every life or death moment, the orb always sensed danger before him. Su Yuan's heart raced, and he recalled the dragon elephant confinement technique he had conceived 3 days prior in the celestial essence realm. That incomplete technique had been transcribed from the stone walls of the Bear King's lair, and it had taken the orb 3 days and nights to restore it. At the time, he had complained about the pain in his bones during practice, but now it felt like a lifeline. He decided to gamble everything. Su Yuan swallowed hard, and his left-hand seal abruptly transformed. The gesture intended to summon the orb to absorb resentment morphed into the foundational stance of the Dragon Elephant Confinement Technique's first volume. An explosive sound resonated within him. It was the symphony of sinews and bones, like countless metal strikes clashing. He felt a torrent of heat surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Every vein pulsating, his vital energy roaring like a river in flood. He could hear his heart thudding, each beat louder than the last, sending vibrations through his eardrums. The once exhausted sea of spiritual energy surged. As the orb transformed all the physical exhaustion from mining and battling beasts over the past fortnight into pure spiritual energy, which now surged through his meridians with fervor. The Bear King's spirit lunged forward, its claws slicing through the air, the wind razor cutting into Su Yuan's cheek. He turned his head to evade a fatal blow, but the claws grazed his left shoulder, leaving a half-inch deep gash on the iron stake of the formation. The runes beneath the bluestone flickered ominously, the suppression of the beast confinement array weakened by a third. A sudden roar erupted outside the main hall. Su Yuan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. 3 dark figures were leaping from the eaves, iron-backed demon wolves raised by the Bear King. The foremost wolf had blood dripping from its fangs, evidently having just torn apart a fellow disciple's heart-protecting mirror. Don't worry, senior brother, another voice, coarse like the gravel of the mining site, belonged to a Tai. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. That was his old partner from the Qinglan Mine, with whom he had once carried 3 carts of red copper ore and endured the overseer's whip. At that moment, a Tai wielded a mountain-splitting hammer forged with spirit steel, the hammerhead crashing down upon the wolf's spine, the sound of cracking bones mingling with muffled groans. These beasts aren't enough to stretch my muscles. Chu Yunfei's iron sword followed, piercing forth, its azure glow pinning the wolf's claws to a pillar. This inner disciple's robe was stained with blood, a still fresh droplet hanging from his brow, yet his gaze was sharper than the sword blade. Su Yuan, we can't hold out for long. Hurry with that seal. Cold sweat trickled down Su Yuan's back. He sensed the Bear King's spirit's aura rising uncontrollably. The cracks on the demon core within the black mist had spread to the surface, threatening to explode at any moment. Yet, the dragon elephant confinement technique within him had only reached its 3rd level, its weighty presence barely extending half a foot, causing the beams of the main hall to creak ominously. Orb, give me more strength. Su Yuan roared inwardly. He could distinctly sense the star patterns within the orb reconfiguring. The previously obscure keys suddenly becoming transparent, as if invisible hands were rearranging them. Even more bizarrely, a fiery sensation surged through his blood. The half-demon lineage that had intermittently surfaced since he first touched the orb in the cave now resonated with the power of the dragon-elephant confinement technique. As if an ancient beast was awakening deep within his soul, letting out a low growl. The Bear King's spirit abruptly halted its expansion. A flicker of panic crossed its crimson eyes as its forepaw instinctively reached for the demon core in its chest, the swirling black mist slowing momentarily. Su Yuan keenly detected this change, accelerating the left-hand seal while his right fingertip condensed starlight that pierced his palm, drawing the final silver line in the void. Confinement chains. Arise. Before the command finished, dozens of translucent chains burst forth from his fingertips. These chains, formed from spiritual energy, shimmered with minute starlight. And as they coiled around the Bear King's spirit's limbs, they emitted a crisp sound of metal clashing. The Bear King's spirit howled in struggle, its bone spurs breaking the chains, but new starlight surged to fill the cracks, tightening the chains rather than breaking them. Su Yuan's eyes widened. He had merely executed the foundational form of the confinement chains from the dragon-elephant confinement technique, yet their strength surpassed all expectations. The orb pulsated in his dantian, and he finally realized that it had transmitted the reconfiguration power of the star patterns, the newly emerged second-layer blueprints of the celestial essence battlefield secretly reinforcing his technique. The Bear King's spirit's roars changed pitch. Its body began to shrink, the black mist being drawn away by the chains. Merging into the star patterns on the orb's surface, the demon core, deprived of the black mist's nourishment, dimmed, and with a final snap, shattered into countless motes of light that dispersed. It's over. Su Yuan's voice was as soft as a sigh. He raised his iron sword. The 3 marks inscribed on the sheath glowing faintly under the starlight. This sword, forged by the old master with the last piece of dark iron, now bore starlight more radiant than any treasure. As the sword tip pierced the heart of the Bear King's spirit, Su Yuan felt something surge along the blade into the orb. It was a power purer than spiritual energy, imbued with the ferocity of ancient beasts. Yet the orb enveloped it gently. The Bear King's spirit began to disintegrate. Charred fur, twisted bones, and swirling black mist all turned to ash, leaving only a pile of charred remains on the bluestone. Outside the main hall, silence enveloped the scene. A Tai-S mountain-splitting hammer hung in midair, dripping with the blood of the demon wolf. Chu Yunfei's sword hovered 3 inches from the wolf's throat, the azure glow trembling slightly. Both turned their heads simultaneously, gazing at the bloodied but still standing figure in the center of the main hall. Junior brother Su, a Tai-S voice trembled with emotion. He burst in with 3 steps, yet halted 3 paces away from Su Yuan. The youth, who had always received the last half of the corn bun at the mine, now stood with his back robe torn to shreds, revealing claw marks, a deep wound on his left cheek exposing bone, while his right hand tightly gripped an iron sword dripping with black blood. However, his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, akin to gems tempered with starlight. Well done, remarked Chu Yunfei, sheathing his Xiantai sword. He tossed a hemostatic pill from his waist toward the boy, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. I've trained 12 batches of disciples and have never encountered anyone as resilient as you. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached. Su Yuan looked up to see over 20 figures sweeping down the mountain path, led by a man in a moon-white robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, Yi Qingshun, who had accepted him into the sect 6 months prior. Yi Qingshun came to a halt before the hall. Gazing at Su Yuan's blood-stained robe, the charred remnants scattered around, and the iron sword inscribed with the words "Live On," his eyes grew slightly misty. In just half a year, the boy had managed to confront the remnants of the Bear King at the core formation stage with his own cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. You are no longer the miner you once were, Yi Qingshun said, stepping forward to pat Su Yuan on the shoulder, but halted upon touching his blood-stained robe. He noticed the lingering fatigue in the boy's eyes and the faint glow emanating from the Xian pearl at his waist, and suddenly smiled. Come, we must return to the sect. The elders wish to see you. Su Yuan nodded, about to speak when the Xian pearl at his dantian suddenly blazed with light. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled as a fine crack appeared on the surface of the ancient bronze pearl, seeping forth tiny specks of starlight. As if the Milky Way had shattered upon the earth. Yi Qingshun's pupils constricted. He had encountered many extraordinary treasures, yet had never seen a pearl with such intelligence. Su Yuan remained silent, gazing into the depths of the Xian pearl, where he could hear the long-lost whisper. The voice seemed to originate from before time itself. Carrying a sigh of antiquity, the true enemy has only just emerged. As twilight deepened, Su Yuan stood before the main hall, staring toward the sect's forbidden grounds at the foot of the mountain. The heat from the Xian pearl radiated through his dantian, as if reminding him of something. On the following morning, he was assigned to patrol the East Ridge's third spiritual vein, though it was a rather mundane outer sect task. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this patrol would not proceed smoothly, especially as he gazed at the flickering stars in the night sky. Chapter 69. The withered bones of the spiritual vein. Before the morning mist had lifted, Su Yuan had already shouldered his patrol sword. The Xian pearl at his dantian felt slightly ablaze, akin to a red-hot coal. He stood at the doorway of the outer sect's steward room, gazing at the indistinct East Ridge through the mountain fog, the voice of the true enemy still buzzing in his ears. "Junior Su," a clear voice called from behind. He turned to see Muron Wanner standing under the corridor, holding a scroll made of green bamboo. Her moon-white skirt sprinkled with flecks of red sand, an indication of her work in the alchemy room. With a slight tilt of her eyes, she handed him the bamboo scroll. "Elder Yi mentioned you would be patrolling the East Ridge today, so I copied the essentials of spiritual vein examination. Perhaps it will be of use." Su Yuan took the scroll, his fingertips brushing against her calloused palm. This young lady often claimed that the alchemy room's assistants had to grind 100 types of herbs, but he knew she had secretly spent nights copying ancient formation diagrams. "Thank you," he replied with a smile. "If I encounter any anomalies in the spiritual vein, I shall return to seek your guidance." Just as Muron Wanner was about to respond, the sound of a copper gong echoed from the foot of the mountain. A disciple from the outer sect's steward hall rushed over, waving a yellow flag. "Steward Su, the master of the East Ridge's third vein, is urging you. The sun has risen high and will not wait." Su Yuan acknowledged, tucking the bamboo scroll into his bosom. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Muron Wanner, her lips poised to speak but then faltering, her silver hairpin glimmering in the mist like an unfinished admonition. The East Ridge was colder than expected. Su Yuan trod through the morning dew towards the mine, when suddenly, the Xian pearl trembled violently. He paused, sensing that the once vibrant spiritual energy near the vein had now dissipated, leaving only a thin, fishy odor that invaded his nostrils. Something is amiss. He gripped the iron sword at his waist, the words live on engraved on the scabbard pressing against his palm. At the entrance of the mine, the protective array, which should have emitted a serene blue luminescence, was now covered in cracks, the inscriptions dark red like blood. Su Yuan knelt, lightly touching the stone surface, and a putrid scent of blood seeped through his fingers, a smell only present when the life force of a living being has been completely drained. The Xian pearl exploded with starlight within his dantian. Closing his eyes, he saw a string of blurred symbols manifest in his sea of consciousness, reminiscent of an old painting soaked by rain, yet he could discern distorted human-like patterns. Blood spirit formation. Su Yuan's eyes shot open. 3 months prior, while transcribing the ancient forbidden techniques in the scripture repository, he had encountered similar descriptions, using the blood of living beings as a sacrifice to extract their essence to nourish the spiritual vein, causing a temporary tripling of spiritual energy at the cost of. He tightened his grip on the iron sword and ventured deeper into the mine. The illuminating stones on the walls, which should have been pure white, now glowed with a sinister purple hue. As he turned the third corner, the Xian pearl suddenly burned with pain, and he followed the sensation to uncover 3 emaciated corpses buried beneath a pile of stones. Their skin was a ghastly gray, their eye sockets hollowed into dark voids, and even their finger bones curled into claw-like shapes. Su Yuan's throat tightened as memories of companions beaten to death by overseers at the mine flooded his mind. Those bodies still bore traces of life. These 3, however, had been drained completely, inside and out, by some unspeakable force. A sudden rumble echoed above, a sound of falling stones. Su Yuan quickly retreated, drawing his sword 3 inches from its sheath, realizing it was not a beast but the result of years of neglect in the mine structure. Yet he distinctly observed dark red patterns around the corpses' chests, identical to the symbols revealed by the Xian pearl. He crouched down and used the sword's tip to lift one corpse's sleeve. A crescent-shaped scar marred the wrist bone, resembling the marking given to outer sect disciples upon initiation. "These are disciples of the sect." Su Yuan's voice trembled. The Xian pearl suddenly felt cold. He carefully covered the corpses again and retreated to the mine's entrance, his back drenched in cold sweat. What should have been a report to the law enforcement hall regarding the patrol's findings now rolled thrice on his tongue before being swallowed back. Li Changfeng oversees the law enforcement hall. Had he known of this sinister formation earlier? "Steward Su, have you finished your inspection?" A chilling voice came from behind. Su Yuan turned to see Deputy Chun from the law enforcement hall, swaying the bronze token at his waist, a smile plastered on his face. Our elder heard you were patrolling the East Ridge and specifically sent me to inquire about the vein's condition. The spiritual energy remains relatively stable, Su Yuan replied, lowering his gaze to hide the turbulent undercurrents in his eyes. Perhaps the rain from last night dispersed some. I will investigate for another 2 days and report back to the elder. Deputy Chin's gaze lingered on the Xian pearl at his waist before breaking into laughter. Steward Su is indeed cautious. Very well, I shall report to the elder. As he turned, a piece of dark red talisman paper slipped from his sleeve, swirling in the wind before landing at Su Yuan's feet. The patterns matched perfectly with the symbols that had emerged from the Xian pearl. The alchemical furnace in the room bubbled softly. When Warner lifted the bamboo curtain, she found Su Yuan staring blankly at her desk, where the northern underworld fragment copy lay. You arrived just in time, she remarked, pushing a cup of warm ginseng tea toward him. Today, the alchemy room received a batch of millennium red fruits. I managed to steal 2. Help me examine this. Su Yuan interrupted her, his fingertip lightly touching the starry projection of the Xian pearl above the teacup, where the dark red symbols twisted like serpents. Warner's teacup clattered to the ground. She jumped up, nearly stabbing herself with her silver hairpin. This is forbidden technique. She crouched to pick up the fallen teacup, her knuckles turning white. I have seen similar records in the northern underworld fragment. Malevolent practitioners use the essence of living beings to nourish spiritual veins, referred to as the blood spirit formation. Blood spirit soul locking formation, Su Yuan added. Guided by the essence of disciples, the spiritual energy cultivated bore a tinge of resentment. If a practitioner were to absorb it for an extended period, they would risk succumbing to madness. Warner interjected, her voice trembling. During last month's internal competition, Brother Wang suddenly fell into madness. The elders claimed it was due to his eagerness for a breakthrough. Yet, his sword, she bit her lip, also bore those dark red patterns. Outside the window, a voice called for her. Warner swiftly inscribed the runes onto paper and handed it to Su Yuan, saying, I can assist you only this far. Remember, do not let elderly know you are investigating this. As she turned, a small jade vial slipped from her sleeve. This is an antidote pill. The East Ridge is not a clean place. Su Yuan tightly grasped the jade vial, his fingertip brushing against the engraved characters for safety. As the night deepened, Chu Yunfei's black iron sword crashed onto the table, causing the teacup to leap. You say the East Ridge has a blood spirit array? He exclaimed, eyes wide. That old rascal Li Changfeng has no solid evidence. Su Yuan restrained his wrist. Deputy, Chun has been watching me closely today. The law enforcement hall has likely already set up surveillance. Chu Yunfei heavily sat down, the copper bell on his sword tassel jingling. The day before yesterday, I went to the training ground and saw law enforcement hall personnel transporting 10 carts of black wood to the East Ridge. That is the soul-attracting wood of the blood spirit array. He suddenly lowered his voice. Elder Yi has been sent to negotiate in the western region. Now, Li Changfeng has the final say in the sect. If I push too hard, it may alert the snake. I will go to the East Ridge again. Su Yuan took out the talisman paper given by Warner. Last night, the Xian Pearl revealed a new diagram, marking 7 spiritual vein nodes, 3 of which were in Elder Li's private domain. Chu Yunfei stared at the Xian Pearl at his waist, suddenly laughing. Half a year ago, you entered the sect with a broken sword, and I thought you were a tough nut. Only now do I realize you are a piece of tempered steel. He patted Su Yuan's shoulder. Tomorrow, I will stir up trouble at the training ground to divert the law enforcement hall personnel. If you find yourself in danger, flee to the training ground. My black iron sword can sever any evil array. The candlelight in the quiet chamber flickered thrice before extinguishing. Su Yuan, under the moonlight, gazed at the Xian Pearl, where a half-scroll of the blood spirit locking soul array's remnants floated in the star marrow space, with nodes marked in the sect's forbidden grounds. The outer sect's herb garden and the inner sect's training ground, perfectly aligning with the distribution of the sect's spiritual veins. They intend to nurture the entire sect's spiritual veins. Su Yuan murmured. At what cost to the disciples' lives? The Xian Pearl abruptly grew hot, causing pain in his chest. A deep, ancient voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. The day the array is formed, the blood catastrophe will commence. The moonlight outside, like water, fell upon the crack in his waist Xian Pearl, resembling a silver scar. Su Yuan slowly closed his eyes, vividly recalling Li Changfeng's face, eternally adorned with a gentle smile. Yet at this moment in his dream, that smile was gradually fracturing, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Chapter 70. A clash of wills at the third watch of the second day. As the morning mist lingered, the intricately carved wooden doors of the Qinglan sect's assembly hall were pushed open by 2 outer sect disciples. Su Yuan stood at the threshold, the Xian pearl against his skin radiating warmth like a red-hot coal. Inside the hall, 12 bronze lamps softened the morning light, and 12 sandalwood tables were filled with elders. Li Changfeng sat at the first position on the left, his dark robe adorned with golden cloud patterns. Upon seeing Su Yuan enter, a smile curved at the corners of his eyes. Elder Su has arrived early. Is there urgent business to report? Su Yuan swallowed hard. The lingering warmth of the Xian pearl from last night remained, and the swirling characters of the half-scroll of blood scripture echoed in his mind. He approached the center of the hall and gently placed the brocade box beside the bronze cauldron at the main seat. As he opened the box, several charred bones clattered onto the table, the cracks in the bones lined with dark red patterns like roots soaked in blood. Honored elders. These were excavated from the depths of the East Ridge mine 2 days ago. Su Yuan's voice was steady, though his knuckles turned white from exertion. The mine's spiritual veins should have been rich with fire attribute energy, yet the residue on these bones was filled with malevolent energy. Gasps filled the hall. An elder in gray robes squinted and leaned closer. These patterns resemble the soul-attracting patterns of the blood spirit array from legend. Li Changfeng tapped his fingers against the armrest, his smile undiminished. Elder Su should refrain from alarming us with dire predictions. The East Ridge is home to many beastly creatures. Last year, a third-tier fire python was reported. Perhaps these are merely claw marks from a beast battle. How could they constitute an evil array? His gaze swept over the bones before returning to Su Yuan. Do you think the law enforcement hall is merely ornamental? My disciples patrol the mountains daily. How could they allow an evil array to flourish? Su Yuan's nails dug into his palm. He could see Li Changfeng's Adam's apple bobbing beneath his robe, the smile concealing a blade's edge. He unfastened the Xian pearl from his waist, raising it in his palm. This pearl can analyze the residual spiritual energy. Last night, it revealed a half-scroll of the blood spirit locking soul array. The Xian pearl suddenly emitted a ghostly light, the blood scripture's phantom appearing before everyone. Please observe. The node distribution of this array diagram perfectly aligns with the spiritual veins of the East Ridge. Preposterous. Li Changfeng slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. An unidentified pearl can serve as evidence? You are merely an outer sect disciple, not an elder of the law enforcement hall. How dare you question the sect's secret texts? The muscles at the corner of his eye twitched briefly before he quickly replaced it with a smile. Could it be that someone, seeing the law enforcement hall's rising prominence, seeks to muddy the waters with accusations of an evil array? Hold on, elderly. Moron Wanner's voice echoed from the back hall. She hurried forward, cradling a green jade box, her silver hairpin glinting under the lamp's glow. As she opened the box, a charred page floated out, its edges adorned with twisted blood patterns in gold paint. This is a fragment from the ancient records of the alchemy chamber, the Forbidden Array record. A century ago, the traitor Xuanzi employed this array, and the core runes recorded here are 90% similar to Elder Su's diagram. The assembly hall erupted into a cacophony. The blood spirit array requires the living as bait. Elderly, what has the law enforcement hall managed in the East Ridge these years? With Elder Yi absent, the sect cannot afford turmoil. Li Changfeng's face fluctuated between pale and flushed, his fingers clenched into fists beneath his dark robe. He suddenly turned to a white-browed elder beside the main seat. Uncle Wang, you have seen Xuanzi set up arrays. Can this fragment be considered credible? The white-browed elder squinted at the fragment, letting out a long sigh. The patterns are authentic. Li Changfeng's throat moved, and when he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. In that case, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. He abruptly raised his gaze to Su Yuan. However, the investigation into the array must be conducted cautiously. It would be best for Elder Yi Qingqin to lead, selecting a few trusted disciples. I propose forming a supervision team comprising Elder Su, Brother Chu, and myself, Moron Wanner interjected. Elder Su is familiar with the spiritual veins. Brother Chu excels at dismantling evil arrays, and I can identify traces of elixirs within the array. Elder Yi Qingqin, who had been half closing his eyes, now stroked his silver beard with a smile. Wanner's proposal is sound. 3 days hence, you 3 shall go to the East Ridge for an investigation. He cast a glance at Li Changfeng. Elderly, what do you think? Li Changfeng forced a smile that appeared more painful than sorrowful. Naturally, that is appropriate. He turned to a disciple beside him and signaled. Little Lu, go to the storeroom and fetch 3 sets of antidote talismans, and send 2 patrolling disciples to guide them. After the meeting, Su Yuan walked out of the assembly hall alongside Moron Wanner and Chu Yunfei. The morning mist had cleared, sunlight fell upon the blue tiles. Yet it could not penetrate the clouds of gloom within Su Yuan's heart. He distinctly saw Li Changfeng's disciple making a gesture of 3 with his fingertips hidden in his sleeve. Be careful. Chu Yunfei suddenly lowered his voice. The copper bell on the tip of the Xian Tai sword jingling softly. Just moments ago, Li Changfeng's personal guard, a Kuei, had departed for the training grounds, the place where he raised his death soldiers. Murong Wanner tightened her grip on the jade box in her sleeve. Last night, I concocted the soul-pursuing powder. Should they poison? She hesitated, her ears turning crimson. The antidote pills you possess, I have refined an additional 10. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, the Xianzhu at his waist suddenly grew hot. He paused momentarily, feigning to tie his shoelaces. His peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the freshly polished shoes of 2 patrolling disciples, untouched by mud. Let us head to the abandoned herb garden, Su Yuan declared abruptly. I recall there is a century-old fire spirit grass there. Perhaps it can serve as the focal point for our evidence. Chu Yunfei raised an eyebrow, quickly comprehending. Excellent. I was eager to see what that grass looks like. The abandoned herb garden lay at the foot of the sect's back mountain, where waist-high weeds thrived amid the remnants of broken walls, and morning dew clung to shattered tiles. As Su Yuan stepped over a half-collapsed wall, a sudden sound of slicing through the air reached his ears. He spun around to evade a poison-laden flying needle that grazed his earlobe, embedding itself in a tree with a hissing sound. As expected, Su Yuan thought, reaching for the Xianzhu at his waist. Energy surged within the star marrow space. The stamina he had expended chopping wood and fetching water the previous night had been entirely converted into reserve power. The 2 patrolling disciples had already torn off their masks, revealing their dark, mottled faces, brandishing serrated short blades as they lunged forward. Su Yuan, wary of Chu Yunfei drawing his sword to charge, was pulled back by Murong Wanner. Their target is him. Su Yuan took a deep breath. The heat from the Xianzhu coursed through his meridians, and he felt his strength surging like the rising tide. The fatigue from carrying 100 loads of, or the previous day, transformed into the might to cleave mountains. He charged towards the left assailant. His right fist enveloped in blazing spiritual energy, striking with a resounding crack that shattered the assailant's ribs into powder. The assailant on the right, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee, but Su Yuan lifted his foot to catch the flying needle, tossing it back. The needle pierced through the assailant's heart, pinning him to the broken wall. He crouched down, retrieving a bronze token from the assailant's grasp, its front engraved with Qinglan law enforcement, while the reverse bore a tiny ink bamboo, Li Changfeng's personal seal. Li Changfeng, Su Yuan clenched the token, his knuckles turning white. Murong Wanner rushed over, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against his earlobe, now marred by the needle's cut. You're injured. I have healing ointment. No need, Su Yuan shook his head, his gaze shifting towards the depths of the herb garden. Morning mist had inexplicably rolled in again, coalescing into a pale veil amidst the broken tiles. As he gazed at the distant, layered mountain shadows, he suddenly felt a crimson hue seeping through the mist, reminiscent of the core of the spiritual vein circled in red ink within the remnants of the Xianzhu. The Xianzhu burned hot in his palm, and the ancient voice echoed in his consciousness once more, beneath the focal point. Lies a sight sealed for 100 years. Su Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Chu Yunfei's call. He looked up to see his senior brother beckoning him. He tucked the token into his sleeve, the light from the Xianzhu filtering through the fabric and casting a dark crimson shadow on the back of his hand. He understood that the journey to Dongling 3 days hence would truly be a trial by fire. Beneath that forest lay not just a blood spirit formation, but perhaps the very secret of the Qinglan sect itself. Chapter 71. The forbidden formation emerges before the morning mist dissipated. The 3 of them had traversed the dense forest of Dongling. Chu Yunfei's iron sword clanked against a tree trunk, producing a delicate sound that startled several gray sparrows into flight. The spiritual energy is disrupted, Murong Wanner suddenly halted. The crisp white of her sleeves fluttered in the mountain breeze as her fingertips pressed against her brow. The normal spiritual veins should possess the refreshing quality of wood attributes. Yet here a light cough escaped her throat, akin to bitter water steeped in rusted iron. Su Yuan reached for the Xianzhu nestled against his chest. It had been burning since the previous night, and now felt almost alive, writhing in his palm. Following the direction indicated by the Xianzhu, he spotted a half-charred piece of azure rock lying across the forest, dark red liquid seeping from the cracks, meandering like a thin serpent across the decaying leaves. This is the precursor to the blood spirit formation. Su Yuan's voice turned grave. He recalled the records from the Xianzhu remnants, when the blood formation first forms. It must be saturated with the blood of living beings to nourish the earth veins. Let us proceed. He stepped boldly over the decaying leaves. The heat from the Xianzhu coursing through his meridians, and the forest around him suddenly shed its facade. Countless dark red threads emerged from the ground, enveloping the entire valley like a massive web. Watch your step. Chu Yunfei suddenly grasped the back of Su Yuan's collar. The young man's boot was poised over a piece of azure stone slab inscribed with runes, the edges flickering with ghostly blue flames. This is the outer gate of the Forbidden Formation. Moron Wanner knelt, her fingertips brushing against the dark red crystal sand in the crevices of the stone slab. I have seen this solidified blood essence in the alchemy room. It must have required the heart's blood of at least 30 Qi refinement stage cultivators. Her nails dug deeply into her palm. Li Changfeng is truly ruthless. Su Yuan knelt on one knee, the Xianzhu erupting in his consciousness. And the spiritual energy within the star marrow space surged like a tidal wave. Before him materialized a semi-transparent formation diagram. 7 stone pillars inscribed with birth dates forming the Big Dipper, while a charred heap of bone fragments lay atop the central altar. Each pillar connected by thin red threads that plunged into the ground's spiritual veins. This is the blood-spirit-soul locking formation. Su Yuan's voice trembled. He finally understood why the law enforcement hall had consistently rotated the patrolling disciples under the guise of training. Each disciple's birth date and blood essence were the sustenance for maintaining the formation. 3 years his throat tightened. In another 3 years, Li Changfeng could extract the essence of the spiritual veins, directly advancing to the nascent soul stage. Nonsense. Chu Yunfei's iron sword unsheathed with a hum, the blade reflecting his contorted face. My junior brother was reassigned to patrol 3 months ago, and now even his bones cannot be found. He suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the bone pile at the altar's center. Moron Wanner's fingers glowed with a faint azure light. She bit her tongue, a droplet of blood falling onto the bone heap, causing dark red mist to surge upward. Su Yuan's mind flashed with fragmented images. On a moonless, windy night, Li Changfeng donned the dark cloak of the law enforcement hall, his bronze sword tearing open the disciples' garments. The youth's terrified cries were swallowed by the wind, his blood dripping onto the altar, merging with the formation patterns. In the final moment, the disciples' eyes suddenly turned towards the edge of the scene, colliding heavily with Su Yuan's gaze. Moron Wanner staggered backward, crashing into Chu Yunfei's embrace. Cold sweat beaded at her temples, her lips turning pale. It's Qinglan. From the outer gate, C9. Just last month, he helped me move the alchemy furnace. She suddenly grasped Su Yuan's wrist, her nails digging into his flesh. This is irrefutable evidence. Li Changfeng was directly involved. I recognize his patterned sword, with 3 golden nails on the scabbard. In Su Yuan's sleeve, the Xianzhu burned with startling heat. He pulled out a beast-hide scroll he always carried, the azure light seeping from his palm. Tracing the complete formation diagram on the scroll, every birth date inscribed on the stone pillars meticulously accurate. An ancient prompt echoed from the star marrow space. This formation requires a living sacrifice on the first day of each month. The law enforcement hall's rotation of disciples is precisely to obscure the pattern of deaths. We must inscribe these onto the jade tablet. Su Yuan tore a strip from his garment, binding it around Moron Wanner's trembling hand. Wanner, you will etch this with alchemical fire. I will dictate the locations of the focal points. Senior brother, guard the entrance. If there is any disturbance, he reached for the Xianzhu at his waist. I have the protection of the pearl. I can hold for the duration of an incense stick. Chu Yunfei tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his gaze sweeping across the forest. I will stand guard here. Even if 10 disciples from the law enforcement hall come, I will ensure that 3 arms remain. As he turned, his garment brushed against the altar, several charred bones clattering to the ground, reminiscent of a shattered omen. In the dead of night, a faint glow illuminated Su Yuan's chamber. The Xianzhu hovered above his head, projecting the analyzed formation diagram onto the wall. Moron Wanner knelt on the ground, her fingertips gathering crimson flames as she etched the final line on the jade tablet. Done. Once this jade was presented to the Grand Elder, even Li Changfeng would find it impossible to explain himself, no matter how many tongues he possessed. Yet, it was not that simple. The door creaked open. Yi Qingchen stood with his hands clasped behind him, the moonlight streaming in from behind, casting a cold glow upon the purple-patterned jade pendant at his waist. The usually squinting mentor now bore a gaze as sharp as a blade. Sweeping over the formation diagram on the wall, Li Changfeng had presided over the law enforcement hall for 20 years, and the Grand Elder's direct disciple was his adopted son. Half of the inner sect elders owed him favors. Do you think a mere diagram could topple him? Su Yuan tucked the jade tablet into his bosom. The Xian pearl pressed against his heart, radiating warmth through the fabric, as if to bolster his spirit. But he has killed Qinglan, slaughtered those innocent disciples. Justice. Yi Qingchen suddenly smiled, a hint of desolation woven into his mirth. I once believed in that too. But remember, he stepped closer, his fingertip pressing against Su Yuan's brow. You are not merely striking a dog. You are uprooting a tree. Before a tree falls, its roots will crush all stones that obstruct its path. Su Yuan gazed at the white strands in his mentor's hair. He recalled how, at the age of 7 in the mine, an old miner had his leg broken by a supervisor, uttering the same sentiment that living was more important than revenge. Yet at this moment, he reached for the jade tablet in his bosom, feeling the desperate plea for salvation in Chunyan's lingering thoughts. Sensing the transformed spiritual energy from the realm of the Xian Pearl, which had long been tempered into steel, within his very blood. I understand, Su Yuan said. Yi Qingchen scrutinized him for a moment, then unexpectedly pulled out a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and tossed it to him. This is a barrier-breaking pill I have secretly kept. It can enhance your spiritual energy significantly in a critical moment. He turned and walked toward the door, the moonlight stretching his shadow long. At the third watch of the day tomorrow, when the bell tower tolls 9 times, the assembly will begin. The door slammed shut. Su Yuan opened the porcelain vial. The fragrance of medicine mingling with the scent of morning dew filled his nostrils. The Xian Pearl in his palm was ablaze with heat. And he suddenly remembered the century-old fire spirit grass in the abandoned medicinal garden, which must now be defiantly growing amidst the morning dew and crumbling walls. Boom. The first bell rang, shattering the dawn. Su Yuan concealed the jade tablet close to his body and pushed open the door. In the morning mist, the flying eaves of the main hall appeared hazy, resembling a lurking giant beast. He gazed at the throngs of figures in the distance, observing the law robes of the elders from various peaks billowing in the wind, and saw Muron Wanner and Chu Yunfei approaching from either side. The heat from the Xian Pearl surged through his veins, and he suddenly felt that he had been waiting for this day for a full decade. When the second bell tolled, Su Yuan took his first step, his shadow elongated with the sound of the bell, overlapping with the outline of the main hall in the morning mist. Meanwhile, in an unseen corner, several dark figures surged towards him from the direction of the law enforcement hall, their bronze tokens glinting coldly. Those were Li Chongfeng's private seals. By the time the third bell echoed across the mountain peak, Su Yuan had reached the steps of the main hall. He raised his gaze to the characters Qinglan above the hall's entrance, a low chuckle escaping his throat. 10 years ago in the mine, he had thought his life was merely a piece of moldable ore. Now he understood that some stones, the deeper they are buried, the more capable they are of one day shattering the mountains that press upon them. The bell continued to toll. Su Yuan pressed his hand against the Xian Pearl at his waist, feeling its familiar warmth as he ascended the steps, one by one. The din within the main hall grew clearer. He could hear the Grand Elder's cough, the whispers of the inner disciples, and the thunderous beating of his own heart. This time, he was no longer the laborer whipped in the mines, nor the outer sect steward subject to the whims of others. He was Su Yuan, bearing secrets potent enough to overturn the entire Qinglan sect, seeking justice. Deep within the main hall, Li Chongfeng caressed the Xian-patterned sword at his waist. Listening to the increasingly near tolling of the bell, he gazed at the report on his desk regarding Su Yuan's collusion with demonic cultivators, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, he failed to notice the bronze lamp on the desk suddenly shake violently, oil spilling onto the report, staining the words demonic cultivator a glaring red. Chapter 72. The Sect's Inquiry. As the gilded bronze bell of the main hall struck its 9th toll, Su Yuan's shoe tips had already stepped onto the last level of the white marble steps. The morning mist dispersed under the bell's reverberation, revealing a crowd of heads within. With 12 elders seated in fragrant sandalwood chairs at the eastern end, the Grand Elder's silver beard swayed gently in the smoke rising from the bronze censer before him. To the west were the ebony benches of the inner disciples, where Chu Yunfei clutched the jade tablet at his waist, his knuckles turning white. From the direction of the alchemy chamber, Muron Wanner's moon-white skirt was lifted by the draft, revealing half a scroll of yellowed silk hidden in her sleeve. Outer sect steward Su Yuan, summoned to the hall. The voice announcing him echoed against the vaulted ceiling, startling the copper bells hanging above. Su Yuan stepped over the high threshold, the Xian Pearl in his palm radiating warmth, reminiscent of the unquenchable fire deep within the mine 10 years ago. He could hear the sound of his own throat swallowing, could smell the mingling scents of deep water incense and aged paper within the hall, and could see Li Chongfeng seated on the third sandalwood chair, the cloud patterns intricately embroidered on his dark robe, yet unable to conceal the newly patched green thread at his sleeve, evidence of last night's intrusion into the law enforcement hall, where the sword's tip had pierced through. Steward Su. The Grand Elder's voice was raspy from years of illness. You have intruded upon the sect assembly today. What is your purpose? Su Yuan untied the leather pouch at his waist, retrieving a scroll sealed with cinnabar. As he unfurled it, a cold wind swept through the hall, causing the blood-red patterns on the silk to writhe as if alive, several strands of dark red spiritual energy rising and coalescing into chains in midair. Esteemed elders, this is a fragment of the blood-spirit soul lock formation. His voice was steadier than he had anticipated. 3 days prior, while patrolling the No. 3 spiritual vein in Dongling, I discovered a stone altar deep within the mine. The spacing of its stone pillars and the direction of its engravings perfectly matched the blood spirit formation recorded in ancient texts. Gasps filled the hall. An elder with white eyebrows slammed his palm onto the table. The blood spirit formation is an evil technique used by demonic sects to sacrifice living souls. Li Changfeng's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest twice. He stood up, the tassel of his Xian-patterned sword hanging at his side like a coiled snake ready to strike. Steward Su, you have quite the skill. With a mere sketch and some old tales, you attempt to tarnish the reputation of our Qinglan sect? He turned to the Grand Elder. His eyes slightly lowered. If anyone could present unfounded claims at the sect assembly, the rules of my law enforcement hall would become a laughingstock. Elderly is right. Su Yuan suddenly laughed, so I brought evidence. He flicked his fingers, sending the Xian pearl's ethereal light into the stone floor of the hall. The ground rippled instantly, forming a translucent phantom of the formation beneath everyone's feet, with dark red chains entwining the illusory stone pillars, and a hazy image of the Qinglan Mine rising at the center. This formation requires living souls as a conduit for each person sacrificed. It can triple the yield of the spiritual vein. Su Yuan's gaze swept over Li Changfeng's pupils that had constricted sharply. The Dongling spiritual vein's yield has surged dramatically over the past 3 years. Have the esteemed elders pondered why this once stable vein, after a century, suddenly became productive? An unruly disciple in a blue robe from the law enforcement hall rushed forward to snatch the diagram, but was intercepted by Chu Yunfei's arm. The inner sect's eldest disciple unsheathed his dark iron sword by 3 inches, its cold gleam rendering the disciple's face pale. Elderly said to uphold the rules. So we shall wait for Steward Su to finish. At that moment, Moron Wanu approached. Her fingertips pinched a crystal shard, within which trapped strands of faint golden remnants. This was extracted from the central stone platform of the altar. She placed the fragment upon the table, and the remnant spirit drifted forth, casting an image within the hall. The moonlight spilled over the mine, dyeing Li Changfeng's dark robe in crimson. He brandished a bone sword. Its tip pressed against the heart of a young disciple. It is a pity, truly, that your spiritual roots are so mixed, keeping you would be a waste. Before the disciple's anguished scream could escape his lips, he was drawn into the formation, its crimson light surging. As spirit stones embedded in the cavern ceiling began to ooze droplets of golden liquid, cascading into the jade bottle concealed within Li Changfeng's sleeve. A cacophony erupted within the hall. The third elder slammed his palm on the table, shattering his teacup upon the floor. What an audacious law elder! To use our own disciples as offerings for a formation. Li Changfeng's visage turned as pale as parchment. He fixed his gaze upon the lingering remnant, his throat constricting, and suddenly raised his voice. This must be a fabrication orchestrated by Su Yuan in collusion with the outer disciples. Yet his hands trembled. The jade bottle in his sleeve producing a delicate clinking sound, akin to the vessel containing the spirit liquid in the image. Yi Qingchun, who had been reclining against the chair, suddenly straightened. He tapped the table lightly, the sound reverberating like a strike upon bronze. Elderly, I have a word for you. He observed the cold sweat beading on Li Changfeng's brow. If you seek to prove your innocence, it would be prudent to accompany the inspection team to the East Ridge mine. Your law hall has always valued empirical evidence, has it not? Li Changfeng's nails nearly dug into his palm. He surveyed the crowd below, all eyes fixed upon him, and suddenly wore a wretched smile. Brother Yi speaks wisely. I shall comply. However, as his gaze swept beyond the hall to the corridor outside, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He had already instructed his trusted subordinates to lay an ambush along the route to the East Ridge. Should that brat Su Yuan dare to follow, the assembly dispersed more swiftly than in previous years. When Su Yuan was led to the bamboo cottage on the back mountain by Yi Qingchun's personal attendant, the sun had already begun its descent. The aroma of freshly brewed dragon tea wafted through the cottage, as Yi Qingchun poured tea into 2 celadon cups. The amber liquid rippling within. Drink. The elder pushed the cup forward. This is the spirit tea you planted in the medicinal garden last year. I took the liberty of harvesting some. Su Yuan accepted the cup, and the moment his fingertips brushed the rim, the mysterious pearl in his palm suddenly radiated intense heat. He looked down to find silver runes rising within the pearl, coiling like a serpent, reminiscent of a half-formed demon core. Li Changfeng has someone behind him. Yi Qingchun's voice dropped to a whisper. 3 years ago, he suddenly gained access to intersect resources, and 6 months ago, he acquired a 3rd-grade spirit artifact. Such privileges are not typical for a mere law elder. He gazed intently at the mysterious pearl in Su Yuan's palm. Moreover, you claimed in the mine the other day that you possess half-demon blood. The wind outside the bamboo window suddenly intensified. Su Yuan stared at the swirling tea in his cup, his heartbeat echoing like a drum. The runes within the pearl glimmered brighter. And he recalled the words of the old craftsman before his passing. Child, when your mother departed, she clutched a black pearl tightly. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, The inspection team departs for the East Ridge. Yi Qingxin slid a token inscribed with the character for inspection toward him. I secured a spot for you on the team. His gaze swept over the mysterious pearl in Su Yuan's palm. Be cautious on your journey. As dusk enveloped the bamboo cottage, Su Yuan stood atop the sect's highest stargazing tower. The mountain wind fluttered his robe, and the distant forests of the East Ridge appeared like an unfurling ink blot. He drew forth the mysterious pearl, the silver runes within it slowly revolving, resonating with the warm current in his bloodline. Footsteps of the night watch disciples echoed from below the tower. Su Yuan tucked the pearl into his bosom, gazing into the darkness of the East Ridge. He understood that Li Chongfeng's ambush had already commenced, and perhaps hidden within the ranks of the inspection team were spies as well. Yet what unsettled him more was the sudden appearance of runes within the pearl. They seemed to bear an inexplicable connection to the fragmented memories left by his mother and the demon patterns upon the altar in the mine. The mountain wind swept past, carrying the sound of rustling pines. Su Yuan clenched the array map at his waist, hearing a voice within him declare, "What is meant to come will inevitably arrive." Chapter 73. The coming storm. Before the morning mist had dispersed, the inspection team had already exited the sect's mountain gates. Su Yuan walked amid the ranks, his dark robe billowing in the mountain breeze. His right hand rested lightly upon his waist, where Yi Qingxin's inspection token lay, alongside the warm mysterious pearl. The trepidation from the previous night atop the star-gazing tower lingered. Each step upon the cobblestone felt as though he tread upon the concealed blades of Li Chongfeng. "Brother Su." A soft whisper brushed against his ear. Su Yuan turned to see Muron Wanner had approached him, her silver bells glimmering in the morning mist. She cast her gaze downward, fixating on the tips of her embroidered shoes, her fingers surreptitiously tugging at his sleeve. "I perused the highest tier of forbidden texts in the alchemy chamber yesterday." Su Yuan's throat tightened. This girl had always been audacious. The tomes in the alchemy chamber were categorized into levels of restriction, and the highest tier, secured within an iron cabinet, was accessible only to certain elders. He discreetly glanced toward the rear of the group, where a gray-robed elder walked. His back hunched like a withered pine. It was Qing Yuzi. From the moment they departed until now, this old alchemist had uttered not a word, not even reaching for his water pouch. Qing Yuzi, Muron Wanner's voice was barely audible. A century ago, a torn page from compilation of forbidden techniques mentioned the blood refinement path, with Qing Yuzi as the guide. Her fingertips pressed into her palm. I recognized his scent. It is reminiscent of blood crystals scorched in a cauldron. A chill crept down Su Yuan's spine. He feigned adjusting his wrist guards, subtly glancing back. Just then, Qing Yuzi raised his eyes, his murky pupils reflecting Su Yuan's shadow, colder than the morning mist. The old alchemist's lips moved as if to speak, yet he slowly lowered his gaze, his bony fingers stroking the bronze alchemical cauldron at his waist. The third spiritual vein of the East Ridge has been reached. This was a mine from which half the mountain had been hollowed out, the exposed rock walls still bearing the scars of varying depths from chiseling. Su Yuan stood at the entrance of the cavern, the mysterious pearl in his palm suddenly quivering violently, the heat turning his palm crimson. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward, pressing his hand against a hidden pattern on the rock wall, the core of the formation he had swept with the pearl yesterday. A hum resonated as the star marrow within the pearl surged forth, countless silver runes burrowing into the rock wall like living entities. Fragments of memory flashed before Su Yuan's eyes. Within the crimson mist, the wails of a child sealed within the stone crevices, a robed cultivator performing hand seals, infusing blood essence into the formation's eye, and his mother's hand, grasping the pearl in her final moments, blood droplets seeping through her fingers, mirroring the color of the formation's patterns. It is the blood spirit locking soul formation. Su Yuan abruptly retracted his hand, the hidden pattern on the rock wall instantly glowing red. This formation had utilized living blood to nourish the spiritual vein for at least 13 years. A gasp escaped the outer disciple tasked with recording the team's findings. I had just been born at that time. Before he could finish, a thick fog suddenly billowed from the depths of the mine. The mist surged violently, enveloping everyone within moments, leaving even Muron Wanner, just 5 steps away, a mere shadow. Su Yuan detected the metallic scent of blood mist. To preserve the evidence, he swiftly drew the array map from his waist, but as soon as he unfurled it halfway, the sound of slicing wind reached his ears. "Be careful." Muron Wanner's scream mingled with the sharp sound of a weapon tearing through the air. Su Yuan spun around, the mysterious pearl rising autonomously from his storage pouch, forming a translucent barrier around him. 3 poisoned short blades collided with the barrier, sparking bright flashes. The thick mist echoed with heavy breaths. At least 20 figures encircled them, the leader's face adorned with a blue demonic pattern, a token of Li Chongfeng's law hall hanging from his waist. "Su Yuan, surrender your life." The demon-faced cultivator swung his blade downward, the blade's light deepening the blood mist. As Su Yuan prepared to engage, a sudden burst of golden flames surged forth from an unexpected angle. The flames, devoid of mist, entwined themselves around the blade of the ghostly patterned cultivator, producing a sharp hissing sound as the iron blade was pierced through. The blood spirit array was indeed not yet extinguished. Qing Yuzi had somehow positioned himself at the array's forefront. His previously hunched back now stood upright, revealing dark patterns embroidered with golden threads beneath his gray robe, depicting the fire of elixirs. With a peculiar seal formed by his left hand and a half-melted elixir pill clutched in his right, each word he uttered erupted into clusters of golden flames, incinerating 3 assailants in an instant. The elder alchemist of the sealing spirit barrier uttered a low command, tracing silver lines in the void with his fingertips. The mist suddenly solidified, and the attacking assassins seemed to collide with an invisible wall, stumbling backward in disarray. Su Yuan then discerned that beneath Qing Yuzi's feet lay 9 bronze elixir cauldrons, from which the fragrant aroma of elixirs overwhelmed the stench of blood mist. Senior Brother Su. Moron Wanner tossed him a jade vial containing her newly concocted fog-breaking powder. Su Yuan shattered the vial, and at the moment the powder exploded. The mysterious orb in his palm grew hot, and a new diagram emerged within the star marrow space. A skeletal hand, vividly defined, began to draw symbols in the air, each stroke resonating with an uncanny rhythm. Instinctively, he recognized this as the first form of the demon bone spirit communication technique. Before he could ponder further, his hearing suddenly sharpened, enabling him to distinctly perceive the sound of the assassin's boots scraping against the rocks. The third one on the left has poison on his blade. Su Yuan swiftly threw a formation flag, striking the assassin's wrist precisely. A metallic scraping sound came from the right. He pivoted and kicked away the attacking dagger. The mysterious orb transformed the force of his punch and the breath of evasion into surging spiritual energy within his meridians. The chaotic battle raged for a brief moment. When the last assassin was reduced to ashes by Qing Yuzi's golden flames, the blood spirit array patterns etched on the mine's rock wall lay in tatters. Moron Wanner crouched before the shattered patterns, her eyes reddening. All evidence is destroyed. Let us go. Qing Yuzi suddenly grasped Su Yuan's sleeve with an astonishing strength, indicating they had further moves to make. As they retraced their steps along the mountain path, the evening breeze carried the scent of blood. Qing Yuzi walked in the lead, the hem of his gray robe still smoldering with unextinguished golden flames. Su Yuan lingered at the back, observing the elder alchemist's figure, feeling that the previously hunched posture was merely a facade. When he had cast the sealing spirit barrier, his back had been as straight as a sword. Your bloodline. Qing Yuzi turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is closer to it than I had imagined. Closer to what? Su Yuan instinctively reached for the mysterious orb. The orb grew warm in his palm, seemingly responding to an unseen call. The elder alchemist, however, fell silent, tightening his grip on the bronze elixir cauldron at his waist. When the moon hung high in the sky, Su Yuan sat alone in the quiet chamber. On the table lay a half piece of the formation pattern that Moron Wanner had retrieved, still stained with dried blood. He took out the mysterious orb, and by the moonlight, he clearly saw a crack had formed on its surface, resembling a serpent with its mouth agape, threatening to split apart at any moment. The hooting of an owl echoed outside the window. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the orb, feeling his heartbeat resonate like a drum. He understood that at tomorrow's sect meeting, Li Changfeng would surely deny any accusations with claims of insufficient evidence. Yet, what troubled him more was the implication of Qing Yuzi's words regarding it. Was it the blood spirit array, the mysterious orb, or the half-demon bloodline within him? The orb trembled in his palm, a sliver of silver light seeping through the crack. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on that light, suddenly recalling the old craftsman's words before his passing. The orb in your mother's hand is the key to the demon realm. The mountain wind rustled the window paper, allowing moonlight to seep in and illuminate the crack on the mysterious orb. Su Yuan stared at the ever-deepening fissure, suddenly struck by the illusion that the orb was not fracturing, but rather awakening. Chapter 74. The clash of power and strategy as the morning bell shattered the dawn mist. Su Yuan stood at the center of the training ground, gazing up at Li Changfeng, who sat regally on a sandalwood chair atop the platform. The elder of the law enforcement hall was meticulously polishing his jade ring, his knuckles pale and sickly, as if they had been steeped in a spiritual spring for a decade. The remnants of the blood spirit array had been destroyed, and all witnesses had perished in the mine. The elder stroked his graying beard, his voice akin to rusted gears. According to the sect's regulations, elderly will temporarily suspend his duties at the law enforcement hall and submit to an investigation by the third elder. The wind in the training ground rustled Su Yuan's outer sect steward robe. He observed the faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of Li Changfeng's mouth, not one of panic, but rather akin to watching a child play with a sword in jest. Steward Su, do you have any objections? The voice of the sect master resonated from the main seat. Su Yuan felt a bitter taste in his throat. The previous night, he had scoured the half-piece of the formation pattern, the mysterious orb scorching a red mark in his palm, revealing only the words blood sacrifice. Now, as he beheld the dark iron token swaying at Li Changfeng's waist, he suddenly recalled the poison on the assassin's boots. It was a special formula provided by the law enforcement hall, known as bone corrosion powder. No objections. He lowered his gaze, his nails digging into his palm. The sound of Li Changfeng's boots echoed lightly against the bluestone slab as he passed by, and an indistinct scent of blood wafted into his nostrils, identical to that of the assassins from the mine. As the moon rose above the willow tops, Su Yuan crouched on the beam of the quiet chamber. The window paper rustled in the night wind, and the half-piece of the formation pattern glimmered with an eerie light. The mysterious orb in his embrace grew hot, the silver light seeping from the crack illuminating his face. I must access the secret vault of the law enforcement hall. He traced the crack on the orb, recalling the old craftsman's appearance as he coughed up blood before his demise. Li Changfeng's audacity to withstand the sect meeting suggested he was concealing something even more significant. The orb vibrated suddenly, as if responding to his resolve. He leapt to the ground, his fingertips gliding over the table's surface, brushing against the mechanisms and techniques that Yi Qingchun had given him yesterday. The cover bore the words Secret Vault of the Law Enforcement Hall, indicating the time for the change of guards at the third watch. At the third watch, Su Yuan pressed himself against the blue brick wall, the star shadow of the orb concealing his form into mere shadow. The footsteps of patrolling disciples approached, growing nearer. He held his breath, watching the two figures whose dark iron tokens glimmered coldly in the moonlight. Indeed, they were the newly assigned dark armored guards under Li Changfeng. The vault door was nestled behind an artificial hill, its surface coated in moss. Su Yuan retrieved the formation-breaking needle given by Yi Qingchun, and as the needle's tip grazed the stone crevice, the mysterious orb suddenly grew hot in his palm. His pupils constricted. The spiritual energy flowing within the crevice was no ordinary barrier, but a 9-turn interlocking formation. He exhaled a breath of stale air, the star marrow space within the orb expanding in his mind, gathering the spiritual energy he had transformed through daily labor like a flowing stream. The tip of the needle began to shine. Following the formation diagram deciphered by the orb, he sequentially tapped on the positions of birth, rest, and injury. With a soft click, the stones of the artificial hill began to shift. The musty odor from within the vault caused him to frown. 3 rows of sandalwood cabinets lined the wall, the innermost rows locks glimmering with a dark sheen, blood-patterned locks that required the blood of a cultivator to open. Su Yuan bit into his fingertip, letting his blood drip into the keyhole. The orb quaked violently, and the blood droplets seeping from the lock core flowed against the direction of his bloodline. What an interesting Li Changfeng, he scoffed coldly, as the star marrow space of the orb suddenly surged with spiritual energy, seeping into the lock through his fingertip. With a click, the lock opened. The cover of the ledger was deep brown, its corners curled, inscribed with secret characters in red cinnabar. The first volume opened, and the still damp ink revealed the characters that made his pupils constrict. It was Li Changfeng's small script. On the 15th of August, change the dark armored guards to guard the mine, and order Zhang Jiyuniu to lead the miners into the blood array area. The second volume was thicker, containing a yellowed contract. The Northern Rome demon cultivator, Qian, exchanges 1,000 fire spirit crystals to activate the blood spirit array. Su Yuan's fingers paused over the words Qian, recalling the burn marks on the assassins from the mine, unmistakably the heart-burning fire of the Qian demon cultivator. Steward Su seems quite interested. A chilling voice emerged from behind him. Su Yuan swiftly closed the ledger, and as he turned, he had already concealed the ledger within his robes. Li Changfeng stood at the entrance of the secret vault, his dark iron law enforcement sword hanging at his side, its tip dripping blood from the disciple guarding the vault. Under the cover of night, having infiltrated the law enforcement hall, what punishment awaits? Li Changfeng smiled. Yet that smile failed to reach his eyes. You are more capable of causing trouble than I had anticipated. He raised his hand to caress the dark iron token at his waist. Do you know how you entered the mine back then? Su Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Your mother knelt before the sect's gate, holding you, pleading for us to save your half-demon bloodline. Li Changfeng's voice slithered like a serpent's tongue. But the half-demon bloodline requires a blood sacrifice to activate, so we sent you to the mine, where the bloodthirsty aura was most suited to nurture your bloodline. The dark pearl in his embrace radiated an astonishing heat, the silver light within its cracks nearly piercing through his garments. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the bluish corner of Li Changfeng's mouth, suddenly recalling the words of the old craftsman before his passing. Your mother's pearl is the key to the demon realm. So that's how it is. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, feigning shock, while his fingers discreetly pressed against the dark pearl. Within the star essence space, his previous anger, humiliation, and hatred transformed into a mist-like spiritual energy. In an instant, Li Changfeng's pupils scattered, and that mist morphed into an illusion, casting the phantom of a blood spirit array from the mine into his consciousness. Seizing this fleeting moment, Su Yuan executed the first form of the demon bone communication technique, darting past Li Changfeng like a wraith. You think obtaining the ledger will be your triumph over me? Li Changfeng's furious roar erupted behind him, but Su Yuan did not look back. He sprinted across the eaves, the ledger pressing painfully against his ribs. More silver light seeped from the cracks in the dark pearl, as if it aimed to envelop him entirely. The next morning, at the master hall, as Su Yuan placed the ledger copy upon the sandalwood desk, the teacup of the third elder clattered to the ground. Li Changfeng's small script glimmered coldly in the sunlight. The contract of the Northern Rome demon cultivator causing even the eldest elder's white beard to tremble. And this, Su Yuan presented an anonymous letter. The elder's support came from the supreme elder of the Shifeng sect. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose outside the hall, causing the door curtain to flutter noisily. Yi Qingshun, appearing unbeknownst to him, stood at the corner of the hall, stroking his long beard with a gentle laugh. Su Yuan, you have finally stepped into the true game of chess. As the morning mist dissipated, Su Yuan stood atop the sect's high wall. The dark pearl in his palm burned with heat, the silver light within its cracks coalescing into a star map, a palace suspended among the clouds, etched with the 4 ancient characters of the demon bone holy palace. The mountain wind lifted his garment, and he gazed at the surging sea of clouds below, suddenly hearing faint crackling sounds emanating from within the dark pearl. It was as if something dormant was finally awakening. In the dead of night, the candlelight in the quiet room flickered. Su Yuan secured the doors and windows, retrieving the dark pearl from his bosom. The cracks had now spread across the entirety of the pearl's surface, silver light gushing forth like a stream, coalescing on the table into the entrance of the star essence space. He took a deep breath, his mind gradually sinking into that sea of starlight. Chapter 75, Blood Shadows Emerge. The wick in the quiet room crackled explosively, sparks landing on the back of Su Yuan's hand, yet he remained oblivious. His fingertip traced the spreading cracks on the dark pearl, the sensation akin to ice shards covered in spider silk, chilling to the bone. The old craftsman said this is the key to the demon realm, he murmured, placing the dark pearl upon the desk. The silver light surged forth from the cracks like a living entity, swirling into a vortex-shaped star gate upon the sandalwood surface, tiny starlights falling into his pupils, reflecting the turbulent undercurrents beneath. The moment his spirit sank into the star essence space, the familiar starlight enveloped him. Yet this time was different. The once vague, ancient map now appeared clear, the outline of the northern desert's sandy sea distinct enough to count every wind scar, with a certain protruding mountain range resembling a fierce beast's bone, overlapping with the engraving of the 4 characters of the demon bone holy palace. The ancient text spoke of secret methods for reshaping bloodlines hidden here. Su Yuan's fingertips lightly tapped on the map. Suddenly, the dark pearl trembled, sending a jolt of pain through his consciousness. The piercing words of Li Changfeng echoed in his memory. The half-demon bloodline requires a blood sacrifice to activate, which is why you were sent to the mine. From the moment he was sold into the mine at the age of 7, they had been nurturing his bloodline with the bloodthirsty aura of the caves and the dark pearl. The star essence space suddenly rippled, forcefully inundating his consciousness with an image. On a blood-colored altar, his younger self was covered in blood, the dark pearl hovering above, transforming the wails of the mine's slaves and the crack of the overseer's whip into streams of silver light, which poured into his heart. So this is the spiritual energy I absorbed, Su Yuan gasped, his back pressed against the light wall of the star essence space. Those abilities he regarded as his golden fingers had, from the very beginning, been paving the way for the activation of his half-demon bloodline. The dark pearl trembled even more violently, with additional silver light seeping from the cracks, coalescing before him into ancient characters. The bloodline shall awaken, the holy palace shall open. Thud! The morning bell shattered the ripples of the star essence space. Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat beating at his temples. The dark pearl lay quietly in his palm, the cracks deeper than the previous night, as if it were about to split open a door. He tucked the pearl back into his bosom and seized the ledger copy from the desk. The sound of the door hinges turning was as soft as a sigh. And upon lifting his gaze, he saw Yi Qingshun standing in the corridor, hands clasped behind him, the morning mist enveloping the hem of his azure robe, making him appear like an ancient jade submerged in water. You are up early, Executive Su. Yi Qingshun's voice was as smooth as silk steeped in tea, yet tinged with urgency. Su Yuan paused, then revealed his customary serene smile. Instructor Yi, you arrived even earlier. He handed over the ledger and the anonymous letter, his gaze falling upon the mark on the inner side of Yi Qingshun's thumb, a sign of years spent wielding a sword. starkly contrasting with his usual pose of stroking his beard. Yi Qingshan opened the ledger slowly. Each page turned as if he were weighing something. When the contract of the Northern Rome Demon Cultivator was laid bare, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes suddenly tightened, his fingers pressing down on the paper, leaving white imprints. Where did you obtain this information? From the hidden compartment in Li Chongfeng's study, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, as though he had merely flipped through a book. His hiding not deep enough. Yi Qingshan abruptly raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as a sword forged in a cold spring. Do you know why the Supreme Elder of Xianjun has suddenly intervened in the spiritual vein after 100 years of seclusion? Before waiting for an answer, he tapped the anonymous letter with his fingertip. You have stepped into the true game of chess, but the chessboard is larger than you think. The morning mist was dispersed by the mountain wind, revealing the dark undercurrents in Yi Qingshan's gaze. Su Yuan's heart sank. He had long suspected Li Chongfeng had someone backing him, but the word larger reminded him of the bloodied hands of the old craftsman before his demise. The pearl is the key. Recently, there have been unusual movements in the number 3 spiritual vein of East Ridge. Yi Qingshan pushed the ledger back. You should investigate under the pretense of inspection. If Li Chongfeng is cornered, he will surely act. As Su Yuan took the ledger, their fingertips brushed against each other, the warmth of Yi Qingshan's palm astonishingly hot. A temperature not of the living. The mountain path for inspection was dampened by dew, and Su Yuan walked slowly atop the moss, the dark pearl gently warming in his embrace. As he rounded a bend, a moonlit figure slipped from the peach grove, the sound of silver bells tinkling in her hair. Senior Brother Su. Moron Wanner's ears flushed red, evidently having run over. Her hand clutched the corner of her sleeve. Trembling, the unique fragrance of medicinal herbs from the alchemy room mingling with her anxious aura. The alchemy room has received 12 batches of red flame grass this month. Red flame grass. Su Yuan halted in his steps. That was the primary ingredient for refining blood soul pills. And the blood soul pill reminded him of the blood spirit array in the mine that had claimed 30 lives. When did your alchemy room start accepting orders for this kind of evil cultivation? That's the crux of the matter. Moron Wanner produced a roll of ledger from her bosom, its cover still stained with medicinal residue. These orders have not gone through the public account, and the recipient is a black-robed cultivator, lacking even a specific title. She opened the ledger, revealing the destination column on the last page. The abandoned training ground bore an ominous aura, reminiscent of a bloodied scene. This morning, as I surveyed the storeroom inventory, I discovered that the last batch of Qinglan grass had been taken just the night before. The mountain breeze swept through, carrying with it the delicate petals of peach blossoms, brushing against the shoulders of 2 individuals. Su Yuan gazed at the trembling eyelashes of Moron Wanner, suddenly recalling the moment she had been scolded and cried in the pill chamber, gripping the pestle in silence. At that time, he had intervened to shield her. Now, she was unveiling another layer of truth for him. He made his way to the storeroom, tucking the ledger into his bosom, determined to uncover the identity of the enigmatic black-robed cultivator. The lock on the medicinal herb storage had been recently replaced, the copper oxide not yet fully developed. With a flick of his finger, the lock's core fell to the ground with a soft clatter. Moron Wanner held a firebrand aloft, its glow illuminating the redness at the corners of her eyes. The old lock was still functional last month. It was suddenly replaced the day before yesterday. On the innermost wooden shelf of the storeroom, a few bags wrapped in black cloth formed a small mound of herbs. Su Yuan tore away the cloth, revealing the dark crimson leaves of Qinglan grass, glistening with ice crystals. He rummaged to the bottom of the pile and found a bag with dark brown stains at the opening, bringing it to his nose. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the stench of decaying flesh assaulted him. The blood spirit array required a living sacrifice, and the blood soul pill was meant to stabilize the array's core. His voice turned grave. Someone intends to reconstruct the blood spirit array within the sect. The firebrand dropped from Moron Wanner's grasp, extinguishing as its sparks landed on the grass. Gripping Su Yuan's sleeve tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, she stammered, "Then, are these herbs to be transported to the training ground?" Su Yuan gently pried her hand from his sleeve, his movements tender as if soothing a frightened fawn. "Return to the pill chamber and say I borrowed your ledger. Do not let this implicate you." Moron Wanner opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately nodded vigorously, letting a peach blossom petal fall as she turned, landing on the Qinglan grass, a vivid red against the dark foliage. As the moon reached its zenith, Su Yuan stood behind the ruins of the training ground. This place had been devastated a decade ago by a beast tide. Claw marks from the ferocious beast still visible on the broken pillars. He treaded over the rubble, his boot crunching down on a rusted piece of armor. Remnants of the Northern Rome's chainmail, just as he suspected. He chuckled softly. The Xian pearl in his bosom radiated warmth, its cracks glimmering with silver light, casting a shadow over a loose green stone slab. Crouching down, he pried at the gap in the stone slab, his muscles tensing slightly. The moment he lifted it, the stench of putrefied blood surged forth. Below lay a descending stone staircase, its walls etched with twisted runes, identical to those of the blood spirit array in the mines. Suddenly, the Xian pearl vibrated violently, sending a jolt of pain through his chest. Faint whispers, indistinct yet numerous, filled the air. Resembling a chorus of voices or the lamentations of some ancient creature, it has returned. The altar lay 30 yards beneath the surface. 8 bloodstone pillars formed a circle, their runes dormant, yet the air was thick with tiny beads of blood, chilling against Su Yuan's face. At the center of the altar was a black jade tablet, inscribed with a character that sounded similar to the Dao title of the Elder Xianzhen. Now it makes sense. Su Yuan reached for the Xian pearl in his bosom, its vibrations resonating with the altar's runes, causing the cracks to widen. They intended to use my half-demon bloodline to activate the legacy of the Demon Bone Temple, with the blood spirit array serving as the catalyst. The night breeze surged through the tunnel entrance, causing the runes on the bloodstone pillars to glow crimson. Su Yuan recalled the bloodied hand of the old craftsman in the mines, Li Chongfeng's cold laughter when discussing the necessity of blood sacrifices for the half-demon bloodline, and the abnormal warmth in Yi Qingchen's palm. This game of chess has been in motion since the day my mother knelt at the mountain gate, cradling me in her arms. He muttered, tracing the runes on the altar with his fingertips, yet they had miscalculated. The Xian pearl had never been the key, but rather the player. The Xian pearl fissured in his palm, silver light piercing through the darkness like a blade. Su Yuan gazed at the jade tablet with the character at the altar's center, a cold glimmer igniting in his eyes. He understood that tomorrow he would publicly declare his intent to investigate the whereabouts of the blood spirit array, deliberately revealing a flaw before Li Chongfeng's watchful gaze. Yet, in this moment, he merely stood in the shadows, listening to the increasingly distinct sounds of cracking emanating from within the Xian pearl. It resembled the awakening of some slumbering behemoth. Chapter 76, a step-by-step strategy. The sound of the Xian pearl shattering resonated in Su Yuan's ears throughout the night. At the third quarter of the morning, he stood upon the azure stone slabs outside the pill chamber, observing the flickering shadows in the morning mist. His fingertips grazed the hidden fragment of jade tucked within the seam of his robes, a remnant of the bloodstone pillar he had carved with the silver light of the Xian pearl before departing the altar the previous night. "Where is you headed, Elder Su?" The young apothecary, Xiao Fu, passed by carrying a basket of herbs, and a flicker of unease crossed his eyes as he looked up. Su Yuan cast a glance at the copper bell swaying at his waist, a distinctive mark of the law enforcement hall. He suddenly smiled, weariness evident in his voice. "I was investigating the remnants of the blood spirit array yesterday, and it seems that it may not be so easily eradicated." He intentionally lowered his voice, as if speaking to himself. If remnants of the array truly remain. Xiao Fu's throat moved, the herbs in his basket rustling. Su Yuan watched as he hurriedly departed, then turned towards the outer gate of the training ground, where the watchful eyes were most densely concentrated. At the third quarter of the afternoon, when a green-clad cultivator appeared in the corner of the training ground, Su Yuan was bent over, collecting a broken sword from the ground. The blade reflected the law enforcement token swaying at the cultivator's waist, causing Su Yuan's fingers to pause momentarily before he looked up with a feigned expression of confusion. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Chunjiu from the law enforcement hall." The green-clad cultivator's gaze flickered, surveying the surroundings before lowering his voice. "Elder Su mentioned wanting to investigate the remnants of the blood spirit array. I happen to possess a lead." He produced a charred half of a jade tablet from his sleeve. "I found this while patrolling the mountains at the mass grave. Its markings closely resemble those of the blood spirit array in the mines." As Su Yuan's fingers were about to touch the jade tablet, the Xian pearl suddenly radiated heat within his dantian. He calmly withdrew his hand, frowning. "And why seek me out?" "The law enforcement hall has recently been monitoring Elder Li's movements," Chunjiu replied, his throat tightening. "If they discover I am concealing leads." He gripped the jade tablet tightly. "If Elder Su does not believe me, you may accompany me to the mass grave." Su Yuan scrutinized the trembling fingertips. Evidence of a long-standing scholar, clearly not a patrolling cultivator. He smirked inwardly while maintaining an outward demeanor of hesitation. "We must return to the sect before nightfall. It will take half an hour." Chunjiu, eager, interrupted him abruptly, turning to leave. His robe brushed against the stone bricks of the training ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Yuan followed closely behind, the Xian pearl vibrating gently in his sleeve with each step. He discreetly circulated his internal energy, converting the accumulated strength from chopping firewood and drawing water into spiritual energy, weaving a thin net within his meridians. This was the Xian pearl's unique concealment art, capable of disguising his foundation establishment cultivation as that of the 9th layer of qi refinement. As they ascended halfway up the mountain, Chunjiu suddenly veered into a narrow path. Su Yuan glanced down at the wild grasses at his feet. Every 3 mugwort plants harbored a blood ginseng, their roots twisting into the shape of runes beneath the soil. The Xian pearl emitted a faint glow in his sea of consciousness, overlaying the route with the diagram of the blood spirit soul lock array in his memory. Indeed, they were moving along a node of the array. Here we are, Qingzhou announced, halting at the valley's mouth, the mountain wind whipping sand against their faces. Su Yuan looked up to see the worn wooden sign that red mass grave had been gnawed to obscurity, yet dark red blood stains trickled from the sign's seams, pooling on the ground. Brother Chun, Su Yuan suddenly spoke, the resentment in this place is palpable. Qingzhou paused, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he turned back. That so many have died here in the past. Before he could finish, several dark figures surged forth from behind the rocks. The leader, shrouded in a black veil, wielded a short blade still stained with fresh blood, his cold laughter echoing harshly. Elder Su, since you are willing to come, you must understand the rules. Behind him, 6 figures spread out in a formation reminiscent of the Big Dipper, effectively blocking the entrance of the valley. Su Yuan gazed at the unified dark iron rings at their waists, a mark of Li Chongfeng's shadow guards. His hand, hanging by his side, gently brushed against the hidden layer of his garment, where the spirit sound talisman was pulsating with warmth in sync with his heartbeat. Yet, his expression remained one of confusion. What is this? The masked man waved his hand, ushering him inside. The secret chamber was deeper than he had anticipated. Water droplets seeped from the stone walls, and dark red runes glimmered under the torchlight, resembling solidified blood, casting an eerie glow. In the center, a ceiling platform carved from blue stone bore fine cracks, while a black jade tablet in front of it was marred by blood veins, each one writhing gently, as if alive. Suddenly, the dark pearl in his bosom trembled violently, sending pain coursing through Su Yuan's chest. Just as he reached for the jade tablet, a burst of golden light exploded in his consciousness. The dark pearl was analyzing the forbidden technique at 10 times the usual speed. The fragmented runes were being completed in the golden light, revealing phrases such as blood spirit formation and half-demon bloodline as bait. It was almost complete. Su Yuan held his breath, his fingertips trembling slightly. He was on the verge of discovering Li Chongfeng's intentions regarding his bloodline. Bang! The door of the secret chamber was flung open with a resounding crash, causing the torches to flicker wildly. Moron Wanner's voice, entwined with the sound of a sword, rushed in. Su Deacon. The jade flute hanging at her waist shimmered with silver light, the unique flute of the alchemy chamber. And behind her trailed 7 or 8 outer disciples, each wielding magical artifacts that glinted coldly. The masked man's expression changed dramatically, the short blade in his palm spinning. Withdraw. He flung out 3 bone-piercing nails, but they were deflected by Moron Wanner's flute, the sound shaking the stone walls and sending dust cascading down. Su Yuan, startled, shrank into a corner, only to be kicked over by an outer disciple. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan grasped the jade tablet, and at that moment, the dark pearl emitted a blinding silver light, causing the diagram in his consciousness to reconfigure. A blurred figure gradually came into focus. He stood atop a mountain, blood surging behind him, strikingly similar to the fleeting blood-red sunset he had witnessed when his mother knelt at the mountain gate years ago. You think you've won? The masked man retreated to the doorway, suddenly grinning. The real game has only just begun. Before his words had fully left his lips, he tossed a handful of blood sand, and when the smoke cleared, he had already vanished without a trace. Moron Wanner rushed forward, her hair tips still stained with blood sand. Are you all right? Her gaze swept over the jade tablet in Su Yuan's hand, her pupils narrowing slightly. Let us talk after we return to the sect. Su Yuan tucked the jade tablet into his sleeve, the warmth of the dark pearl seeping through his garment, causing his fingertips to ache. The figure in his consciousness remained standing on the mountaintop, the bloodlight surging behind him as if waiting for something. The night breeze carried a scent of blood into the secret chamber. Su Yuan surveyed the chaos around him and suddenly recalled the dark character jade token from the altar the previous night. He touched the dark pearl at his chest. Its crack deepening further, yet clearer whispers emerged from within, akin to a slumbering beast slowly awakening. The night in Qinglan sect was colder than that of the mining site. As Su Yuan walked over the blue stone slabs toward his quarters, the corners of the jade tablet jabbed painfully into his wrist, and the dark pearl in his chest burned intensely, as if it were about to sear through his flesh. The sound of Moron Wanner's footsteps behind him was as soft as a leaf, until he pushed open the bamboo door and she suddenly spoke. I'll keep watch for you. When he turned, he collided with her reddened eyes, the blood sand from the secret chamber still clinging to her temples, now crusted by the night wind. Chapter 77. The truth begins to unfold. Go to the alchemy chamber and change into clean clothes. Su Yuan pulled out a handkerchief and offered it, his fingertips grazing the thin calluses on her palm, remnants of years spent grinding alchemical sand. However, Yuan did not take it. Instead, gripping his wrist, "I want to see you figure that thing out." As the candlelight flickered to life in the bamboo house, Yuan pressed the jade tablet onto the table. The trembling of the dark pearl surged through his meridians into his consciousness, and he could distinctly feel the ancient bronze pearl swirling with silver light, as if a famished beast were gnawing at the runes within the jade tablet. As the hourglass at the corner of the table released its third handful of fine sand, he suddenly trembled violently. The incomplete forbidden technique diagram fully materialized in the golden light. The words half-demon bloodline is bait, no living sacrifice required pierced his eyes with pain. This blood spirit formation, his voice was hoarse, is tailored specifically for half-demons. Yuan's teacup fell to the ground, and as she crouched to gather the shards, her silver hairpin swayed. "My father once said, half-demon bloodlines inherently repel spiritual energy, making cultivation 10 times more difficult than for mortals. But this formation..." She suddenly paused, lifting her gaze to reveal a tempest brewing in her eyes. It utilizes the demonic energy within the bloodline as a catalyst, transforming the formation into a furnace for the bloodline. Yuan's nails dug into his palm. He recalled Li Changfeng's words from 3 months prior in the training ground. "You can climb out of the mine, but it's not all luck." He remembered the old mine foreman clutching his hand before passing away. "The family that bought you said they wanted to raise a living bait." It turned out that the so-called living bait had been embedded in his very bones and blood since the day he was sold into the mine at the age of 7. "Yuan?" Yuan waved her hand in front of his face. Only then did he realize he had stood up at some point. The candlelight on the table swaying with his breath. "I'll go to the alchemy chamber to check the records." She suddenly turned, her hair brushing against the back of his hand. "Perhaps we can find a clue regarding events from 100 years ago." The bamboo door creaked as the night wind blew against it. Yuan stared at the jade tablet on the table, the heat of the dark pearl suddenly rising, forcing him to clutch it tightly in his palm. A fleeting image of his mother flashed in his consciousness. The only memory he retained was of her kneeling at the mountain gate of Qinglan sect, her blood soaking through her plain skirt, and when she looked up, the light in her eyes was brighter than the stars above. "Ah, Yuan, you must live." Those were her last words, uttered when he was merely 3 years old. At the third watch of the night, Yuan's knocking echoed like thunder. She entered, cradling a tome nearly as tall as herself. Her silver hairpin askew behind her ear, her sleeve stained with the unique red powder of the alchemy chamber. "I found it." She opened the yellowed pages, pointing to a line of small characters. "A century ago, there was a half-demon cultivator named Blood Fiend, adept in blood soul secret arts, who was later expelled from his sect." When she looked up, her eyes blazed with fire. "And the founder of the blood spirit formation, Qing Yuzi, was Blood Fiend's closest disciple." Yuan's fingers pressed down on the name Blood Fiend, causing the paper to crinkle under his touch. The dark pearl in his palm vibrated as if in agreement. "So, the blood spirit formation modified by Li Changfeng is merely a variation of Blood Fiend's secret arts," he murmured. "And the half-demon blood they require is yours." Yuan finished for him, her voice as soft as a sigh. On the following day at dawn, Yuan stood before the bamboo house at the back of the training hall. The aroma of tea from Yi Qingchun wafted through the window, mingling with the scent of medicinal herbs. "Come in." The elder's voice was like the roots of an ancient tree, rough yet steady. As Yuan stepped inside, he saw the records he had perused the previous night laid out on the table, the ink still fresh with annotations filling the margins. "You guessed correctly." Yi Qingchun lifted his teacup, the froth creating fragmented light on the surface of the water. "The bloodline within you is purer than that of ordinary half-demons." The transaction at the mine indeed had someone orchestrating it from behind. He set down the teacup, tapping the dark pearl on the table. Yuan had not even noticed when he had taken it. "This pearl is no ordinary object. It is protecting you and waiting for you." "Waiting for what?" Yuan tightened his grip on his sleeve. Yi Qingchun produced a bronze token from his robe, its surface inscribed with secret characters, its edges lined with cracks. "The secret pavilion of Qinglan sect holds all forbidden texts since the establishment of the sect. Go there." He pressed the token into Yuan's palm. "The answers you seek lie in the deepest recesses of the secret pavilion." As night fell once more over Qinglan sect, Yuan stood before the gates of the secret pavilion. The bronze door emanated a cold light, its knocker shaped like 2 entwined dark serpents. The dark pearl on his chest throbbed violently, sending a sweet sensation coursing through his throat. He inhaled deeply and pushed open the wooden door, revealing countless scrolls suspended in the air, resembling a river strung together by stars, each scroll glowing with a ghostly blue light. Yuan's footsteps halted. A breeze whispered from the depths of the pavilion. Within the innermost shadows, he discerned a vague figure standing there. The person faced away from him, their stooped form reminiscent of the ancient pines on the mountain behind the mine, resilient against the elements. You have finally arrived. The raspy voice mingled with the tremors of the scrolls, penetrating Su Yuan's consciousness like a precise needle. His hand instinctively reached for the dark pearl on his chest, its heat radiating through his layers of clothing, scorching enough to redden his skin. The silhouette deep within the pavilion slowly raised a hand, seemingly about to turn. Suddenly, a scroll beside him fell to the ground with a crash. Su Yuan whipped around, but when he turned back, the shadow had vanished, leaving only the wind stirring the starlit scrolls at his feet, swirling towards the deeper recesses. Clenching the bronze token in his grasp, he took his first step. As the door of the pavilion closed behind him, a resonating hum filled his ears. The suspended scrolls glimmered with ghostly blue light, akin to a galaxy strung together by invisible hands, gently swaying with his steps, casting luminous traces on the ground that crawled beneath his boots, reminiscent of an ancient ritual. The dark pearl burned fiercely against his chest, even through 3 layers of fabric, its heat causing his skin to flush. He recalled the sound when Qinglan had handed him the bronze token, the dull thud of her knuckles striking the pearl, marking the first time he sensed that this pearl, which had accompanied him for so long, concealed secrets even the elders of the transformation realm could not fathom. The movements within the shadows were lighter than breath. Just as Su Yuan was about to advance, the stooped figure slowly turned around. Moonlight streamed through the carved ceiling, illuminating a head of silvery hair. The old man's face was as gnarled as the bark of a millennium-old pine, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, resembling a deep pool imbued with starlight. You have come, the destined bearer of the dark pearl. His voice was hoarse but clear, each word etched into Su Yuan's consciousness like golden inscriptions. Su Yuan's throat tightened, instinctively pressing his hand against his chest. The pearl's vibrations suddenly became rhythmic, pulsing in sync with the old man's voice. The keeper of the pavilion did not obstruct his path, his emaciated arm gesturing to allow passage. The luminous river of scrolls diverged at his feet, forming a starlit pathway on the ground. The jade tablet lies within the innermost chamber. He pointed towards the deeper darkness. But whether you can endure the murky will contained therein depends on your fate. Su Yuan swallowed hard. His 10 years in the mines had taught him that the opportunities most easily obtained often concealed deadly traps. Yet the heat of the dark pearl now felt like a fire igniting in his heart, warming him from the coldness of the mine to a point where it felt as if it might meld with his very flesh. This was its first clear guidance. He tightened his grip around the bronze token at his waist, his knuckles turning white. The forbidden tomes in the pavilion harbored the secrets of his bloodline, the origins of the dark pearl, and the unseen hand behind the dealings in the mine. For a decade, these questions had simmered in his mind, and at this moment, he finally grasped the thread. As his footfall landed, the luminous river of scrolls surged. Su Yuan's pupils contracted as the surface of the glowing scrolls revealed delicate golden patterns. As if awakened by some force, he quickened his pace, the starlit path extending beneath him, passing through 3 layers of scroll curtains, until he finally beheld the innermost chamber. A crystal box rested on a stone pedestal, its surface shrouded in a faint azure barrier that could not conceal the starlight swirling within. As Su Yuan leaned closer, the dark pearl throbbed violently, and he could even hear faint cracks emanating from within. The fissure that had accompanied him from Qi refinement to foundation establishment now exuded a ghostly purple glow, resonating with the jade tablet inside the crystal box. It's it. He heard his own raspy voice. The moment his fingertip brushed against the crystal box, the barrier abruptly dissipated. Su Yuan's heart tightened, the pearl's heat skyrocketing. And as he gritted his teeth and raised his hand, he saw the jade tablet, glowing with starlight, automatically levitate, hovering 3 inches above his palm. Boom. His consciousness was suddenly torn apart. Su Yuan's vision darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a vast starry expanse. Countless stars twirled overhead, forming a strange yet magnificent array, with a figure in white standing at the center. Chapter 78. A fright in the pavilion. The figure faced away from him. Yet it reminded him inexplicably of the ancient pine on the mountain behind the mine, which had survived 7 lightning strikes. It was not its stature, but the very act of living that embodied strength. Suppression. A clear voice resonated within his consciousness. Su Yuan saw the white-clad cultivator raise a hand, cradling a dark pearl identical to the one on his chest. In an instant, the stars transformed into chains, binding the swirling demonic fog below. From within the fog came the cacophony of roars, some from giant beasts resembling tigers, others from 9-tailed fox spirits, and even translucent souls colliding against the star chains, bursting into blood blooms. The scene shattered like fragments of glass. Su Yuan staggered back, cold sweat soaking the tips of his hair. He steadied himself against the crystal box, his knuckles pale. The dark pearl was not an auxiliary artifact, it was a sealing device. Those suppressed myriad demons, and the white-clad cultivator's final glance, shared an uncanny resemblance to his own features. Crack! A sharp sound startled him, causing his entire body to tremble. Zhao Yuanqing's figure sprang from the shadows, his right hand clawing towards the jade tablet in his palm. This old foe from the alchemy room had bloodshot eyes, his sleeve revealing a glimpse of dark azure markings, an emblem unique to demonic cultivators. Su Yuan reacted swiftly, spinning to evade, but Zhao Yuanqing had anticipated this, his other hand flinging 3 blood talismans, sealing off Su Yuan's escape. Su Yuan, do you think you can monopolize the treasures of the pavilion? Zhao Yuanqing grinned, his mouth stretching to the roots of his ears. The demon lord said that as long as I obtain the star-patterned jade tablet, I will be appointed as an outer sect protector. He lunged forward, his nails elongating half an inch, radiating a toxic dark hue. Hand over the jade tablet. But before he could finish, as his hand neared the jade tablet's surface, "Ah!" Zhao Yuanqing suddenly screamed, his body flung backward as if struck by lightning. He clutched his head, rolling on the ground, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices. My consciousness, my divine sense, this cursed jade tablet is gnawing at me. Su Yuan then noticed the surface of the jade tablet was adorned with golden runes, seemingly alive, devouring Zhao Yuanqing's fingertips. The dark pearl on his chest throbbed, as if about to burst forth. He suddenly understood that the jade tablet recognized its master, only accepting those who resonated with the dark pearl. Intruding upon the pavilion, colluding with demonic cultivators, attempting to seize the forbidden texts. The keeper's voice came from behind him. Su Yuan turned to see the old man standing at the entrance of the chamber, cradling a golden talisman in his palm. The moment the talisman descended, a golden wall of light erupted from the ground, trapping Zhao Yuanqing within. Zhao Yuanqing frantically pounded against the light wall, but it merely sprinkled fragmented golden sparks. Old fool, you dare to imprison me? The demon lord will know. The keeper of the pavilion scoffed, a hint of coldness suddenly appearing on his withered visage. 300 years ago, when my arm was severed by a predecessor within this jade tablet, you weren't even a thought. He turned to Su Yuan, his expression softening once more. You have touched upon the true secret of the dark pearl. The old man raised his hand, and the crystal box abruptly closed. A stream of light entering Su Yuan's brow. It was a fragment of the starry scene from before. The path ahead can only be walked by you alone. He turned to venture deeper into the pavilion, his stooped figure fading amidst the river of glowing scrolls. Remember, the day the Xian pearl returns to its rightful place marks the end of discourse. Su Yuan clenched the jade slip in his hand, cold sweat trickling down his chin and splattering onto the jade surface, creating a constellation of starlight. Upon exiting the secret chamber, the night was deep, and the tolling of the Qinglan sect's bell echoed the 3rd watch. The heat of the Xian pearl had finally subsided somewhat, yet it seared a faint purple mark upon his heart, identical to the star patterns on the jade slip. The return of the Xian pearl heralds the resurgence of myriad demons. The whisper of the white-clad cultivator suddenly resonated in his consciousness. Su Yuan paused, lifting his gaze towards the dome of the secret chamber, where the starry sky bore a striking resemblance to the illusions within. He caressed the jade slip in his bosom, feeling a distinct pulse emanating from it, akin to a dormant creature being awakened. As he returned to the quiet room, moonlight had begun to climb onto the desk. Su Yuan ignited a candle flame and gently placed the jade slip upon the sandalwood tray. Suddenly, the Xian pearl slipped from around his neck, colliding with the jade slip with a resounding clang. At the moment of their contact, the candle flames erupted into 3 inches of blue fire, casting innumerable star shadows upon the walls. He stared at the overlapping pearl and jade, his throat constricting. Yi Qingchen had mentioned that the answer lay deep within the secret chamber, yet now that he possessed the jade slip, it felt as though he had merely opened a darker door, behind which lay his bloodline, the history of the Xian pearl, and the prophecy of the myriad demons' return. The candle wick crackled. Su Yuan extended his hand, his fingertips hovering half an inch above the jade slip. He could sense the Xian pearl's heat surging in his palm, as if urging him, yet also warning him. Regardless of what it might be, he murmured, his fingertip gently pressing against the jade slip, I must see it for myself. Outside the window, a night breeze swept by, carrying away half a vow left unspoken. As the wooden door of the quiet room creaked shut behind him, the lingering coolness of the crystal box remained on his fingertips. The sandalwood tray on the desk exuded a gentle luster as he fixated on the star-patterned jade slip, his throat constricting. Since he had discovered the Xian pearl in the Qinglan mine, he had endured the whip of the mine's supervisor, the schemes of the servant quarters, and the cold words upon being expelled from his sect, yet never had he felt so clearly the sharp edges of fate as he did in this moment. The Xian pearl suddenly radiated heat against his neck, and he instinctively pressed against his chest, the faint purple mark burning his skin through the fabric. This bronze ancient pearl, which had accompanied him for a decade, now transmitted a desperate tremor along his palm, akin to a young beast urging its mother for nourishment. What is meant to come cannot be avoided. Su Yuan inhaled deeply and sat back down on the cushion. The candle flame flickered in his eyes, elongating his shadow on the wall, merging with those star shadows. He lightly tapped the jade slip, and instantly, the jade surface shimmered with ripple-like starlight, echoing the patterns on the Xian pearl. The moment he infused his spiritual energy into the jade slip, the temperature in the quiet room plummeted. The Xian pearl emitted a resonant hum, slipping from his neck, hovering 3 inches above the jade slip. The air between them twisted into the semblance of star trails, and a blinding light suddenly cleaved through his consciousness, revealing the specter of the white-clad cultivator once more. As his wide sleeves billowed, stars fell from his cuffs, coalescing in the void into an incomplete longsword. The runes on the sword's body seemed alive, dancing along the cultivator's fingertips, each engraving devouring the starlight around them. Su Yuan instinctively reached out, and the moment his fingertip brushed against the ethereal figure, he felt as if struck by lightning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a space constructed of shattered stardust. Beneath his feet flowed luminous starlight, and overhead hung countless translucent refining platforms, each embedded with various forms of ore, some shimmering with a copper hue, others swirling with deep blue. At the center, on a stone pedestal, lay a broken sword identical to that held by the white-clad cultivator. To command the Xian pearl, one must first forge their life-bound weapon. A familiar voice resounded in his ears. The white-clad cultivator had appeared at his side, his wide sleeves revealing a wrist wrapped in star-patterned bandages. The Xian pearl, originally transformed from star marrow, required a life-bound weapon as a conduit to awaken its true power. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, a sudden sound of breaking tiles echoed from outside. His pupils constricted. There were sentinels stationed every 3 steps around the quiet room, and ordinary servants would not dare approach, let alone shatter tiles. The Xian pearl trembled violently in his consciousness, a surge of heat rushing along his meridians to the nape of his neck. Almost instinctively, he spun around and seized the short blade on the desk. As the blade tip barely pierced the window paper, a shadow lunged at him like a night owl. Demon Gate's cloud-piercing hand. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted. The shadow's palm radiated a greenish-black, demonic aura, aimed directly at the Xian pearl upon his heart. In a critical moment, the Xian pearl suddenly erupted with blinding purple light, and a translucent pearl shadow burst forth from within him, crashing into the shadow's chest with a resounding thud. The figure was sent flying like a sack of sand struck by a hammer, crashing into a stone table in the courtyard, spitting forth blood that glimmered with an eerie green hue in the moonlight. Who sent you? Su Yuan advanced. Stepping over the scattered porcelain shards, the short blade pressed against the shadow's throat. A garbled, mocking laughter emanated from the shadow's throat. Yet black blood seeped from the corners of its mouth, indicating it had been poisoned. His pupils constricted, and he swiftly grasped the opponent's wrist, channeling the Xian pearl's spiritual energy like fine needles into the shadow's consciousness. The shadow's expression contorted instantly, disjointed memories flooding into Su Yuan's mind. Zhao Yuanqing kneeling before a man in a purple robe, holding a half-engraved jade token. The voice of the Demon Gate's holy son declaring that the boy's half-demon bloodline was the key. And a yellowed portrait in which a young boy bore a striking resemblance to him, annotated with Xian pearl host, contract of myriad demons. Zhao Yuanqing, half-demon bloodline of the Demon Gate. Su Yuan's knuckles turned white from the grip. The shadow suddenly convulsed violently, its last breath spilling onto his face. The Holy Son said to wait until you forged the weapon before the words could fully escape. Its body dissolved into a puddle of black water, leaving behind only a half-engraved bronze token marked with blood curse. The night wind stirred shards of broken tiles, striking at Su Yuan's feet. His hand trembled slightly as he clutched the token, yet it steadied upon touching the Xian pearl. The words of the white-clad cultivator echoed in his consciousness. On the day your life-bound weapon is forged, you shall know who you are. He gazed at the jade slip on the quiet room's desk, the star patterns now swirling with increasing urgency, as if urging him to make a final decision. As the moon reached its zenith, Su Yuan sat cross-legged once more upon the cushion. The Xian pearl hovered at his knees, its surface intertwining with the jade slip's luminous flow, continuously transmitting esoteric forging incantations into his consciousness. Following the white-clad cultivator's guidance, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the Xian pearl, which immediately extruded a silver thread, precisely piercing into the iron ingot on the desk. The iron ingot emitted a hissing sound as azure smoke billowed, revealing star patterns identical to those on the Xian pearl. With star marrow as the conduit and bloodline as the medium, Su Yuan closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation while forming a hand seal. Suddenly, all the candle flames in the quiet room extinguished, leaving only the starlight emanating from the Xian pearl and jade slip to illuminate his face. When the first flicker of starfire ignited from the iron ingot, a silver gleam flashed in his eyes. This was the mark of the Xian pearl. resonating through his pupils with the refining platforms in the star marrow space. The starfire surged, casting Su Yuan's taut jawline in stark relief against the backdrop of the quiet room. He gazed at the blade mold gradually taking shape in his hands, murmuring softly, "Since this path cannot be retraced, I shall shatter all obstacles in my way." At this moment, the Xian pearl gently vibrated, the star patterns within swirling even faster, as if responding to his vow. Outside the window, the morning star had quietly risen. Su Yuan carefully stowed the blade mold into his storage pouch, his fingertips brushing against the half-engraved blood curse token within, his gaze becoming increasingly steely. He understood that the next 3 days of seclusion would not only be crucial for forging his lifebound weapon, but also the beginning of unveiling the secrets of the Xian Pearl and himself. Beyond the threshold of that soon-to-close chamber door, a tempest concerning lineage, heritage, and the celestial way is gradually unfolding with the awakening of the star essence.